Out of money to play Pokémon? Then use your wits. Xia Chen originally aspired to be a carefree slacker, but his life took an unexpected turn when he stumbled upon a reborn Eevee, spiraling his existence into chaos. With the awakening of the dragon system, Milotic vowed to shatter racial limits. Gardevoir obsessively simulated futures, determined to alter fate, and the little beldam firmly believed it would eventually evolve into a Diancie. As this eclectic group of unconventional companions gathered around him, Siachin realized that his ordinary life plan had been utterly dismantled by the fervor and determination of these Pokémon. From a researcher to a legendary trainer, this is an epic tale of rebellion woven from knowledge, bonds, and the evolution of defying conventions. Chapter 1. Stepping Out and Discovering an Injured Eevee. The late summer in Zhejiang remained quite pleasant, with the refreshing morning breeze caressing him as Xia Chen leisurely walked along the cobblestone streets of the old town. In the lush thickets by the roadside, a hungry Pidgey chirped incessantly, eagerly awaiting its mother's return with food. The unfortunate victim destined to become a meal was a plump cabbage caterpillar, mercilessly torn apart by a Pidgeot's sharp beak, equally distributing the morsels to its chicks. This scene vividly illustrated the adage, the early worm gets eaten by the bird. Siachin had long since grown accustomed to such sights, casting a fleeting glance before losing interest. If he were to draw an analogy, he would deem his current plight scarcely better than that of the caterpillar, perhaps even inferior to the chirping Pidgeys. It may sound peculiar, but at least those Pidgeys had mothers, did they not? As a traveler who had been in this world for over half a year, Xia Chen felt that his misfortune was truly absurd. While others enjoyed the perks of their respective journeys, he had yet to even catch a glimpse of such advantages. And to make matters worse, his parents had mysteriously vanished. What remained for Xia Chen was a dilapidated old house in the ancient district of Zhejiang, along with a modest pension arranged by his parents' agency. He mused that if he were a character in a novel, he would undoubtedly fit the archetype of a tragic hero, reminiscent of the grim beginnings popular a decade ago. The only two sources of solace he could find were, first, that his current body was indistinguishable from his former life, with a simple, unremarkable appearance that could be summed up in the word handsome. The second, of course, was that this world into which he had transmigrated was quite remarkable. In summary, it was a technologically advanced realm of Pokémon, amalgamating various perspectives from the Pokémon anime and special episodes. While lacking the whimsical innocence of children's animations, it was certainly more favorable than the brutally stark worlds depicted in special episodes. Overall, it could barely be considered an ideal utopia. As for the reasons, well, it was something that even a modicum of critical thought could elucidate. With a plethora of advanced technologies from the Pokémon universe, abundant resources, and a relatively simple societal perspective, any development would render this world a paradise on Earth. Most crucially, there exists the enchanting phenomenon of Pokémon that seemingly defies the laws of conservation of mass energy, entropy increase, and thermodynamics. Leaving aside the legendary Regieleki, which is said to provide electricity for the entire Galar region, even a Pikachu, described as being as numerous as stray dogs, can generate substantial amounts of energy. Other Pokémon, such as fire types with their thermal energy, ice types with their frost, and grass types with their biological energy, offer an abundance of resources, rendering survival concerns virtually obsolete. However, according to the hierarchy of needs established in a past life, beyond mere survival lies a multitude of layers of demand, such as the highest aspiration of self-actualization. Unlike other predecessors who traversed into this world with the lofty ambition of becoming a legendary trainer, Xia Chen harbors no such grand ambitions. As an ardent Pokémon enthusiast, upon arriving in this realm, he naturally yearns to leave behind a mark of his existence. Thus, upon acclimatizing to his surroundings and discovering discrepancies between the world's development and his own understanding, he sets a modest goal. He aspires to become a humble gym leader, and if fortune permits, perhaps even a champion, while nurturing a plethora of his beloved Pokémon to share his days with. Clearly, even in this Pokémon world where basic needs are guaranteed, such aspirations are not easily attainable. For instance, in the Dongwang region, comparable in size to his homeland, there are merely a handful of first-tier gyms. The prospect of becoming one of the 4 champions is even more daunting. It is vital to recognize that while this world ensures one will not starve, the path to becoming an elite trainer is exorbitantly costly. The initial barrier is the acquisition of exceptional Pokémon eggs, which can start at tens of thousands. You might find a cater pie to raise by the roadside, but how far it can take you on the arduous journey of a trainer remains uncertain. The Pokemon egg is merely the first step. Subsequent stages, larval, juvenile, and adult, each demand financial investment for nurturing. In this world, caring for a Pokemon is a financial undertaking that often surpasses that of raising a child. Nevertheless, circumstances can be molded by effort. Currently, Xia Chen, a financially destitute Soontobe high school senior, tirelessly strives toward this goal. While it may be an exaggeration to say he is completely impoverished, he possesses a comprehensive knowledge of Pokemon acquired up to the Sun and Moon era from his previous life, some of which remains undiscovered in this world. This knowledge serves as his sole leverage for ascending from the depths of the Pokemon realm. To prevent forgetting, he meticulously documents this information in a small notebook, awaiting the day he earns his first fortune to launch his plans. Indeed, not just trainers but also breeders and researchers, any profession connected to Pokemon necessitates financial expenditure. Even Xia Chen is aware that the direction and ultimate goal of his research will similarly incur costs. For instance, the least expensive research he can envision, which he intends to use as a stepping stone into the academic realm of Pokemon, involves the evolution of an Eevee, as he will need at least one Eevee to commence. Fortunately, after a year of saving, Xia Chen is on the verge of amassing the necessary funds for an Eevee, eagerly awaiting his salary next month. As a high school student, Xia Chen certainly would not engage in menial tasks such as serving dishes, which merely trade time and physical effort for meager compensation. He is currently a moderately renowned content creator in the culinary sector on Polypoly. Although the Dongwang region, where Xia Chen resides, is a modified version of his homeland from a past life, it still bears numerous discrepancies, particularly in its culinary offerings. In his previous life, as a true gourmand, his understanding and exploration of gastronomy were rivaled only by his knowledge of Pokemon. Thus, in merely half a year, Xia Chen has already made a name for himself in the culinary sphere. With the advent of summer vacation this month, he has had more time to produce videos, resulting in a significant surge in his follower count. Naturally, this month's earnings are anticipated to be promising. As income rises, so too does Xia Chen's motivation to create content. Consequently, on this Saturday morning, while the majority indulge in slumber, Xia Chen is diligently making his way to the market. The morning ingredients are at their freshest, rendering the final dishes all the more appetizing. Culinary arts emphasize the harmony of color, aroma, and flavor. The viewers, unable to perceive the enticing scents or savor the tastes, will be less inclined to part with their hard-earned currency if the visual presentation is lacking. Speaking of which, he has yet to decide on the dish for this video. The theme for the week revolves around Shandong cuisine, revered in his previous life as the pinnacle of the 8 major culinary traditions. Shandong cuisine emphasizes high-quality ingredients, a penchant for using salt to enhance flavors, and a focus on rich broths. The predominant flavor profile is savory and salty, which most find agreeable, thus its popularity is quite understandable. Perhaps he could feature the renowned dish of scallion-braised sea cucumber? Yet, he wonders if using scallions from a duck might yield a more exquisite flavor. Halt! That is, after all, an illegal proposition. As Xia Chen mused aimlessly, a soft, fragile call reached his ears. Could that be the cry of an Eevee? Startled, he turned toward the sound and spotted a fluffy, albeit filthy, creature resembling both a fox and a dog, trembling in the corner of a narrow alley. It was indeed an adorable little Eevee, exuding an aura that evoked sympathy. This Eevee, whether due to the chill or some other affliction, was curled up and shivering uncontrollably. Its distinctive large, doe-like eyes were tightly shut, and the creamy fur around its neck and tail was sullied by murky water, rendering it pitiably forlorn. How could such a seemingly injured Eevee end up here? The possibilities flooded Xia Chen's mind in an instant. Without further contemplation, he hurried over. Regardless, he could not simply ignore the plight of a harmless little Eevee lying by the roadside. Chapter 2. A timeless encounter. Eevee's long, rabbit-like ears twitched imperceptibly as her keen auditory system detected the rapid approach of an individual. She felt as though she had lived 2 lives, and never had she experienced excitement so profound and intricate as she did at this very moment. Would she finally be able to once again feel the warmth of his embrace, which had the power to dissolve all her worries? The mere thought of that sensation, one that transcended this lifetime. No, one that would linger through countless reincarnations, sent tremors coursing through Eevee's body. I have returned, Xia Chen, this time. I shall rectify all the regrets of my past life and ascend to the highest pinnacle alongside you. Eevee's mind gradually emptied, her memories drifting back to the day of her rebirth. The Zhejiang Pokemon Breeding Center stands as the largest facility in Zhejiang City dedicated to the artificial breeding of Pokemon. It serves as the optimal venue for students and citizens of Zhejiang to acquire their desired Pokemon. Spanning thousands of hectares, the center is teeming with Pokemon, with the number of creatures in each section counted in the thousands. On an unremarkable day in the spring of a certain year, a group of adorable yet ordinary Eevees emerge from their eggshells. As the most popular Pokemon species, the breeding center hatches tens of thousands of Eevees annually. There was nothing extraordinary about this event. What was remarkable, however, was that one among this group of Eevees exhibited exceptional traits from birth. She consumed the most, ran the fastest, possessed the most active athleticism, and displayed intelligence that was truly astonishing. The qualities and potential demonstrated by this Eevee earned her better treatment within the breeding center. After all, the center needed to make a profit. Such an outstanding Eevee could easily command a high price. The investments made in her would surely yield multiplied returns the moment she was chosen by a trainer. Undoubtedly, she became the most prized Pokemon on the breeding center sales roster. After she outgrew her juvenile phase, staff members began leading a stream of customers to tour her living area each day. Clearly, the breeding center believed it was time to reap the rewards of their investment. Yet, a curious phenomenon occurred. Whenever a guest passed by, this typically lively Eevee would display signs of melancholy. Many customers even inquired directly, does she have some sort of illness? Alternatively, she would exhibit extreme agitation and aloofness, appearing less like an Eevee and more akin to a mischievous monkey. Undoubtedly, Eevee's erratic behavior deterred wave after wave of potential customers. The staff found themselves helpless, assuming that this intelligent Eevee simply wished to remain in the place that nurtured her and alongside her companions. Little did they know that within this seemingly ordinary Eevee, whose only distinction was her extraordinary talent, resided the soul of one who had lived before. Eevee was uncertain whether Xia Chen would choose her again amidst the multitude of Eevees in this life. Thus, from the moment of her birth, she resolved to forge a path unlike that of her previous existence, striving with all her might to distinguish herself as the standout among her peers. For her, who had once achieved the pinnacle of mastery in her past life, this endeavor was not insurmountable. The true challenge lay in the unforeseen changes that would ripple forth from the flutter of her butterfly wings. The remarkable Eevee swiftly became the coveted gem in the eyes of the breeding facility staff, experiencing for the first time the sensation of being highly sought after. Yet, it occurred to her that such popularity might preclude her chance encounter with Siachin. Thus, whenever someone came to select an Eevee, she would deliberately exhibit an exceptionally peculiar demeanor. The imminent threat of being chosen by another soon passed. However, the astute Eevee pondered a different dilemma. Her current price seemed beyond the reach of that impoverished Siachin. Once spoken, words cannot be retracted, and talent, much like water spilled, cannot be reclaimed. If she feigned ignorance now, it would likely be perceived as a deliberate concealment of her abilities. The breeding facility would undoubtedly refuse to lower her price. Thus, there remained but one solution: escape. With determination, Eevee swiftly commenced her jailbreak plan. The management of the breeding facility was not overly stringent. The vast expanse and multitude of Pokemon ensured that oversights were inevitable. Moreover, no baby Pokemon had ever shown a desire to abandon this haven of comfort to become a solitary wild creature. At least, there were no precedents. Consequently, Eevee's escape plan unfolded seamlessly. She discreetly boarded a large truck destined for a common Pokemon breeding house, mingling with a dozen indistinguishable companions. Thus, she eluded capture, and upon reaching the outside world, it felt to Eevee, who had lived a cumulative decade across 2 lifetimes, as though she could soar freely through boundless skies. Even if her strength did not yet match that of the sewer-dwelling Rattatas, her cleverness allowed her to navigate perilously to the place where Xia Chen had once resided. Gazing down at the cobblestone path and the quaint pink walls adorned with dark tiles, Eevee felt transported back to a time of carefree bliss. Every weekend, Xia Chen would take her from home to the market for groceries. Every craving she had was always fulfilled by him. A thought struck her: why not wait for him along his usual route to the market? The optimal chance encounter materialized in her mind. Knowing Xia Chen's character, she was certain he would not overlook her plight. The more she contemplated, the more plausible it became. So, the night before, she rolled in the damp mud that had yet to dry after the rain, and let her loyal Rattata scratch her lightly, drawing a few drops of blood. Then, she lay down on the path leading from Xia Chen's residence to the market, awaiting the arrival of the one she longed for. Thus, the earlier scene unfolded. Xia Chen paused a few meters away from Eevee, refraining from rushing to her aid. Having wandered the city for nearly a year, the first lesson he learned from the stray Pokémon was not to impose his own thoughts upon them. Hell is other people. To him, she appeared as a pitiful Eevee in need of rescue. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the Eevee, having suffered unknown traumas, might perceive him as a potential threat. Attentive Xia Chen noted that, as he approached, her trembling intensified. Did it harbor a sense of resistance towards its proximity? This was the initial judgment of Xia Chen, which made him even more hesitant to approach the Eevee. As someone with a profoundly clear vision for his life, Xia Chen despised the intrusion of unexpected occurrences. Just as the routes from his home to the market were numerous and varied, he invariably opted for the well-trodden path, one that had long ceased to hold any allure for him. Typically, upon encountering a seemingly aloof Pokémon, he would contact the local neighborhood committee, as they were responsible for aiding wild Pokémon in need within the city. Yet, upon laying eyes on this particular Eevee, Xia Chen felt an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Compelled by an unseen force, Xia Chen crouched down and gently uttered a phrase that would alter the course of his life. "If you require my assistance, would you kindly nod your head?" Chapter 3. My childhood friend is Mei as an ancient city with a history spanning a millennium. Zhejiang takes great pride in its commitment to preserving the authentic essence of its historic district. However, such devotion often necessitates sacrifices. The prevalence of traditional architecture here makes it challenging to erect modern, cutting-edge buildings. Consequently, there exists no Pokémon Center, a commonplace establishment in most urban areas, near Xia Chen's residence. Instead, the Mingi Clinic has become the preferred choice for local residents. Xia Chen stood in line, cradling a notably docile Eevee in his arms as he awaited his turn. The queue ahead of him largely comprised elderly folks with their pet Pokémon, such as Meowth and Electrike. Only they would have the leisure to queue at this modest Pokémon clinic early in the morning, seeking treatment for their beloved companions who might merely be suffering from a sneeze. Renowned as a dashing young man throughout the ancient district and its surroundings, Siachin found himself warmly engaged in conversation with the elderly patrons who inquired about the Eevee nestled in his embrace. Little Chun has finally raised a Pokémon. "Oh, and it's an Eevee. How adorable," they exclaimed. Eevees are splendid. They can evolve into various forms depending on their preferences, though evolution stones can be somewhat pricey. How much do evolution stones cost, anyway? Little Chun, why not come to our house as a son-in-law? Raising a family of Eevees would be no trouble at all. Old Lady Lu seemed particularly keen on this notion. You keep talking like that, and Mingy will get upset. In this area devoid of towering buildings, the community's rapport was remarkably harmonious. Siachin deftly navigated the affectionate banter of the elderly while remaining attentive to the well-being of his Eevee. Bubi. The little Eevee seemed to sense Siachin's concern and nuzzled closer into his arms. Meanwhile, the other subject of jest, a young girl seated behind the consultation desk, felt her cheeks flush slightly. She feigned composure, observing the Electrike on the table that appeared to be struggling to breathe and was occasionally twitching, pretending not to hear the light-hearted teasing from the neighbors. After a moment of contemplation, Mingy surmised the likely cause of the Electrike's symptoms. Gently, she lifted the creature from the desk and spoke softly. "Dumpling, let us take a few steps." Wong. The Electrike, aptly named Dumpling, struggled to extend its short legs, slowly pacing about in the available space. Mingy crossed her arms thoughtfully, nodding in acknowledgement. "Dumpling, now try wagging your tail towards the Happiny." The Electrike, panting, wagged its lightning-shaped, short tail back and forth, releasing an invisible wave of energy towards the Happiny beside Mingy. The Happiny sensed the energy and nodded in response. "Once more, wag your tail." Mingy instructed Dumpling again. The Electrike complied, but this time it furrowed its brow and had to pause the action. Mingy smiled gently, returning Dumpling to the desk and swiftly jotting down notes. It seems Dumpling has inadvertently inhaled some paralysis powder released by a grass-type Pokémon. Happiny, please prepare a dose of antidote. With a pitiful gaze, the electric dog stared at Ming-Yi, its big eyes reflecting a reluctance to accept the outcome. Behind them, Siachin interjected with a smile, suggesting that if it disliked taking medicine, consuming a cherry berry would suffice. Such fruits may not be readily available at ordinary fruit shops, and one would need to visit a larger Pokémon emporium. Ming-Yi paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement, understanding that what Siachin said was true. Cherry berries could indeed alleviate paralysis. Upon hearing that it would not have to endure the bitter elixir, the electric dog perked up, its short tail standing erect as it attempted to leap from the table into Xia Chen's arms to express its gratitude. However, the Eevee, already nestled in Xia Chen's embrace, shot a piercing glance, exuding an invisible pressure that sent the electric dog retreating. Before Xia Chen could glance down in surprise, the Eevee shifted its demeanor, reverting to its previous listless state, its speed akin to the swift transformation seen in Sichuan opera. All right, Granny Lu, please go fetch some cherry berries. And though I know you have no intention of making dumpling battle, appropriate training can enhance a Pokemon's health and bolster their resistance to various ailments and status conditions. Observing Ming Yi's earnest admonition, Granny Lu nodded with a smile, acknowledging her words. Indeed, Ming Yi, you are becoming more and more like Xia Chen. I foresee that your father will feel at ease in trusting this clinic to both of you in the future. What are you saying? I am destined to be the champion of the Dongwang region, Ming Yi exclaimed, her cheeks flushed, her chest rising and falling as she anxiously retorted. Unsure of which teasing remark she was denying. Fortuitously, Granny Lu was unfamiliar with internet slang. Otherwise, her flustered outburst would have been a decisive blow. After the playful banter, it was finally Xia Chen and Eevee's turn. Good morning, Ming Yi. Is Uncle Ming out on his rounds again today? Xia Chen greeted the familiar young lady with a cheerful smile. Ming Yi playfully stuck out her tongue, replying, Yes, so I'll be mooching lunch at your house again. Having grown up together, their families were also acquainted, making their bond one of childhood sweethearts. For Xia Chen, who inherited two sets of memories, Ming Yi represented an even deeper familiarity. Indeed, this very Ming Yi was the female protagonist from his past life's memories, Mei from the Pokémon Black and White series. How to describe Mei? If Shinado is the Pokémon with the most fan-made content, then Mei is undoubtedly the female character with the most. With her twin ponytails, exquisite features, and a figure that could only be described as extraordinary, the girl before him seemed to have stepped straight out of a manga. She was the only character from another world with whom Xia Chen was familiar. Although he was puzzled as to why the protagonist from the Unova region would appear in the Dongwang region, he shook off his thoughts and handed his Eevee over. Eevee. The little creature clung to Xia Chen's clothes with its tiny paws, reluctant to part ways. Is this Eevee your starter Pokémon? When did you begin raising it? Ming Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued by the sudden appearance of Xia Chen's initial Pokémon. Although it was summer vacation, the two did not meet every day, but they could still see each other every few days, hence Ming Yi's curiosity. Xia Chen shook his head in denial, stating that in reality, he had known it for less than half an hour, having just found it by the roadside while shopping for groceries. Boo-ee, the Eevee lying on the table, softly grumbled, What do you mean half an hour? We've known each other for 10 years. Ming Yi was taken aback, yet a new confusion arose within her. In just half an hour, it had already become so attached to him? Siachin shrugged helplessly, I don't know, perhaps it's because I saved it. That was the only explanation that made sense. Ming Yi tucked away her thoughts and began to focus on treating Eevee. As she routinely lifted Eevee's eyelids, she noticed a complex gaze directed at her. Was it displeasure, nostalgia, or perhaps the joy of reuniting with a long-lost friend? The intricate emotions reflected in its eyes startled Ming Yi, prompting her to instinctively inquire, Do we know each other? Oui. Eevee's eyes momentarily filled with confusion as it tilted its head at Ming Yi, seemingly perplexed by her question. It was possible that it had lived in the ancient district for so long that they might have crossed paths by chance, Siachin speculated. Though he did not see the expression in Eevee's eyes. Perhaps I misread it? Ming Yi thought, realizing that the fleeting look was followed by a display of innocence from Eevee, which led her to this conclusion. Chapter 4. Would you like to be my trainer? It's nothing serious, probably just a few scratches from some rattatas. And it caught a chill from the lower morning temperatures. This Eevee had only recently been born and still had a relatively weak immune system. Jigglypuff, with its healing abilities, was summoned to assist. The pink, egg-shaped Pokémon extended its small arms to gather energy, the life-infused waves of pink psychic energy enveloping Eevee. The shallow wounds on Eevee's body healed at an astonishing speed. This was one of the reasons Xia Chen considered this world somewhat utopian. Such advanced healing methods, far surpassing those of past lives, could alleviate much suffering. Moreover, for reasons unknown, every Pokémon seemed to possess two lives. In battles, no matter how terrifying the attacks, the worst outcome was merely losing the ability to fight. Even a champion-level Pokémon could strike down a Weedle without causing it any life-threatening danger. This moral foundation allowed Pokémon battles to be widely accepted in this real world, as long as one refrained from underhanded tactics. Pokémon would not face mortal peril during combat. Eevee's injuries healed rapidly, fully recovering after a single wave of healing energy. Yet, Eevee remained nestled in Xia Chen's arms, showing no intention of leaving. She seems quite fond of you. Why not just accept her? You're about to enter your senior year, and you don't even have a starter Pokémon. This Eevee would be perfect, especially since you wanted to raise one before. Xia Chen was the final guest of the morning. Ming-Yi stretched languidly, oblivious to the fact that her exquisite figure was fully on display before the young man. Xia Chen cleared his throat softly and tilted his head slightly, as if contemplating Ming-Yi's proposal with utmost seriousness. Eevee, Eevee chirped energetically, its demeanor brimming with eagerness, almost declaring, I am willing, with Eevee having expressed its intent. The only missing element now was the trainer's resolve. Xia Chen pondered deeply for a moment. The Pokémon was precisely what he desired, and its compatibility with him seemed strikingly harmonious. Aside from the inexplicable sense of reliance he felt, everything appeared nearly flawless. This reliance, viewed from another perspective, was not necessarily a disadvantage. It could indeed signify a strong bond with the trainer, could it not? Furthermore, reflecting on the flutter of excitement he experienced upon their first meeting, perhaps it was akin to that initial spark shared with a starter Pokémon. Additionally, the funds saved from acquiring the Pokémon could conveniently serve as Eevee's training expenses. It was a proposition that promised nothing but benefits. Thus, Siachin lowered his gaze to Eevee and earnestly inquired, Eevee, do you wish to become my Pokémon? Eevee. It was evident that this question was merely a formality, as Eevee's slender ears trembled with excitement, and its little head bobbed up and down like a metronome. Although he anticipated this outcome, Xia Chen felt an immense sense of relief wash over him. He smiled gently and lifted Eevee high into the air. From now on, I look forward to our journey together. Eevee. Eevee was not particularly fond of being confined within a Pokeball, after having demonstrated its allegiance by entering the ball once. It showed no desire to return. Siachin did not mind this trivial matter. After all, Eevee was small and fluffy, easy to carry and delightful to hold, which would only deepen their bond. Thus, cradling his newly acquired companion, Siachin resumed his course, heading towards the market. In principle, capturing Pokémon should necessitate registration with the Trainer Association, along with various other formalities. However, the importance of sustenance outweighed all else. If he delayed, the finest ingredients might be snatched away by others. The first meal he prepared for Eevee must be exquisite. With himself, Eevee, Ming-Yi, and her Snivy, there would be 4 mouths to feed at noon. Yet, both Snivy and Eevee likely had modest appetites, so a simple meal of 4 dishes and a soup would suffice. Aside from braised sea cucumber, he could consult Eevee on the other dishes. With these thoughts in mind, Xia Chen and Eevee arrived at a grocery store within the market. He pointed at the various condiments on the shelves and asked, which do you prefer, sour, sweet, salty, or spicy? Generally, Pokémon have their own culinary preferences, and the berries that serve as their primary source of energy come in a myriad of flavors. Most Eevees have a penchant for sweetness, yet there are always exceptions. Much like how some from Sichuan and Hunan may choose to forego spiciness. Eevee nimbly leapt onto the shelf, using its fluffy tail to first indicate the salt, then a seasoning that enhances flavor. Siachin's eyes brightened. Was it a savory taste? It unexpectedly aligned with his own preferences, which was nothing short of delightful. He suddenly recalled a saying from his previous life. Sometimes, compatibility in taste between couples is more significant than shared values. This notion applies similarly to trainers and their initial Pokémon. While energy cubes exist, Siachin favored preparing meals for his Pokémon himself. Although the game did not incorporate such a feature, he believed it to be a crucial means of enhancing intimacy. Now that he was aware of Eevee's taste, he determined the menu for lunch. He would prepare a delicious and nutritious dish of pineapple sweet and sour meat for the taste bud-loving Snivy, and the beloved chicken with lychee fruit for Ming-Yi. As for Eevee, a delightful marinated fresh meat dish would suffice, followed by a tomato and egg soup to complete the meal. Resolute in his decision, Siachin took Eevee with him to the market. The more Siachin ventured with Eevee, the more he felt that capturing this adorable creature was indeed the right choice, as if everything was meant to be. While selecting fresh ingredients, Eevee would assist with its keen sense of smell, far more sensitive than that of a human. When bargaining with vendors, Eevee would charm them by nuzzling against their legs, thereby increasing Siachin's chances of a successful negotiation. Even when he grew weary from carrying the groceries, Eevee would dutifully nestle beneath the plastic bags, using its small head to lighten Siachin's burden. In just over half an hour spent at the market and returning home, Siachin had completely fallen for this adorable and considerate little companion. He even felt a sense of unworthiness for having come across such an extraordinary creature. Thus, his motivation to prepare this heartfelt lunch soared. With the ingredients neatly arranged, Xia Chen gazed at the bountiful spread before him, thoughtfully stroking his chin with one hand. It seemed that none of these dishes had ever been featured in a video. Perhaps he should record them? 4 dishes. Ample content for 4 videos, indeed. Even if he did not wish to update so frequently, having a reserve would provide him peace of mind. Although he had only begun creating cooking videos since the winter holiday, the viewership for his culinary creations had skyrocketed to extraordinary levels. This was only natural, as his videos amalgamated the essences of various renowned chefs' tutorials from his previous life. More importantly, these dishes were either entirely novel to this world or presented with unparalleled finesse. Regardless of the realm, dining remains one of life's most vital pursuits, and thus, Xia Chen's rapid rise to fame was only to be expected. Were it not for Ming Yi's somewhat lackluster photography skills, Xia Chen believed he could become a top influencer by the year's end. Chapter 5. How should I leech you? The crisp chime of the doorbell interrupted Xia Chen's daydreaming. Just as he was about to rise to answer the door, a brown figure darted past him. As he observed the adept manner in which the Eevee leaped up, resting its forelimbs on the doorknob and utilizing its body weight to press down and open the door, Xia Chen wore a peculiar expression. How come you are so skilled at this? He mused. While it was undoubtedly convenient, it still felt somewhat odd. The fluidity of the motion suggested it had been performed countless times before, yet the Eevee had only arrived at his home today. Xia Chen could only attribute this remarkable proficiency to the creature's extraordinary intelligence. The door swung open, revealing, as expected, Ming Yi, who had come to scrounge a meal while doubling as a photographer, accompanied by her Sprigatito. Upon entering, Ming Yi immediately spotted Xia Chen, who stood dazed by the dining table, and after greeting him, she too registered the situation. Who opened the door for you? She inquired, lowering her gaze to see the obedient Eevee squatting, staring wide-eyed at her Sprigatito. Did it open the door? Ming Yi questioned uncertainly. Siachin shrugged. What? Do you think it was a ghost? Ming Yi, equally bemused, changed into slippers and stepped inside, with Sprigatito trailing closely behind. Having become quite the regular at Siachin's home, she showed no signs of considering herself an outsider. After washing her hands, she prepared to assist Xia Chen. However, he graciously declined her help. Wait. We are filming a video today, so you can handle the camera instead. Despite her initial reluctance, Ming Yi acquiesced with a huff. Since they were creating a video, Xia Chen narrated key steps while cooking, and Ming Yi occasionally interjected with questions. Her tone was remarkably earnest, as though she were genuinely seeking enlightenment. Yet the inquiries she posed were rather elementary for someone familiar with cooking. For instance, when the oil reaches around 60% heat. Is that when you add the scallions? How do you even gauge 60% heat? Do you measure it with your hand? Add a suitable amount of prepared berries. What constitutes a suitable amount? The soul of this dish lies in that small spoonful of sugar added just before serving. How do you distinguish between sugar and salt? Their banter transformed the cooking video into something resembling a comedic dialogue. Though Xia Chen found it exasperating, he responded patiently each time. Having realized that such moments led to particularly lively comments in the video's live chat. Well, if it helps to earn some pocket money for the Eevee, I suppose I can endure these trivial inquiries. It was not as if he was deliberately seeking entertainment. Rather, the amusement found him. As Xia Chen and Ming Yi busied themselves in the kitchen, in the living room, the Eevee and Sprigatito engaged in a silent exchange. Sprigatito, being somewhat proud, refrained from initiating conversation, believing it was the Eevee's duty to greet her first. However, for reasons known only to herself, the Eevee gazed affectionately at Sprigatito. The latter found the Eevee peculiar, as if it bore a familiarity that tugged at her memory, perhaps a sensation of having seen her before. Why this feeling arose, the Sprigatito, still in the early stages of cognitive development, could not comprehend. Perhaps it was the gaze? Indeed, it is the gaze. The way she looks at herself mirrors that of her mother, whom she has never met. The vine snake is uncertain whether it is a monarch snake, a chameleon, or another creature entirely. In any case, it certainly cannot be this seemingly smaller Eevee. As she contemplates this, a sudden sense of offense washes over her, provoked by the little Eevee. What kind of look is that? I consider you a friend, yet you seem to aspire to be my mother? The vine snake, incensed, feels an urgent need to impart a lesson to this younger counterpart. With a hiss, her slit pupils sharpen, and an invisible energy radiates from her wide, glaring eyes. She utilizes the move glare. While it may sound somewhat trivial, this status-altering move effectively diminishes the opponent's defenses. In the context of the game, such moves typically reduce defenses by a fixed level, specifically 1/3. Yet, in reality, the impact is far more nuanced. Influenced by the disparity in strength between the two Pokémon, their resistance to such moves, and other factors. After all, One cannot expect a freshly hatched Rattata to intimidate Arceus with a mere glare, can they? The same principles apply to other status-altering moves like Boost, Intimidate, Will-O-Wisp, and Toxic. Logically, facing an Eevee smaller than herself, the Vinesnake's glare should yield its full effect. However, as she glares with nearly teary eyes, the Eevee maintains a bemused expression. As if to say, "What's the matter with you, little sister?" In the Vinesnake's eyes, this is nothing short of blatant provocation. The proud serpent discreetly glances towards the kitchen, where the aroma of cooking fills the air, indicating that it will take some time to finish. Dealing with this little Eevee should suffice for now. Although the Vinesnake also emerged from a breeding facility, her inherently combative nature, deeply embedded in her genes, remains unchanged. Today, she intends to teach this young Eevee the ways of adulthood. A vine silently emerges from the yellow flower ornament adorning the Vinesnake's neck, striking toward the Eevee without warning. The two Pokémon are not far apart, and the Vinesnake employs an underhanded ambush. It appears that this newly hatched ordinary Eevee stands little chance of evading the whip-like vine. A sense of pride glimmers in the Vinesnake's eyes as she declares, "The first lesson I impart today is that an opponent will never announce their attack." Yet, she fails to notice that, the instant the vine lashes out, the Eevee's long ears twitch imperceptibly. In a surprising turn of events, the Eevee deftly ducks, evading the whip that whistles through the air. How is this possible? The Vinesnake is astonished. The distance between them is certainly no more than half a meter, and her control over the vine is far more agile and swift than any arm. How could she possibly miss? Is the Eevee somehow cheating? Momentarily stunned, the Vinesnake abruptly recalls that she is indeed engaged in battle. Alas, it seems that the formidable IB cannot let this opportunity slip by. "I fear I am destined to face retribution." Yet, what transpired next took her by surprise. Within her line of sight, IB nonchalantly raised a small foot and adjusted her hair, which had been tousled by the gusts stirred up by the vine whip, appearing utterly unfazed by the recent assault from the Vinesnake. Unbeknownst to the Vinesnake, her composure was gradually unraveling. IB's teasing demeanor and indifferent attitude filled the proud serpent's heart with a fiery indignation, a stark affront to her self-esteem. If one were to engage in rational contemplation, the myriad peculiarities at play would reveal a singular truth. In terms of combat awareness, the Vinesnake stood light years away from IB, regardless of raw strength. However, Lychee? How am I to procure Lychee? The Vinesnake could no longer suppress her impulsive urges and lunged fiercely at IB before her. Chapter 6. She is quite proficient. IB gazed at the Vinesnake, who lay helplessly on the floor, and let out a gentle hum. In her previous life, this proud serpent had always wielded her age as an advantage, maintaining a slight edge over her. What was even more exasperating was that she always treated IB as the elder sister during their encounters. Now, can you still maintain that arrogance? Catching a glimpse of the stubborn defiance flickering in the Vinesnake's eyes, IB understood that this moment would only serve to temper her spirit. No matter. Time is on my side. If I do not avenge the grudges I have amassed, then my existence as IB would be in vain. At that moment, the kitchen door swung open, and the rich aroma of dishes wafted into the living room. Xia Chen and Ming Yi emerged, carrying several plates. Cheerfully calling out to the two little creatures, "Dinner is served." IB inhaled the familiar scent and merrily hopped onto a chair with her dainty steps. The Vinesnake, though she managed to rise, was significantly fatigued from the earlier antics with IB, moving much slower than usual. "Hey, little Ching, what is wrong with you?" Ming Yi immediately noticed her companioness' unusual demeanor and inquired. The Vinesnake, not one to complain over a defeat, shook her head, indicating that she was fine, and took a seat at the dining table. Given that IB had not truly engaged in battle, the Vinesnake bore no visible injuries, leading Ming Yi to presume that the two newly acquainted creatures had merely been frolicking and dismissed her concerns. Although the primary intent of Xia Chen's video was to teach viewers how to cook, the ultimate presentation of the dishes was equally significant for a culinary show. Some viewers relished witnessing the reactions of diners savoring the food. In previous videos, Xia Chen and Ming Yi had refrained from appearing on camera, with the sole focus on the diner, the Vinesnake. Though the proud serpent often displayed signs of impatience, she always made a concerted effort to maintain a composed expression whenever the camera was directed towards her. Thanks to her cooperation, the presentation of this phase of the video had turned out quite well. Yet, audiences perpetually crave novelty. Despite the Vinesnake's striking appearance, familiarity could lead to ennui. At this moment, the introduction of this fresh addition, Eevee, becomes particularly significant. Upon securing her consent, Siachin retrieved another phone and set it up to focus on Eevee. On the screen, Eevee's hind legs rested upon a specially designed Pokémon chair, her front paws delicately placed on the table, with her soft, fluffy pink pads directed towards the camera. The fluffy, creamy white fur around her neck enhanced her adorable and gentle demeanor, making her exceedingly photogenic. Xia Chen nodded in satisfaction. Such an endearing Eevee would undoubtedly elicit a flurry of comments from enthusiastic viewers. She truly excelled. With everything in place, the two individuals and their Pokémon commenced their meal. There was no need for Xia Chen to overindulge in chatter during this dining segment. Excessive talking could easily become tiresome. It sufficed to present the genuine reactions of Eevee and the Sprigatito. As always, Sprigatito elegantly prepared to partake in the feast, utilizing her agile vines. Despite this not being her first time dining at Xia Chen's table, the sight of the unfamiliar dish, Huangli fruit glutinous meat, provoked an involuntary gulp. The generous, golden morsels of Huangli fruit, combined with the crispy, golden brown pork, were generously drizzled with a tantalizing tomato starch sauce, releasing an enticing aroma. With polite gratitude expressed towards the chef, Sprigatito eagerly extended her vines, simultaneously curling around the Huangli fruit and the glutinous meat. The explosion of flavors erupted in her mouth, assaulting her taste buds with a rich symphony. In that moment, she cast aside any semblance of grace or decorum. Her vines moved swiftly, with morsels still unchewed, while more from the plate were already being drawn in. Such ravenous behavior stood in stark contrast to her typically proud and aloof demeanor. In less than 10 minutes, the considerable plate of Huangli fruit glutinous meat was completely devoured by Sprigatito. Feeling a lingering desire, the proud serpent extended her tongue to lick her lips, gazing longingly at the remnants of sauce on the plate, almost succumbing to the urge to lick it clean. Startled, she quickly suppressed her cravings. To disgrace herself in front of Eevee by indulging in such a shameful act would surely spell the end of her Pokémon career. Sprigatito furtively glanced at Eevee beside her, only to be taken aback. For Eevee's reaction was even more exaggerated than her own. The glistening tears at the corners of her eyes clearly indicated she was on the verge of tears. Surely, while the dish was indeed delectable, was such an extreme reaction warranted? Sprigatito was astonished. She even began to suspect that Xia Chen had added some sort of tear-inducing ingredient to the dish before Eevee. Otherwise, how could one explain such a reaction? Xia Chen, too, was taken aback. Had her culinary skills truly advanced? Or was it possible that she possessed some hidden talent akin to renowned chefs that could render dishes extraordinary? Alas, poor little Eevee must have endured a scarcity of meals while wandering before this, surely? Ming Yi's words prompted Xia Chen to nod in realization. Indeed, before encountering him, Eevee had been wandering, never having tasted a proper meal. It is no wonder that its current demeanor reflects such hardship. Xia Chen could not help but feel an increasing affection for his initial Pokémon. Despite growing up in adverse circumstances, it had not lost its inherent kindness, an admirable feat indeed. He approached and gently ruffled Eevee's fluffy head, reassuringly saying, "Do not worry, Eevee. I shall prepare meals for you every day from now on." With tears glistening in the corners of its eyes, Eevee nodded resolutely, silently vowing, "In this life, I will surely accompany you until the very end." After their meal, Ming Yi returned to her clinic to continue her duties, while Xia Chen washed the dishes and then retreated to his room to edit videos. In his previous life, he had also worked part-time as a host on a certain platform, a commitment he maintained until his unexpected journey began. Although the creative incentives offered by his uncle had dwindled to a meager amount, the economic conditions and overall happiness in this Pokémon world were far superior. People possessed more disposable income and leisure time, making video platforms immensely popular here. Being a host was indeed a profession with promising prospects. Given Xia Chen's current situation, he could comfortably sustain himself and Eevee. However, if he aspired to become a professional trainer, he was still far from his goal. A professional trainer is an elite who participates in various Pokémon battle events, epitomized by the League Conference. Undoubtedly, in a world inhabited by Pokémon, battles are the most esteemed competitive events. Their influence far surpasses all the sports combined from Xia Chen's previous life. Renowned trainers, celebrated and adored, command appearance fees and endorsements starting at millions. Many gym leaders, champions, and even league winners maintain side careers, such as the famous actress Karuna, the world-renowned model Lalina, and the fashion icon Xiao Jue. In a realm where political organizations are not particularly prominent, they shine as the brightest stars. Truth be told, to claim he did not wish to be among them would be disingenuous. However, contemplating his meager savings made Xia Chen pinch the bridge of his nose and exhale deeply. If he aimed to become a laid-back gym leader, he realized he could not afford to rest on his laurels. Fortunately, He had managed to save enough to purchase Eevee, and his initial journey had been smoother than anticipated. He now had a steady monthly income, supplemented by his savings, allowing him to invest in decent resources to nurture Eevee. Yet, aspiring to be a professional trainer meant that one Pokémon would not suffice. He would need a second, a third, and eventually more, all of which required financial support. As Xia Chen sat before his computer, lost in contemplation of his future, he suddenly felt a soft tuft of fur brush against his arm. Looking down, he found Eevee nestled contentedly in his lap, gently rubbing against him with its fluffy coat. It yawned lazily, adjusted its position, leaned against Xia Chen's abdomen, and slowly drifted into slumber. It appears that even in slumber, she is reluctant to part from her trainer. Gazing upon this heartwarming scene, all worries seem to dissipate into thin air. Xia Chen smiles faintly, gently stroking her twitching little ears, dismissing his idle thoughts as he resumes the task of editing videos. Rather than indulging in daydreams, one should strive diligently. As long as he walks down the envisioned path alongside Eevee, they are certain to reach the shores of their aspirations. Chapter 7. Eevee's Training Plan Name. Siachin, age 16, a student. The following day, at the Trainer Association office in the ancient district of Xi City, Siachin cradles Eevee while completing the registration process. To ensure proper management and prevent misconduct, every citizen's Pokémon must be registered with the association to be deemed a legitimate Pokémon. Moreover, considering the care required for Pokémon, the League has instituted age restrictions for novice trainers. After all, this is not a true children's animated world. Allowing a 10-year-old to roam freely with a Pokémon hardly seems prudent. At 16, you meet the age requirement. Now, may I have your identification card? Along with Eevee's birth certificate and health certificate, the staff at the registration desk types away at the computer, her eyes fixed on the screen. As for the birth certificate, I found this Eevee as a stray wild Pokémon in the city, so I do not possess such a document. Here are my ID and Eevee's health certificate. Siachin replies, presenting the health certificate he procured from Ming E Clinic the previous day. Though it may be modest, it is comprehensive, as a legitimate Pokémon clinic. The process is quite straightforward. I see. The League generally advises novice trainers against selecting Pokémon not bred in designated facilities as their initial companions. But given your circumstances, and since Eevee is quite a special case, I shall make an exception. The staff member accepts the documents and continues to input information into the computer. Xia Chen and Eevee share a knowing smile. From this moment forth, they are officially recognized as a legitimate trainer and Pokémon duo. Although it is summer vacation, Xia Chen finds himself no less busy than during the school year. Since the beginning of his senior year, aspiring to become a professional Pokémon trainer, he has been engaging in practical combat training with Pokémon. Moreover, for those wishing to pursue advanced studies at prestigious institutions, the 2 months prior to the school year are the final opportunity to gain an edge. In fact, many families prepare a starter Pokémon as a birthday gift for their children as soon as they turn 16. Certainly, the paramount objective remains to ensure that one's child gains a competitive edge from the very beginning. By nurturing their Pokémon at an earlier stage, they can stand out remarkably among their peers during their college entrance examinations. However, it is a common aspiration. Everyone is inclined to pursue excellence. Were it not for the stringent age requirements imposed by the League on novice trainers' initial Pokémon, many affluent families would undoubtedly procure fully evolved Pokémon for their children. Having recently turned 16 and nearing the half-year mark, Xia Chen was acutely aware that if he did not seize the remaining month of summer, he risked falling to the bottom of his class come the new school year. Thus, immediately after obtaining his credentials, Xia Chen took his Eevee to the Silver Pokémon department store. This esteemed technology enterprise, originating from the Kanto region, stands as a paragon in the realm of Pokémon equipment manufacturing. From nurturing Pokémon to training aids and medical supplies, one could say that this store offers everything a trainer requires for Pokémon battles, from the novice stage to the advanced. However, the downside is its exorbitant prices. Xia Chen's savings, amounting to several $100,000, would barely suffice for Eevee until graduation. As one of the few large cities in the Dongguan region with a gym, Zhejiang boasts a substantial branch of the Silver Company. It took Xia Chen the entire morning to nearly complete his shopping for the items Eevee would need this summer. His initial intent was merely to acquire some engaging training tools to pique Eevee's interest in battles. However, he found Eevee exhibiting an unusual enthusiasm for the more advanced specialized training equipment. Strength training, impact resistance training, balance and evasion training, speed training, and endurance training. Eevee adapted swiftly, mastering the use of various training tools with remarkable finesse. The instructors beside each tool were left in awe of Eevee's prodigious talent. With such a promising Pokémon, Siachin was determined not to fall short. Gritting his teeth, he realized that acquiring all the latest advanced small-scale training tools from Silver Company was an impossibility. Depleting his entire savings in one go was not feasible. He reserved a portion for daily expenses and emergencies, leaving approximately 100,000, which would only allow for the purchase of 2 items. This was, of course, with a discount provided by presenting his student ID. After careful contemplation and repeated deliberation, he ultimately chose the balance evasion and speed training tools. In his vision, Eevee's future evolutionary path would lead to the yet undiscovered fairy-type Eevee. This particular evolution boasts exceptional special attack and special defense capabilities, alongside commendable endurance. However, its physical attack, physical defense, and speed attributes are relatively lacking. While physical attack is of little concern, the deficiencies in physical defense and speed necessitate compensatory training. In this world, the notion of base stats does not exist. Even if such a concept were to be acknowledged, it would merely reflect the average standards of a species. The dedication of trainers in nurturing and training their Pokémon can significantly enhance their capabilities. Otherwise, what purpose would there be in the efforts of both trainers and Pokémon? Thus, Siachin resolved to compensate for the shortcomings of his future Eevee through training, particularly in speed and physical defense. In terms of physical defense, Siachin wisely opted against the harsh regimen of resilience training. Firstly, he could not bear to subject his newly born Eevee to such rigorous training, which would undoubtedly yield more harm than benefit for her. Secondly, the physical structure of an Eevee inherently limits its capacity to achieve the defensive prowess of a Pokémon like Bastiodon. Striving in a misguided direction would only lead to greater errors. For the petite Eevee, training in balance and evasive maneuvers was the rightful path to mitigate its low physical defense. Unlike the turn-based Pokémon games, real battles do not adhere to rigid accuracy rates. Aside from moves with tracking attributes like Swift and Aura Sphere, even moves with perfect accuracy could miss their mark. This mechanism allows for significant potential in positioning and evasion during actual combat. Additionally, this training could synergize with speed training, making it exceptionally suitable for the little Eevee. Having made his decision, Siachin promptly filled in the delivery address, observing that his account balance had dwindled to a mere fraction of its former self. Yet his heart remained unperturbed. After all, a trainer must sacrifice to gain. Although his home was old, it was not small. Located in the heart of the ancient district, the 3-story building with a courtyard spanned several hundred square meters. Were it not for the certainty of its preservation, Siachin might have been a potential billionaire in such a prime location. After lunch, Siachin and Eevee braved the blazing sun to tidy their neglected yard. With no means to access a professional Pokémon training facility, this would serve as the training base he prepared for Eevee. In fact, casual practice would suffice for now. Once he had more funds, he could acquire additional training equipment, making this space rival any professional training center. After a long afternoon of toil and setting up the training equipment with the delivery personnel from Silver Company, the busy day finally drew to a close. Chapter 8. The awkward moment of little Eevee. The next morning, as Siachin shared breakfast with Eevee, he routinely opened his homepage. Although he understood that checking his videos daily would not alter their view counts, humans often indulge in irrational behaviors. However, when Siachin noticed the glaring label of trending beneath the video he had released the previous day, he was momentarily taken aback. Trending? Although this tag held little intrinsic value, for Siachin, who had previously garnered a maximum of merely a couple 100,000 views, it was a first. Upon closer inspection of the view count, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. 50. In just a few hours, this number had more than doubled his previous highest record. Such velocity could only be achieved by a charismatic influencer with millions of followers. Yet here he was, with just over 80,000. Wait, no, thanks to this video, he had surpassed 90,000. Nonetheless, whether it was 80,000 or 90,000, the essence remained largely unchanged. The speed of this growth was indeed remarkable. Could it be that I have been noticed? Siachin pondered. The term noticed refers to a prominent and highly devoted fan's retweet that attracts their followers to congregate beneath one's video. Could this be the reason? Curiously, Siachin clicked on his video titled The Culinary Masterpiece That Moved Eevee to Tears. His online moniker, I Am Not a Pigeon, was originally intended to motivate himself to persist in creating videos. However, the mundane complications of reality often ensnared him, leading to unexpected interruptions. Nevertheless, his fans affectionately referred to him as Master Pigeon. As the video commenced, Siachin discerned a clue amidst the barrage of comments exclaiming, recommended by Brock. I came here out of curiosity. It was evident that the man in question was none other than Brock. a character Xia Chen was intimately familiar with as a Pokémon enthusiast. One of the main protagonists in Pokémon Indigo, Brock was the most reliable and steadfast member of the team. Perhaps it was his overt masculinity that led him to have an almost obsessive interest in nurturing gentle women who complemented his demeanor. Furthermore, he was the gym leader of the Pewter City Rock Gym in the Kanto region, responsible for supporting a multitude of younger siblings. While his gym leader status was not particularly distinguished, Brock was more renowned in this world as a breeding expert. In the culinary realm, where Siachin currently thrived, Brock was the paramount figure. His tutorials on creating Pokémon cuisine were both straightforward and comprehensive, generously sharing his knowledge. From professional trainers to novices, many could glean valuable insights from his videos. Xia Chen was astonished. Even before he had formally introduced himself to the community, Brock had already drawn a significant audience to him. Truly, he was the man most frequently awarded the Good Person card in the Pokémon world. Brock, please accept another Good Person card from me, he jested. Setting aside the humor, Siachin scrolled down to the comments section, where the very first remark was from Brock himself, whose comment had garnered more likes than the video itself. Excellent work, outstanding culinary tutorial, love from Kanto. Siachin mused. The machine translation is remarkably accurate. The comments below were filled with interactions between Siachin's fans and Brock, reveling in the shared enthusiasm. Two chefs rejoicing. A mutual admiration for our shared interests. Brock, when will you bring your partner on screen? Once Groudon takes flight, everyone will see, regardless of the circumstances. An influx of traffic was undoubtedly a positive development. Whether he could maintain it would depend on his own abilities. Siachin redirected his focus to this video, which could barely be considered his first breakout hit. The comments were particularly insightful. Bui, Eevee, sensing Siachin's elevated spirits, curiously turned to see her trainer grinning at his phone screen. Her little ears perked up instantly. Such a suspiciously joyful expression. Was it possible that Siachin was admiring another adorable Pokémon? Eevee, ever vigilant, candidly remarked that after a decade of companionship with Siachin, she understood him better than he understood himself. Siachin, the trainer, was exceptional in many respects, yet his wandering heart proved troublesome. He could hardly resist the allure of charming Pokémon. In her previous life, Siachin's subsequent Pokémon, including Shinado, Ice Ninetales, and West Sea Lion, were all universally acknowledged for their breathtaking beauty. With this thought in mind, Eevee hastily finished her breakfast and leaped onto Siachin's lap to gather intelligence. However, what unfolded before her on the screen sent Eevee into a spiral of despair. The opening thunderclap. This trending phrase perfectly encapsulated Eevee's present predicament. Why? On the screen was a video of her utterly humiliating tears from the day prior. Siachin, do you not possess a shred of empathy to have included this in the montage? Although her tear-streaked visage was predictably met with an outpouring of sympathy in the comments, Eevee, the protagonist of this social death, merely wished to learn the move dig and vanish from Siachin's view. If all else failed, she could resort to flying, diving, or even a surprise attack. With a defeated gaze, Eevee lay sprawled across Siachin's lap, resembling a discarded cloth bereft of dreams. The ace Pokémon of the Meteor Gym in the Jiang City of the Dongwang region, who has triumphed over the formidable Doduo in the World Championship. The world's first fairy-type Eevee. How could I be subjected to such an embarrassing spectacle before over 100,000 viewers? Where's the justice? Where's the law? The solace, if it could be called that, lay in the fact that Siachin's video did not seem to garner overwhelming popularity. If, in 10 years, his fanbase were to surpass 10 million, perhaps I could start anew and reclaim my dignity. Don't worry, Eevee. Everyone says you're incredibly adorable. And the episode featuring you has garnered substantial views, projected to reach 3 to 4 million. We want tea starve next month. Siachin's words plunged Eevee into further despair. Did I not recall Siachin's main career only beginning to flourish during his university years? Why was there already a budding trend of success? Perhaps it was the butterfly effect of her premature appearance? Eevee found herself oscillating between laughter and tears, astonished that her heartfelt reaction to finally savoring Siachin's cooking after an extended absence had become the catalyst for this unforeseen momentum. Nevertheless, this could also be a boon. With the knowledge from her rebirth, Siachin's initial phase now possessed greater financial backing. In any case, a decade from now, Siachin would no longer be merely a small-time restaurant owner as he was in the past life. I declare, not even Arceus can thwart this. Observing the emotional roller coaster of Eevee nestled in his arms, Siachin shook his head. The heart of a woman is as elusive as a needle in the ocean's depths. It seemed that female Pokémon shared this trait. It was perhaps best not to overanalyze. With that thought, Siachin resumed watching the video. One must admit, No matter the realm, the internet is never devoid of absurd netizens and their hilariously entertaining comments. I humbly apologize, but I can no longer return, dear Ting. However, Eevee is simply too adorable. To the esteemed Kanto netizen, please temper your enthusiasm. Master Pigeon, your Eevee appears to be afflicted with an exceedingly rare ailment. I possess the means to remedy it, so kindly provide your address, and I shall come to offer my services. How delightful! Is the essence of a cooking video not the dish itself? Behold the enticing hues. I can almost perceive the aroma wafting through the screen. How envious I am. Wishing to transform into a delectable dish to be savored by the esteemed Eevee. Enough of this. Even I, a connoisseur of eccentricities, find your behavior rather excessive. Chapter 9. Without a safety net, one must rely on oneself. The impact of this video exceeded Xia Chen's expectations remarkably. By noon, a full 24 hours had elapsed, and the total views had already surpassed 1 million. This alarming pace catapulted the video into the top 10 of the entire site. While its high-quality content fostered a virtuous cycle of popularity, Siachin's personal fan base had also eclipsed 100,000. However, he refrained from celebrating this milestone with a reveal or cross-dressing. He chose to remain oblivious to its significance. For him, a more pressing matter lay ahead, his inaugural training session with Eevee. With little Eevee in tow, Siachin arrived at the meticulously arranged training facility, standing tall and serious. For the next month, every afternoon would be dedicated to our intensive training. During this period, any displays of affection are strictly prohibited. I am an emotionless training machine. Do you understand? He had observed the training methods of Ming, Yi, and Tungting, noting that both trainers and Pokémon transformed vastly from their usual selves. Xia Chen understood that to maximize training efficacy, he must sever any softness in his demeanor. Thus, this admonition was not solely directed at Eevee, but was also a reminder for himself. Eevee. With a valiant lift of her head, Eevee's excitement nearly overflowed. Xia Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had heard tales of Eevee's notoriously gentle nature that made training notoriously challenging. However, it seemed that was not entirely the case. Perhaps her past as a stray, subjected to the tyranny of other wild Pokémon, ignited her desire to enhance her abilities? Xia Chen found his hypothesis plausible. Yet he could never fathom the true reason behind Eevee's fervent enthusiasm for training. Gazing at the training facility that had accompanied him for an entire year, a nostalgic glimmer appeared in Eevee's eyes. Initially, her inherent fragility had caused her to spend an inordinate amount of time acclimatizing to training. A single misstep led to a cascade of delays, and during those precious months, her growth in strength was painfully slow. Not only did she fail to meet the training regimen Xia Chen had devised for her, but she also discovered, during battles with others, that her abilities fell woefully short of Xia Chen's tactical expectations. It was precisely because of her subpar performance that Xia Chen later failed to gain admission to his desired university. At that time, Xia Chen had expressed similar sentiments before training, yet every time he sought solace in his charms to avoid the rigors of practice. He would ultimately relent after a moment's hesitation and reduce his own training intensity. This time, however, he vowed not to falter again. Bui. With this thought, Eevee let out a spirited cry, solidifying his resolve. Excellent, Eevee, such fervor. Xia Chen maintained his serious demeanor as they embarked on the first training exercise, balance and evasion. This training primarily enhances bodily coordination and reflexes, which can prove immensely beneficial in all stages of battle. Xia Chen was a man of clear objectives. Over the past year, aside from dedicating some of his spare time to his burgeoning video venture, he immersed himself in acquiring knowledge about trainers in this world. Upon gaining a preliminary understanding of this realm, Xia Chen realized that becoming an exceptional trainer here was infinitely more challenging than in the games. There were no experience bars indicating a Pokémon's level. The complexities of nurturing were magnitudes greater than in the games. And there were no inherent moves learned through natural progression. Skills had to be acquired solely through the Pokémon and the trainer's efforts. Most importantly, Pokémon were sentient beings, imbued with wisdom, and far more wondrous than mere data. This intricate reality of the Pokémon world took Xia Chen considerable time to adapt to. The extensive knowledge of trainers and breeders, far beyond high school level, became rich sustenance for his understanding of this world. It was only recently that he had managed to tenuously intertwine the knowledge of the two worlds, crafting his unique training and nurturing system. There was no alternative. Without the aid of cheat codes, he had to rely on himself. The advanced compact Pokémon training machine he purchased, designed for balance and evasion, occupied a substantial area of over a dozen square meters. It was encased in transparent glass, housing various facilities akin to obstacle courses that tested Pokémon balance. Each apparatus within the training machine could be adjusted for difficulty, which, for his Eevee, just recently emerged from its juvenile stage, did not require excessively challenging settings at this juncture. The training machine, produced by Silver Company, was capable of connecting to the internet, allowing trainers to upload their Pokémon's performance results for comparison with other users. This feature not only enabled trainers to gauge their Pokémon's achievements, but also provided motivation for both trainers and Pokémon alike. Xia Chen resolved to allow Eevee to complete the entire process first, assessing its capabilities prior to the commencement of training. After adjusting the various settings, he contemplated briefly before retrieving a camera. He had no intention of documenting the training itself. Rather, he wished to capture every step of Eevee's developmental journey. With the camera set up, the inaugural training session for little Eevee officially began. The first apparatus resembled a treadmill, where Eevee needed to evade projectiles launched from all directions. Whenever a shell struck the body of the Pokémon, the machine would automatically tally the hits, with a time limit of 5 minutes. The fewer hits sustained, the higher the score. The speed of the treadmill, the velocity of the shells, and their density were all variables determining the level of difficulty. Xia Chen wished to spare the young Eevee from any psychological trauma during its initial training experience. Thus, he adjusted these parameters to their minimum values. With a slight whirring of the machine, Eevee leaped onto the first apparatus. The machine's design was rather user-friendly. Only after Eevee acclimated to the treadmill's pace did the cannons positioned in all 4 directions commence firing shells in succession. Although Xia Chen had set the density of the shells to a low level, they were still launched from various angles. Theoretically, no matter how keen a Pokémon's vision, it was impossible to evade shells coming from behind. The sole method of evasion lay in auditory perception. Yet, one must not forget that the Pokémon was simultaneously required to run continuously and maintain vigilant sight. Moreover, at times, avoiding particularly tricky shells necessitated jumping or crouching, which significantly disrupted the rhythm of the Pokémon. In this scenario of multifaceted concentration, the added challenge of discerning sounds from behind made it even more formidable. To Xia Chen's surprise, Eevee performed remarkably well during its inaugural training session. After 5 minutes, the number displayed in the center of the screen was merely 25. While this score did not rank on the overall leaderboard, it was a commendable achievement for a Pokémon just a few months old and experiencing this training for the first time. It is noteworthy that even Mingyi Snivy had only managed a score of 15. Despite having engaged in formal training a month earlier. By comparison, Eevee truly appeared to be a promising prospect for the future. Eevee deliberately panted heavily, cautiously glancing up at Xia Chen. Upon noticing him deep in thought, it breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed its performance had gone unnoticed, and its earlier training had not raised any suspicions. Chapter 10. Eevee, we are wealthy. As the sun dipped low in the sky, time flew by amidst the monotonous, yet fulfilling cycles of training and recovery. It took an entire afternoon for Eevee to complete the comprehensive balance and evasion training designed by Xia Chen. The prolonged duration was not due to Xia Chen's lack of compassion, but rather because he had deliberately segmented the training into numerous parts, each interspersed with ample rest and recovery intervals. In total, Eevee's training time amounted to just over an hour. This methodology was derived from the optimal training techniques for growing Pokémon that Xia Chen had learned from Dr. Sonia's videos. It maximized the potential of the Pokémon's physical abilities while ensuring no harm came to their bodies. Although Dr. Sonia had validated the reliability of this method both theoretically and practically, Siachin still inquired about Eevee's feelings post-training. After all, each Pokémon possessed unique characteristics, and treating conclusions drawn from other trainers' experiences with different Pokémon as universal truths would be a disservice to his own Pokémon. The feedback regarding Eevee has been overwhelmingly positive, alleviating Siachin's final doubts. After dinner, Siachin settled once more in front of his computer. He meticulously adjusted Eevee's training regimen, and before he knew it, the hours slipped away, leading him into the depths of the night. The gentle moonlight poured through the window, bathing the entire room in its soft glow. As he gazed at Eevee, who had unknowingly climbed onto his lap and fallen asleep, Siachin silently reflected that, as a trainer, he was hardly less occupied than his Pokémon. After stretching languidly, he carefully placed Eevee onto her small bed, completing his evening routine with quietude before lying down, surrendering himself to slumber. Little did he know that once he drifted into dreams, Eevee's eyes suddenly fluttered open. Ensuring that Xia Chen was sound asleep, she stealthily exited the room and made her way to the training machines in the yard. The moonlight was indeed enchanting. Yet Eevee had not ventured out merely to admire the scenery. Guided by the moon and the glow of streetlights, she approached the balance evasion training machine. The impressive performance she had exhibited during the day was merely a fade for Xia Chen. After all, her true identity was that of a mere few-month-old Eevee. While she could excel among her peers, Eevee was reluctant to reveal her seasoned prowess and awareness befitting a champion. Her primary concern was the potential shock to her trainer. Having only been his initial Pokémon for 2 days, a moderately impressive display could weave a delightful tale, but excessive excellence might conjure a horror story. Eevee wished to avoid arousing Xia Chen's suspicions, thus concealing her true capabilities. However, the training she had endured during the day had been stifling. The sluggish pace was so easily navigable, even in her current form, that she could evade the challenges with her eyes closed. Yet she had to restrain her body's instinctive responses. In a sense, the results she achieved while dodging 25 projectiles were far more arduous than breezing through without a scratch. Thus, as soon as Xia Chen succumbed to sleep, Eevee dashed over to the machine seeking vengeance. On another note, she yearned to discover just how far her current body could reach. Having spent a decade with Xia Chen, she was acutely aware of his remarkable quality of sleep. The soft sounds of the machine would not rouse him. Refocusing her thoughts, she deftly adjusted the variables. Embarking on her true training test, the faint sound of machinery echoed once more in the yard. Should an observer have witnessed this, they would surely have deemed it a scene from a horror film. Within the training device, a greater number of projectiles, moving faster and at more challenging angles than before, erupted from the cannons, targeting the center where Eevee stood. The little Eevee darted left and right, evading the onslaught of cannonballs with what seemed to be divine foresight. In a first-person perspective reminiscent of a game, she managed to complete a panoramic view of the scene. However, possessing such an advantageous vantage point was merely half the battle. Lightning-fast reflexes were equally essential. Otherwise, it would be a classic case of brain, I've learned it. Hands, I've forgotten it all. Clearly, Ibrahimovi's mind and his 4 short legs coexist in remarkable harmony. While his upper body may not exhibit rapid speed, his evasive maneuvers are perfectly executed, and his lower body, characterized by an astonishingly high cadence, is truly impressive. Although Ibrahimovi's legs may appear somewhat disproportionate, their shorter length offers distinct advantages compared to the long legs of speedsters. His petite feet excel in agility. The seamless rhythm and ghostly footwork render Ibrahimovi's overall performance extraordinarily captivating. Elegant. Utterly elegant. Regrettably, this elegance goes unappreciated. Under the gentle caress of the moonlight, the solitary training continues without an observer. Ultimately, Ibrahimovi was unable to complete this training session with a flawless evasion score. In the final stages, he no longer moved with the same leisurely grace as at the start. Instead, he grew increasingly awkward, eventually struck by a projectile launched from behind. The score shifted from 0 to 1. This was not due to Ibrahimovi's decision to increase the difficulty, but rather because his physique began to falter. Stamina. In other words, the software kept pace, but the hardware did not. Reality is not a game, and there is no health bar to rely upon. Having just emerged from his formative phase, Ibrahimovi evidently faces significant challenges in stamina and endurance, issues that cannot be resolved overnight. Proper nutrition and training can aid in enhancing his physical attributes, including stamina and speed. Gasping for breath, Ibrahimovi lay on the grass, silently reflecting on his performance. Undoubtedly, although this first training session occurred somewhat earlier than in his previous life, the results far exceeded expectations. With the speed set to a low level and other variables controlled within a mid to high range, achieving a score of 1, which had taken him 2 years to accomplish in his former life, is a noteworthy achievement. Besides the innate elite awareness and experience he brought with him, the solid foundation established during his time at the training base in Zhejiang also played a crucial role. He is now significantly stronger than he was at the same stage in his previous life, yet it is still far from sufficient. The current predicament is a classic case of the body lagging behind the mind, while the mind knows how to execute the maneuvers. The physical attributes fail to meet the demands. This sensation is particularly frustrating, and it is precisely this discontent that weighs heavily on Ibrahimovi. Rather than merely failing to achieve an injury-free completion of the first training session. Nevertheless, this is not a matter that can be resolved in an instant. It will require time and patience. The following day, the sun rose as usual, and Siachin opened his homepage. A single number jolted him awake, dispelling the lingering drowsiness from his late-night endeavors. 2 million. This figure represents the view count of the video, showcasing Ibrahimovi's debut, posted 2 days prior. Concurrently, the number of his followers and the view counts of his previous videos surged as well. This translates to wealth. Xia Chen felt no shame in his avaricious tendencies. Such is his situation, and what can one do? For Xia Chen, who was left with merely a 5-digit sum in his pocket. This news served as a veritable tonic for his spirits. Unable to contain his excitement, he scooped up the breakfasting Eevee beside him and lavished a hearty kiss upon this esteemed companion. "Eevee, we are rich now." Eevee, with a reluctant smile, responded with an expression of utter disillusionment. "You are remarkable. You are so aloof. You don't even appear in your own videos. It is I who cried before millions of viewers. It is I who faced social death." Despite the grumbling, Eevee understood that the video's success was ultimately a positive development. In a prior life, he could only consume energy cubes of barely intermediate quality, but now, devouring high-level energy cubes as if they were mere candies would likely pose no challenge. Indeed, wealth is a marvelous thing. Chapter 11. The evolution speculation of Fairy Eevee. After breakfast, Siachin took a leisurely stroll with little Eevee to aid digestion before formally commencing his training for the morning. This was the meticulously revised training schedule he had crafted overnight, and due to Eevee's remarkable foundational performance, Xia Chen decided to introduce the learning and training of Pokémon moves ahead of schedule. Moves are the essence and most vital component of the Pokémon battle games. The interplay of attributes, resistance, counteractions, and even immunities constitutes the engaging framework of this turn-based game, which has captivated audiences for decades. Though it might be said that it is now resting on its laurels. In the real world of this Pokémon, the clash of moves remains the most exhilarating aspect of battles, igniting fervor among spectators. For trainers and Pokémon alike, the significance of move training is on par with fundamental qualities, tactical choices, and real-time commands. In the game, players are devoid of concerns regarding move training. Leveling up automatically grants new moves, egg moves, skill discs, and top moves, essentially, as long as a pathway is found. Learning any move from the Pokémon skill pool is feasible. If a player so desires, a freshly hatched Pokémon could instantly master Leaf Storm without difficulty. However, reality presents a different scenario. There are only two methods to acquire moves: inheritance and learning. Inheritance, as decided by Arceus, is straightforward. One either possesses a move or does not. It is both fair and cruel. As for postnatal learning, the possibilities expand significantly. With sufficient aptitude and the corresponding affinity for the energy type, any Pokémon can learn moves from the game's skill pool. The power or effect, however, varies from Pokémon to Pokémon. This is another insight Siachin has gained during his extensive time in this world. Siachin had long devised a plan for Eevee's move learning, focusing not only on the commonly used moves in battles, but also on the crucial moves necessary for Eevee's evolution into Fairy Eevee, which are likely to be Charm or Round Eyes. Naturally, this evolutionary condition is merely Siachin's current hypothesis. In the realm of gaming, the enchanting Sylveon emerged as a new evolutionary form of Eevee with the advent of the 6th generation's Fairy-type Pokémon. The conditions for this evolution differ from those of its familial counterparts. The first requisite is to attain a friendship level of 158, while the second necessitates the acquisition of a Fairy-type move. Both conditions must be met without exception. The timeline in this world is exceedingly convoluted. The original protagonist from the Unova region, N, has aged 6 years since embarking on his journey at the tender age of 10. At this juncture, the champion of the Unova region is none other than the indomitable Alder, who remains steadfast and resolute, having not succumbed to despair following the death of his beloved Volcarona. Last year, the awakening of Xerneas in the Kalos region triggered a surge of energy, bestowing numerous Pokémon with newfound powers. Preliminary research has led scholars to ascertain that this phenomenon introduced a novel attribute, which has been aptly named Fairy-type. For reasons yet unknown, Sylveon has not yet been discovered in this world. Siachin speculates that this may be attributed to the recent recognition of the Fairy attribute in the timeline, as most researchers remain in the exploratory phase. Furthermore, it is possible that the evolution requirements for Sylveon are even more stringent than those presented in the games. After all, those two seemingly simple criteria should not deter highly skilled scholars from achieving this discovery. Time waits for no one. Siachin is uncertain how much longer Sylveon can remain hidden, and he must hasten his efforts to uncover the evolution that best suits him. Although his resources and facilities lag far behind those of professional researchers, he possesses a singular advantage. He understands the ultimate goal of this research and has a general grasp of the necessary conditions, allowing him to avoid many potential pitfalls. Returning to the move Fairy Wind, research into the Fairy type is just beginning to gain momentum, and the same applies to Fairy type moves. Currently, the number of discovered Fairy-type moves is extremely limited, with Fairy Wind being one of them. Siachin has consulted available data and found that, as of now, Only a handful of Pokémon, 4 or 5, are known to be capable of learning Fairy Wind, and Eevee is not among them. This discrepancy fuels Xia Chen's confidence in being the first to complete this research, as scholars seem to overlook the potential existence of Eevee's Fairy-type evolution. Xia Chen has devised a preliminary plan for how Eevee might learn Fairy Wind. In this world, it is essential for Pokémon to possess the corresponding energy of the attribute in order to learn a move. Therefore, the first step is to infuse Eevee with Fairy-type energy, which can be achieved by supplementing it with Fairy-type energy blocks. Currently, these blocks are produced in large quantities only in the Fairy-type's homeland, Kalos. Xia Chen had the foresight to purchase a batch online the very day he found Eevee, and he incorporated them into Eevee's diet yesterday. Due to their imported nature and the rarity of the raw materials, Fairy-type energy blocks are exorbitantly priced. However, there is no alternative. This expenditure is necessary. With a determined resolve, Xia Chen committed to a 2-month supply, causing his bank balance to dwindle significantly. Currently, Eevee has consumed merely 2 meals of Fairy-type energy cubes, and Xia Chen does not anticipate her mastering the move Fairy Wind immediately. This morning can only be regarded as an introductory session. Eevee, have you noticed any changes in the energy within you over the past couple of days? In the courtyard, Xia Chen sat cross-legged, guiding the obedient Eevee crouched before him, inquiring whether there was a new type of energy. As the first fairy Eevee in another timeline, Eevee surely comprehended the essence of Xia Chen's question. Nevertheless, she feigned confusion, tilting her head slightly. Eevee? Then, closing her eyes, she pretended to sense the delicate flow of fairy energy coursing through her body, nodding with a mixture of surprise and uncertainty. She vividly portrayed the astonishment of a newly awakened sprite, discovering the existence of fairy energy within. Observing the slight smile at the corner of her trainer's mouth, Eevee chuckled inwardly, feeling as though she had been reborn. While other aspects remained unchanged, her acting skills had significantly improved. As for the move Fairy Wind, she could easily learn it with the fairy energy she possessed, should she wish to. Yet, due to previous concerns, Eevee decided it would be wiser to proceed gradually. Furthermore, evolving into a fairy Eevee was far more complex than merely mastering Fairy Wind. In her past life, Xia Chen and she had diligently researched for over 2 years before achieving evolution in Xia Chen's sophomore year. The very next day after her evolution, a research institution in the Kalos region published a paper on the evolution of Fairy Eevee. Indeed, 2 groups nearly simultaneously discovered Fairy Eevee, although she evolved slightly earlier. The publication of the paper was slower than that of the other group. This resulted in most of the benefits of this discovery being attributed to the Kalos Research Institution. A flicker of determination crossed Eevee's mind. In this life, she would ensure that such a situation would never occur again. Chapter 12. Training is truly delightful. Xia Chen was pleasantly surprised, not expecting matters to progress so smoothly. In just 2 days, Eevee was already able to sense the flow of fairy-type energy within her. Could my Eevee truly possess the talent of a champion? He pondered. Excellent. Now, let us attempt to guide the fairy-type energy to flow towards your eyes. With ambition in his heart, Xia Chen endeavored to further direct Eevee. Fairy Wind is a technique that releases energy waves from the eyes to lower the opponent's attack. Thus, merging energy with the eyes is the key to mastering it. However, after several attempts, Eevee dejectedly shook her head. Xia Chen chuckled gently, patting her head. It's all right. You have done remarkably well. We shall take our time. The fact that Eevee could sense the existence of fairy-type energy within her in just 2 days exceeded his expectations. And Xia Chen did not anticipate that she would immediately learn Fairy Wind. Rather, it would be alarming if Eevee could accomplish what others had struggled with for months so effortlessly. With the guidance on Fairy-type moves concluded, Xia Chen proceeded to train Eevee in several of the most easily learned Normal-type moves. Currently, 3 moves have been selected: the Swift Attack High-Speed Star, the Self-Empowering Self-Motivation, and a relatively obscure move known as Echo. High-Speed Star is an exceptionally effective offensive move for Eevee in its early stages, essentially regarded as a requisite skill. Furthermore, if Eevee possesses the hidden ability Anticipation, upon evolving into Sylveon, it can transform its Normal-type moves into Fairy-type moves, enhancing their power by 20%. Consequently, High-Speed Star becomes a move that guarantees accuracy with damage akin to that of Aura Sphere. In any perspective, it merits diligent training. However, whether Eevee's ability is of little utility, such as Runaway, or the hidden ability Anticipation, necessitates further investigation by Xia Chen. The second move, Self-Motivation, is one of the few enhancement moves available to Eevee. In Pokémon battles, strengthening moves hold significant importance, besides their most straightforward function of enhancement. They can serve as bait to lure opponents during stalemates. Additionally, it lays the groundwork for Eevee to learn Meditate after evolving into Sylveon. The final move, Echo, prepares Eevee for learning the crucial move Hyper Voice in the future. Eevee possesses remarkable potential within just a morning. She has managed to harness the most active normal-type energy within her body, applying it to various parts. At this rate, within a week, Eevee should be able to master one of these moves. For a newly trained Eevee, this progress is nothing short of astonishing. By then, Eevee will exhibit an initial combat capability. Currently, aside from the inherited moves Yawn and Fake Cry, the only moves she has mastered are Voice, Tackle, and Tail Whip, moves that would hardly entice anyone but the most novice of trainers to practice. Reflecting on this, Xia Chen gazed at Eevee with increased satisfaction. He had stumbled upon a treasure in Eevee, and her potential was undeniable. Eevee blinked a few times in response to Xia Chen's smile. Was this enough for her? If Xia Chen were to discover that she had already mastered over a dozen moves, one could only wonder what his reaction would be. Oh, perhaps it was best not to frighten him with her trainer's timid nature. Time passes swiftly during busy days, and before long, 3 days had elapsed since Eevee arrived at Xia Chen's home, marking a full week. During this time, Xia Chen and Eevee, the reclusive duo, ventured out only to buy groceries and Eevee's sustenance. There was no other reason. The sheer joy of being immersed in training was simply exhilarating. To be precise, witnessing the fruits of one's labor manifest as gradual progress brought a profound sense of accomplishment. Siachin finally grasped why so many individuals in his previous life were enamored with fitness. Although 3 days may seem brief, the surprises Eevee brought to Xia Chen were immense. She not only mastered High-Speed Star, but also learned Quick Attack, a move of similar essence. Both self-motivation and echo techniques have been comprehended to a certain extent, and with Eevee's innate talent, it is likely that mastery will be achieved shortly. However, the lack of progress with the fairy-type moves, Round Eyes and Pouting, is somewhat disappointing, presumably due to insufficient internal energy. Siachin remains unhurried, diligently guiding Eevee through the established training regimen. Yet, he has an unsettling feeling that something important has slipped his mind. Good afternoon. I'm here to mooch a meal again. The voice of May echoed from outside the courtyard, prompting Siachin to remember that today is the day for video recording. Immersed in training for the past few days, he completely forgot about this obligation and had not even purchased ingredients for today's meal. The recent surge in popularity is promising, and maintaining consistency is crucial during such flourishing times. Fortunately, there is still some footage left from the last shoot, which can serve as a temporary solution. However, he resolves not to be so negligent in the future, as both he and Eevee rely on this endeavor for sustenance. While Xia Chen pondered his remedies, Ming-Yi entered the courtyard with her Sprigatito. Having grown up together, she felt completely at ease in Xia Chen's home. Wow, the latest training machines from Silver Company. When did you buy these, Xia Chen? Are you made of money? Upon entering, Ming-Yi's eyes widened at the sight of the 2 enormous training machines occupying most of the courtyard, aspiring to be the champion of the Dongwang region. She was well acquainted with this equipment and immediately expressed her admiration. Xia Chen stood up with Eevee in his arms just a few days ago. I saved up by using the money I had set aside for Eevee. It's nearly emptied my wallet. There's a reason for the expense. Unlike the 2 antiquated machines at my place, which are relics from my dad's time, constantly making noise and prompting complaints from the neighbors, I'll definitely have him replace them when he returns. Ming-Yi grumbled. All right, since you purchased the stamina and special attack models, shall we share their use? Xia Chen suggested casually, not standing on formalities with Ming-Yi. She nodded eagerly, absolutely. By the way, what are we having for lunch today? The map of Yin country is rather brief, and within just a couple of exchanges, Ming-Yi's enthusiasm was palpable. Clearly eager for today's meal at Xia Chen's home. Clearing his throat, Xia Chen said, I plan to create a special episode today, comparing my cooking with that of local restaurants, so we'll be dining out. Ming-Yi's expression instantly fell, and she looked at him with feigned disbelief. I see you've been so engrossed in training that you forgot about filming today, didn't you? Xia Chen retorted. You were even more extreme when you started raising Sprigatito. I distinctly remember not seeing you for an entire week. Oh, if I didn't come at all, I fear I wouldn't see you for the rest of the month. I'm always the one reaching out to you. Can't you be a little more proactive? Sprigatito, observing the familiar bickering, sighed in exasperation and extended its vines, tugging both of them towards the door. It understood that if it didn't intervene, their arguments could escalate to recounting embarrassing childhood stories from when they wore diapers. Ibrahim closed the door, gazing at the scene before him where the vine snake was leading Xia Chen and Ming-Yi away, a smile curling at the corners of his lips. How delightful it is that nothing has changed. Chapter 13. The Babbling Child and the Fiery-Haired Youth after casually finishing their lunch at a modest elven restaurant. Xia Chen and Ming took their time returning, meandering nearby with their 2 elves to aid digestion. The midday heat of August marked the peak of summer in Zhejiang, prompting the duo to instinctively seek refuge in cooler locales, particularly the Civic Park in the ancient district of Zhejiang City. In contrast to the scenes of elderly gentlemen engaged in card games and chess from his previous life, the elven world thrived on spirited battles between elves. This Civic Park was no exception. Nearly every shady spot was occupied by pairs of trainers commanding their elves in fierce duels. Most of these encounters, however, were of the novice variety, characterized by inexperienced trainers clumsily pitting their skills against one another. "Let's go. Move aside. Stand up." Various shouts echoed throughout the park, invigorating all those present, both trainers and elves, while also posing a slight risk of diminishing their intellect. Siachin observed these tactical skirmishes with great interest. He was no longer the seasoned beast trainer of his former life, wielding a primal Rayquaza in one hand and a legendary Latios in the other. Although experienced in the realm of gaming, he had yet to engage in a single battle in this world, rendering his theoretical knowledge rather futile. In reality, both he and his Eevee were at the very bottom of the competitive hierarchy. "Eevee, please don't include me in this, thank you." Thus, every battle unfolding before him held substantial value. Civic parks like this one were a melting pot of diverse trainers, ranging from seasoned veterans to adorable novices, encompassing every level below professional. While this world lacked the structured rankings of games, there existed a clear delineation of power among trainers and elves. As a high school student who had just acquired his starter elf, Siachin naturally belonged to the lowest tier of rookie trainers. Essentially, anyone could achieve this level merely by catching a Caterpie and registering at the Trainer Association. Ascending from this base level, one would become an entry-level trainer. A feat not particularly challenging. It typically involved raising a Charmander to evolve into a Charmeleon. With sufficient dedication, anyone could accomplish this, rendering it rather unremarkable. Next in line would be the amateur level, akin to nurturing a Charizard. Attaining this status required not only time, but also a modicum of financial investment and effort. The majority of individuals intrigued by elven battles resided at this level. However, beyond this lay a distinct separation. Seasoned trainers, elite trainers, gym leaders, champions, and even legends. These individuals were the true professionals in the realm of elven existence, shining beacons amidst the most illustrious epics of this captivating world. Certainly, returning to this citizen park, apart from a few ill-tempered individuals, it is rare for professional trainers to frequent such a recreational place for Pokémon battles. Thus, most encounters here can be deemed evenly matched, or, to put it bluntly, akin to mere amateur skirmishes. Occasionally, a formidable Pokémon such as a Blastoise may appear, eliciting gasps of astonishment from onlookers. It must be said that in this small citizen park, there is quite a familiar crowd. Besides the neighbors, many are classmates from Zhejiang High School, where Siachin studies. As a student nearing the end of his junior year, most of Siachin's contemporaries received their initial Pokémon a few months ago, and they are now approaching the stage of practical training. Upon seeing those of similar skill levels, Ming could hardly contain her excitement. After exchanging greetings with Xia Chen, she eagerly joined the fray with her Snivy, leaving Xia Chen to wander the park alone with his Eevee. While Xia Chen is not particularly combative, having spent over half a year in this world, he has yet to engage in a meaningful battle. Surrounded by such an intensely competitive atmosphere, he feels a twinge of eagerness. However, having only captured Eevee 3 or 4 days prior, with no proper moves learned and still a timid little creature, he wonders how he could possibly battle. Reluctantly, he suppresses his fervent enthusiasm and seeks a cool spot to observe as a mere bystander. Unbeknownst to him, the fragile little Eevee perched on his shoulder is even more anxious. Prohibited from battling in the breeding center and now expected to behave sweetly by Siachin's side. The Eevee, once hailed as the Dragon Slayer in a past life, longs fervently for a fight. Yet, how could she engage in a grand battle while maintaining her charming persona? With her large eyes scanning her surroundings, upon catching sight of a familiar figure from her memories, a subtle, cunning smile graces her lips. Just as Xia Chen is engrossed in a battle between a fire mouse and a whooper, he suddenly hears a call from Eevee on his shoulder. The tone seems a bit demanding. Curious, he wonders what's wrong with Eevee. Does she want to return? But before he can hear her response, another angry voice reaches his ears. Turning around, Xia Chen sees a small, grayish-blue Pokémon, approximately half a meter tall, charging towards him with an indignant shout. However, due to its youth, the voice is rather juvenile and lacks any intimidation, instead evoking an endearing, playful demeanor. Observing the distinctive fangs of this dragon-type Pokémon, Xia Chen is taken aback. What could a Dratini want? Is it approaching him? Eevee, seemingly startled, swiftly leaps from Xia Chen's shoulder into his arms. I sincerely apologize. My dear Yaya has inexplicably gone a bit out of control, and I truly regret any fright it may have caused you. Behind Yaya, a rather handsome youth with striking red hair hurriedly approached, his face adorned with an expression of remorse as he attempted to take Yaya away. Yaya, with all her might. Yaya struggled to break free from the boy's grasp, vigorously shaking her head in refusal. She appeared to be offended. Her intense gaze fixated on the Eevee cradled in Xia Chen's arms. My apologies, it seems that Yaya's stubbornness has surfaced. It appears she wishes to engage in a friendly competition with your Eevee. You must have come here with the intention of a Pokémon battle as well, right? The red-haired boy smiled sheepishly, extending a challenge on behalf of his Pokémon. Siachin regarded the polite young man thoughtfully before responding. Well, let me consult with Eevee on this matter. The red-haired boy smiled and replied, please do. Turning away, Siachin curiously inquired, did you just speak to Yaya? Eevee shook its head, then nodded, leaving Siachin even more perplexed. Eevee gestured towards the two battling Pokémon, then pointed at Yaya, performing a lively dance of sorts, which gradually illuminated the situation for Siachin. Chapter 14. Are you up for it, Yaya? So, you were indicating that the two battling Pokémon were insufficient. And Yaya misinterpreted that? Eevee nodded, refraining from admitting that it had intentionally provoked Yaya, instead uttering some rather taunting remarks, such as are you up for it, Yaya? Siachin, lacking knowledge of Pokémon linguistics, took Eevee's words at face value. Very well, given the circumstances, do you wish to battle? If not, I can apologize to them. Though it was a misunderstanding, considering their courtesy, it would be appropriate to extend an apology. Siachin initially presumed that Eevee would decline the battle, especially since Yaya seemed quite intimidating. Typically regarded as a companion Pokémon, Eevee's gentle nature would likely lead it to avoid confrontation in such a scenario. However, after a moment of inner conflict, Eevee suddenly looked up at Siachin, resolutely nodding in affirmation. Eevee actually wishes to battle? Siachin was taken aback, yet a thought suddenly crossed his mind. You do not wish for me to apologize for this, do you? That is quite all right. Your well-being is of greater importance. A warmth coursed through him as he thought. Perhaps one day, when you grow stronger, you will protect me. Siachin did not want to hastily thrust Eevee into its first battle. A crushing defeat could potentially impact the timid Eevee's future development. Yet, Eevee's tenacity seemed to awaken, its sparkling eyes revealing a certain determination. Eevee's insistence left Siachin somewhat helpless, but he had always respected the desires of his Pokémon, realizing that Eevee was more combative than he had imagined. Perhaps a defeat might even serve to fortify Eevee's resolve. With the challenge established, Siachin and the red-haired boy made their way to a secluded patch of greenery. Although it was a wild battle devoid of referees and records, both parties adhered to the customary practice of self-introduction. I am Siachin, and this is my Pokémon. Eevee, I seek your guidance. Eevee, I am Yulong Tao, with my initial Pokémon, Yaya. I humbly request your assistance. Yaya, Long Yu Tao no Yulong Tao? A slight astonishment flickered in Siachin's heart. If he were indeed related to those two Yulongs, could there possibly be a connection to the champion Dodrio of the Kanto and Chengdu regions in the original narrative? It should be noted that in the official canon, there is no surname Yulong, and this reference is derived from a widely circulated folklore. Temporarily setting aside his doubts, Siachin focused his attention on the battle before him. After all, in the inaugural match, it was imperative to leave no regrets. Eevee, prepare yourself. Eevee. The park was bustling with people, and a newly opened battle invariably attracted onlookers taking a leisurely stroll after their meals. Oh Yaya, such a rare Pokémon. Indeed. A pure-blooded dragon-type Pokémon typically commands a price exceeding 1 million. This young man is quite remarkable. Moreover, just look at Yaya's characteristic fangs, glistening and white. It's evident that it has been raised exceptionally well. The spectators, in small clusters, engaged in discussions regarding Yulong Tao's Yaya, while Eevee, bred in abundant numbers across various training facilities, was hardly worth discussing, given that nearly every passerby possessed one. If there was anything noteworthy, it was that this Eevee appeared more combative than her peers. Yet, what difference did it make if Eevee was more spirited? Would she merely rely on cuteness to defeat her opponent? Observing the stark contrast in the appearances of the two Pokémon, the crowd held little faith in the fierce yet endearingly cute Eevee. In truth, even Xia Chen harbored modest hopes for the outcome of this battle. Much like the national football team of his previous life, his singular desire was to display flair. However, Eevee harbored a different sentiment, gazing at the Yaya. now riled up by her provocations, and smiled subtly. Still so easily provoked, little Yaya. Watch how your older sister handles you. Amidst the varied thoughts of the onlookers and Pokémon alike, the battle officially commenced. Eevee, feigned cry. Yaya, use focus energy. Both trainers nearly simultaneously opted for status-altering moves to initiate the match. However, while feigned cry was intended to diminish the opponent's special defense, focus energy aimed to enhance the probability of landing critical hits. Yet, their differing choices indicated a singular strategic intent: to engage fiercely. Siachin refrained from directing Eevee to use Yawn. While Yawn was a rather underhanded move, it bore the drawback of lacking immediate effect. One could not ascertain when it would come into play. Observing Yaya's already irritable demeanor before the match had even begun, it seemed unlikely that she would succumb to slumber easily. In this context, feigned cry, which significantly lowered the opponent's special defense, was the most cost-effective move available. Even if the potential disparity in strength between the two Pokémon might have diminished the situation somewhat, it remains quite objective. It is said that the principle behind the move Fake Cry is to feign tears, leaving the opponent bewildered and significantly lowering their special defense. However, upon witnessing the rare, fierce, and intimidating visage of Eevee, Xia Chen surmised that the true effect of this move was to instill fear in the opponent, thereby reducing their special defense. The terrifying dark energy emanating from Eevee's simulated sorrow impacted Yaya, who was intently gathering energy as the Azure Dragon. As Yaya concentrated, it seemed to sense an ominous presence, causing its body to shudder slightly as if chilled. But in the next moment, Yaya's eyes flew open, a sharp glimmer of spirit radiating from them, indicating that the energy gathering was nearly complete. Eevee, use Swift. Siachin commanded without hesitation, knowing that Swift, a ranged special attack, harmonized perfectly with Fake Cry. The distance between the two Pokémon remained the same as at the outset, if not now. When would they press the attack against Yaya? Yaya, charge in for a critical strike. Yulong Tao, not to be outdone, opted for a head-on approach. Though Yaya was shorter in stature, its striking power was formidable. Those sharp fangs were enough to make nearly all Pokémon of the same level wary. Yaya. The trainer's commands resonated with Yaya's eagerness as it rushed toward Eevee, its pristine white teeth now tainted with dark energy. If all went as anticipated, once the two Pokémon closed in, the critical strike would undoubtedly land on Eevee. Whether it was the tactical choices of the trainers or the speed of move execution by Eevee and Yaya, this battle was already quite remarkable among novice trainers, drawing an increasingly larger crowd of onlookers. Whispers of discussion arose. Who would have thought Eevee was not merely a decorative figure? Its speed in executing moves is indeed exceptional for an entry-level Pokémon. Indeed, as a transformation-type move, it even outpaced Yaya slightly. Perhaps Eevee actually had a chance of winning? Coupled with the special defense reduction from Fake Cry, Swift's damage would not be negligible. Especially considering the classic long-range versus short-range dynamic, it seemed promising. As the spectators exchanged opinions, a youth, seemingly of similar age to Xia Chen, scoffed. A chance? Huh. You may not realize just how terrifying Yaya's striking power can be. Chapter 15. Is this even possible? Brother, what can you tell us about that, Yaya? Please elaborate. Upon hearing this, those nearby instantly perked up. Did this red-haired youth have some hidden connection with Yaya? As for the trainer, I need only utter one term, he replied, reveling in the attention as the center of interest. With a satisfied smile, he slowly enunciated two words: Dragon Clan. The moment those words escaped his lips, the room fell silent in astonishment. What kind of lineage was the Dragon Clan? Guardians of Dragon Island, messengers of dragons. In every generation, there emerges at least one family of trainers of unparalleled prowess. The core members endowed with the power to command dragons possess the remarkable ability to sense dragon-type Pokémon, establishing them as one of the most illustrious families in the world. Their reputation rivals that of the legendary Rothschild family from the previous life of Siachin. Yet unlike that elusive financial mogul, the Dragon Command family is undeniably robust. It is fair to assert that among those present, a remarkable 7 or 8 out of 10 individuals acquainted with Pokémon battles would recognize this family. However, is it not true that the Dragon Command family is primarily active in the Kanto and Johto regions? Why would one of their members choose to come to our modest park instead of pursuing professional acclaim? A voice from the crowd raised this inquiry. Why not? Isn't it possible they are here for leisure? A young informant shrugged dismissively. As for that, Yaya, I can only say it is formidable among entry-level Pokémon. My friend faced off against it and could not withstand even a single combo of charge and dark attack to the critical point. That unfortunate friend of yours wouldn't happen to be you, would it? The remark, spoken by an unknown individual, caused the young trainer's face to flush with embarrassment, prompting an immediate denial filled with indignation, claiming that one cannot label such matters between trainers as mere humiliation. Instantly, the atmosphere among the crowd became lively and animated. While the crowd buzzed with excitement, the battle was reaching a fever pitch. Yaya's speed was not particularly fast, which afforded Eevee ample opportunity to engage. A few star-shaped energy orbs, brimming with explosive energy, were launched from Eevee, hurtling directly towards the advancing Yaya. With focused eyes, Yulong Tao commanded, "Do not falter. Charge forth at maximum speed." It was not that he underestimated Eevee. Rather, Yaya's durability was inherently low, especially in its current state of false crying, which significantly lowered its special defense. Enduring a high-speed Star Shock would be quite painful. Yet, the high-speed Star Shock move is distinctive, akin to the wave missile, possessing an assured hit rate. Unless one employs moves like Protect or Dig for defense, evasion is futile and would only serve to reduce Yaya's speed. Yulong Tao was confident that Yaya could withstand this attack, even more so in his belief that Eevee would be unable to endure Yaya's dark attack, which had an exceedingly high probability of landing a critical hit while in charged state, provided fortune was on his side. The high-speed Star Shock struck Yaya with unerring accuracy, and the sound of the explosion reverberated across the battlefield. The noise was not overwhelming, as it was merely a clash between two novice Pokémon, certainly not resembling the explosive spectacles seen in televised broadcasts. As anticipated, although the high-speed Star Shock left several marks on Yaya's body, it emerged from the dissipating smoke, gritting its teeth and enduring the pain. With fangs now glistening with dark energy, Yaya's pupils gleamed with intensity, making everything before it astonishingly clear. The panicked expression of Eevee and its aimless movements elicited a disdainful huff from Yaya. "Humph, is this the level of competence that dares to call me a little dragon?" Today, a profound lesson must be imparted. In a state of concentration, Yaya swiftly targeted the most supple abdomen of Eevee. With a slight bend of his body, he directed his sharp fangs towards the objective and then surged forward. Xia Chen, who had been closely observing Yaya's movements, finally broke the silence, shouting, "Eevee, jump to evade." However, Eevee trembled slightly, seemingly oblivious to the command, leaving Xia Chen feeling somewhat helpless. After all, it was Eevee's first battle, and it was only natural to be startled. Moreover, Xia Chen's commands might have been a bit presumptuous. What difference was there from the very thing he despised most, the instinct to flee? Alas, it appeared that Yaya possessed some remarkable abilities, capable of executing a second explosive sprint. Could Eevee withstand such an onslaught? It seemed unlikely. Did one not notice how Eevee appeared paralyzed with fear? Nevertheless, Eevee was merely a novice-level Pokémon, a gentle creature that had already performed commendably. It was not that Eevee was too weak. Rather, Yaya's imposing presence transcended that of a novice Pokémon, placing the two creatures on entirely different tiers. The onlookers swiftly adjusted their expectations. In their minds, this quaking Eevee had been sentenced to defeat in this battle. Yet, no one noticed that at this moment. Eevee's eyes narrowed slightly, and at last, she sprang into action. It seemed as if she had only just realized that Yaya was charging towards her, and she turned to flee. However, how could Eevee, who had only just begun to move, outrun the sprinting Yaya? The distance between the two Pokémon continued to diminish. What was worse, perhaps due to overwhelming anxiety, Eevee's four little legs appeared even more frantic than she was. Her disordered steps made her body stagger precariously, as though she might topple at any moment. The spectators could no longer contain themselves and instinctively covered their eyes. In such a state, Eevee was bound to face inevitable defeat. Xia Chen's greatest fear materialized as Eevee's legs became entangled in the moment before Yaya closed in. With a thud, Eevee fell onto her back, her four little legs flailing aimlessly, presenting a rather comical sight. Seeing the prey finally ensnared, Yaya relaxed, confident that a single strike would end the encounter. Yet, in his complete state of ease, Yaya failed to notice that Eevee's seemingly meaningless movements suddenly transformed into a rhythmic and purposeful dance at the moment he charged. Just as the two Pokémon were about to pass each other, Eevee executed a clumsy yet agile roll to narrowly evade Yaya's sharp fangs. But the drama did not end there. Due to her roll, Eevee's little legs became an obstacle for Yaya's charge. With her legs thrust forward, Yaya, who was almost upon Eevee, had no time to react and was caught off guard. It is well known that an object in a state of high-speed sprint possesses an unstable center of gravity. Coupled with the fact that Yaya had just been struck by a high-speed star, his body was in a precarious state, and thus, those seemingly insignificant little legs caused Yaya to stumble and fall to the ground. After an inexplicable yet reasonable turn of events, the once formidable Yaya was reduced to a mere plaything. At this moment, everyone present, including both trainers, stared in astonishment at the scene before them. The little Eevee, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding situation, was vocally expressing its discomfort from its aching legs. The audience, who had previously been unable to bear the outcome, now bore expressions of disbelief, their thoughts screaming in unison. What a stroke of luck! How could this Eevee have such fortune? Chapter 16. Did I just defeat the uncle of the Dragon Master? Eevee, now's your chance. Use Quick Attack. Xia Chen, fully engrossed in the battle, was the first to react. Although he could not comprehend how the tide had turned so swiftly, it did not hinder his commitment to fulfilling his role as a trainer. With a sudden realization, Eevee sprang into action, channeling its energy for another quick attack. Yaya, get up quickly. It was then that Yulong Tao grasped the situation, but Yaya, ensnared in its speedy state, found itself at a loss. Apart from using its healing howl, there was little else it could do, despite retaining some awareness. Yaya heard its trainer's command and made a valiant effort to rise and retaliate, yet its body stubbornly refused to comply. Stumbling and faltering, it ultimately could not respond to its trainer's heartfelt healing howl. On the other hand, although Eevee struggled to stand, the long-range quick attack required little precision, allowing it to execute the move from its prone position. A muted explosion echoed once more, but this time, Yaya could not rise, having completely lost its fighting capability. Did I win? Eevee gazed in bewilderment at the unconscious Yaya, its expression reflecting disbelief at having defeated its opponent. Silence enveloped the arena as everyone processed the astonishing outcome. Eevee had won the battle in such an unfathomable manner. Is this even reasonable? What's unreasonable about it? I've witnessed even more absurd battle outcomes. The battlefield is ever-changing, and anything can happen. Was it merely Yaya's misfortune, or was it simply that Eevee's luck was extraordinary? In the Citizens' Park, battles were plentiful, and although this particular contest was remarkable and dramatic, the crowd gradually dispersed after a few discussions. With the battle concluded, Xia Chen hurried into the arena, anxiously lifting the limping Eevee. Eevee, how's your leg? Eevee shook its head and then raised its two functioning legs, pointing at the fallen Yaya, unable to contain its joy. All right, I see you won. Xia Chen, both amused and exasperated, praised Eevee, although the victory was rather peculiar. What did it matter? May I inquire if you have emerged victorious? Xia Chen refrained from uttering any words of caution, dismissing notions of pride or mere luck, as his philosophy towards Pokémon was devoid of utilitarian motives. After all, his aspiration was merely to attain the position of a humble fish shop owner. Meanwhile, Yulong Tao recalled his Yaya into its Pokeball, observing Xia Chen and Eevee reveling in their triumph from the recent battle. After a brief moment of contemplation, he approached. Congratulations to you and Eevee. Would you like to accompany me to heal your Pokémon? Certainly, but I must first locate a friend. Xia Chen replied with enthusiasm, appreciating Yulong Tao's demeanor. As he ambled back while cradling Eevee, he spotted Ming-Yi and her fainting snake. It appeared that the latter had yet to experience defeat, and they were poised to commence their next battle. Upon noticing that Xia Chen, a newly acquainted friend, was male, Ming-Yi waved dismissively at his invitation and turned her attention back to the fray. This park, revered by the local populace as a sanctuary for battles, housed a Pokémon center within its confines. After entrusting their Pokémon to Nurse Joy for care, Xia Chen and Yulong Tao settled in the lounge area to converse, naturally discussing the recently concluded battle. Your command during the match and Eevee's performance were truly remarkable. I have learned much, Yulong Tao expressed with sincere admiration. To be candid, there was an element of luck involved, Xia Chen humbly responded. He was acutely aware of his and Eevee's capabilities and remained grounded despite his opponent's praise. The red-haired youth offered a wry smile, gently shaking his head. A loss is a loss. There is no room for luck in that. Siachin shrugged, choosing not to argue. He understood that his opponent aimed to spur him on through their defeat, yet he genuinely believed that luck played a significant role in their victory, rendering any debate moot. By the way, this is a token of your victory, Yulong Tao said, producing a small orb from his pocket and handing it to Siachin. In the realm of outdoor battles, it is a universally acknowledged tradition for the defeated to bestow a monetary or material reward upon the victor. The amount of gold or the nature of the item exchanged is typically prearranged or determined by the loser. As the two had not established any agreement prior to their match, Yulong Tao presented this mysterious orb without hesitation. Siachin accepted it without reluctance and inquired, "What is this?" "It's merely a dragon stone used for nurturing Yaya," Yulong Tao replied casually. "Most of its energy has been absorbed, so it holds little value." How can you say it's worthless when it is worth at least several tens of thousands in Pokémon items? Surely, there must be some discrepancy between us. Siachin mused on his opponent's apparent wealth, yet he chose not to return the item. After all, he had earned it legitimately. Returning it might suggest he looked down upon Yulong Tao. Stowing the dragon stone away, the two continued their conversation while awaiting the healing of their Pokémon. Xia Chen, intrigued, asked, "Isn't your esteemed Yulong clan primarily active in the Kanto region? What brings you here?" Yulong Tao shrugged, acknowledging that indeed. The main clan resided in the city of Yinmao within the Chengdu region. However, throughout the years, the Yulong family had expanded significantly. As my mother had married into this area, and I grew up in Dongwang. By the way, do you know Yulong? Xia Chen, intrigued by gossip, naturally steered the conversation towards the dodo bird. Yes, in terms of family ties, he would be considered my nephew, Yulong Tao replied, reflecting on the intricate web of familial relationships with uncertainty. But how do you know him? He is a search officer in the Guandu region. Siachin paused, suddenly realizing that the dodo bird had yet to ascend to the throne of champions, lacking the notoriety he had in his past life within the game. I had heard that he particularly loves flying-type Pokémon, so I have some impression of him. Yulong Tao chuckled. He is indeed an oddity within our family. But do not underestimate him. He is a standout of this generation. If all goes well, he has a great chance of winning the next King tournament. Xia Chen merely joked, as a novice who had yet to leave the beginner village. How could he possibly look down upon someone destined to ride the waves of the era? After exchanging light-hearted banter, they moved on. Participants 133 and 134. Your Pokémon have been healed. Miss Joy's melodious voice rang out, interrupting their conversation as they went to retrieve their respective Pokémon. Let's exchange contact information. Perhaps we can spar sometime in the future? Before parting ways, Yulong Tao took the initiative to speak, and having enjoyed their conversation, Siachin was more than willing to accept the offer from this promising young man with a rich background. After exchanging contact details, the two bid farewell at the entrance of the Pokémon Center. Chapter 17. For the sake of this family, my Eevee truly worries me. August 17th. Sunny on the 14th day since finding Eevee, the dragon gem that Yulong Tao had lost to me was finally sold, surprisingly fetching 50,000. Truly, a testament to the affluence of the Yulong family. A few days ago, my uncle finally transferred the funds. But last month's video views averaged only 200 to 300,000, yielding little profit. Fortunately, Xiaojiang had introduced a substantial wave of traffic this month, promising a bright future. My fan count has surpassed 200,000, although the views for each video have not reached the heights of that one episode. They are nearly double those of earlier uploads. However, continuously producing this content raises concerns about audience fatigue and the inevitable depletion of material. I must consider alternative avenues for creativity. Eevee's training has progressed remarkably well, having mastered self-motivation and echo techniques, with significant improvements on the training machine. Yet, the learning for the round-eye technique has seen little advancement, likely due to insufficient fairy-type energy. Glancing at the prices of fairy gems, the cheapest starts at 200,000. These gems are crafted from gold. I bear a grudge. One day, I shall establish my own company. Enough of this. I cannot allow my frustrations to linger, for I must ensure that Eevee is well taken care of, no matter my circumstances. This path of a trainer truly seems unrelenting. Siachin closed his diary, leaning back in his chair, lost in thought. The life of a trainer is indeed an endless abyss, for no matter how much one earns, it never seems sufficient to cover expenses. In just the past fortnight, I have already expended over 100,000 on Eevee. Although subsequent expenditures, aside from the fairy stones, have been minimal, the need for continued nurturing remains paramount. Not to mention, I will inevitably need to cultivate other Pokémon in the future. As the adage goes, one must both increase income and reduce expenditure. While the latter may be unyielding, I must devise a method to augment my resources. Relying solely on video production for income proves to be a sluggish approach. Reflecting on the success stories of previous adventurers, I pondered my own options. Creating games? Alas, I lack the necessary capital and technical expertise. Copying songs or films? Such endeavors would be futile, even if melodies and visuals swirl in my mind. Translating them into reality poses an insurmountable challenge. Writing novels? Forget it. It's laborious and time-consuming, and there is no guarantee that anyone would take notice of my work. Frustrated and devoid of inspiration, I resigned myself to opening the Psyduck Encyclopedia, searching for methods to earn quick money. The first entry was an advertisement for a game. The second, a promotion for short videos, and the third, a solicitation for mobile side jobs. Disheartened, I realized the futility of it all. I succumbed to despair, collapsing onto the bed behind my desk, morphing into a dreamless, lethargic being. Meanwhile, Eevee gazed at the still-lit computer screen, lost in contemplation. In my previous life, during our adventures together, we had discovered numerous locations brimming with treasures. What was the nearest and least perilous one? The following day dawned bright and clear. A perfect day for training. With a fresh start ahead, I opened my eyes, casting aside the remnants of last night's discontent, and stretched languorously by the window. In the living room, the television emitted sound, a familiar occurrence. It was evident that this was not a case of the TV being left on from the previous night, nor had we been burglarized. It was Eevee who had activated it. Curiously, Eevee had developed a habit of watching the news every morning, her attention unwavering whenever I left, as though she could genuinely comprehend the broadcast. I chose to ignore her peculiar hobby. After all, it was certainly a more constructive pastime than indulging in video games or obsessively chewing burnt catnip. Leaving Eevee to enjoy her television program, I ventured into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Today's meal was a simple affair, a sandwich amalgamating meat, eggs, and fruits. Of course, I also prepared a serving of honeyed moo-moo milk and energy cubes for Eevee, ensuring her nourishment was complete. The morning lacked the usual bustle, yet I could still faintly hear the news emanating from the living room. The film Diancie, starring Karen I, has surpassed 100 million in global box office revenue on its opening day. This cinematic work is adapted from the fairy energy incident that erupted in the Carlos region last year. The difficulty of gym challenges in the Dongguan region has become a hot topic recently, with many trainers lamenting that the challenges grow increasingly arduous each year. However, the owner of the Huahua Gym in Funan City expressed that trainers from the Dongguan region are lacking in competitiveness at the World Championship. In local news, the annual pear-picking festival at Linga Mountain has commenced in August, inviting citizens to partake in various rich and entertaining activities. As Xia Chen was distractedly listening to the news, the soft voice of his Eevee caught his attention. Glancing down, he saw Eevee tugging at his pant leg, its big, sparkling eyes gazing up at him eagerly. "What is it that you wish to do?" After spending half a month together, Xia Chen had gained a preliminary understanding of Eevee, and he could tell from its expression and tone that it had a request. Eevee pulled at Xia Chen's pant leg, leading him toward the television, which was still advertising the pear-picking festival. Siachin suddenly realized, "You want to attend the festival, Eevee?" The little creature nodded joyfully, looking at Xia Chen with anticipation. Upon reflection, Siachin realized that since acquiring Eevee, he had only taken it to the battle park and had not truly taken it out to enjoy itself. The intensity of their training was akin to the relentless grind of a 996-work schedule in a past life. If things continued this way, he feared he might end up strung up on a lamppost. Moreover, as the ancients said, learning should be intertwined with enjoyment. A balance of work and relaxation is essential. With this thought in mind, Siachin no longer hesitated and decisively nodded. "All right, I will buy the tickets online after dinner." Seeing the little one so jubilant, a smile crept across Siachin's face. However, unbeknownst to him, as he turned away, a triumphant grin appeared on Eevee's face. Siachin initially intended to invite Mingy and Tungting Snake to join them, but regrettably, Mingy's busy father had vanished, leaving her, a barefoot doctor, to tend to the clinic. Ultimately, Siachin purchased tickets for himself and one Pokémon, costing 1,000 yuan. The price was justified. The festival promised not only the usual Phoenix pairs, but also the more potent Golden Phoenix pairs and the exceedingly rare Western pairs. If luck favored him in picking one, the ticket price would be easily recouped. However, Siachin did not dwell on such thoughts. This was a grand event open to the entire city and neighboring districts, boasting a plethora of extraordinary Pokémon. With their novice-level partnership, he and Eevee aimed merely to enjoy the natural scenery. Occasionally picking a few Phoenix pairs would be delightful, as they could be crafted into energy cubes to bolster Eevee's physical abilities. The pair-picking festival would last a week, with only one day left for ticket sales, as more than half the time had already passed. Although Xia Chen harbored no illusions about making a fortune from the tickets funded by the West Pear Fruit, he never anticipated his dire situation would lead him to scavenge the remnants of others. It seemed that even the Phoenix Pear Fruits were dwindling in number. Chapter 18. An alternative evolution condition for Minas. As the time for leisure approached, meticulous preparations were essential. In the days leading up to their outing, Xia Chen exerted considerable effort in creating videos, while Eevee trained with unprecedented diligence to alleviate the guilt of a day of relaxation. This marked Xia Chen's first excursion with Eevee, and he brought along a camera, even affixing a small camera to Eevee's head. This was a venture into uncharted territory. Inspired by the first-person perspective videos of cats and dogs from his previous life, a genre that had yet to emerge in this world. Xia Chen did not expect this series to become a sensation, but even the tiniest morsel was still sustenance. He could not afford to be picky about money at this stage. Under the scorching sun, Xia Chen donned his sun hat and placed a pair of sunglasses on Eevee. As the duo boarded the subway, embarking on their journey to Linga Mountain. Linga Mountain, an island at the heart of a lake, is located in the eastern outskirts of Zhejiang City, within the region's largest freshwater lake, Yunzi Lake. Due to various climatic and soil conditions, Linga Mountain boasted an abundance of fruit resources, particularly renowned for several varieties of pear fruits, celebrated for their superior quality. Aside from the cultivated orchards, the other half of Linga Mountain was designated for wild Pokémon, embodying the global consensus of harmonious coexistence between humans and Pokémon. Thus, the well-preserved natural ecology of Linga Mountain and the surrounding waters of Yunzi had long been favored by trainers from Zhejiang City as an ideal locale for capturing Pokémon. Constrained by the limitations of his finances, Xia Chen had no immediate plans to acquire a second Pokémon. His purpose for this trip was simple: enjoyment. Upon reaching the subway's terminal, Xia Chen and Eevee transferred to a bus, as they still had some distance to cover to reach Linga Mountain. They admired the vast waters of Yunzi Lake along the way, making the journey far from dull. "Mom, look, it's a Gyarados, and it's huge," exclaimed a young child, about 6 or 7 years old, with his face pressed against the bus window, eyes wide in awe at the Gyarados that suddenly leapt from the water. It appeared he, like Xia Chen, was heading to Linga Mountain for the pear-picking festival. Indeed, despite its current size, it was no larger than your face before it evolved. The evolution of Pokémon is truly fascinating, isn't it? The young mother gently patted her son's head, providing a detailed explanation. "I know, it's that silly Magikarp," the child chimed in. "But why is Gyarados a flying type and not a dragon-type Pokémon?" The curious child's question posed a conundrum even scholars struggled to comprehend, leaving the young mother awkwardly chuckling, unsure of how to respond. Suddenly, from the surface of the lake, a long, graceful figure leapt into the air, capturing the child's attention. "Wow, Mom, what Pokémon is that? It's so beautiful." The young woman exhaled a sigh of relief and replied, "This creature is called Milotic, a remarkably rare Pokémon. I never expected to encounter it today, just like the Gyarados. It evolves from the seemingly unremarkable Eevee. However, the conditions for its evolution are rather stringent, requiring the exceedingly rare beauty scale." "Ah, only the beauty scale is sufficient? There are no alternative methods?" The question came not from the child, but from Xia Chen, whose expression reflected a hint of astonishment, tinged with excitement. The young woman, always indulgent toward the charming young man, patiently elaborated despite the impoliteness of his interjection. "Indeed, that is the sole method. Eevee is quite uncommon due to its scarcity, which is why I recall it, being involved in the Pokémon breeding industry." She straightened her posture slightly, smiling with a sense of pride, thinking how commendable this young lad was for providing her with a platform to showcase her knowledge before the child. The little one, ever appreciative, clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Wow, Mama, you're amazing." Yet, Xia Chen's mind was preoccupied with other thoughts. After politely expressing his gratitude, he picked up his phone with trembling hands. If this information were indeed accurate, another low-cost avenue for Pokémon research awaited his exploration. Although he had traversed into this world for over half a year, he remained uncertain about how different it was from the Pokémon world he was familiar with. Given the vastness of the universe, it was not unusual for some information to be lacking. When Xia Chen had previously researched online, he discovered that the evolution chain from Eevee to Milotic was complete, leading him to believe there was little left to uncover. Moreover, due to Milotic's rarity, he had not encountered it again. To his surprise, there remained an area ripe for investigation. Xia Chen's thoughts began to flourish. In the game, Eevee evolves into Milotic through 2 conditions: the use of the beauty scale item or by enhancing Eevee's beauty. In this world, the concept of beauty did not exist, and thus, no one had explored Milotic's second evolutionary method. Could he perhaps attempt some experimentation? Xia Chen understood that developing an energy cube to enhance beauty would not be an easy task, but it was precisely this challenge that promised substantial rewards once achieved. Just imagine the uproar when people discovered that Eevee could evolve into Milotic without the need for the $1,000,000 beauty scale. At that moment, as the sole proprietor of the energy cube that could enhance beauty, would he still lament over the lack of funds for breeding Pokémon? Soon, he envisioned a scenario where he would nurture a delightful array of Pokémon, exchanging them daily. Eevee tilted its head in confusion, unable to comprehend why Xia Chen wore a foolish grin while gazing at his phone. Was he contemplating something strange again? "Eevee, what do you think about us raising a Eevee?" Xia Chen's question startled Eevee. "A Eevee? In the past life, it had never heard its trainer express such an idea. Whose wings are fluttering this time? As a reborn individual, Eevee feels a profound sense of duty to steer the timeline back on course. Buoy, do you have the funds to purchase a Magikarp? Do you have the means to acquire beautiful scales? Although Xia Chen could not comprehend the language of Pokémon, he understood the doubt reflected in Eevee's eyes. With a mysterious smile, he thought, what does this little Eevee know? Why not give it a try? Perhaps fortune will smile upon us. Yet, Eevee's gaze swiftly shifted to one of concern. Buoy, is today as heat causing the trainer to lose his mind? Worry not, for the wise have their strategies. Regardless of your agreement, the plan remains, Xia Chen reassured, gently patting Eevee's head with a smile. He held deep respect for his initial Pokémon, believing it essential to consult Eevee regarding the capture of subsequent companions. Naturally, it would be best if she agreed. If not, he would devise a way to persuade her. A distinguished trainer should surely be able to convince even a small Eevee, right? Eevee, however, did not afford Xia Chen the opportunity to showcase his eloquence, ultimately choosing to acquiesce after thoughtful consideration. Jest aside, having accompanied Xia Chen for a decade, she was well aware of his unconventional notions, including those concerning her evolution. Doubtless, the same applied to Milotic. As long as she could secure her position as the leader of the team, that would suffice. Having been reborn, if she lacked this modicum of confidence, it would indeed be quite shameful. Final destination, Linga Mountain Scenic Area. Please ensure you have your Pokémon and belongings as you disembark. The announcement interrupted the contemplative musings of Xia Chen and Eevee. Let us embark on this holiday with joy. Buoy. Chapter 19. Even the herdier shook its head. Although today marked the final day of the Pear Harvest Festival, a considerable number of visitors had come to Linga Mountain. From time to time, one could see trainers soaring over the Cloud Marsh Lake on large bird Pokémon or other flying types. While the city imposed restrictions on flying Pokémon transporting humans, such limitations did not extend to the suburbs. Xia Chen gazed enviously at the dashing trainers, then looked down at Eevee, murmuring to himself, I wonder if there exists a flying form of Eevee. Buoy. Eevee scratched her head with her tiny paw, pondering that such a possibility would only arise long after the explosion of crystal energy. Setting aside his fanciful thoughts, Siachin presented his ticket to the gatekeeper, the Mismagius, and led Eevee into the Linga Mountain Scenic Area. Though Linga Mountain was merely a hill on an island in the lake, its expanse was considerable, being the highest elevation in this Jiangnan city of Zhejiang, standing at just over 500 meters. The temperate climate made this land exceptionally pleasant and suitable for Pokémon. Siachin, along with Eevee and a group of other trainers and their Pokémon, followed the festival staff closely, attentively listening to the rules of the event. The fruits in the scenic area were available for all to gather freely, and any fruits not wished to be taken home could be sold to the organizers. Siachin was at a loss for words. Reasonably, he suspected that this activity was merely a ploy by the organizers, who were too indolent to pick the fruits themselves. With a ticket priced at 1,000 yuan, one could hardly recoup their expenses if they failed to gather any of the coveted western pears. Surely, the operators of this scenic area were well aware of where the pears were situated and their quantity. In essence, not only did one have to pay for the entrance, but they also ended up working for the organizers, only to later praise the charm of the place. The mastermind behind this event truly exhibited a flair for marketing. They ought to seek an electric pole for themselves. Siachin silently ridiculed this notion, yet, adhering to the customary spirit of the Dongwang people, he resolved to cast aside his utilitarian mindset and embrace the journey. The guide continued, announcing that this year's pear-picking festival had introduced an intriguing treasure hunt. We have hidden various whimsical items in advance. Do be vigilant of the unique spots in your surroundings. Lastly, there is a clear demarcation between the scenic area and the wild spirit conservation zone. We urge everyone to value their lives, as the scenic area shall bear no responsibility once the line is crossed. Is this what they call a vibrant array of entertaining activities? How utterly fascinating. Siachin turned his camera towards a dog that was shaking its head repeatedly, a faint smile gracing his lips. This footage is splendid. It seems even the dogs disapprove of this event. After the staff escorted them to the entrance of the forest, they returned, leaving the visitors to freely gather fruit. Siachin picked up a basket and prepared to venture in. Buoy. Eevee tugged at Siachin's pant leg, pointing to itself. You wish to join? Siachin chuckled softly, yet he still fetched a small pouch incapable of holding many fruits, slinging it across Eevee's body. They were out to enjoy together, after all. It was only fair to involve Eevee in the experience. With everything in order, the duo stepped into the lush forest. Most of the trees within the forest were rather ordinary. The fruits of the energy-rich trees required more nutrients than those of regular trees. Thus, their numbers were sparse even amidst a forest teeming with thousands of trees. To make matters worse, the outer layer of Huang pears had, as expected, been entirely picked by previous visitors. Siachin looked up to see a well-fed squirrel snatching the last Huang pear from a tree, letting out a resigned sigh. Bui. Eevee pointed towards the depths of the forest, its meaning clear. If we do not venture into the inner forest, how shall we find the fruits? After a moment's contemplation, Siachin acquiesced to Eevee's suggestion. Throughout history, it was not uncommon for spirits to cause harm. However, as long as they did not encroach upon their territory, they should be safe. Moreover, humans had sufficiently developed this part of the mountain, so the risks seemed minimal. The other members of the group appeared to share a similar mindset, lingering not outside the forest, and Siachin followed suit. Taking his time to capture the scenery for filming, Siachin ambled along, leading Eevee deeper into the woods. Although the area is artificially developed, its natural beauty remains remarkably intact, and many gentle and affectionate spirits inhabit this place. However, there are moments when these spirits may become overly affectionate. Siachin scolded a thieving fox that was rummaging through his backpack, saying, "Go on, young one. With hands and feet, why resort to such petty thievery?" The clever thieving fox, with a bewildered expression, thought to itself, "Humans call us thieving foxes, yet they forbid me from stealing? Theft is ingrained in my very being." After a thorough reprimand, Siachin finally released the thieving fox, which seemed to be transformed by his words. At this moment, he found himself gradually separated from the crowd, and no one else could be seen around. Linga Mountain is vast, so much so that it takes an entire day to ascend from the base to the summit. This forest lies at the foothills of Linga Mountain, spanning the southern scenic area and the northern wild spirit zone. To ensure he would not return empty-handed on the last day of the pear-picking festival, he undoubtedly needed to venture northward. With the sun now high in the sky, Siachin finally discovered the first fruit tree still bearing the golden phoenix pears. This tree was particularly tall, perhaps a reason why it had escaped the plundering hands of previous foragers. Although he knew these fruits were of little monetary value, the sight of the gleaming golden pears brought a smile to his lips. Perhaps it was the arduous search that made this moment's bounty all the more enchanting. Eevee, go? The towering phoenix pear tree was beyond Siachin's climbing abilities, so he relied on Eevee's assistance. Eevee. Climbing trees was a skill Eevee had mastered shortly after hatching. And now, having undergone training and grown stronger, it was a task well within its capabilities. With a few nimble movements, Eevee scaled the 7 to 8 meter high tree. The slender branches did little to hinder Eevee's ascent as it deftly maneuvered with ease. Siachin watched anxiously from below, urging, "Eevee, be careful, no need to rush." "Eevee," came the reassuring voice from above, followed by a phoenix pear larger than Xia Chen's fist tumbling down. No, this color was that of the golden phoenix pear. Siachin gleefully picked it up and placed it into his basket, contemplating that perhaps he could recoup the cost of his ticket with a few more. "Eevee." Another golden phoenix pear fell, slightly smaller than the previous, yet still worth a considerable sum. "Eevee." Eevee's voice echoed again, and as Siachin looked up, expecting more treasure to drop, he was surprised to see a brown mass with creamy white flesh plummeting down. It was Eevee. Siachin did not anticipate Eevee would be so daring, but fearing for its safety, he hurried to the landing spot to catch it. The immense gravitational potential nearly bent Siachin's arm, but fortunately, the physical constitution of humans in this world is exceptionally robust. Otherwise, while Eevee might have escaped unscathed, he would likely have been the one to suffer injuries. In the 20th chapter, The Gratitude of the Electric Flying Squirrel, Siachin admonished, "You must never engage in such perilous activities again, do you hear me?" He gently tapped Eevee on the head as a reprimand. Eevee bowed its head obediently, humbly acknowledging its mistake, then turned around in a half-circle, presenting the side with a small pouch to Siachin. "What is the matter? Did you find something just now?" Siachin inquired, noticing the slightly protruding pouch. Eevee nodded exuberantly, its expression pleading for praise. "Well done." Siachin affectionately ruffled Eevee's ears before unfastening the small pouch. Inside lay a small, golden jar, emblazoned with the words "Silver Brand Golden Spray Sample." Siachin was at a loss for words. The scenic area was stingy indeed, offering nothing but a sample of golden spray. Regardless, he dutifully placed it in his basket, as it could fetch 300 to 500 at least. The sole purpose of this item was to attract wild spirits in the wilderness. Siachin had no current need for it, planning instead to sell it on the Kingler platform for some cash. However, Siachin was puzzled as to why Eevee had only collected 2 items. Even if the tree bore only 2 golden phoenix pears, Surely there were ordinary phoenix pairs as well. In response to Xia Chen's query, Eevee shot him a disdainful glance and pointed deeper into the forest. The implication was clear. Young man, think bigger. How could one tree lead to forsaking an entire forest? Siachin chuckled at the ambitious little Eevee, ultimately agreeing with its choice. Yet, as mealtime approached, they did not set off immediately. Instead, they found a stream to prepare their lunch. Cooking in the wild not only posed inconveniences, but also risked attracting the attention of forest rangers. So Siachin opted for simplicity. They laid out energy cubes, large bottles of tree juice, fresh milk, meat floss and egg yolk rice balls, and bento boxes, all abundantly arranged on the grass, presenting a rather sumptuous feast. Siachin took out his camera for a panoramic shot, mumbling, as per usual, fans eat first. Eevee thought her trainer was rather hypocritical. How could fans eat? Would they dive into the screen? Without waiting for Siachin to finish filming, she pounced onto the disposable tablecloth. With her left paw grasping a rice ball, and her right paw seizing an energy cube, she took a hearty sip of juice, embodying the very image of a famished soul reborn. There's no one competing with you. Take your time. At least try to be a bit more ladylike, Siachin chuckled. He was merely joking. As a chef, nothing delighted him more than seeing his culinary creations appreciated, especially by Eevee, who had accompanied him for so long. However, seeing Eevee devour her meal with such gusto, he mused that perhaps becoming a food broadcaster wouldn't be a bad idea. The aroma of food lured the sprites dwelling by the stream, and a Piku leapt gracefully from a tree, landing not far from Siachin. Undoubtedly, this charming creature had come in search of a meal. Anticipating such a scenario, Siachin had prepared in excess, and thus, he poured out some energy cubes from his box. Piku, could you possibly bring more? Siachin observed the ample energy cubes on the table. Enough for an entire meal for an Eevee, and he couldn't help but frown. There's more than enough for you. Finish this before asking for more. With a twinkle in its eyes, the Piku called back, and instantly, several yellow figures emerged from their hiding places, rushing over to feast. Upon closer inspection, Siachin recognized them as Pikachu and Pachirisu, bustling about energetically. Ah, it seems the electric rodents have convened for a gathering, he mused. In a mere moment, a small pile of energy cubes was devoured. Piku, Pikachu, the group of electric rodents once again begged for food. With a sigh of resignation, Siachin poured out a little more, leaving only half a box of energy cubes. This is the last bit. The landlord's pantry is bare. It wasn't he that Siachin was stingy. Being outdoors necessitated leaving some reserves for emergencies. As if on cue, the electric rodents showed no greed, having consumed their portion. They swiftly scampered away. Eevee stared blankly at the fleeting Pikus, softly murmuring, Eevee, they didn't even say goodbye. How impolite. Siachin felt little emotion about it. After the meal, he began to tidy up, while Eevee diligently gathered the scraps. As the duo busied themselves, the Piku suddenly returned, clutching a gleaming object in its mouth. It tossed the star-shaped, shimmering item before Siachin, looking at him with pride. Piku, never owe anyone anything. This is for the meal. Siachin picked up the payment and examined it closely. It appeared to be a fragment of a star. Wow. This is an essential material for crafting energy restoration potions. This small piece could be worth several thousand. He speculated that the miserly owner of the scenic area would never part with such a precious item as a prize. It must have been collected by the Pikus. With a cheerful demeanor, Siachin stowed it away, wishing good health to the generous proprietor. He then offered the remaining half box of energy cubes to the Piku. Although the exchange was still unequal, it was the only valuable thing Siachin had to offer the Pikus. Piku, is this for me? The Piku, taken aback by Siachin's sudden generosity after his earlier frugality, accepted the offer with delight. Following this, it called its hidden companions to assist in transporting the bounty. Before departing, the electric flying squirrel turned back and waved goodbye to Siachin, saying Jima, farewell. Siachin responded, reminding it to finish the energy cube quickly, as it had an expiration date. A mutually beneficial transaction was completed, and Siachin bid farewell to the electric flying squirrel and Eevee as they set off once more. After Siachin left, a small gray fish that had been observing him and Eevee for quite some time surfaced in the clear stream, releasing a series of bubbling sounds. Eevee, with its keen sense of hearing, Eevee quickly turned its head upon detecting the unusual sound, but all it saw was the gently flowing stream. What's wrong, Eevee? Siachin inquired, noticing Eevee's alertness. Eevee shook its head, thinking perhaps it had misheard. The duo continued their journey northward. Siachin discovered that the Eevee he had casually picked up was a veritable treasure, its merits seemingly inexhaustible. Observing the collection of various Pokémon items in his basket, worth several thousand, Xia Chen resolved to actively participate in such activities in the future. Otherwise, it would be a shame to waste Eevee's uncanny ability to sniff out rare items. Eevee, with a hint of pride, huffed softly, thinking how could those staff members, with their rudimentary hiding skills, ever hope to deceive its discerning eyes? Furthermore, this was merely the appetizer. The main course was yet to come. Chapter 21. The Monkey Monster Incident. Suddenly, Eevee pondered a serious matter. The place filled with numerous evolution stones was located within the wild Pokémon protection area. Given Xia Chen's low-risk threshold, he would likely refrain from entering, as in his eyes, he was still a weak, pitiful, yet exceedingly gluttonous Eevee. How could it coax its timid trainer into venturing inside? Perhaps it could feign the discovery of a Pokémon item and dash in? However, it would likely be scooped up and admonished with safety being more important than wealth. How frustrating. With such a powerful Pokémon by his side, why was he so overly cautious? Eevee gazed at the vicinity nearing the boundary of the scenic area and the Pokémon protection zone, secretly devising a plan. Should they head back now? Returning at this time would allow them to reach home just in time for a meal. Siachin looked up at the westward setting sun, muttering to himself, "Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about at this age. Can you even handle it?" Eevee grumbled internally, yet obediently followed Siachin's pace. It was fine. It would only be a year before they discovered that place together. It could be likened to saving a little money in the Linga Mountain bank. With the Golden Phoenix pears and a few Western pears they had gathered, this trip had already netted them a tidy sum. Sigh. Taking care of a trainer was truly no easy task. As Eevee reflected on the day's bounty, its sensitive ears picked up the distant cries of a child. Was there an incident involving a Pokémon attacking someone? While it could merely be a mischievous child throwing a tantrum, Eevee dared not gamble on that possibility. In a fleeting moment of judgment, Eevee turned and dashed toward the source of the sound. "Hey, Eevee, where are you going?" The creature's speed was astonishing. By the time Siachin realized what was happening, she had already covered a considerable distance. Siachin could only shout after her while pursuing. Although the physical prowess of humans in the Pokémon world is remarkably enhanced, it pales in comparison to the extraordinary abilities wielded by Pokémon. After approximately 3 minutes of frantic pursuit, Siachin found himself unable to catch sight of Eevee. Yet, at that moment, he heard the cries of a child. Understanding that Eevee's sudden surge was driven by the need to rescue the child. Shortly thereafter, he heard hurried footsteps behind him and a woman's breathless, anxious pleas. "Give me back my Xiaohan, and I will reward you with plenty of food." Turning around, Siachin recognized the young mother he had encountered on the bus. She appeared to have been chasing for a longer duration, her legs trembling with exhaustion, her face streaked with tears, and her meticulously applied makeup now a mere shadow of its former elegance. Upon seeing Siachin, she grasped his arm desperately, her voice hoarse as she implored, "Please, save my child. I know my Eevee has already gone after them." "What kind of Pokémon took your child? Do you have any Pokémon with you?" In this urgent situation, Siachin's mind remained remarkably clear, and he succinctly posed the most critical question. "What kind of Pokémon?" "3 monkeys. We only brought 1 coal turtle with us," the woman gasped, tears streaming down her cheeks. Siachin, undeterred by the anxiety surrounding him, retrieved his phone and dialed the park management's number. After a brief pause, the call connected, and he spoke rapidly. "A child has been taken by monkeys. We are in the forest at the foot of the mountain, near the border. Please send help immediately." The voice on the other end responded with urgency. "Understood. We will dispatch the nearest ranger to assist you right away." After hanging up, Siachin left all his belongings except for his phone behind. He turned to the woman and said, "Give me the Pokeball for the coal turtle. I will chase after them." The woman looked at him with gratitude and pressed a luxury ball into his hand, pleading, "Thank you." With a steady pace, Siachin sprinted toward the direction of the cries to the north. He understood that this was a race against time. Exerting all his energy might lead to exhaustion in the latter half of the chase. Thus, he aimed to conserve his strength to keep up with them as best as he could. Fortunately, the morning runs with Eevee over the past 2 weeks had significantly improved his stamina. Had it been his former self, he would have long since succumbed to fatigue. Siachin was unsure how long he had been running. All he felt was his heart racing faster and a sweet, bitter sensation in his throat, as if he were on the verge of coughing. However, the increasingly close cries propelled him forward, and he gritted his teeth to persevere. At last, after traversing a patch of low shrubs, Siachin spotted Eevee by a stream, along with several monkey-like Pokémon adorned with pig-like noses, monkeys. The young boy was surrounded by 3 mischievous monkey-like creatures, his dirt-streaked face a portrait of terror. At that moment, Eevee was panting heavily, standing her ground against the trio of beasts. Judging by the dust and wounds adorning her body, it was evident they had just endured a fierce battle. Siachin had no time to ponder how a single Pokémon had managed to hold off 3 of these creatures. His foremost priority was to rescue the boy. Listen, I can give you what you desire, but please do not harm him, all right? Though Xia Chen felt an overwhelming urge to dismantle the creatures, he could only strive to temper his fury and engage in dialogue with them. Eevee was clearly nearing her limit, and Siachin himself felt as though his lungs might burst. If the monkeys intended to flee with the boy, he had no means to stop them. And urging his only viable Pokémon, the coal turtle, to pursue them? That seemed more challenging than coaxing Groudon to soar into the sky. Squeaking in response to Siachin's plea, one of the monkeys stepped forward, extending a hand toward him as if to say, "Words hold no weight. Show us the goods." However, in preparation for his journey, Siachin had brought nothing but his essential communication device to lighten his load. What could he possibly offer the creatures? His phone. Reluctantly, he surrendered it. This is the most important item for us humans. Being without it for even a few minutes is unbearable. I will give it to you as collateral. And later I will provide many energy cubes or other food you desire in exchange. How does that sound? Such reasoned arguments would have swayed an ordinary Pokémon. But what were these monkeys? Creatures with fiery tempers and little intelligence. After examining the phone amongst themselves for a moment, they reached a unanimous conclusion. This metal contraption was utterly useless. Was this human attempting to mock them? In an instant, the 3 monkeys erupted in fury, abandoning the boy and turning their attention towards Siachin. A flicker of hope sparked within him as he signaled Eevee with a glance, urging her to swiftly escort the boy away. Yet, Eevee, unaware that Siachin still had a coal turtle in reserve, could not fathom abandoning her trainer for a mere child. She stood resolutely before Siachin, glaring defiantly at the approaching monkeys. Bring it on. 3 against 1. What kind of challenge is that? As social creatures, the monkeys scoffed at her bravado. 3 against 1. Wasn't that the very definition of a righteous mobbing? As the trio inched closer, Siachin did not hastily release the coal turtle. Instead, he narrowed his eyes, keenly observing the distance between the monkeys and the boy. If they drew just a bit nearer, he could unleash the coal turtle and rush to save the boy without being intercepted by the monkeys. Holding his breath, Siachin steeled himself, ready to unleash his final reserves of strength at a moment's notice. Just as he was about to retrieve the Pokeball from his pocket, a small, unattractive fish, marked by its pockmarked gray surface, emerged from the stream that had gone unnoticed by anyone nearby. In a swift motion, it unleashed a slender jet of water right onto the face of the monkey-like creature. Taken aback, the creature wiped the water from its face and immediately turned in fury toward the source of the attack. Upon realizing that it was an ugly, seemingly feeble Pokémon, their anger intensified. "How dare you?" The monkeys screeched, redirecting their wrath toward the defiant little fish in the stream. Chapter 22. I will come for you again. The monkey creature felt deeply insulted in its role as the tyrant of Linga Mountain. It could tolerate a challenge from an Eevee, especially after discovering its remarkable strength. The monkey had always respected the formidable, but a mere ugly fish daring to squirt water at it? Did it think that being in the water made it invulnerable? With a shriek, the monkey shaped its hands into blades, gathering silvery energy that coalesced rapidly before it struck down towards the fish. In a critical moment, a flash of white light appeared, revealing an orange-red, turtle-like Pokémon radiating heat, standing protectively before the monkey. It was the coal tortoise, borrowed from Xia Chen's young mother. Coal tortoise, they are the ones who took Xiaohan. Go after them, though slow in speed. The coal tortoise was quick to react and had long remembered the trio of audacious monkeys that had abducted its trainer's son. However, its sluggishness had previously prevented it from pursuing the fleeing monkeys. Now, the opportunity for vengeance stood before it, and with a roar, the coal tortoise unleashed a powerful stream of orange-red flames towards the nearby monkeys. The intense heat generated a shimmering wave in the air, startling Siachin, who instinctively closed his eyes at the blinding brightness. When he opened them again, he was left speechless before the coal tortoise. The once domineering trio of monkeys now lay charred and unconscious on the ground. Had a single flame from the coal tortoise truly vanquished all 3 monkeys? Astonishing. The battle concluded swiftly, and the victorious coal tortoise crawled to the side of the small boy, seemingly to provide him with a sense of security. The freed child, instead of crying out, earnestly bowed in gratitude to Siachin and Eevee. "Thank you for saving me. My mother will surely repay you." Perhaps due to the cries he had emitted along the way, his voice was somewhat hoarse. Siachin smiled and added, "There's another Pokémon you need to thank." Noticing Siachin's subtle gestures toward the stream, The boy nodded in realization and hurried to the water's edge to seek out the ugly fish. However, it remained uncertain whether the creature had concealed itself or had long departed. The young boy was unable to locate any trace of the ugly fish, and thus turned to Xia Chen for assistance. Xia Chen cast an encouraging glance at him, reassuring him that it was all right, and that he should express whatever he wished to convey. The fish would surely hear him. The boy nodded earnestly, and then shouted towards the stream, "Thank you, ugly fish. You are the bravest and most beautiful spirit I have ever seen. Even more handsome than the meanest." In a place beyond the reach of Xia Chen and the boy's gaze, the ugly fish trembled imperceptibly. The boy's exaggerated yet innocent proclamation stirred something within its cold, numb soul. More handsome than the meanest, truly? A vision of the only meanest in these waters, adored by both spirits and humans alike, suddenly flashed through its mind, prompting it to shake its head in self-denial of that statement. Could it be true? Of course not. Who could genuinely believe that an ugly fish was beautiful? The fish chuckled at its own folly, gazing through the clear waters towards the vast blue sky above. Yet, who wouldn't he wish to shine as brilliantly as that meanest, leaping above the surface to glisten in the sunlight? Siachin observed the still, unresponsive stream, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Had it truly left? He shook his head with a sigh. Perhaps it was simply not meant to be. At that moment, however, his Eevee tugged at his pant leg and gently shook its head, indicating towards a particular spot in the stream. Not gone. Siachin exchanged glances with Eevee. It nodded in affirmation. Renewed hope flickered within Siachin. If it was hiding, what could be the reason? Shyness? Or perhaps insecurity? He refrained from making hasty conjectures, and, after a moment's contemplation, approached the slightly disheartened boy, crouching beside him and ruffling his hair. "Do not be sad. It surely heard your voice. But perhaps it is too bashful to show itself after your kind words. Moreover, what you said is profoundly true. The beauty of the heart far surpasses that of the exterior." The boy's eyes sparkled anew. "Yes, uncle, that is wonderful advice. I must capture a spirit of inner beauty in the future." Siachin smiled warmly, responding, "Indeed, great minds think alike. I too wish to capture that ugly fish." The boy exclaimed in realization and turned back to the stream, calling out, "Ugly fish. Did you hear that? Uncle wants to capture you. I think you two, both possessing inner beauty, would make a splendid match. Come out quickly." Siachin felt a wave of frustration. While the boy was adept at serving as a distraction, how could he persuade this troublesome child to refer to him as brother? The ugly fish listened intently to their conversation, including the final notion of capture. Yet, deeply ingrained feelings of inferiority rendered it hesitant. "Capture me? Is this a jest?" Even if he possesses beautiful scales, he certainly cannot be devoid of the presence of the less appealing fish. With his modest talents, he stands as an inconspicuous entity among all the unremarkable fish in these waters, having long since withdrawn from the competition for the next enchanting scale. He could easily seek out more gifted companions among the less appealing fish. However, their words resonate with such sincerity. Perhaps, this truly is an opportunity to transform his aquatic existence. The unremarkable fish wrestles with his inner turmoil, ultimately deciding to engage in a face-to-face conversation with Siachin. Yet, just as he surfaces, the sound of approaching footsteps sends the sensitive fish retreating back into the depths, fleeing downstream. In the end, he hears a woman weeping, accompanied by a young boy exclaiming, "Mom, you've frightened away my savior." And then, that most unforgettable voice lingers in his mind. "Unremarkable fish. I shall return to seek you out at this same hour tomorrow." Tomorrow? Who would believe such words? A man's tongue is a deceiver. Accompanied by the forest ranger, the group returns to the spirit center of the scenic area. Although Eevee is not gravely injured, he is exhausted and recuperating in the infirmary. The young boy lies on an adjacent bed, quickly succumbing to slumber after their thrilling adventure. Xia Chen, nearly depleted of energy, occupies the last available bed in the infirmary, receiving what resembles a glucose drip. It is due to that woman's insistence that he remains here, whereas he yearns to take Eevee home and relish a meal of his own preparation. Beside the hospital bed, the woman has pulled up a chair to sit between Siachin and the young boy, gently caressing her son one moment, then turning to exchange a few words with Siachin. To an observer, it appears as though Siachin and the boy are her two sons. Having received an hour's worth of treatment, Siachin feels that lying here in this state of well-being is a squandering of life. "Madam, I find myself somewhat hungry. Might it be possible for me to return home?" Though he has recently learned her name, Jiang Qian, addressing her directly feels impolite, while calling her sister or aunt seems equally inappropriate. Thus, Siachin opts for a neutral term, seeking to excuse himself gracefully. "The vehicle will soon arrive to collect us. It will certainly be faster than your returning alone. I kindly ask you to endure a bit longer. Xia Chen smiles gently, tucking her hair behind her ear, delivering a response that leaves no room for rebuttal. Siachin is left with no choice but to acquiesce. A gentle knock sounds at the door, and upon her cool invitation to enter, the door swings open. A middle-aged man, his face glistening and adorned with a sycophantic smile, steps in. Esteemed guests, greetings. I am Wang Fong, the administrator of Linga Mountain Scenic Area. I have come to discuss matters of compensation with you both. Chapter 23. Sir, you two would not wish for today's events to be brought to light, would you? The middle-aged man, Wang Fong, sat upright and solemnly stated, we have thoroughly investigated the recent incident. Those mischievous monkeys mistook the fruit tree you picked from as their own possession, which led them to attack you without hesitation and abduct your son. However, our scenic area is willing to assume full responsibility and offer appropriate compensation to the two startled guests. Jiang Qian shot a cold glance at Wang Fong, asserting, there is no need for such elaborate explanations. After all, this is your responsibility. It is one thing to have inadequate management, but to only allow the carrying of a single spirit is absurd. Otherwise, would my child have been placed in such peril? Do not speak as if you are bestowing charity upon us. Wang Fong chuckled awkwardly. Madam Jiang, I meant no such thing. In any case, you and Mr. Xia will forever be esteemed guests of Linga Mountain, welcome to visit freely at any time. Each year, we will also present you with a fruit gift package worth 10,000 yuan. I hope you are satisfied with this compensation. Lying in bed, Siachin contemplated. A fruit gift package each year does sound rather appealing. If I live for another 70 or 80 years, that would amount to 700,000 or 800,000. But wait, by then, what status would I hold? Would I even regard such trifling offerings? Xia Chen mused further, realizing the absurdity of the compensation plan, which seemed concocted by a fool. Just as he was about to voice his objections, Jiang Qian interjected, I shall grant you another opportunity to rephrase your proposal. Her gaze was sharp, her tone flat, yet it conveyed an undeniable authority. This domineering demeanor was a stark contrast to her previously maternal appearance. It seemed Jiang Qian held a significant social standing. He pondered why he encountered her on a bus, perhaps a quirk of the wealthy? Well, we have another proposal, a cash sum of 500,000 yuan, along with 2 annual passes to Silver Company, allowing in 15% discount on purchases within a year. Does that seem reasonable? Jiang Qian replied nonchalantly. Wang Fong let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and beamed, that sounds good. Regarding today's events, I hope you both. Jiang Qian scoffed. We were just discussing compensation. What has a gag order to do with this? Wang Fong, desperately wanting to storm out, reconsidered the potentially dire consequences of exposure and gritted his teeth. Then let us add 300,000. Jiang Qian raised her head like a proud swan. Are you jesting? If this incident were to be publicized, my brother could gain both fame and fortune. To you, this is merely 300,000. Xia Chen, still lying in bed, silently added, you need to increase the amount. Wang Fong felt as though the world was spinning around him. After years of wrongdoing, had he finally met with retribution? His voice was mournful, tinged with a hint of tears. At 500,000, truly cannot go any higher. Jiang Qian responded decisively, deal. The total is 1,300,000. And I hope to see the transfer record by tomorrow. Wang Fong opened his mouth, but ultimately could not articulate that he meant adding 500,000, not 800,000. Siachin pondered for a moment before adding, oh, by the way, the offer you mentioned still stands, right? I need to make another trip to that place tomorrow, the Elven Protection Zone. Wang Fong, fearing that this ancestor might stir up trouble again, stammered. That area is quite dangerous. You should really avoid it. Jiang Qian chuckled softly. Mr. Wang, I trust you wouldn't want the events that transpired in your scenic area today to be exposed, would you? In the serene hospital room, a phone rang. Jiang Qian glanced at the message and turned. The car has arrived. Let us depart. The vehicle sped along the lakeside road by Yunza Lake, enveloped in the luxurious interior of an unknown brand's extended sedan. Siachin became increasingly convinced of Jiang Qian's affluent status. Yet, the wealthy woman had shed her earlier domineering demeanor, sincerely thanking Siachin. Xia, I am truly grateful for your help today. Otherwise, I would have been at a loss. Siachin waved his hand. If you must express gratitude, thank Eevee instead. She was the one who heard your son's cries and rushed to help. Jiang Qian nodded, once again expressing her earnest gratitude to Eevee. Eevee modestly wagged her tail, responding with a soft, it was nothing. Siachin, curious, inquired, though it may be a bit presumptuous, I must ask, why did you bring a coal turtle with you? Although it was evident that the coal turtle possessed formidable strength, it was, after all, merely a coal turtle, ranking among the slower Pokémon. Given the events of today, it was truly helpless. Jiang Qian offered a faint smile. Xiaohan particularly enjoys the meat grilled on the coal turtle's back, and there are not many powerful Pokémon in Linga Mountain, so I let my guard down. In any case, I shall certainly learn from today's lesson. Siachin smirked, surprised by such an unusual rationale. All right. I heard from Xiaohan that you wish to capture a Magikarp. Although I cannot provide you with a beautiful scale at this moment, I can help you acquire a Magikarp with decent potential. Jiang Qian, indeed a wealthy woman, was willing to offer a Magikarp worth at least 1 million. Yet, Siachin had no particular desire for it and decided to pass. Jiang Qian, feeling urgent, insisted, how can this be? The compensation belongs to the scenic area. You saved Xiaohan. This small token of gratitude should not be refused. Siachin, with a hint of resignation, replied, allow me to finish my thought. What I mean is, I quite like that Magikarp from today. I will capture it myself. You could instead offer 5 fairy stones. That would be of greater significance to me. The value of 5 fairy stones was roughly equivalent to that of the Magikarp, as Siachin wished not to owe a debt of gratitude. Moreover, securing the fairy stones, along with half of the 1,300,000, would alleviate his concerns regarding the training of Eevee and the Magikarp for the time being. Upon hearing Jiang Qian's words, Siachin finally exhaled a sigh of relief and replied with a smile, my company has business dealings in the Carlos region, so that is entirely manageable. If you are willing, you can purchase from me in the future at cost price. Additionally, you may borrow my Pokémon for your trip to Linga Mountain tomorrow. Although there are not many formidable wild Pokémon there, do remember to prioritize your safety. Observing Jiang Qian's concerned demeanor, Siachin couldn't help but smile faintly. Her emotional intelligence was evidently high. Though he remained unsure if her feelings were genuine or feigned, her care and consideration were unmistakably sincere. This outing had also forged a fortunate bond for him with his Eevee. He nodded in response to Jiang Qian while instinctively petting Eevee's head. Meanwhile, Eevee murmured softly to itself, pondering how this inexplicable progression seemed to drift further from its past life. Chapter 24. The Cheese Marsh King. This marked Xia Chen's first night since his arrival in this world spent away from home. Lying on the soft, luxurious bed in Jiang Qian's opulent villa, he embraced Eevee, reflecting on the wondrous and exhilarating events of the day. The fruits gathered and the Pokémon items discovered prior to the notable incident paled in comparison to the rewards that followed. Wang Feng promptly transferred 1,300,000 to the card number Siachin had provided during his return journey. However, when Siachin attempted to share half of it with Jiang Qian, she graciously declined, teasingly remarking that the chair he was sitting on was worth far more, thus playfully humiliating him. Yet, shamefully, he accepted her playful mockery. Thus, he found himself in possession of 1,300,000 in cash, 5 fairy stones, and an annual shopping card from the Sylph Company. He truly felt as though he had struck gold. As long as he refrained from greedily nurturing other Pokémon, he need not worry about the sustenance and cultivation expenses for Eevee and his Magikarp until after university. Although he had yet to capture the Magikarp, the saying goes, those who benefit from others cannot refuse their kindness. Grateful for his fortune, Siachin felt compelled to accept Jiang Qian's invitation for dinner at her home. After a delightful dinner filled with laughter and enjoyment, their bond deepened significantly. Through their conversation, Siachin learned that Jiang Qian independently operated a technology company specializing in Pokémon biological research, gaining a respectable reputation in Zhejiang. With assets amounting to several billion at such a young age, a quintessential image of a wealthy woman. Yet, Siachin, possessing a steadfast heart, had no interest in living off others and harbored no peculiar thoughts. Likewise, Jiang Qian did not exhibit any infatuation upon encountering a handsome young man. As commonly depicted in trivial literature, their relationship was intimate yet clearly defined, allowing for a remarkably comfortable interaction. In the end, Jiang Qian insisted on keeping Siachin for the night under the pretext of lending him her Pokémon on the following day. Shaking off his thoughts, Siachin rubbed his head, turned off the lights, and drifted into slumber. A night of silence ensued. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the simply decorated room, awakening the slumbering Siachin. He stared blankly at the unfamiliar ceiling for a good 10 seconds before realizing that he was not at home. Ibrahim, who was beside him, seemed to have awakened earlier than himself and was no longer in the room. When it was time to rise, Siachin discovered that his legs ached terribly. Struggling to get up, he hobbled through his morning routine. Gazing down from the balcony of his room, he saw Ibrahim diligently engaging in a morning run in the villa's small garden. The disparity in physical constitution between humans and sprites became evident after a night's recovery. Ibrahim was lively and agile, while Xia Chen could only painfully make his way down the stairs. In the dining room, Jiang Qian and her son Jiang Han were having breakfast at the table. Upon seeing Xia Chen descend, they eagerly beckoned him to join them. "Good morning, uncle." Jiang Han greeted Xia Chen with exuberance, only to receive a half-hearted smile in return. Firstly, Xia Chen was indeed feeling unwell. Secondly, he wished the boy would refrain from calling him uncle. Jiang Qian shot her son a disapproving glance, deeming it quite impolite and instructing him to address Xia Chen as brother. After some contemplation, Xia Chen decided that, considering his soul's age, being called uncle was not entirely unjust, and thus he chose to overlook the matter. "No worries, Xiao Han. Good morning, Qianjia," he replied while taking a seat. The breakfast spread was sumptuous, and Xia Chen indulged himself to a satisfying extent. As the maid in her uniform cleared the table, Jiang Qian, having wiped her mouth, announced, "I must head to the office shortly. Feel free to borrow any sprite you like. They are all in the garden. Do not fret about Xiao Han. There are sprites to keep him company at home." With that, she hurriedly grabbed her bag and left, her bustling demeanor presenting a stark contrast to the warm and understanding sister she had been the previous day. Jiang Han, accustomed to this, tugged at Xia Chen and dashed towards the garden. "Brother Xia Chen, allow me to introduce you to the other members of our family." Xia Chen found it perplexing. First, he was addressed as uncle, and now that seemed forgotten as Jiang Han reverted to brother. What was this? Was his trait to swim against the current? Silently critiquing, Xia Chen followed Jiang Han into the garden. The garden was teeming with sprites. Alongside Xia Chen's Ibrahim, there were 6 or 7 other sprites. At that moment, Ibrahim was playfully chasing a lively houndoom. Jiang Han introduced the sprites one by one, starting with a leisurely Swampert basking in the sun on the grass. With its small, green eyes fixed on the blue sky, it appeared to be in a stupor, resembling a statue. "Cheese Swampert," Jiang Han announced, perhaps due to his still recovering voice. Xia Chen misheard this as cheese. Upon hearing his introduction, Swampert turned its head and greeted Xia Chen with a penetrating gaze. Xia Chen responded politely, "Hello, Swampert. He enjoys sunbathing. Let us not disturb him," Jiang Han said as they moved on to another sprite, a pumpkaboo. Cheese Pumpkaboo, though it may appear a bit frightening, is actually quite shy. The pumpkaboo gave a brief greeting before drifting away quietly. Jiang Han did not misrepresent. The pumpkin creature undeniably exhibited a demeanor of social anxiety. Nearby, the fire dragon and the circle bear were engaged in their playful antics. In the direction Jiang Han pointed, the fire dragon was lifting the circle bear high into the air, as if preparing for a spectacular throw, clearly absorbed in their fun. The two mischievous spirits paid no heed to Xia Chen, continuing their jovial play. Lastly, there was the speed dog. Jiang Han waved towards the speed dog, who was being pursued by the Eevee, calling out, "Speed dog, come here." Upon hearing the call, the speed dog joyfully barked and sprinted towards them, while Jiang Han and Xia Chen moved to greet it. However, just as the speed dog was about to reunite with Xia Chen, it abruptly halted. Then, it adjusted its stance, mimicking Xia Chen's posture and limping towards him. Xia Chen remarked, "I may not be human, but you are indeed a dog. Wasn't the speed dog supposed to be a noble partner? How disappointing. Even Satan would have to tattoo you on his chest. And you, Eevee, do you find this amusing? Your trainer is being bullied so mercilessly, and you merely stand by, watching?" Infuriated by the speed dog's unexpected blow and the Eevee's taunt, Siachin contemplated a duel to the death with the speed dog. Jiang Han struggled to suppress his laughter while admonishing the speed dog. "You are exceedingly rude. Apologize immediately." After the commotion, the speed dog returned to its usual demeanor, joyfully trotting over with its tongue out. But was Xia Chen someone who easily accepted apologies? With a stoic expression, he pointed at the speed dog and declared, "I've decided. I will borrow your speed dog this afternoon." The speed dog looked bewildered. Turning to Jiang Han, who nodded affirmatively, "It's a decision made by your mother. You must take good care of Xia Chen this afternoon." The speed dog's expression turned to one of despair, realizing that this man had chosen him for revenge. Humans are truly treacherous. Chapter 25. Capturing the Ugly Fish. Although the agreed time with the ugly fish was set for this afternoon, after preparing lunch, Xia Chen set off in the morning. There was still a considerable distance from the entrance of the scenic area to the depths of the Pokémon protection zone. Furthermore, as a suitor, arriving early was a matter of courtesy. Once again, the luxurious car from yesterday was at his service, and Siachin arrived at Linga Mountain before noon. After the pear-picking festival, the scenic area was noticeably quieter than the previous day. Accompanied by Eevee, Xia Chen returned to the forest leading to the wild Pokémon protection zone. This time, with a clear objective, Xia Chen and Eevee did not linger along the way. However, due to Xia Chen's mobility issues, he could only summon the speed dog to carry him. Given the speed dog's size, it was possible to sit, yet it was far from comfortable. The bumpy ride threatened to upset his stomach. Yet, while Xia Chen was uncomfortable, the speed dog was even more so, as the burden of over 100 pounds on its back was exceedingly unpleasant. Xia Chen avenged himself on the wind speed dog through a strategy that inflicted 1,000 losses upon the enemy, while incurring 800 losses of his own. They ambled along, and by 2 o'clock, Xia Chen and his companions finally arrived at the site of yesterday's battle with the monkey monster. However, it was evident that the time was still far from the evening hour of the previous day. Bored, Xia Chen sat by the stream, waiting. His mind was not inclined to explore other areas before capturing the ugly fish. Meanwhile, as Xia Chen remained stationary, Eevee dared not venture alone to that location in search of treasure. Despite its confidence in navigating the novice fishing pond, Xia Chen held a different opinion. Thus, he decided to have the wind speed dog accompany him, as his safety was a matter of concern. Consequently, the trio, one person, one dog, and one Eevee, stayed by the stream, waiting. The wind speed dog was exuberant by nature, capable of finding amusement in anything, especially in the vibrant embrace of nature. It frolicked through the thickets, startling the green caterpillars, and meddled with the beehive of the bee drill, relishing the thrill of being pursued by a swarm of bees. After tiring from play, it leaped into the stream, splashing about without a hint of the typical water aversion associated with fire-type Pokémon. Fearing that the ruckus might scare away the ugly fish, Xia Chen promptly called it back and fashioned a makeshift fishing rod from a slender willow branch he had found. Enacting a scene reminiscent of Jiang Taigong fishing by the stream's edge, Eevee lay beside Xia Chen, savoring this rare moment of tranquility. Time passed, and suddenly, the branch twitched. Xia Chen's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that the only fish willing to bite without bait or hook was the ugly fish he had awaited? Excitedly, he pulled the rod, only for a king carp to tumble from the heavens and land at his feet. The lively yet lifeless eyes of the fish stared at Xia Chen, its body still writhing against the ground. In an instant, Xia Chen's spirits plummeted. He grasped the long whiskers of the king carp and tossed it back into the water, admonishing it not to bite his rod again. It was not that Xia Chen held any disdain for the king carp. The prowess of the Gyarados was considerable, and its wild beauty was undeniable. However, Xia Chen was a romantic at heart, and his second Pokémon had to be the ugly fish. With his resolve strengthened, he settled back down to await the arrival of the destined fish. Yet, as dusk approached and the appointed hour drew near, the fishing rod remained still, unresponsive. Xia Chen's heart sank further, and the despondent atmosphere even affected the playful wind speed dog nearby. Sensing Xia Chen's disappointment, it trotted over and nudged him gently, barking softly. "Don't be sad. I'll have a pup for you in the future." Eevee cast a sidelong glance at the wind speed dog, remarking, "If the little herdier inherits your personality, Xia Chen might very well be driven to despair." The wind speed dog protested, barking defiantly, "What's wrong with my personality? How much joy can it bring him?" Eevee scoffed, "Oh yes, joy to the point of death." Xia Chen had no time to analyze the banter between the two Pokémon. He remained steadfastly gazing at the clear stream, waiting for the event he so fervently desired to unfold. Little did he know that even before Xia Chen's arrival, the ugly fish had already concealed itself among the lush aquatic plants, peering through the gaps to observe the outside world. Undoubtedly, it had witnessed Xia Chen's approach. Yet despite countless urges to swim out and seize the bait prepared for it, it repeatedly chose to retreat. Why was it hesitant? The ugly fish pondered this question within its heart. Was Xia Chen not good enough? Certainly not. It was evident that Xia Chen, in both his treatment of his own Pokémon and wild ones, was a trainer who adored them and was worthy of any Pokémon's loyalty. Thus, the answer became clear. The ugly fish did not perceive Xia Chen as lacking, but rather saw itself as inadequate. In comparison to Eevee, it felt neither as charming nor as powerful, and even its potential was utterly mediocre. Why burden someone else? The ugly fish gazed at the branch swaying with the current, contemplating gloomily. The sky grew darker, to the point where it could scarcely discern Xia Chen's face on the shore, yet it could hear Xia Chen's gentle sigh. Suddenly, the branch shifted, seemingly losing control as it drifted away with the flow. Was it departing? A wave of sadness washed over the ugly fish, almost bringing it to tears. Though it had never felt such a notion when being bullied by other Pokémon, the ugly fish found itself increasingly perplexed. Yet one thing was painfully clear: it felt regret. Why couldn't it have been a bit braver just moments ago? Bubbles continuously escaped its mouth, a habit it had when its emotions were turbulent, whether in joy or sorrow, though joy was a rare visitor. Yet, this world offered no remedy for regret, it mused. I don't know if you were there, ugly fish. A sudden voice from the shore startled the ugly fish. Diancie left. I really must go, so if you. In an instant of hesitation, the ugly fish resolved to act, propelling itself from the weeds with unprecedented speed, breaking through the water's surface. There. It met Xia Chen's astonished gaze, filled with disbelief, as if he could hardly fathom that it had emerged so abruptly without uttering a single word. Time seemed to freeze in that moment, Xia Chen's dazed expression reminiscent of its comrade, the Magikarp, unable to vocalize its thoughts. The ugly fish released small jets of water to rouse the still-dazed Xia Chen. What are you waiting for? Hurry and catch me, you fool. Only then did Xia Chen awaken from his reverie, retrieving the long-prepared dive ball, crouching down, and solemnly presenting it before the ugly fish. Come with me. Grant me the chance to change your destiny. Even without beautiful scales, I will nurture you into a being that astounds all. The ugly fish expelled bubbles once more. But this time, it was a rare expression of joy. He leaped lightly, touching the button at the center of the Pokeball. Just before his body was enveloped by the sphere, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Greetings, dear host. The Dragon Cultivation System has been activated. Chapter 26. The choice of the ugly fish. What is this Dragon Cultivation System? No, the more pressing question is, why is there a voice resonating in my mind? Having never read a novel, the bewildered ugly fish found himself engulfed in fear and confusion. He had just entered the Pokeball of his desired trainer, with a promising future beckoning him. So why had everything changed so abruptly? Is there something corrupt entering my mind? He attempted to silently inquire, what are you? Greetings. Esteemed host, I am the Dragon Cultivation System, designed to assist you in evolving into a being capable of striking down Kyogre and kicking Groudon, an existence of unparalleled supremacy. The ugly fish was even more perplexed. What are Kyogre and Groudon? I've never even heard of them. Are they more powerful than our domain's mightiest, the Gyarados King? The voice belonging to the so-called system paused for a moment before responding. I cannot ascertain the strength of your Gyarados King, but the most formidable Gyarados pales in comparison to your fully realized form. What is a caterpillar? There are no caterpillars in the water. And now I've stumbled into another realm of ignorance. In any case, with my assistance, you shall become an entity that commands the awe and submission of all Pokémon. The ugly fish was taken aback. Hey, that phrase sounds somewhat familiar, doesn't it? Wasn't that what Xia Chen said before capturing me? So this is what he meant. The means to grow stronger without needing beautiful scales. Thus, this so-called system is merely a gift from Xia Chen for our first meeting. I understand now. Let us strive together. By the way, what exactly can you do, system? Upon hearing the ugly fish finally pose a sensible question, the system promptly replied. Ding! The first stage of the system has commenced. Please select your growth template. Choice 1. The despairing black dragon Nidhogg. A black dragon that dwells at the roots of the world tree, the embodiment of despair and calamity. It is said that when the roots are devoured, the world tree will wither, the world will face annihilation, and everything will descend into chaos. The ugly fish frowned. Why would I want to bring about the world's destruction? That's a wicked dragon. I refuse to become that. Choice 2. The chaotic dragon Leviathan. According to legend, the first being created by a deity during the world's inception, its massive form obscures the sky, and with a mere movement, it could obliterate the world. Is there a more reasonable option? Must the choices always lead to world annihilation? The system, having analyzed your preferences through big data, presents your third option, the Emerald Dragon Queen Isra, the guardian of the Emerald Dream. Due to her benevolence toward all living creatures, she has become their protector and the soul of the world, possessing the power to command nature. That sounds rather appealing, but is this a queen? Alas, I find myself as a mere common fish. Is there anything more? Once again, I shall refine your preferences. Option 4. The Genesis Dragon, Yulong. One of the deities of creation from a certain realm, spans 1,000 miles in length. Its gaze brings forth daylight, while its closed eyes usher in the night. And it cradles within its maw an eternal flame, possessing the power to incinerate all in an instant. 1,000 miles is indeed an excessive length. Would not Siachin appear diminutive before me? This option does not suffice. Option 5. Yulong, one of the mightiest beings from a primordial era, a divine dragon of war. When he manifests, all creation stirs in response. Furthermore, he possesses the ability to summon winds and rains. With a mere flick of his tail, he can carve rivers into the land, thus earning the title of God of Rivers. The previously cantankerous, unsightly fish has finally found its allure. The God of Rivers is indeed a fitting match for me. I have made my decision. I shall choose Yulong. The host has finalized the template selection, and modifications have been made according to the realm of spirits. Yulong corresponds to the attributes of water and dragon, with a maximum growth limit of 1,000. And the ultimate characteristic of Ocean of Origins. The worldview of this narrative does not include species values. This is merely an estimation for the spirit system comparison. Now, the second phase of the system is activated. Congratulations, host, on receiving the novice gift package, a precious mysterious water droplet, and a white jade orb. The Yulong template has been successfully loaded, and the current growth level stands at 0. Please continue your diligent efforts, host. This narrative adheres to traditional spirit literature and will not truly evolve into the mythical form of Yulong, so rest assured, dear readers. Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, countless wondrous tales transpire within the confines of the Pock Ball. At this moment, he remains immersed in the joy of capturing his beloved spirit. He has not contemplated the qualifications of this unsightly fish. Whether high or low, it matters little to him. Siachin selects his spirits based solely on instinct. Otherwise, he would not have declined Jiang Qian's kind intention of gifting him a highly qualified, albeit unattractive, fish. After all, his ultimate aspiration is merely to lead a languorous existence as a leisurely fish shop owner, rendering the limits of his spirits of lesser consequence. What he does not realize, however, is that due to the intervention of some unknown force, the potential of the unsightly fish he has just captured has soared to an astonishing degree. Although the sky had darkened considerably by the time he returned to the city, after returning the speedster dog to Jiangqian, Xia Chen eagerly strolled through the Silver Fairy Spirit Emporium. Naturally, he intended to indulge in a shopping spree with the annual card and cash he had recently acquired. Additionally, it was imperative to prepare a proper welcome gift for the newly joined unsightly fish. Considering the stark differences in living habits between himself, Eevee, and the unsightly fish, it would be prudent to heed the fish's opinions when selecting items. Siachin first procured a small plastic bag filled with water, gently placing the unsightly fish within before carrying it while he explored. His unique approach to shopping garnered him an astounding 200% rate of attention from passersby, with several individuals casting curious glances at the youth who sought the fish's counsel before making purchases. In comparison to the 2 large training items he acquired after capturing Eevee, the requirements of the unsightly fish were considerably modest. A spacious aquarium of several dozen cubic meters would suffice to ensure its satisfaction. Although even the largest aquarium pales in comparison to the vastness of Lake Yunza, it is worth noting that no stream, no matter how small, belongs solely to it. Here, however, the unsightly fish finds a unique sanctuary of its own, along with a glimmer of hope that rises from the humble beginnings. On the following morning, Silver Company exhibited commendable logistics, dispatching personnel and several strong assistants to Siachin's residence at dawn, where they installed the high-tech aquarium, valued at tens of thousands. In the living room, gazing at the azure waters teeming with vibrant aquatic life and watching the cheerful fish swim joyfully in its new abode, Siachin smiled broadly, nodding in satisfaction. This aquarium was just the touch the room needed. I always felt something was missing here, right, Eevee? Yes, Eevee replied, somewhat dismissively, while reminiscing about the potential of the current moment as it watched the news. Internally, it scoffed at the whims of its human companion, a man so easily bored. All right, you all enjoy the living room. I shall prepare breakfast, Siachin called out, humming a cheerful tune as he entered the kitchen. Upon hearing the kitchen door creak open, Eevee promptly leaped off the sofa and approached the aquarium. As the undisputed matriarch of the household, Eevee felt it was her duty to impart some wisdom to the new resident. Chapter 27. The ambitions of the unsightly fish. Though Siachin's home was somewhat antiquated, it remained spacious enough for the 2 Pokémon residing there. The oversized aquarium, specifically acquired for the unsightly fish, was positioned strategically between the living and dining areas, serving as an effective divider. When boredom struck, the fish could watch television alongside Eevee, though it lacked any control over the remote. It could only watch whatever Eevee chose. However, unlike the bustling city of Peachbug, Lake Yunza did not boast the luxury of televisions, rendering life rather monotonous. Thus, even when political news played on the screen, the unsightly fish absorbed the information with great interest, unearthing the knowledge of human society. Suddenly, its view was obstructed by Eevee, staring blankly at her. The fish was puzzled by her sudden approach. Yet, judging by her not-so-friendly demeanor, it sensed that this conversation might not be easy. From this day forward, you must understand the rules of this household. Aside from Siachin, I am the eldest here, so you shall refer to me as Big Sister. Do you understand? The unsightly fish thought to itself that, despite Eevee's adorable appearance, she seemed rather dim-witted. How could a fish possibly respond? Did she expect it to form words from bubbles? Eevee's frustration grew upon seeing the fish's blank, unresponsive expression. What could be the matter? Did it not comprehend Pokémon speech? Or perhaps it was incapable of speaking at all, just as she contemplated tapping the glass to issue a warning. It dawned on her that the unsightly fish indeed seemed unable to speak. Ibrahim, feigning nonchalance, gently lowered his hand that had just been raised and continued. Boo-ee, from now on, I shall refer to this big sister accordingly, but let us be clear about our standings. Starting today, you shall be my subordinate. Do you understand? In the previous timeline, this peculiar fish had never made an appearance, and as a reincarnated being, Ibrahim felt a twinge of unease regarding this uncertain factor. Boo-ee, if you agree, then produce a stream of bubbles. Yet, instead of a flurry of bubbles, the response from the peculiar fish was a defiant glare. I, the peculiar fish, have chosen Xia Chen, not you, Ibrahim. Why should I be your subordinate? What gives you the right? The more insecure the spirit, the stronger its pride often becomes, and the peculiar fish was no exception. What made matters particularly unique was that the peculiar fish had recently acquired an unparalleled dragon cultivation system. With boundless confidence in its future, the peculiar fish found itself in a rather peculiar psychological state. To draw a comparison, the phrase 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river might encapsulate its current sentiment. It is well known that those who rise from obscurity often assume the role of protagonists in most literary works. Although the peculiar fish did not fully comprehend this narrative, it instinctively harbored such thoughts, leading to a sense of discontent towards Ibrahim. You merely encountered Siachin a tad earlier than I did. What is so special about that? You expect me to become your subordinate? Dream on. With a casual flick of its tail, it turned and swam away. Instead of squabbling with Ibrahim, it deemed it far more prudent to contemplate the system, the very source of its potential empowerment. The system had rambled on extensively the previous day. Although much of it had eluded the peculiar fish's comprehension, it had grasped the most crucial elements. According to the system's growth plan, aquatic spirits must navigate several stages to transform into dragons. Under the correction of this world's laws, it was imperative for the peculiar fish to evolve into Milotic before further advancement could be achieved. It seemed that the dragon transformation stage corresponding to Milotic was known as Jiao. At this initial stage, the peculiar fish must establish a solid foundation, diligently enhancing its affinity for both water and dragon attributes. According to the system, the mysterious water droplet and the jade-like pearl within the novice gift pack were vital tools for augmenting the dual attribute strength. The system indicated that once these two entities were fully absorbed into its being, the foundation for entering the next dragon transformation stage would be laid. Since acquiring these two items the previous night, the peculiar fish had been endeavoring to absorb them as per the system's guidance. It could indeed sense a subtle energy flowing within its body, albeit minuscule. Moreover, the size of the two pearls had shown not the slightest change, akin to scooping a mere bowl of water from Yunza Lake, insignificant in the grand scheme of things. Nevertheless, the peculiar fish remained undaunted. Those who have traversed through darkness will, even with the faintest glimmer of light, strive to escape the abyss. I, the unattractive fish, have grown weary of the days when fish bullied fish. I am determined to evolve step by step into a dragon, striving to become a divine dragon that none dare to bully. As I sense the host's shift in mindset, I unlock the achievement of Hidden Dragon in the Abyss, gaining a beneficial effect that accelerates energy absorption by 200. The unattractive fish was momentarily bewildered, wondering how the achievement had been unlocked. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Whatever the reasoning, it could only be seen as a fortuitous development. After a breakfast imbued with an inexplicable air of peculiarity, Xia Chen returned to his room to edit videos. Having spent 2 full days at Linga Mountain, he had gathered ample material, and it would be a travesty not to create a video from it. Regrettably, he found himself corrupted by the shameful lure of money, having vowed not to disclose the incident involving the monkey monster attacking and abducting tourists. Otherwise, with that additional content, this video could have been more thrilling than a cinematic masterpiece. Yet, omitting it might not be entirely disadvantageous. Including such details could lead to speculation from those with ulterior motives, claiming he staged the events for fame. With the school term fast approaching, he bore the responsibility of nurturing Eevee and the unattractive fish, and the thought of such troublesome issues brought him a headache. He preferred to simply enjoy his role as a connoisseur of cuisine and caretaker of Eevee. Given that most of the footage in this video was captured from Eevee's perspective with a camera atop its head, Siachin invested considerable thought and time, finally concluding his work around noon. Satisfied with the contrast of this video compared to the current outdoor videos on the main platform, he nodded approvingly. He titled it Outdoor Adventure with Eevee 01. pair-picking festival at Linga Mountain, and promptly clicked to publish. In the Alolan region, at the Ether Paradise, a renowned technological giant built by the Ether Foundation, an artificial island serves as their primary research base and a sanctuary for many injured Pokémon. Additionally, it is the residence of the Ether Foundation's owner, Luzman, and her family. Within a luxurious mansion at the heart of the island, a delicate girl with light golden hair, visibly anxious, slowly raised her hand in an attempt to touch the gentle and adorable sea lion Pokémon before her. What would be a simple act for nearly everyone else in the world felt insurmountable to her. The sea lion encouraged the girl, urging her to take that final step. However, the fear that crept from within ultimately prevailed, and the golden-haired girl trembled as she withdrew her hand. "My lady, you have reduced the distance by another centimeter since yesterday," comforted an elderly gentleman with a full head of white hair, standing tall beside her. The girl gently shook her head. "There is no need to console me, Grandpa Butler." With that, she turned and retreated into her room, leaving him to sigh softly in her wake. He gently caressed the ball sea lion, murmuring to himself, "The young lady is about to turn 16 and can finally have her first Pokémon, yet she remains unable to overcome her fear of them." Alas. Chapter 28. The unremarkable Master Pigeon Lilia lay on her soft bed, gazing blankly at the ceiling. Despite her deep affection for Pokémon, why was she unable to connect with them? She recognized that the root of her affliction lay in an attack by a Pokémon during her childhood. Yet, why had that incident continued to wield such a profound influence over her after all these years? Lilia pondered this question countless times, but an answer eluded her. The vibration of her phone beside her awakened her from her reverie. She opened the device to find a notification. "Your favorite creator, I am not the pigeon, updated a video an hour ago." Lilia sprang from her bed in excitement. The pigeon had finally remembered to post an update. In her yearning to connect with Pokémon, which she could not do in reality, Lilia found solace in being an online cloud trainer and breeder. The creator known as I Am Not the Pigeon, often dubbed Master Pigeon by fans, was one of her favorite content creators. For an avid follower like Lilia, the culinary videos and those featuring daily Pokémon activities, even battles, had become rather monotonous. However, Master Pigeon's videos were distinct, showcasing unheard-of dishes, lively banter with the cinematographer, and her beloved segment featuring the eating habits of the adorable Snivy. Just 2 weeks prior, he had discovered a charming Eevee, and from its debut episode, Lilia had been captivated by this endearing and considerate little creature. Since that episode, Master Pigeon's videos had surged in popularity. This particular video had garnered a staggering 100,000 views within just an hour of being posted. Lilia clicked on the video, eager to indulge in culinary delights to lift her spirits. Yet, the opening scene took her by surprise. A vast and breathtaking lake unfolded before her, with a mesmerizing Milotic leaping from the water, illuminated by the sun's rays. This moment seemed to herald that this episode would be unlike any other. However, the comments in the chat were rather peculiar. "Wishing for a smooth college entrance exam this year. Wishing for my starter Pokémon to be a Metong. Wishing to participate in the Lily of the Valley conference this year. Wishing my Shinadu could learn the move Gratitude. Hilarious." Finding amusement in these wishes, Lilia decided to join in. "I wish to overcome my fear of Pokémon this year." Following the stunning visual, Master Pigeon's clear voice resonated through the video. "Hello, my dear Dowda Pigeons. Welcome to a new series featuring a day out with Eevee. Today, we find ourselves at the Pair Picking Festival on Spirit Mountain. This episode will prominently feature Eevee's perspective, so viewers prone to dizziness, please prepare yourselves." As Master Pigeon never appears on camera, the scene currently showcases the picturesque scenery of Yunzil Lake captured from a bus. The fans have grown accustomed to this, engaging in discussions on other topics within the barrage. Linga Mountain. It turns out Master Pigeon hails from Zhejiang. I trust everyone knows where to send the blades now. Amusing. Hooray, let us see more videos of Eevee. The child adores them. However, what does this first-person perspective mean? What is Eevee's first-person perspective? Lilia, too, was intrigued and continued watching with the same query in mind. The segments leading up to the forest were scant, featuring only the staff introducing the rules and a segment with the comedic antics of Katie Dog, which left even the audience shaking their heads. Subsequently, Lilia finally grasped what Eevee's first-person perspective entailed. The viewpoint suddenly lowered, rendering everything around her impressively towering. Even the grass, which barely reached her ankles, obstructed her line of sight. This shift in perspective made Lilia feel as if she had entered Eevee's realm. So, this is what Eevee's first-person perspective is. Lilia realized, and truth be told, this immersive experience was indeed novel and distinct. Lilia lay on her bed, her delicate legs swinging back and forth, unknowingly becoming fully immersed in Eevee's world. It felt as if she transformed into an Eevee, snuggling with Pachirisu, punishing the thieving Zorua that dared to steal, gracefully climbing trees to pluck fruits, and then leaping into Master Pigeon's embrace. Wait, hold on. Leaping into Master Pigeon's embrace. Lily suddenly recalled catching a glimpse of something extraordinary in a brief frame of the video and hurriedly rewound to slow it down. Sure enough, just as Eevee leaped from the Huangli fruit tree in a display of faith, before the video faded to black, Master Pigeon's mysterious visage emerged in a clear overhead shot. Lily, quick-witted, double-tapped to capture this moment. In the frame was a youth with a refreshing head of short black hair, a face filled with concern, yet unable to conceal his handsome features. Lily chuckled, recalling how Master Pigeon often claimed his appearance was unremarkable, fearing it would spoil others' appetites, and thus refused to show his face. Is this really unremarkable? Are there countless handsome men in the Dongwang region? Others also noticed this moment. The instant the frame froze, the barrage surged. Successfully paused. Brothers, hurry and screenshot while Master Pigeon remains unaware that his image has been exposed. Didn't Team Master Pigeon say he was nothing special? Then what do I count as? A Bankilas? Dare to provoke me, the Sandstorm King? I say you resemble a green caterpillar more closely. Hilarious, the unremarkable Master Pigeon. Apologies. I was unable to free my hands earlier, but I can't help but pose a question to everyone now. Where's the end of the universe? What is the meaning of life? I long to be the formidable Arcanine, yet the Pigeon Master professes his fondness for the adorable Eevee. My heart sinks. For I am neither the majestic Arcanine nor the charming Eevee, but merely a small Rattata dwelling in the depths of the sewers. The various playful comments from the Dongwang netizens made Lily chuckle, and she captured a frame of the Pigeon Master's appearance, eager to continue watching. As the scene shifted, the Pigeon Master and Eevee began their lunch, viewed from Eevee's perspective. Watching the delectable dishes vanish before her eyes, she could hear Eevee's hearty munching, which stirred her appetite. Although she could not savor the aromas of the food, Lily could still imagine the deliciousness of the bento prepared by the Pigeon Master. Oh, how she yearned to taste the Pigeon Master's culinary creations. Swallowing hard, she suddenly felt a pang of hunger despite having just eaten. Grabbing a bag of chips from her bedside table, she munched on them while continuing to watch the amusing interactions between the Pigeon Master and the 4 electric rodents. The heartwarming gratitude of the wild electric flying squirrels all appeared so vivid and real through Eevee's eyes. It was not until the video faded to black after the Pigeon Master and Eevee counted their spoils that Lily realized she had unwittingly watched the entire hour-and-a-half video. The young girl reluctantly set aside her phone, and a bold thought suddenly blossomed in her mind. Could this Eevee perhaps cure my fear of Pokémon? Chapter 29. I never intended to rely on my looks. Good morning, ugly fish. How did you sleep last night? Siachin yawned as he approached the aquarium. He had spent the previous night contemplating a training plan for the ugly fish, but despite his efforts, he had produced no concrete ideas, leaving him restless for hours. For the first time, he felt his imagination was woefully inadequate, managing only to type a few words in a blank document. Eat well, build a solid foundation. Everything could wait until the evolution into Milotic. The lonely ugly fish, still unaccustomed to Siachin's concern, was taken aback and began to bubble with surprise. Rescue me from the abyss. Grant me the system to evolve into a divine dragon, and shower me with meticulous care. Although the ugly fish lacked formal education and did not understand the phrase about repaying a gentleman's kindness, a similar thought blossomed in its heart. Once I evolve into a Yulong, I must take Siachin to explore the ocean depths and soar through the azure skies. Unbeknownst to Siachin, the ugly fish was harboring such grand aspirations as he walked into the kitchen to prepare breakfast. At the dining table, Siachin habitually opened the platform, and yesterday's video had pleasantly surprised him. 1 million. This was the second video of his to surpass 1 million views. And judging from the comments, no prominent figures had drawn traffic to it this time. It was purely the novelty and quality of the video that had garnered such success. And his personal follower count had now exceeded 300,000. At the beginning of the month, the fan count was barely 100,000. Yet the rate of growth is nothing short of astonishing. Eevee, come here for a cuddle. In high spirits, Xia Chen pulled Eevee, who was indulging in a feast beside him, into an affectionate embrace. Ever since he had found Eevee, good fortune seemed to follow him incessantly, as if she were his very own goddess of luck. Although Eevee was unaware of the circumstances, she never declined Xia Chen's affectionate gestures. After a moment of warmth, Xia Chen let Eevee return to her meal while he resumed browsing through the comments, eager to see how the netizens would praise him this time. However, before he could delve into the comments, a message from Ming Yi on the chat app, Bo Jia Man, caught his attention. Xia Chen, Your identity has been exposed. His heart raced, and his immediate thought was that his identity as a time traveler had been discovered. A myriad of consequences flashed through his mind, from being summoned for a chat to being subjected to all sorts of dire fates. It was only when Ming Yi sent a picture that he realized he had inadvertently revealed himself in a frame while editing a video. While this was not exactly good news, Siachin found himself surprisingly untroubled by it. After all, it was certainly better than having his time-traveling secret exposed. He decided that altering the video now would be akin to burying his head in the sand. He might as well embrace the situation. After breakfast, Xia Chen returned to the kitchen to experiment with something entirely new, an energy cube that could enhance the beauty of Pokémon, distinct from ordinary energy cubes. Although he was aware of their existence from games and animations in his previous life, developing an energy cube that could truly elevate beauty was no small feat, fortunately. Xia Chen possessed a deep passion for the Pokémon series and had a good memory. After browsing through various berries on the berry website the previous night, he identified several that could enhance beauty in the games: the coconuts berry, indigo berry, golden corn berry, dragon eye berry, and misty lotus berry. These berries, when crafted into blue cubes, had a chance to boost a Pokémon's beauty in the game. The unfortunate news was that these berries were quite rare due to their sensitivity to growing conditions, primarily cultivated in regions like Hoenn, Sinnoh, and parts of southern Dongguan. The silver lining was that the scarcity of these berries meant that beauty-enhancing energy cubes had yet to appear in this world. Not to mention, there was still the prospect of discovering a second method to evolve Eevee into Milotic by feeding it these cubes. This morning, Xia Chen had visited several berry shops before finally locating a vendor selling those 5 types of berries. Coupled with the multifunctional energy cube crafting machine he had purchased from Silver the night before, Xia Chen was already experimenting with crafting Pokémon cubes early in the day. With a modicum of culinary skill, he managed to measure the ingredients quite accurately, which was fortuitous, as the art of crafting energy cubes required a precise sense of timing. Following the tutorial meticulously, Siachin began to grasp the reasons behind why identical machines could yield energy cubes of varying quality. Just like the fruit of trees, these cubes are phenomena that defy explanation by the scientific principles of his previous life. Factors such as the duration of mixing, the direction, the speed, and the precise moment of cessation before the final shaping all play crucial roles in determining the quality of the energy cubes. The intricacies involved are no less complex than nurturing spirits, which explains why high-quality energy cubes command such exorbitant prices. Generally, due to their honed skills, veteran energy cube artisans are in high demand. Although it may seem like a mere matter of pressing a few buttons, in reality, technique, mindset, and reaction speed are all indispensable. This often leads to a disparity between the simplicity of instructional videos and the difficulty encountered when one attempts to replicate the process firsthand, leaving one to ponder why their hands seem uncooperative. This phenomenon bears a striking resemblance to the art of cooking. After toiling away for an entire morning, Xia Chen gazed at the array of energy cubes, each radiating a distinct hue, lost in contemplation. Indeed, traversing uncharted paths is a formidable endeavor. Lunch is served. Xia Chen placed all the energy cubes he had crafted before Eevee. The once expectant Eevee's expression instantly soured, as it beheld the colorful assortment of energy cubes. A wave of dread washed over it, recalling the terrifying memory of Xia Chen's first attempt at crafting energy cubes. That meal was etched into its memory forever. It was a time of great hardship for them. Xia Chen's primary business was stagnating, and their savings were dwindling. They were on the brink of being unable to afford food for Eevee. At that juncture, Xia Chen made a bold decision. If they could not purchase it, they would create it themselves. Trusting Xia Chen wholeheartedly, the naive Eevee resolutely agreed to be the taste tester. In that single meal, it seemed to experience every flavor imaginable. Xia Chen, in a moment of folly, had purchased every type of fruit available and experimented with combinations. The spiciness of the nightshade berry, the bitterness of the joy fruit, and the astringency of the dragon's eye fruit were but a few of the sensations that assaulted Eevee's palate. With the first bite, it nearly shed tears. It is often said that a good person can do 100 good deeds, but a single misdeed can leave a more profound impression. The same holds true for chefs. The deliciousness of Xia Chen's past culinary creations stood in stark contrast to the despair that engulfed Eevee at that moment. Consequently, that meal left an indelible scar in Eevee's heart, one that even a rebirth could not erase. Now, faced with a scene that mirrored that haunting memory, Eevee felt tears welling up within. If I have sinned, judge me. Why must I endure such torment? Chapter 30. The mutual betrayal of Eevee and the ugly fish. Why aren't you eating? Xia Chen inquired, observing Eevee, who had suddenly become lost in thought. His voice finally roused Eevee from its reverie, awakening the deep-seated scars etched into its soul, which perhaps would take a lifetime to heal. Eevee chuckled awkwardly and waved her hand, stating, "Bye-bye, I'm not very hungry today and don't wish to eat." Suddenly, a thought struck her. She pointed to the unattractive fish in the aquarium behind her, exclaiming, "Bye-bye, let the ugly fish eat first." Observing Eevee's concession, Siachin realized with clarity, "Ah, I have prepared a great deal, and you all share in it. There is no need for modesty." He pushed the plate forward again with a smile, adding, "However, I must commend you for showing concern for your new companion." Eevee curled her lips in response. "If you interpret care in that manner, there is little I can do. Nonetheless, I simply refuse to eat." As Eevee defiantly turned her head away, Siachin revealed a gratified smile. "Well, I truly cannot persuade you. Let us allow the new companion to have a taste first." With that, Siachin picked up an energy cube and walked towards the aquarium. The unattractive fish, having witnessed the entire scene, was utterly perplexed. Is consuming an energy cube truly a delightful experience? Moreover, Siachin's creations are quite delectable. The combination would surely be a stroke of genius. With such thoughts, the unattractive fish swallowed the first energy cube tossed by Siachin, only to shed tears. "Why does it taste so dreadful? Bitter and astringent. Is this truly food for fish? Eevee, how cruel your heart is. I shall remember this grievance." "How is it? Ugly fish. Does it taste acceptable?" Siachin inquired anxiously. He acknowledged that, although he had attained a masterful proficiency in culinary skills, his expertise in crafting energy cubes was still at a novice level. The unattractive fish nodded slowly, expressing its approval of Siachin's energy cube. Inside, Siachin rejoiced. "It seems I possess a certain talent for making energy cubes." He excitedly ran back to Eevee, exclaiming, "Hurry, hurry. The ugly fish says it's delicious." Eevee regarded the expressionless fish in the aquarium with skepticism. It hadn't spat it out. Perhaps it truly was palatable? In truth, Siachin's energy cubes were not entirely unpalatable. With various combinations, it was quite normal for one to taste good. Perhaps the ugly fish had merely been fortunate to sample the best one. The more Eevee contemplated, the more plausible it seemed, leading her to cautiously select the same blue energy cube Siachin had tossed into the aquarium. The moment it touched her tongue, a bitter and astringent flavor surged forth like a venomous serpent, instantly overwhelming her taste buds. Despite having endured countless battles and consumed countless iron heads without shedding a tear, Eevee wept. In that instant, she comprehended the ugly fish's insincere praise, but it was too late. The fish wept, and the water bore witness. Eevee wept. Yet who could truly know? Siachin was bewildered. The starkly different reactions from the ugly fish and Eevee were perplexing. Did the two creatures possess entirely different taste perceptions? Familiar with the fable of the little horse crossing the river, Siachin resolved to personally sample this ambivalent energy cube. He deliberately chose the blue variant, recalling that he had crafted it using a blend of indigo berries, golden corn, and the pears he had collected, in a ratio of 3:3:2, with the aim of creating an energy cube to enhance beauty. However, the moment it touched his tongue, he realized that regardless of whether this energy cube could elevate beauty, it would not enable the ugly fish to evolve. Before it could even begin to evolve, the ugly fish might succumb to poisoning. This concoction was outright toxic. Siachin rushed to the bathroom, desperately rinsing his mouth with water for a full 3 minutes until the foul taste dissipated before he emerged. "I apologize. I will be the first to taste any future energy cubes." His sincere apology earned him a reluctant forgiveness from Eevee, who believed there was a better idea at hand. "Bui, I feel you're not cut out for making energy cubes. Perhaps we should purchase them instead." Siachin nodded seriously, grateful for the encouragement. "Thank you. I will strive to create energy cubes that meet your expectations." Eevee understood Siachin's intent, yet he could not afford to halt his attempts at crafting energy cubes, as he planned to prosper from this endeavor. Moreover, this was the only avenue to evolve the ugly fish into Milotic. The exquisite scales, valued in the millions, would require him to extort from Linga Mountain 10 more times to obtain. A person with a clear life plan is often also tenacious, and Siachin was no exception. Though his initial attempt at creating an energy cube left the ugly fish mute and brought tears to Eevee's eyes, Siachin was not one to surrender easily. In the days that followed, he conducted experiments by day and studied techniques by night, accumulating a substantial number of energy cubes, enough to fill several large boxes. His skills had finally reached a rudimentary level. At least the energy cube that had once been unpalatable to the Pokémon would not be produced again. Yet, for Siachin, this was merely the beginning. to craft an energy cube that would grant the ugly fish enough beauty for evolution. He still had a long way to go. Xia Chen's proficiency in creating energy cubes was improving, while the training of the ugly fish and Eevee was also progressing without pause. The 5 fairy stones promised by the affluent Xia Chen had been delivered over the past few days, and Eevee had acquired the finest fairy-type cultivation resources available at this stage. Thus, on a seemingly ordinary morning, Siachin noticed Eevee inadvertently revealing its pastel purple pupils during training. Overcome with excitement, he scooped up Eevee and embraced it fervently. "Eevee, you are simply amazing." The significance of Eevee mastering the round eye technique extended beyond merely acquiring a new skill. This was a small step for Eevee, yet a monumental leap for the Pokémon academic community. If the evolution process mirrored that of the game, then the only remaining requirement would be the bond between them. However, aware of all the evolution conditions, Eevee felt far from optimistic, yet could not openly express this to Siachin. She could only endeavor to guide him to the best of her abilities in the future. On the other side, the rather unappealing fish was consuming the energy cubes meticulously crafted by Siachin, absorbing the high-purity water dragon energy infused with mysterious droplets and white jade pearls, growing at a truly astonishing rate. Particularly noteworthy was the tidal ability of, activated just a few days prior, which doubled both speed and joy. If the initial absorption rate could be likened to scooping water from Yunza Lake with a bowl, it now resembled filling a basin. Unbeknownst to the unappealing fish, whether using a bowl or a basin, the energy it absorbed was something that trainers and sprites from the outside world could not purchase, even with millions spent. The current state of the fish was akin to a seedling yet to break the ground, fervently absorbing nutrients underground and developing its roots. Once this seedling emerges from the soil, it will undoubtedly reveal a brilliance unique to itself. Chapter 31. My homework was eaten by the little Snorlax class teacher Yang Guanghui. The school starts tomorrow. Don't forget to bring your homework. All members. Xia Chen gazed at the message that popped up in the class group chat on his phone, which had been dormant for nearly 2 months, and was momentarily taken aback. Looking up at the bottom right corner of his computer, he noted the time, 22:31 on August 31st, 2022. Siachin fell into contemplation. He desperately wished to consult the Psyduck Encyclopedia to ponder a question. Would it be too late to catch up on homework at 10:30 the night before school starts? Scientifically analyzing this query, the conclusion was that the feasibility depended on the volume of homework. Clearly, with the soul of a corporate drone residing within him, the concept of homework had long since vacated his dictionary, and he naturally could not recall what the summer assignments entailed. Now, he faced 2 options. Either pose a soul-searching question in the group chat, which could yield Yang Guanghui's perplexed response or result in being kicked from the chat altogether, or privately message his classmate Ming Yi. As the class monitor and perennial top student, not to mention their childhood bond, Ming Yi would likely lend him her homework for copying. Siachin chose the path of indifference. He feigned ignorance of the message, maintaining a calm demeanor as he walked to the bathroom to wash up, then returned to bed to embrace his Eevee and drift into slumber. Homework not submitted? The teacher seeking trouble? If you have the audacity, call my parents over. If you really do, I might even thank you. The confidence of a corporate drone was such that even a sturdy shield Pokémon would feel inferior. With not a shred of psychological burden, Siachin closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. A night passed without incident. The following morning, September 1st, dawned with exceptionally bright sunlight. Though Siachin had not completed his homework, his spirits remained high. As usual, he jogged with Eevee, had breakfast, and greeted the unappealing fish in the aquarium. We're heading to school today. We won't be back until evening. Do you want to come along? The unappealing fish was indifferent. The efficiency of energy absorption would be unaffected regardless of location, and the environment inside the diving ball was quite pleasant, so it nodded in agreement. After breakfast, Siachin reluctantly stored Eevee in its Pokeball and stepped out of the house. Although Siachin's home may be humble, it is not without its merits, such as its proximity to the school, a mere 5-minute bicycle ride away. Along the way, Siachin encountered numerous familiar classmates. Good morning, Chungu. Morning, Chun. Siachin was quite well liked at school, with many acquaintances, though he often found himself unaware of their names. The reason for this was fairly straightforward. In an environment where material possessions are not overly emphasized, possessing even one of the attributes of looks, emotional intelligence, or academic achievement can suffice to forge friendships. Siachin, modestly speaking, could boast a commendable standing in all 3 areas, thus maintaining a solid social network. However, with the commencement of the new semester, an additional important criterion was introduced: one's prowess with Pokémon. Perhaps due to superior physical fitness, Children in this world commence their schooling at a younger age. Although they had entered their third year of high school, most students had only recently turned 16, having acquired their initial Pokémon during the summer or even earlier. Xia Chen, who obtained his Eevee in August, was among the last to do so. Xia Chen attended Guqing Middle School, one of the finest institutions for Pokémon education in Zhejiang. Aspiring students aiming for careers in Pokémon-related fields would learn foundational knowledge in their first 2 years. While beginning in their third year, the school would introduce preliminary practical applications concerning breeding and battling. Upon entering the school, Xia Chen observed many students releasing their Pokémon. Guqing Middle School not only boasted excellent academic standards, but also attracted exceptional students, most of whom had carefully selected their initial Pokémon from breeding facilities, including several with significant growth potential and some quite rare starters from various regions. There were indeed others who chose Eevee as their initial Pokémon, given that its price was relatively affordable, with the subsequent breeding primarily hinging on a single evolution stone. Each evolutionary form exhibited unique characteristics, catering to the diverse needs of trainers. The swift and powerful Thunder Eevee, the Radiant Sun Eevee, and the Leafy Leaf Eevee stood out, while the resilient Water Eevee and the Mystical Moon Eevee offered robust defenses. The charming Ice Eevee, with its dual capabilities, also garnered affection from many trainers. Wait, did I forget to mention a certain evolutionary form? The unique one and only also possesses its merits. At least it keeps one warm during winter. In summary, despite Eevee's somewhat gentle disposition and its potential struggles in battle prior to evolution, it remains an exceptionally worthy initial Pokémon. Having secured his bicycle, Siachin released his Eevee from its Pokeball. Eevee, this is the place where we will strive to learn over the coming year. Eevee. Although Eevee was just as familiar with the campus as Siachin, she theatrically expressed her curiosity and eagerness for knowledge. She then vehemently chastised Siachin for having confined her within the Pokeball for an extended period. Siachin, feeling somewhat helpless, ultimately decided to affix a basket to the front of the bicycle, which prompted Eevee to grunt a couple of times in reluctant acquiescence, finally settling down. In a world where magical creatures exist, even schools are constructed on a slightly grander scale. It took Siachin nearly 10 minutes to traverse the distance from the bicycle shed to the classroom. Having arrived rather late, Siachin noted that the excitement among his classmates was palpable, likely due to the commencement of practical training in Pokémon battles this semester. Students chatted animatedly, boasting about their initial Pokémon. Your Psyduck looks utterly foolish. Can it truly battle? Haha. Humph. Don't underestimate my Psyduck. Many have perished at its feet. Yet it cannot contend with my Primeape. Do you understand type advantages? How amusing. Since when does Grass type counter Psychic type? When did Psyduck even become a Psychic type? Such nonsensical banter echoed around the room. However, one individual stood out amidst the crowd, diligently traversing the aisles with a stack of homework, resembling a diligent bee collecting nectar. This earnest soul was none other than Siachin's childhood friend and class monitor, Ming Yi. Yet her industriousness had not yielded the expected rewards. Despite several minutes spent collecting assignments, the height of the pile increased at a frustratingly slow pace. Indeed, collecting summer homework proved to be no different than chasing a delinquent debtor. Siachin shook his head and beckoned the bewildered girl over. How is the collection of summer homework progressing? He inquired, feigning ignorance. Ming Yi sighed, resembling an old farmer lamenting unsold produce. Barely over half, I suppose. Siachin chuckled. I suppose many claim they forgot to bring it? Ming Yi rolled her eyes. Even worse. Some said that their Charmander burned it. Others claimed their Houndour shredded it. And the most outrageous of all insisted that Snorlax devoured it. Siachin was taken aback. His classmates were truly creative, managing to shift the blame onto their Pokémon. A feat of unparalleled mischief. Ming Yi shifted the conversation. Enough about others. What about you? Siachin cleared his throat, glancing at Eevee, who was engrossed in her phone. Eevee accidentally shattered my homework while practicing Swift. Eevee looked up, her expression one of exasperation. Boo-ee? Can my Swift, which automatically tracks targets, really destroy your homework? Siachin affectionately patted her head. It's all right. Although it has caused me some distress, I do not blame you. Ming Yi, both amused and exasperated, said, So, you're treating your summer homework as target practice? Siachin shrugged nonchalantly. It's just summer homework. Truly, it's no matter. If it concerns you, simply hand it all over to me, and I shall submit it to Teacher Yang. Ming Yi, overjoyed, had been at a loss as to how to pass this hot potato to their homeroom teacher. Fearing Xia Chen might reconsider, she hurriedly placed the assignments on his desk and made her escape. Chapter 32. The Fate of the Misunderstood Expressor Teacher. This is the summer homework that has just been collected. In the office, Xia Chen placed the assignments entrusted to him by Ming Yi upon the desk of their homeroom teacher. Behind the desk, a muscular teacher who appeared to teach physical education glanced up momentarily. "Are we ready?" "We are," replied Xia Chen, his heart steady and his face devoid of any blush. Despite the stack of assignments lacking convincing heft, Yang, the teacher, was not blind. However, as Xia Chen had anticipated, he merely shot him an amused glance. "Oh, just leave it there." Xia Chen was not surprised. Even in the previous world, high school teachers were generally aware of their students' self-study capabilities during summer and seldom concerned themselves with such matters. This was especially true in the realm of Pokémon, where the class he attended emphasized practical experience. "Teacher, I shall take my leave now," Xia Chen announced, but was halted by his homeroom teacher's voice. "Wait a moment. Xia Chen, have you acquired your initial Pokémon?" The disappearance of Xia Chen's parents a year prior had made headlines and was no secret. Consequently, the incident had affected him deeply, leaving him without an initial Pokémon, despite having turned 16 in spring. It seemed his homeroom teacher was still preoccupied with this matter. Warmth surged within Xia Chen as he replied, "Yes, I captured an Eevee in early August, and we are currently developing a good rapport. Thank you for your concern." Yang nodded thoughtfully. "Eevee, indeed a fine Pokémon. It requires little sustenance. If it were a Snorlax now, cough cough. As for evolution stones, I shall keep an ear out for any news. Should you encounter any difficulties in nurturing, do not hesitate to communicate with me, understood?" Yang's meticulous instructions contrasted sharply with his rugged exterior, leaving Xia Chen increasingly moved. "Rest assured, I am currently engaged in part-time work during my spare time, sufficient to support both myself and Eevee, including its evolution. I have already found a way." He intended to subtly reveal his situation to alleviate his teacher's concerns, only to find Yang's expression growing more peculiar. Part-time work that can cover the nurturing and evolution of Eevee? What legitimate job could a 16-year-old high school student possibly have? Yang scrutinized Xia Chen, seemingly lost in thought. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he hesitantly remarked, "Xia Chen, you are still young and inexperienced. However, oftentimes in life, one cannot take shortcuts, even if they promise to spare you a decade of struggle. But you must understand, every gift from fate comes with its hidden price, and some are truly bizarre in nature." Xia Chen thought, "Teacher, surely you must be misunderstanding something?" Furthermore, the last statement seemed to hint at some revelation. His soul instantly grasped Yang's words, yet he was determined to maintain the innocent facade of a 16-year-old high school boy. Thus, he feigned ignorance and scratched his head, asking, "Teacher, isn't it allowed for students to create videos online at school?" Xia Chen's masterful acting deceived Yang, who now found himself scratching his own head. Creating videos? Of course, the school permits that. It is indeed a splendid avenue for making money. Well done, well done. Well, don't overthink what the teacher just said. The teacher only heard about this from a friend and meant nothing by it. Xia Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. "Teacher Yang, I implore you to stop. Your words are only making things worse." Suddenly, amidst the awkward atmosphere in the office, a somewhat familiar voice rang out from outside. However, with so many acquaintances at school, Xia Chen did not turn to see which classmate it was. "Ah, you must be Yulong Tao, who transferred to our class this semester. Come over." Teacher Yang's warm invitation caused Xia Chen to turn in surprise. Indeed, behind him stood the red-haired boy with whom he had previously exchanged a brief encounter. "Nice to see you again," Yulong Tao greeted with his usual politeness. "Yes, quite a coincidence. I just heard you transferred to our school this semester," Xia Chen remarked, astonished. With a smile and a nod, Yulong Tao replied, "Yes, due to family reasons, we moved to Zhejiang this year. Do you two know each other?" Teacher Yang interjected once they had finished their greetings. Xia Chen provided a brief explanation. "Yes, we battled once at the battle park." Teacher Yang nodded in realization before turning to Xia Chen. "It's a good thing for young people to communicate more, but don't worry too much about the outcome. The journey of a trainer is long." "I lost." Yulong Tao's interruption left Teacher Yang momentarily speechless before he turned to Xia Chen, slightly surprised. "Xia Chen, did your Eevee defeat his Yaya?" Xia Chen chuckled. "What else could it be? It's not like I won against Yaya, right? But I suppose it was lucky for Eevee to win." "Enough with the modesty. A win is a win," Teacher Yang insisted, though he still found it hard to believe. He felt compelled to correct Xia Chen's excessive humility. To be a trainer, besides hard work, confidence is paramount. A trainer's mindset and character greatly influence their Pokémon, so establishing a healthy and positive outlook is essential. Xia Chen was rendered speechless. It seemed he and Teacher Yang were just not on the same wavelength today. Do I really seem like a modest person? But Eevee truly won by sheer luck. Eevee? Yes. Indeed. After satisfying his own need for educational fulfillment with a lengthy lecture, Teacher Yang finally released Xia Chen from his ordeal. All right, take the new student to the classroom. I'll join you shortly. With the torment coming to an end, Xia Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Goodbye, teacher. In the corridor, the two, who hadn't seen each other for over half a month, casually chatted about their recent experiences. Yulong Tao asked, "Why haven't I seen you at the battle park lately?" Siachin forced a smile. "I've been really busy. I just captured Eevee, and the training tasks are quite demanding. Plus, I've been occupied with other matters. I also caught an ugly fish and have been experimenting with making energy cubes myself." Just recounting the events of the past half-month made Siachin feel overwhelmed. Yet, there was no other choice. Starting from a hellish beginning to a determined end was something that, for the illustrious young man beside him, might simply be a place he could reach with ease. Yulong Tao was unaware of what Xia Chen was contemplating. He expressed his understanding, assuring that it was perfectly fine. They would be classmates for another year, and there would be ample opportunities for encounters. Yaya often whispered about Xia Chen's Eevee in his ear. "All right, let's wait until this busy start-of-term period passes." Xia Chen naturally would not decline. Engaging with a skilled opponent, even if it meant being bested, was a form of growth. Eevee's practical experience was indeed somewhat lacking. It was time to introduce her to some challenges, lest she spend her days solely engrossed in television and mobile games, devoid of any sense of urgency. As they spoke, Siachin and Yulong Tao returned to the classroom. Chapter 33. So this is how capable I am? Due to his taller stature, Siachin sat in the back row, conveniently next to an empty seat. Yulong Tao temporarily occupied that space, awaiting the teacher's further instructions. Outside of class hours, the school did not impose restrictions on Pokémon appearing in the classroom, and Yulong Tao released the relatively small Yaya to allow it some fresh air. Although feedback from the Pokémon indicated that the luxury ball was quite comfortable, comfort still meant being in a confined space. For some naturally lively Pokémon, spending extended time in a Pokeball was akin to suffering, and Eevee was a severe case of this affliction. Yaya appeared to share this sentiment. Once released from the ball, it exhibited an unusual exuberance, exploring its new surroundings with keen curiosity. However, upon spotting Eevee nearby, its liveliness swiftly morphed into agitation. For Yaya, encountering a sworn rival was a deeply personal affront. Having endured humiliation without the chance to retaliate in battle was an unbearable disgrace. It immediately prepared to leap from Yulong Tao's embrace, intent on confronting Eevee. Yet, Yulong Tao promptly diffused Yaya's fury with a gentle stroke of its head, softly saying, "Do not cause a ruckus here. If you seek revenge, do so by defeating Eevee honorably in battle, all right?" Without any extraordinary display of light, the red-eyed Yaya gradually calmed down, though it still regarded Eevee with a hostile glare. Siachin observed this scene with raised brows, wondering if this was the telepathic ability that the Yulong clan possessed in relation to dragon-type Pokémon. In a sense, it could be deemed a form of superpower, couldn't it? Eevee, seemingly oblivious to the tension, lifted its head and cast a glance at Yaya, uttering a short, cryptic sound, unbeknownst to anyone. This brief remark reignited Yaya's ire, prompting it to bare its teeth once more. Yulong Tao could only smile wryly as he continued to soothe Yaya, while Siachin admonished the impolite Eevee. "You two have no real enmity. Cease your quarrels." Eevee huffed a couple of times. "How do you know we have no animosity? What about grudges from alternate timelines?" Nevertheless, despite its words, Eevee ultimately refrained from further provoking Yaya. This minor episode in the classroom, filled with Pokémon, was hardly noteworthy. Two Pidgeys and a Spearow nearly came to blows. Yet, even so, the two Pokémon continued to squabble noisily, their exchange likely too crude to be translated into human language. Compared to them, Eevee and Yaya could be considered the epitome of civility. The clamor abruptly ceased the moment Teacher Yang entered the classroom. With a mere glare, the homeroom teacher commanded the students to retract their Pokémon into their Pokeballs. Only then did Teacher Yang nod in satisfaction and, after surveying the room, began to speak. "I understand your excitement after 2 months apart. However, as we commence the new school year, it is imperative we clarify a few matters. As you all are aware, this semester marks the official beginning of our studies in Pokémon cultivation and battle practice. Unlike the previous 2 years, this year will feature fewer academic subjects, and there will be considerable time spent outside the school premises. I trust you are all mentally prepared for this." Despite his rugged exterior, Teacher Yang could certainly drone on, reaching the average verbosity of most homeroom teachers. After half an hour of discussing the school's opening affairs, his message boiled down to a few essential points. Study hard, and give it your all. Though this world is rich in resources and devoid of significant survival pressures, Aspiring to make a name for oneself in the fiercely competitive realm of Pokémon training remains akin to navigating a narrow bridge amidst a throng of competitors. In the Dongwang region, with millions of trainers, only a scant few thousand are able to participate in the annual Dongwang Conference. This serves merely as the starting point for professional trainers, with dozens of gym leaders, for Elite Four members each year, and a singular champion. To emerge from the millions and join their ranks is akin to a carp leaping over the Dragon Gate. Siachin, having grasped this reality since his arrival in this world, often noticed that his peers, still immature in their understanding, harbored unrealistic fantasies. Among them, the boys who claimed to ascend to unattainable heights as their social media signatures were numerous. In contrast, Ming Yi, who aspired to become the Dongwang champion, while somewhat embodying the archetype of an impassioned youth, appeared more grounded. At the very least, Siachin recognized her willingness to sweat and toil for her ambitions. However, with such a name, it was uncertain whether Ming Yi was truly the chosen one. Siachin opted not to dine in the school cafeteria. Frankly speaking, the food at Guqing High School was passable, and the Pokémon cuisine was tolerable as well. Yet, when compared to Chef Summer's culinary creations, it fell short. Eevee had begun to develop an aversion to any meal that was not prepared by Siachin. Ming Yi and her companion, Ting Snake, continued to shamelessly seek a free meal. After preparing his lunch at home, Siachin returned the ugly fish to its aquarium and placed his portion of lunch inside. How was it? Did you find it dull being cooped up all morning? This question had long puzzled Siachin during his previous life while watching animations. Most of the time, Pokémon remained within their Pokeballs. Did they not feel stifled? The ugly fish, with a bewildered expression, seemed to inquire, has the morning already passed? Siachin was speechless. Was it akin to a Snorlax? Had it simply slept through the entire morning? However, it appears that aside from sleeping, there is truly little else for the Pokémon in the Pokeball to engage in. Upon reflection, this seems to be the case. Moreover, since he has yet to establish a training regimen for his Magikarp, Siachin finds himself devoid of any grounds to reproach the creature. Unbeknownst to Siachin, while he perceives the Magikarp as merely slumbering idly, it has been tirelessly striving to absorb the energy from the two orbs throughout the morning. Much like fitness and training, the Magikarp has become enamored with its current state of cultivation. The sensation of feeling its internal energy surging is akin to an intoxicating elixir for the ambitious Magikarp, rendering it utterly captivated. At Guqing High School, the lunchtime break spans 2 hours. After finishing their meal and indulging in a brief half-hour nap, Siachin and Ming Yi return to school to resume classes. This afternoon, there is a lesson that particularly piques Siachin's interest, titled Understanding and Choosing Energy Cubes. This foundational course in Pokémon cultivation highlights the significance of energy cubes as vital sources of energy for Pokémon. While trainers may not necessarily know how to create them, they must certainly possess the ability to select and utilize them effectively. The lesson will not cover the creation of energy cubes, but rather elucidate the principles behind their formation. Presently, this is the very knowledge Siachin lacks. Attempting to haphazardly discover the secret to crafting beautiful energy cubes on his own is akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. Academic research necessitates a systematic approach to acquiring specialized knowledge. However, after attending the class, Siachin finds himself thoroughly disheartened. The foundational course is indeed basic, with an entire lesson dedicated to discussing the flavors and effects of berries. Yet, observing his classmates diligently taking notes, Siachin realizes that it is not the curriculum that is too elementary. Rather, he has inadvertently exceeded the expected level of understanding. Though his aspiration is to become a gym leader, he never anticipated his own capacity for diligence to be so pronounced. After class, Siachin, undeterred, approaches the teacher with further inquiries. While the teacher is genuinely pleased with Siachin's proactive questioning, perhaps even a bit taken aback, she nonetheless admits that she, too, is unsure about the various influencing factors of different berries in the formation of energy cubes. Her response is couched in delicacy. If she could elucidate that particular question, surely she would be qualified to work at the Dongwang Pokémon Cultivation Research Institute. Is the plan for the beautiful energy cubes doomed to be shelved? Late at night, having finished editing his video, Siachin sits before his computer, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction. This relates to his research on how the Magikarp can evolve into a Milotic without the beautiful scales. Not to mention, he has made a promise to the Magikarp to assist it in its evolution into Milotic. Perhaps he should let it rest for now and revisit it tomorrow. As the night deepens, Siachin sets aside this troubling matter and drifts into slumber. Chapter 34. Xiaojiang's invitation. Siachin has always refrained from carrying his troubles into the next day. The following morning, He rises early, brimming with vitality. And while sipping the fresh milk just delivered by the Pidgey, he prepares his breakfast and, as per his usual routine, opens his online platform. Last night, the video uploaded showcased the first attempt at crafting energy blocks from a few days prior. Xia Chen harbored high expectations for the viewership of this installment. Although his own execution of the energy blocks was rather lackluster, the playful betrayal between Eevee and Magikarp provided ample amusement, a moment faithfully captured by his camera. Furthermore, this marked Xia Chen's inaugural appearance on camera. With his looks, surely the video could garner at least 1 million views? Xia Chen's prediction was astoundingly accurate, as the video's view count indeed surpassed 1 million. Within 12 hours, it reached 1,070,000 views, slightly faster than the previous travel video. However, such viral content is rare, and Xia Chen does not yet qualify as a renowned figure, with his follower count barely reaching 400,000. During breakfast, he found just enough time to watch the video, filled with a barrage of comments. The plethora of entertaining remarks scrolling across the screen made even the most ordinary bowl of kanji taste significantly more delightful. Xia Chen made a brief assessment. 1/3 of the comments were playful compliments about his looks, although the identities of the commentators remained a mystery. Another third focused on the clever antics of the two Pokémon as they engaged in their comical betrayals. After some contemplation, Xia Chen resolved to steer future videos away from this direction. While such antics provided entertainment, these Pokémon were his first companions and would be with him for a long time. He needed to find a way to mend their relationship. Yet, he realized he was somewhat oblivious to the reasons behind their quarrels. The final third of the comments, however, consisted of critiques regarding Xia Chen's technique in crafting energy blocks. Well done, but please don't attempt it again. Are you just playing with permutations? Breaking Bad. A series of excessive remarks dampened Xia Chen's spirits early in the morning. How frustrating. What do these people know? Can't a Pokémon trainer experiment without being accused of poisoning? Xia Chen fumed internally. After finishing breakfast, it was nearly time to head to school. But just before closing his phone, he took one last glance at the comment section. An unexpected comment halted his movements. Steel Will. It's evident that Master Pigeon possesses innovative ideas regarding the crafting of energy blocks. Next month, the World Breeders Association will hold a seminar on energy blocks. If you are interested, please reach out to me. Starlet Shore. Low emotional intelligence. Breaking Bad. High emotional intelligence. Very innovative ideas. Brother Gang. If you used this emotional intelligence with girls, you'd be married by now. Yellow-furred rat. After tirelessly pursuing the opposite sex with no success, Brother Gang has finally awakened to his true orientation. Is he about to make a move on Master Pigeon? Please don't let that happen. Xia Chen brushed aside these playful jests, his attention captured entirely by Xiao Gang's message. The World Breeders Association. A seminar on energy blocks. Wasn't this exactly the advanced knowledge acquisition avenue he had been seeking? The seminar itself may not yield definitive conclusions, yet undoubtedly, it will convene the world's foremost cultivators. Perhaps certain methodologies employed by these masters could offer insights into the research of the beauty energy cubes. Regardless, one cannot afford to miss such an opportunity. Xia Chen promptly sent a private message to Xiao Gang, expressing his keen interest in the seminar. Hello, Senior Xiao Gang. I am quite intrigued by the seminar you mentioned. It is somewhat inconvenient to chat here. If possible, let us add each other as friends to discuss in detail. My Pokémon ID is. Without lingering for a response, Xia Chen hastily rose and departed. If he delayed any further, he would inevitably be late for school. As is widely known, the first day of school is primarily spent collecting textbooks and engaging in idle chatter with classmates not seen during the holiday, along with enduring the homeroom teacher's lengthy discourse. The true nightmare begins on the second day. Xia Chen had not anticipated that even in a world inhabited by Pokémon, mathematics would remain an inescapable subject. The rationale behind the Pokémon class's mathematics instruction is, purportedly, scientific evidence suggesting that mathematics hones trainers' cognitive skills, enabling them to make timely and advantageous judgments during battles. Xia Chen was uncertain whether this was mere nonsense, yet as a student, he could hardly contest the vast educational system and had no choice but to acquiesce. Eevee, on the other hand, was nestled within the desk's cavity, dozing away. While Xia Chen believed this might not be more comfortable than slumbering within a Pokeball. For reasons unknown, Eevee exhibited a psychological aversion to being confined in the ball. It seemed as though her time spent wandering outside had left her with lingering unease. After all, she was a Pokemon that had experienced a period of vagabondage, and her past remained a mystery. Siachin chose not to delve too deeply and resumed his diligent attentiveness to the monotonous mathematics lesson. Although mathematics was not Siachin's favorite subject, Achieving his dream of becoming the gym leader at the Salted Fish Gym necessitated attending a prestigious university. Lacking resources and connections, yet possessing a clear life plan, Xia Chen would not overlook any opportunity to alter his destiny. Fortunately, in this world, high school mathematics predominantly served to cultivate cognitive skills. Having emerged from a realm of significantly greater challenges, Siachin managed to withstand the pressure with relative ease. As the class bell rang, the atmosphere in the classroom became increasingly lively, not solely due to the relief of escaping the torment of mathematics, but also because the next lesson was the highly anticipated Pokémon battle class. Currently, hundreds of Pokémon have been discovered in this world, each exhibiting distinct characteristics and habits. Thus, systematically teaching Pokémon battles is no simple endeavor. Moreover, the students' Pokémon varied greatly, leading to diverse classifications within schools. Some categorized by egg groups, others by size, or more rudimentarily by aquatic, terrestrial, and aerial distinctions. At Ancient City High School, with a robust faculty, resources were ample. Therefore, they provided specialized teachers for each type. The third-year students were divided into small classes based on elemental attributes, resulting in 18 distinct groups. Due to these differences in attributes, the number of students in each class varied considerably. The classes of rare attributes such as Psychic, Ghost, Dragon, and Fairy are sparsely populated, with their combined numbers failing to match the typical class of general attributes that Siachin is part of. Observing the throng of lively Pokémon around him, Meowth, Tylo, Fluffy, and, wait, is that a Dodu? Isn't it a Pokémon of the normal and flying type? Why has it strayed from the flying type group to mingle here among the general types? Faced with such questions, Dodu's trainer wore a forlorn expression, explaining that, as a flying type Pokémon that cannot actually fly, he brought Dodu here to avoid mockery from other Pokémon. Siachin nodded in understanding, and Groudon expressed its approval. Chapter 35. Has a little Eevee infiltrated the pack of wolves? Finally, the school bell rang, yet the scene remained tumultuous, with students striving to calm their raucous Pokémon. However, the recently hatched creatures were oblivious to the concept of class. After all, even human infants take years to develop self-control, let alone Pokémon. The young male teacher at the front, seasoned in his teaching experience, was unsurprised by the chaos. Having witnessed such scenes countless times before, with a slight smile, he picked up a megaphone and addressed the class. Greetings, everyone. I am Mr. Tang, the instructor for the general type class. Today marks the commencement of our practical lessons in Pokémon battles. Yet, there was no response from the students, who were too preoccupied with pacifying their unruly Pokémon to attend to anything else. Mr. Tang sighed in exasperation, muttering, "You truly are the worst class I have ever taught." As he grumbled, he retrieved a Pokeball from his waist and tossed it into the adjacent space, calling out, "Come forth, Tauros." In a flash of white light, a majestic bull-like Pokémon appeared beside Mr. Tang. Its sleek, dark mane and three tails swayed erratically behind it, and its sharp, impatient gaze revealed its irritable demeanor. With a thunderous roar, Tauros instantly silenced the clamorous baby Pokémon below. It was as if a collective hush had been cast over the previously boisterous creatures, which now trembled in fear and scurried back to their trainers. Clearly, Tauros had just activated its intimidate ability. Seeing that the crowd had finally quieted down, Mr. Tang whispered to himself, "Honestly, I had hoped to win them over with kindness." The baby Pokémon, thoroughly frightened, would surely remain subdued for the time being. Mr. Tang continued, "As you have just witnessed, even Pokémon that have been together for months may not heed your commands. This is true in daily interactions, let alone during training battles. Therefore, how to communicate effectively with your Pokémon is a critical consideration for every trainer. Of course, each Pokémon possesses its unique personality traits, and there can be no one-size-fits-all approach to interaction. Your relationships with your Pokémon are your own to cultivate. We shall not dwell on that further today. For our first practical lesson, we will certainly engage in a genuine battle." A single stone stirred 1,000 waves. Teacher Tang's words ignited excitement among the students below. Wasn't this day the culmination of their choice to pursue the path of Pokémon trainers? The exhilarating battles, the thrilling adventures in the wild, the highly anticipated league conference, and the unparalleled journey to become a champion. At this moment, the ardent youths in the audience had already envisioned their future championship rosters. Even though many of them had yet to secure a single victory in a formal match, the noise from the crowd rose once more. Teacher Tang gently patted the still uncollected Kintaro, which instantly understood and let out a resounding roar, silencing the commotion once again. Only then did Teacher Tang proceed, posing a question: "How many of you have engaged in Pokémon battles at the nearby battle park?" As expected, the majority of hands shot up. How could fervent youths not have fantasized about dominating the battle park? Now, those who have achieved victory, please keep your hands raised. Almost no one lowered their stubborn little hands. Clearly, it was the pride of adolescence at play. Could a high school student who had just captured their first Pokémon truly conquer the chaotic battle park? Well, for now, it was time for daydreaming. Teacher Tang spoke softly. I hope you can face your own strength honestly. It's fine to deceive the teacher. If you manage to fool me, so be it. However, do not deceive yourselves. Shedding tears under the covers at night is enough. Upon hearing this, those who had been steadfastly holding up their hands quietly let them drop. In a class of 20 or 30, only 4 remained standing. Xia Chen glanced around. Apart from himself, only the trainers of Dudu, Snorlax, and Bubble Squirrel were left. Overall, they were considered quite distinctive among baby Pokémon. Dudu boasted exceptional attack power and speed, Snorlax was tough and resilient, and Bubble Squirrel, with its technical prowess, could be a formidable force even in lower-level battles. Yet, amidst this pack of wolves, there was a gentle and adorable Eevee, seemingly harmless. Teacher Tang observed the drowsy Eevee napping on Siachin's shoulder with contemplation. Had Kantaro's earlier intimidation not affected her? Reflecting on this detail, his interest in the seemingly ordinary Eevee grew slightly. Setting aside his curiosity, Teacher Tang continued, I presume many of you have witnessed numerous matches at the battle park. But have you ever pondered why some Pokémon succeed while others do not? The novice trainers in the audience appeared contemplative. Teacher Tang smiled. As the saying goes, outsiders enjoy the spectacle, while insiders discern the subtleties. Today, I will have 4 students battle in pairs, and I will commentate on these 2 matches. With that, he called the 4 individuals to the front. Since this was merely a practical training session, Teacher Tang did not employ any complex methods like drawing lots. After a simple pairing, Siachin found himself grouped with the non-flying flying-type Pokémon. The first match features the encounter between Snorlax and the squirrel Pokémon. Both creatures stand at around half a meter tall, yet their size and weight differ by more than tenfold. In a hypothetical boxing match between humans, these 2 would not be considered rivals of the same caliber. However, the enchantment of Pokémon lies precisely in this disparity. Even the smallest of beings can unleash immense power. The squirrel Pokémon appears eager and unafraid, while Snorlax exhibits a sluggish demeanor, seemingly oblivious to the impending clash. It seems Snorlax is lacking in fighting spirit, making the outcome uncertain. What are your thoughts? I lean towards Snorlax, despite its apparent laziness akin to that of a sloth. Its strength is astonishing. A single collision could potentially overwhelm the squirrel Pokémon. On the other hand, the squirrel Pokémon's speed vastly outmatches that of Snorlax. Despite its robust physique, Snorlax is merely a moving sack of health. Meanwhile, the spectators engage in pre-match predictions, relishing the excitement of Pokémon battles. Siachin refrains from participating. Such a match resembles a bronze tier in gaming. The competition boils down to which Pokémon has a better grasp of techniques and which trainer makes fewer mistakes. Viewing it through the lens of his previous gaming experience would likely elevate his blood pressure. It is better to simply enjoy the spectacle. Are you ready? Teacher Tang conducts a final confirmation at the edge of the battlefield. Both trainers respond in unison, ready, and thus, the battle commences. Chapter 36. I am not a genius trainer. Squirrel Pokémon, use tackle. Snorlax, let us use rollout. As the saying goes, a novice may not possess the eloquence of a seasoned trainer, yet the commands of these 2 trainers appear quite impressive. Teacher Tang finds no fault. Nodding lightly as he explains, Snorlax typically excels in special defense over physical defense. Both trainers have made sound decisions. While he speaks, the 2 Pokémon have already begun their actions. The squirrel Pokémon charges forward, its petite body racing with its long, slender tail swaying behind, exuding a certain charm. However, that charm is limited. Its speed is lackluster, its movements direct and unrefined, revealing no signs of training whatsoever. Eevee, perched on Siachin's shoulder, shakes its head in disbelief, thinking that if it were playing as a marksman in Pokémon Glory, it could evade 10 attacks effortlessly. On the opposite side of the arena, Snorlax is not faring much better. After 3 long seconds of its trainer's commands, Snorlax snaps out of its daze, finally channeling energy to execute its move. It resembles a high-ranking warrior, leading Eevee to suspect its brain might be made of potato. Truly, they are an embodiment of opposites. The spirit of sarcasm burns fiercely within Eevee, but Teacher Tang remains unfazed, recognizing this as the common standard among most novice trainers and their Pokémon. One's duty is to assist them in their development. Otherwise, what purpose would a teacher serve? He patiently elucidated the strengths and weaknesses of both participants to the students present. both on and off the field. Although the entirety of his critique focused predominantly on shortcomings, this introductory battle lesson brought the overly ambitious, youthful dreamers back to reality. Pokémon battles, after all, are a domain that demands grounded perseverance. Ultimately, the little Snorlax triumphed over the Bubble Squirrel, thanks to its robust physique and slight advantage. Teacher Tang did not linger to offer further criticism. He promptly instructed the two to rush to the school infirmary to tend to their Pokémon's injuries. The remaining students, of course, were not granted the privilege of skipping class. They were required to stay and observe the second guidance match. On the sidelines, a murmur of discussions resumed. Let us see, I miscalculated before. This time I bet on Doodoo to win. Such adorable Pokémon are utterly unreliable. The keen-eared Eevee heard this loud and clear, slowly tapping out a question mark. What is wrong with being cute? Does cuteness consume your rice? Yet, this sentiment was shared by more than one. Exactly. That clumsy Snorlax has missed several moves. I foresee that the seemingly disinterested Eevee will fare even worse. Humph. You lot, with your inept observations. Think my Eevee would ever feel the urge to battle? That huge, bumbling Snorlax would be a better match. Moreover, Doodoo is far superior to Snorlax, swift and powerful, leaving Eevee with no advantage of agility. I sense this match will be decidedly one-sided. A group of Na'vi youngsters daring to judge Kami-sama of the newcomer group. Indeed, this battle will lean heavily in one direction, though I shan't disclose which. Just watch, since I have a second chance at life. My Eevee shall ensure that everyone who has ever looked down upon me and Xia Chen will regret their contempt. Class 3-1, Xia Chen. Class 3-3, Galmuyang. Pleased to make your acquaintance. The two exchanged simple greetings, positioning themselves with their Pokémon, Eevee and Doodoo, on opposite ends of the battlefield. Eevee maintained a languid demeanor. After all, such insignificant characters hold no place in past memories, so what is there to fear? With the confidence drawn from its long-standing performance before Siachin, Eevee felt assured in its ability to easily defeat this opponent. On the other side of the battlefield, Doodoo appeared rather impatient. Even before the match commenced, its slender legs rubbed restlessly against the ground, akin to a sprinter poised for takeoff. Eevee rolled its eyes, thinking, could this be any more obvious? If that foolish two-headed bird doesn't use quick attack right from the start, I shall change my name to Doodoo. Thus, the battle officially commenced. With a command from Teacher Tang, Siachin and Eevee's second match began. Eevee, use Swift. Doodoo, employ quick attack. Both sides simultaneously chose to launch an offensive. In the past month, Siachin has clearly observed the remarkable progress of Eevee. He aims to use this battle to assess Eevee's current combat abilities. When God closes a door, he inevitably opens a window. The same applies to Doodoo, although its nearly invisible wings have rendered it flightless. Its robust legs allow it to run at speeds comparable to that of a car. This young Doodoo's speed may not be extraordinary, but among baby-level Pokémon, it stands out remarkably. As Doodoo charged forward, Siachin's expression turned slightly grave. A collision with such a swift Doodoo would not bode well for Eevee. He realized he still lacked practical combat experience and had rushed the assault. However, Eevee managed to unleash a high-speed Swift, mitigating the situation. Now, it was essential to create some distance between Eevee and Doodoo, but with Doodoo's remarkable speed, it would be futile to attempt a direct escape. He needed a strategy. While Siachin pondered his next commands, the excited cheers of his classmates jolted him from his thoughts. Wow, what reaction speed! Did Eevee really evade that? Is this for real? Can it dodge a flash like that? Is it just incredibly lucky? Observing the battle, Teacher Tang's eyes lit up. Eevee's maneuver was simply exquisite. It seemed to have anticipated the opponent's use of flash and prepared to evade in advance. This Eevee was indeed exceptional. Just this single action validated Teacher Tang's earlier thoughts. As she spoke, she cast a glance towards Siachin, who appeared remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by Eevee's evasion. Indeed, to cultivate such an outstanding Pokémon, this student named Siachin was no ordinary individual. Therefore, his initial command for Eevee to use Swift must have been intentional, aimed at lowering the opponent's guard to unleash a full-force flash. This boy understood the art of deception and shared an extraordinary synergy with his Pokémon, a truly rare talent. This individual possessed the potential of a champion. Meanwhile, Siachin had just emerged from his contemplation, gazing blankly at the battlefield. He noticed that Doodoo's charge had halted, and a distance had formed between the two Pokémon, with Eevee awkwardly rising from the ground. Siachin was speechless. Had this fellow once again stumbled into success like last time? Could it be that Eevee's ability was simply extraordinarily fortunate? The scene bore an uncanny resemblance to their previous battle, leading Xia Chen to automatically fill in the gaps of the moments he had missed while lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, it was precisely due to Eevee's actions and his own composed demeanor that, in Teacher Tang's eyes, he and Eevee had become an inseparable duo, endowed with exceptional talent. Chapter 37. Reforging the Glory of the General Type. Although not set in the same time or place, this moment feels remarkably akin to that previous one. Xia Chen, with unwavering resolve, commanded, "Eevee, use quick attack." "Eevee," came the prompt response, as it deftly evaded the oncoming thunder shock from Dajuo, faring much better than in their last encounter. She stabilized her stance, focused her energy, and unleashed a radiant star-shaped energy projectile that struck the bewildered Dajuo from behind. Meanwhile, its trainer, Gao Muyang, found himself in disarray, having never before encountered a situation where his thunder shock was evaded, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to retaliate. Teacher Tang shook his head slightly. It was a common affliction among novice trainers. They often start with great momentum, but once faced with unexpected challenges, they falter and lose their way, a phenomenon colloquially referred to as single-threaded. In contrast, Teacher Tang turned his gaze to observe this composed and collected young man, Xia Chen. His initial prediction was astute, and he had executed a clever trap, seizing the opportunity to counterattack with resolve. The entire sequence unfolded with fluidity and grace. Could this truly be labeled as a novice? The more he watched, the more admiration he felt, and a flicker of excitement stirred within him. His class of novice trainers had long been in decline. Although numerous, their overall performance consistently ranked at the bottom among various groups. He had pondered the reasons behind this, the most significant being the quality of students. This was not an attempt to shift blame, but rather a widely acknowledged issue. Most normal-type Pokémon are quite commonplace. Unless specifically trained, they lack the innate abilities to unleash fire, water, or electricity. In terms of popularity, they are at a disadvantage compared to the likes of water, fire, and grass types. Often, trainers who choose normal types do so not out of preference, but rather necessity. After all, if given a choice between a Charmander and a Surskit, few would struggle to decide. To illustrate, among the myriad regions, champions, and gym leaders worldwide, it cannot be said that there are none who specialize in normal types. But they are certainly few and far between. To the best of his recollection, only 2 gym leaders, Xiaoqian from Goldenrod City in the Johto region and Qinli from Orange City in the Hoenn region, are renowned for their expertise in normal types. Returning to the school, it becomes evident that the normal type class often serves as a reluctant choice for novice trainers from less fortunate backgrounds. Of course, there are exceptions, such as Snorlax, whose dietary needs are far beyond the means of an average household. However, setting aside individual cases, it remains an undeniable truth that the normal type class frequently endures defeats in inter-class competitions against other attribute classes. As the lead instructor, Teacher Tang feels the weight of his reputation more than anyone. No matter how embarrassing it may be for the students, their time in school is a mere year, whereas he has endured 6 long years of ridicule from fellow teachers. 6 years. At times, Teacher Tang yearns to confide in someone. Do you know how I have spent these 6 years? 3 years have passed, and once again, in the presence of his beloved female teacher, he finds it difficult to hold his head high. However, this year, through the figures of Xia Chen and Eevee, he perceives a glimmer of hope for the emergence of the normal-type Pokémon. Although Eevee's initial performance was splendid, the duration of this battle extended far beyond that of the first group. It was not merely that Dota managed to regroup and retaliate. Rather, the primary reason lay in Eevee's youthful disadvantage. With insufficient energy, the power of its moves lacked the expected impact. Conversely, while Dodu may have been somewhat straightforward in its strategy, it could still pose significant challenges to Eevee with its superior speed and strength, relying solely on its muscular instincts. Siachin refrained from issuing excessive commands, such as urging Eevee to dodge. Its reflexes surpassed those of any trainer by a considerable margin. His sole responsibility was to make crucial tactical decisions. At this moment, to counter Dodu's erratic charges, Eevee adeptly employed the kite-flying technique it had perfected over a month of training in balance and evasion. Admittedly, it may be somewhat harsh to say, but Dodu's unrefined attacks, despite their speed, were hardly more challenging than the basic level of a training machine. Eevee had initially considered feigning a collision with Dodu, but upon witnessing its straight-line charge, she deemed it impolite to persist in such theatrics. Thus, she flawlessly showcased the fruits of her labor over the past month to Siachin. With graceful sidesteps to evade Dodu's onslaught, she skillfully interspersed rapid counterattacks. After a series of 4 swift strikes, Dodu finally collapsed, utterly devoid of combat consciousness. Gazing at the now silent crowd, Eevee calmly brushed off the dust from her fur before elegantly leaping back into Xia Chen's embrace, relishing the comfort of his post-battle massage. "Humph, I haven't even exerted myself yet, and I've already left you all in awe," she mused. Truly, how could a mere caterpie comprehend the aspirations of a legendary Pokémon? A seemingly ordinary victory held little significance for Xia Chen and Eevee. Yet he could not shake the peculiar gaze that Teacher Tang directed at him post-battle. Xia Chen dismissed it from his mind. After all, among his 4 Pokémon, Eevee's performance was undeniably outstanding. It seemed the targeted training over the past month had indeed borne fruit, although both he and Eevee must remain humble. After all, he had long been aware that the normal type class was at the bottom among all elemental classes. Currently, Eevee could barely be considered anything more than a novice. Nonetheless, the journey unfolds step by step, and Siachin was not in a rush. He valued the research on Eevee's and Magikarp's evolution more than sheer strength. The good news arrived during lunch when Siachin received a long-anticipated friend request. "Steel has sent you a friend request, additional information, little gang from NI by city. Source, number lookup." Finally, the man had arrived. Siachin promptly accepted the request and swiftly opened the profile of the dark-skinned, squint-eyed young man, sending a message. "Hello, teacher gang," Ibrahim greeted, acknowledging that whether in the realm of expertise or the domain of breeders, Xiaojiang was undeniably his senior. Moreover, given that Xiaojiang had rendered him considerable assistance, there was no shame in being a bit more proactive. "Iron Will, no need for such formality, simply call me Xiaojiang. As for you, Master Pigeon, I am also one of your admirers." The great steel serpent smiled. "I am not just a pigeon. All right then, let us forego formalities. You may address me as Xia." Ibrahim nodded earnestly. "Iron Will, that name somewhat resembles that of a friend of mine. But I digress. Let us return to the matter at hand. Xia, are you interested in that seminar? Shall I register you?" The great steel serpent appeared perplexed. Yes. Thank you for your support." Xia Chen typed this message, contemplating whether to include the adorable expression of Ibrahim. It wasn't that it lacked charm. Rather, it was excessively cute, evoking a sense that Xiaojiang might overlook this detail. Suddenly, a colorful link was sent, which, upon a cursory glance, appeared to harbor some unsightly content, not resembling a legitimate website. Before Xia Chen could scrutinize further, he noticed the sender retracted a message. Moments later, another link was dispatched, this time from the official website of the World Breeders Association. "Iron Will, I have sent you the link to the seminar. Someone is here to challenge the gym, so I must take my leave. We will reconnect later." The great steel serpent turned to depart. Siachin thought to himself, forget it. After all, it's Xiaojiang. I ought to afford my seniors some respect. He chose not to investigate whether Xiaojiang truly had matters to attend to or was merely concocting an excuse to exit the scene. Pretending to notice nothing amiss, he casually sent an expression of farewell featuring Ibrahim and clicked on the link Xiaojiang had provided. Chapter 38. The frivolous system of grandiose dreams in this world. Alongside the existence of Pokémon, Siachin found satisfaction in the unification of human languages. For convenience, a slight modification of the setting is made, establishing a common tongue. Upon opening the link sent by Xiaojiang, he meticulously examined the details of the seminar, noting its schedule from October 3rd to 6th in the city of Evergreen within the Kanto region. Evergreen City, huh? Siachin mused softly. This location was likely one of the most familiar to Pokémon enthusiasts, aside from Pallet Town. The Evergreen Gym, overseen by the illustrious Professor Oak, was a place that evoked countless memories for fans of the anime, games, or manga. Upon arriving in this world, Siachin had conducted some online research and discovered that the current gym leader remained Professor Oak. However, akin to the special manga adaptations, this esteemed figure had not been stationed at the Evergreen Gym for an extended period. Logically, such a gym would never pass the scrutiny of the Indigo League's regulatory body. Yet, true to its name, the Evergreen Gym remained ever vibrant. Indeed, regardless of the world, Professor Oak was still that omnipotent figure. As for Team Rocket, scanned information could be found online. It resembled the dark web of his previous life, widely acknowledged to exist, yet inaccessible to the average person. After a brief understanding and jotting down relevant information from his past life, Siachin chose not to dwell on it further. He believed himself incapable of confronting the cross-regional criminal organizations that plagued the world. Such perilous endeavors were best left to the true protagonists of this realm, the Chosen Ones. As an ordinary transmigrator without any extraordinary abilities, he preferred to embrace the role of a humble gym leader, content to lead a quiet life. Returning to the present, Siachin made a note of the matter in his memo, recognizing that a month could stretch on indefinitely. Given his current relentless schedule, it was entirely possible he might forget. After finishing his meal, Xia Chen forwent an afternoon nap and returned directly to school. Although the seminar was scheduled for a month later, he needed to request leave in advance. In the office, Yang Guanghui furrowed his brow and, with a hint of uncertainty, responded, "Are you saying you wish to take leave to attend a seminar hosted by the World Breeders Association?" Despite the surprising revelation from this particularly attentive student just days prior, the absurdity of such a request left him momentarily bewildered. Had it not been for their earlier conversation, he would have jokingly asked, "Why not say you're taking leave to compete in the World Championship S Master 8 tournament?" However, after a moment's hesitation, Teacher Yang cautiously inquired, "Do you have any proof of this?" "Proof?" Siachin paused, realizing the futility of his answer. "I have chat records with Xiao Gang." Yet, before he could finish, he fell silent. If chat records could serve as evidence, the judicial system in this world would be in disarray. Couldn't he have a few dubious conversations? Yang shrugged, remarking that if that were the case, his leave would surely be denied. With reason on his side, Siachin could only turn away, feeling somewhat dejected. Perhaps he would wait for news from Xiao Gang before attempting to request leave again. As he watched Siachin depart, Teacher Yang muttered softly to himself, "Is the World Breeders Association truly that formidable?" Just moments ago, Lao Tang was extolling Xia Chen as the equivalent of Dongwang Xilona, excelling in both training and breeding. After a short summer apart, Yang found himself perplexed by the changes in Xia Chen. What had transpired in the past 2 months? After dinner, Xia Chen settled onto the couch with Eevee in his arms, watching television. Research indicates that watching films can also enhance the bond between trainers and their Pokémon. Unlike a game, reality does not display intimacy values, leaving Xia Chen uncertain of their current relationship level. Although he felt optimistic about their connection, he worried that the requirements for evolution might be akin to Ash and his Greninja, which relied on a deep bond for transformation. Therefore, Siachin seized every opportunity to deepen his intimacy with Eevee. It must be said, artistic works emerging from worlds rife with hardship often lack a certain flavor. The film Xia Chen chose, depicting the adventures of a trainer and Eevee in various locales, nearly lulled him to sleep. Perhaps sensing his drowsiness, Eevee yawned, even shedding a couple of tears from the corners of its eyes. "Shall we change the channel?" Siachin asked, seeking Eevee's opinion. Eevee. Ibrahim nodded weakly. Although the majority had agreed, Siachin still democratically inquired about the Cho-Cho fish. "Do you wish to finish watching the movie?" The aquarium was enveloped in silence, with not a single bubble rising in the deep azure waters. Had the slumbering Cho-Cho fish fallen asleep again? Xia Chen felt exasperated, beginning to suspect that this fish was akin to a Snorlax, as it seemed to possess an extraordinary ability to slumber. "Forget it, let us change the channel." Siachin switched to the Pokémon Battle Arena. Though there hadn't been any heavyweight matchups among the champions lately, there were still plenty of exciting duels featuring elite gym leaders from which Siachin and Ibrahim could glean much knowledge. Currently, the Pokémon Battle Arena was broadcasting a highly popular match, Galar Region Gym Leader Rarina versus Kalos Region Gym Leader Kearney. Increasing the volume, Siachin and Ibrahim became engrossed in this visually stunning and exhilarating ranked match. Unbeknownst to them, a faint glimmer flickered in the dim aquarium. "Ding! Your Dragon Template's progress has been updated. The current growth rate stands at 1%. Please continue your efforts, host." The long-awaited mechanical voice finally resonated in Cho-Cho Fish's mind, prompting him to slowly exhale a stream of bubbles. Over the past half-month, he had diligently focused on absorbing the energy from mysterious droplets and jade-like pearls without wasting a moment. Although the path seemed interminable, the remarkably perseverant Cho-Cho Fish pressed on. 1% means that in another 100 half-months, I can evolve into a dragon? As a Cho-Cho Fish, your mathematical skills are commendable, but growth is not that straightforward. It is advisable for you to first digest the beginner's gift pack. Feeling somewhat wronged, Cho-Cho Fish thought, "If I can't, I can't. Why mock me?" Resolving to not ponder the distant future, he decided to concentrate on the present moment. Just as he was about to immerse himself in his training, the battle on the television outside the aquarium caught his attention. It's a Milotic. Before the dark-skinned beauty Rarina, a Milotic of elegant demeanor and stunning form coiled gracefully within the arena. With a melodious cry, the venue was suddenly drenched in torrential rain. What an impressive rain dance! Cho-Cho Fish had previously witnessed a Milotic performing rain dance in the waters of Lake Yunza, but compared to the one on television, it was vastly inferior in both speed and rain quantity. There is no need for you to underestimate yourself. Once you evolve into a dragon, creating rivers from mere drawings will be but a trivial feat. Oh, you can even provide comfort to a fish? Cho-Cho Fish was somewhat taken aback, yet he sensed something amiss. According to Xia Chen, it seemed to be referred to as drawing a big pie. Precisely. You constantly speak of how things will be post-evolution, yet you never address the present. Cho fish wore a disgruntled expression. Speaking of which, you haven't taught me a single move up to this point, have you? The voice in his mind fell silent. The host's growth has reached 1%, and the primary task of skill acquisition has commenced. Oh, this trivial system pretends as if it has forgotten all about it. Additional update reason. The author's birthday gives me the audacity to be this way. Chapter 39. I can charge for an entire day? As night deepened, an enveloping silence fell. A gentle moonlight cascaded into the living room on the first floor, draping the still glimmering aquarium in a veil of ethereal mist. If one were to listen closely, they would perceive a series of faint sounds emanating from the tranquil aquarium. At the bottom, before a massive decorative boulder, the rather unattractive fish exerted itself in a futile attempt to spray water against it. The stream was already thin, and due to the pressure and resistance in the water, it had nearly lost all force by the time it reached the stone. The diminutive fish and the colossal boulder formed a scene reminiscent of an ant attempting to shake a mighty tree. This spectacle persisted for an indeterminate duration until the unattractive fish, utterly exhausted, flipped onto its back, its gills flaring wide as it gasped for air in the water. Even this embodiment of perseverance found it difficult to endure such a torturous training regimen. Are you truly not jesting with me about this method of training? The fish murmured weakly within its mind. Rest assured, esteemed host, this system has served numerous users across parallel universes, boasting a perfect satisfaction rate. Resistance training is a highly scientific method, exceptionally effective for mastering and wielding water attribute energy. Moreover, do take a moment to assess your current physical condition. Physical condition? The unattractive fish paused momentarily, only to realize that the mysterious droplet of water and the jade-like pearl within it seemed to be ceaselessly delivering energy, circulating through its utterly fatigued body. The energy nourished every part of its being, and the fish felt as though every cell within was rejoicing in jubilation. The energy it had just expended was replenished in a mere minute, a speed that could only be described as astonishing. While the fish had no frame of reference for this rapid replenishment, it was undeniably worlds apart from the typical energy restoration methods employed by other sprites. Akin to the stark contrast between charging an electric vehicle and refueling a gas-powered one. This sensation of being drained and then instantly rejuvenated filled the unattractive fish with exhilaration, prompting it to flip over with renewed vigor, facing the mighty boulder once more. The energy freshly restored within it was once again brewing, ready to unleash a water gun technique at any moment. I can charge for an entire day? In the aquarium, the unnoticed faint sounds of water resumed, while the night remained undisturbed. It was quite vexing. It felt as though nothing had been accomplished, yet the first week of school had slipped by. Upon reflection, however, it seemed much had transpired. Little Gang had sent over the electronic invitation for the seminar. The leave of absence had been successfully secured, and both the Eevee and the unattractive fish were thriving. When it comes to the peculiar creature known as the ugly fish, it is indeed quite strange. By day, it slumbers lazily within its Pokeball, yet upon undergoing a health examination at the Pokémon Center, the report indicates that its internal energy has significantly improved over the past fortnight. Could it be that it embodies the archetype of a slothful student who lounges during the day while fervently striving at night? Perhaps I should seize an opportunity to stealthily observe it after dusk. However, given the pace of the ugly fish's progress, have I stumbled upon yet another fortunate find? Is my luck truly extraordinary? As for the research on Eevee's evolution, the condition of having round eyes has been met, leaving only the matter of friendship levels to address. Yet, I suspect the situation is more intricate than it appears. If the learning process for round eyes necessitates a substantial amount of fairy-type energy, then could it not be possible that the evolution of the fairy-type Eevee also requires such energy? This warrants further investigation. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome, I must first absorb these 5 fairy stones. Eevee's current strength is commendable, with no competitors in the junior class. According to Teacher Tang, there is an exchange match scheduled with the fighting-type junior class next week, and I hope Eevee can gain some valuable experience through this challenging encounter. Closing my earnest journal, Siachin stretched languidly. Although tomorrow marks the weekend, he felt no semblance of the relaxation typically associated with Friday nights. For him, weekends are often busier than school days, filled with the exploration of beauty energy cubes, the daily training of his 2 Pokémon, and the filming and editing of videos. The more he pondered, the more despairing he became, leading him to collapse onto his bed in a daze. Suddenly, the notification sound of his phone broke the silence. Reaching for it, he unlocked his device with a fingerprint, revealing a message from Ming Yi in the Pokémon chat app, accompanied by a link. The 13th Pokémon Cup at Jiang Province is now open for registration. Come join us. Don't ask, it's a tribute. Xia Chen. Hurry and sign up. Let us meet in the finals together. The proud Ting Snake glanced sideways. The Pokémon Cup? Siachin murmured softly. Choosing not to reply immediately to Ming-Yi, but instead, he clicked on the link. After a cursory glance, he grasped the essence of the competition. In essence, it is a grand tournament sponsored by the Pokémon Company, aimed at novice trainers and their baby Pokémon. Other major cities also host similar events at different times. Yet there is no overarching final competition for champions from various regions. This is a distinctive cup event that aligns with the Eastern Huang Alliance's initiative to engage trainers from a young age, leaning towards entertainment and encouragement, to prevent any disruptions. There are stringent age and Pokémon restrictions for participants. The rewards for the competition are quite appealing. The champion can select a Pokémon item or egg worth up to 300,000, along with a century-long Pokémon Super membership. One can only commend the marketing genius of the Pokémon Company. The implication of offering both rewards side by side suggests that the value of our chat app's membership rivals that of a 300,000 Pokémon item. The competition appears intriguing, and the prizes are enticing. However, one must ponder, what relevance does this hold for a researcher like me? Xia Chen possessed a remarkable sense of self-awareness. While Eevee's prowess might dominate in a typical small-scale setting, it was somewhat inadequate on the grand stage of the entire Zhejiang. Bubby. The sound of Eevee's voice interrupted Xia Chen's thoughts. He turned to discover that Eevee had stealthily approached him, eyes sparkling as it gazed at the phone screen. Surprised, Xia Chen inquired, "Do you wish to participate?" "Bubby." Eevee nodded enthusiastically, appearing more excited than usual before mealtime. Xia Chen felt a twinge of conflict. Under normal circumstances, even knowing he might be outmatched, he would choose to face the challenge head-on. However, this competition presented a genuine dilemma. He scrolled down the interface, pointing to the competition dates. "You see, the main event runs from October 1st to 6th, perfectly coinciding with our journey to Kanto." Eevee's enthusiasm instantly dimmed, its spirit visibly deflating as it collapsed onto the bed, resembling a ragged cloth devoid of dreams. Xia Chen was taken aback by how profoundly the prospect of missing the competition affected Eevee. Scratching his head, he tentatively suggested, "How about we register anyway?" Chapter 40, Ding. Your beauty has increased slightly. Ultimately, Xia Chen did enroll Eevee in this year's Pokémon Cup. After all, since Eevee was so eager to participate, it was incumbent upon him as a trainer to offer support. Regarding the scheduling conflict, Xia Chen had considered that he would depart for Kanto on the 3rd, by which time the Pokémon Cup would have progressed to the round of 16. This tournament encompassed not only Zhejiang, but also nearby smaller cities, meaning that he and Eevee would likely not reach that stage. Thus, the essence of this competition lay in participation itself. Yet, if they did happen to reach that level, he decided not to dwell on it. They would cross that bridge when they came to it. After completing the registration and paying the fee, Xia Chen received his preliminary round number, District 63, to be held at the Battle Park on September 20th. Fortune smiled upon him, as he would not compete in the same district as Ming-Yi, thereby avoiding the need to vie for the scarce spots available for advancement. With nearly half a month remaining before the preliminary round, there was still room for Eevee to improve. Putting away his phone, Xia Chen affectionately patted the excited Eevee. "Now that we've registered, we must strive diligently. We need to at least reach the main event." Eevee pouted slightly. "Is that the extent of your ambition? Can we not aspire for greater heights, trainer? Do you have any idea how precious that Pokémon egg in the championship prize pool is?" Nevertheless, understanding that Xia Chen lacked the comprehensive information he possessed, Eevee resigned to shoulder the burden alone. "Alas, for this family, I, Eevee, have sacrificed so much." Despite these thoughts, Eevee responded cheerfully, "Bubby, I will ensure we secure the championship." Xia Chen, who did not comprehend the language of Pokémon, felt a sense of warmth as he affectionately ruffled Eevee's fur, appreciating the little creature's earnestness. The early morning is pivotal for the day's success. As dawn broke, Xia Chen busied himself in the kitchen, tinkering with the energy cube machine. After adding his friend Xiao Gang, he generously shared his insights on crafting energy cubes. Although these techniques were rudimentary and traditional, they were precisely what Xia Chen lacked. It must be said that the distinction between those who are adept and those who are not is indeed substantial. If he were to rely on external assistance, his mind would likely be filled with thoughts of achieving a proficiency level of 1 in energy cube crafting. But at this moment, all Xia Chen could hear was the thunderous hum of the machine. Lost in thought, he inadvertently pressed the button to adjust the rotation direction. "Oh no, this is bad." Xia Chen hastily pressed the pause button in a frantic attempt to rectify the situation. This particular creation would consume over 100 yuan's worth of tree fruits. Although he had a modest savings, there were numerous future expenses looming, and he could not afford to waste resources. It's fine, he muttered to himself, attempting to deceive his own mind. After reversing the rotation for a few seconds, he reassured himself that the tree fruits should not have reacted. He adjusted both the direction and speed once more, and with a glimmer of hope, pressed the start button. The machine roared to life again, and this time, Xia Chen dared not indulge in further fanciful thoughts. He focused intently on the transparent glass chamber. And at the precise moment when the thick tree fruit juice was about to transform into puree, he decisively pressed the button to solidify the mixture. The cacophony subsided, and neatly formed energy cubes emerged from the machine's base. At first glance, they appeared indistinguishable from the ordinary ones. Siachin exhaled in relief, thankful not to have squandered his precious Longjing and Wullian fruits. He tasted one and found the flavor still a blend of sour and astringent. While it was not particularly delightful, the wisdom of his past life reminded him that only the blue cubes with a hint of bitterness could enhance the beauty of the sprites. Thus, perhaps the flavor was inconsequential. It is widely understood that when two items look identical and taste alike, they are, in essence, the same. Xia Chen carried the tray of energy cubes to the aquarium. Unsurprisingly, the ugly fish remained nestled among the aquatic plants at the bottom, still in slumber. Xia Chen tapped on the glass. Ugly fish, it's time for breakfast. You can sleep after you eat. A sense of déjà vu washed over him, reminiscent of a nurturing mother rousing her reluctant son from slumber. The ugly fish appeared to be in deep sleep. After several taps, it finally emerged from the foliage, groggy and releasing a stream of bubbles. Good morning, Xia Chen. I'm so sleepy. I wish to sleep a little longer. Of course, this was merely Xia Chen's imagination. It was uncertain whether the ugly fish was actually sulking. First, have breakfast, then you can sleep, Xia Chen insisted, tossing an energy cube into the water. Over the past fortnight, Xia Chen had demonstrated through his actions that his energy cubes were of equal quality to those sold externally, and the ugly fish promptly consumed one. Despite the lingering astringency, the overall tartness suited its palate, proving him to be a man who knew how to cater to his own desires. The unattractive fish savored its breakfast when suddenly, a familiar voice echoed in its mind. Ding! Your beauty level is 1. The unattractive fish was taken aback. Beauty level? What on earth is that? It wondered. The beauty level is a necessary condition for you, the host, to evolve into a minus. Only when your beauty level reaches a certain threshold can you evolve into a minus. The system explained in detail, as if it possessed omniscience. Evolve into a minus. Is it because of that energy cube I just consumed? Hearing the topic that concerned it most, the unattractive fish instantly perked up. Indeed, the specially crafted energy cube you just ingested can enhance your beauty level, the system confirmed. Ecstatic, the unattractive fish began to spin in circles. Compared to the ethereal and elusive dragon, the prospect of evolving into a minus brought it even greater joy. What's wrong, unattractive fish? Is there something amiss with today's energy cube? The worried voice of Xia Chen interrupted the fish's thoughts. Something amiss? Of course there was. A significant issue. The unattractive fish excitedly swam to the edge of the glass, bubbling up a stream of bubbles, urging Xia Chen to toss the energy cube into the water. Is this an energy cube? This is my miracle elixir. Upon witnessing the fish's frantic behavior, Xia Chen grew increasingly anxious. Oh no! Has the unattractive fish started frothing at the mouth? Could it be that it has overindulged in the energy cube? It had only spun around for a few seconds, right? It shouldn't be a problem, should it? Never mind. I'll just prepare another plate. Xia Chen's misunderstanding nearly drove the unattractive fish to exasperation, as it excitedly knocked its head against the glass, attempting to convey its true intentions. However, Xia Chen wasn't naive. The fish's unusual behavior prompted him to ponder. Are you saying that today's cube is tastier? The unattractive fish nodded vigorously. Xia Chen scratched his head, questioning whether there had been a change in flavor. Could it be that my taste buds are off? He skeptically sampled another cube, while the unattractive fish watched, its heart aching. Woo, don't eat it all. Leave some for me. You can't evolve into a minus. Xia Chen smacked his lips, still unable to discern any difference in taste. Unable to figure it out. He decided to let it be. As long as the unattractive fish enjoyed it, that was enough. If it's tasty, then it's tasty. Why get so worked up? I can simply prepare another batch with the same method tomorrow. The unattractive fish nodded vigorously once more. Exactly, brother, exactly. Let us stick to this one. If you eat anything else, I'll cough. Chapter 41. The attribute exchange competition among classes. Xia Chen felt that both the Eevee and the unattractive fish were unusually excited today. The Eevee's enthusiasm was understandable. It had successfully registered for the Pokémon Cup and rushed into the yard to train eagerly after finishing breakfast. However, the behavior of the unattractive fish was somewhat peculiar. After breakfast, it continuously swam near the glass, its usually dull eyes now sparkling with excitement. Was it gazing at its own reflection? When did the ugly fish become so vain? The thoughts of humans and fish are not aligned. Although Xia Chen felt somewhat puzzled, he refrained from dwelling on it. For he had much to accomplish today. Shopping for groceries, preparing ingredients, cooking, and filming videos. His morning passed swiftly, as balancing the role of a part-time food influencer was quite exhausting. Fortunately, with Mingyi's assistance, he managed to avoid feeling overwhelmed. After lunch, Mingyi was off to stroll in the battle park, while Xia Chen, occupied with editing videos, could not join her. However, others trained their Pokémon through practical battles, while he allowed his Eevee to train autonomously, which wasn't a significant deviation. After all, reality is not a game. One must engage in battles to gain experience and level up. Yet, as he sat before the computer editing videos, a grave thought struck Xia Chen. With Mingyi's help in video editing, what would happen when she was no longer by his side? Would he not be utterly overwhelmed? Before him seemed to materialize a panel presenting two options. Option 1. Keep Mingyi by his side indefinitely, a permanent solution. However, setting aside the feasibility of such a notion, it struck him as somewhat obsessive. Furthermore, as one of the chosen children of the realm, Siachin doubted that Mingyi would adhere to the traditional path of academia. Then there was option 2. Find someone capable of staying by his side for an extended period. This choice did not sit well with Siachin either, as he was accustomed to solitude. The idea of hiring a professional assistant felt stifling. Wait a minute, why must it be a human? Let us not forget this is a world of Pokémon. A Pokémon could suffice. Eevee and the ugly fish were clearly unsuitable. Even if these two little ones evolved, they would struggle to handle a camera. Perhaps a third Pokémon with elongated limbs, a humanoid type? All signs pointed to a Pokémon often joked about in the past, the beloved shiny Machamp. Just kidding, it was obviously the shiny Gardevoir. However, psychic Pokémon are generally quite rare, and Gardevoir, being the most popular among them, would command a high price. Conservatively estimating, a Larvitar would not cost less than 20,000, equivalent to 20 EVs, certainly a top-tier price for a late-blooming Pokémon. Siachin could hardly afford it and could only ponder such possibilities. Furthermore, with both Eevee and the ugly fish's evolutions yet to be realized, Siachin was not in a hurry to seek another Pokémon. First, he might not be able to afford one. Second, capturing a Pokémon often relies on fate. Monday, a day that brings despair to most students and office workers, did not include Siachin. He suffered from almost no Monday blues, as the weekend seemed even more exhausting than school days. In the senior year of high school in the ancient city, the schedule typically comprised cultural classes in the morning and practical combat classes in the afternoon. The drowsy mornings swiftly passed, and just before the afternoon classes commenced, the atmosphere in the classroom suddenly became lively. This afternoon marked the inaugural exchange competition between the elemental classes. Which opponent is your water type class facing today? I believe it's the ground type, right? Wow, that has a strategic advantage. Why do you look so glum? Our bug type class is up against the flying type, and it feels like we're headed for a dire fate. Not to worry, my friend S poison type class is taking on the steel type. That's a heavyweight matchup. Who could dispute that? It's a grave challenge. Class leader, how did your grass type class fare in the groupings? I didn't pay much attention. Let me check. Oh, we're battling the fire type class. Oh dear, that's a tough start. Isn't it? Tough? Not really. My Fletchinder is itching for a fight. Just wait and see how this master of reverse attributes teaches those heretics who worship elemental supremacy a lesson this afternoon. Voices of discussion echoed around Xia Chen. It seemed that the exchange partners for every class were determined by elemental advantages. To validate this hypothesis, Xia Chen struck up a conversation with Yulong Tao, who was seated nearby. Who is your class facing? The fairy type? Or perhaps the ice type? Both of these elements are formidable adversaries, the former well known for its prowess, and the latter completely immune to dragon-type moves. As for the ice type, many combinations of flying and dragon types find themselves at a disadvantage against ice-type attacks. Yulong Tao chuckled wryly. The fairy type, and you? Facing the fighting type? Siachin shrugged. Aside from mutual immunity with ghost types, there are no advantageous matchups for the normal type, which is only countered by fighting types. It's no wonder Yulong Tao quickly deduced that. However, as Mingyi recently stated in conversation, while elemental advantages do have an impact, they should not be wholly relied upon. After all, Battles in the real world are not as straightforward as video games that simply pit numerical values against one another. There are far too many variables at play. Would you believe it if I told you that a Greninja wielding golden healing water lost to a Charizard? That said, the School's initiative likely aims to hone the students' abilities in adverse matchups. It's reasonable to assume that in the next round, the school will similarly group classes according to elemental advantages, flipping the current benefits into disadvantages. Those who are laughing joyfully today may find themselves unable to smile when the time comes. Yet a question arises. How will the normal type class be arranged in the next round since it has no elemental counters? In any case, amidst an atmosphere of mixed joy and despair, the practical course on Pokémon battles officially began. The normal type and fighting type classes held their sessions on the playground. As these two elements are relatively straightforward, allowing for direct combat anywhere, unlike the water types, which require a suitable environment for aquatic Pokémon to battle. The number of students in the fighting type class was significantly fewer than in the normal type class, totaling around 20, following the same logic as the more populous normal type students. Fighting type Pokémon are typically robust and require more sustenance, making them somewhat more expensive to raise. Thus, it is only natural that the student count is lower. However, the presence of many does not necessarily equate to justice. Rather, it is the might of the fist that prevails. Although the number of combat-oriented individuals is not particularly large, their prowess stands out prominently among the 18 small classes. In the novice trainer stage, those capable of unleashing thunderous strikes or spewing flames have yet to mature. At this point, they can barely manage a feeble spray of water or a flicker of flame, and the electricity they conjure likely pales in comparison to the mere 220 volts of household appliances, let alone the formidable 100,000 volts. Under such circumstances, it is hardly surprising that the robust and physically adept fighting-type Pokémon exhibit greater combat strength. Currently, the lead instructors of the two classes are engaged in discussions regarding the battle rules, largely due to the significant disparity in their numbers. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Tang proposed, "Teacher Wang, given that our side has nearly double the participants, it seems inappropriate to proceed as such. How about we each select 10 individuals to engage in battle while the rest observe and learn? What do you think?" Teacher Wang, a formidable bald man with a somewhat fierce demeanor, spoke in an unexpectedly gentle tone, creating a striking contrast. He hesitated, responding, "But this would deprive many students of the opportunity to train. How about a tournament format instead, allowing every student a chance to showcase their abilities?" Chapter 42. Is this face lost for good? To be fair, Teacher Wang's suggestion does not exhibit favoritism towards his own combat class. Rather, it considers the general class as well. In a tournament setting, the side with a numerical advantage would undoubtedly possess an edge. Given the almost double disparity in numbers, this advantage is not trivial. Although it might appear that the opposing team, with all members possessing type advantages, could balance the scales, Pokémon battles are not that simple. Overall, Teacher Wang's proposal carries a hint of benevolence. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, Teacher Tang, unable to devise a better format, ultimately acquiesced. Thus, both sides entered a strategy session to discuss their respective battle lineups. The atmosphere among the general class was somewhat somber, as they were acutely aware of the considerable advantage held by their opponents in terms of battle format. More critically, even with this advantage, they lacked the confidence of guaranteed victory. Young people are often sensitive, and the prospect of failing to win would be a source of embarrassment for all present, especially with many classmates from their own ranks watching. In this tense moment, no one dared to step forward to take the lead. However, Xia Chen felt somewhat at ease. With a countenance as resilient as a shield, he was unfazed by the possibility of defeat, given that their training time was significantly inferior to that of their opponents. He saw no shame in acknowledging their lack of skill. The path of a trainer was merely beginning, and Xia Chen possessed a clear vision for his future. Being bested a few times in the novice village would not perturb his mindset. As he waited for someone to volunteer, he raised his hand. "Teacher Tang, may I be the first to fight?" Yet, Teacher Tang firmly declined, stating, "No, you must save yourself for later." Sensing that his tone was a bit harsh, he added, "Your Eevee excels in agility rather than raw strength or stamina. Let others take the lead for now." The reasoning seems somewhat tenuous, facing nearly 20 sprites. To what extent could they exhaust their energy? In truth, Teacher Tang merely wished to reserve this trump card for later, hoping that if the situation deteriorated, perhaps Xia Chen could salvage some dignity. "Gao Muyang, how about you and Duda lead the charge?" Gao Muyang's Dudu is regarded as the second strongest in the junior class, and he nonchalantly replied, "Sure." The starting lineup was swiftly determined, and soon the order of appearance for over 30 individuals was established. Come forth, Dudu. Prepare for battle. With more than 50 participants from both classes ready to engage. There was no time for idle chatter. The first match commenced immediately after both sides were set. Dudu lightning dash. Gao Muyang initiated his trademark move, and Dudu was well acquainted with this strategy. With a powerful push of its long legs, it launched forth like an arrow released from a bow. Xia Chen, watching from below, shook his head. While one might thrive on a singular tactic, it was ill-advised to employ the same approach against every opponent. The armored fighter, a sprite brimming with muscle, awaited close combat, and I must question Gao Muyang's command here. As anticipated, the opponent smiled slightly. I haven't even engaged you in close combat, and you come rushing in. What a fortuitous turn of events. Without hesitation, he commanded, armored fighter, execute a takedown as he approaches. Xia Chen's concern deepened. The enemy was not squandering opportunities, but rather opting for the most optimal strategy. Although the game's takedown power is contingent solely upon the opponent's weight, it is evident that in this reality, governed by classical mechanics, speed would also influence its efficacy. More critically, Dudu's long legs made it an easy target for such a maneuver. The levels of command and training on both sides were not even remotely comparable. In such a low-tier battle, a single misstep could extinguish any chance for a comeback. The moment Dudu was struck down by the armored fighter's takedown, the first match had already concluded. Dudu lay on the ground, dazed and disoriented, unable to mount any defense against the following close-range attacks. After a flurry of merciless punches, the armored fighter finished the bout with a decisive palm strike. Dudu fell, incapacitated, while the armored fighter emerged unscathed. This outcome plunged the junior class into a profound silence. Their greatest fears had materialized. The disparity in strength was glaringly evident from the very first match. However, some clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that after only one battle, it was premature to draw conclusions. Perhaps Dudu's long legs were indeed vulnerable to such a tactic. With the second contender, another notable fighter from the junior class, the stout Snorlax, expectations ran high. Yet, 2 minutes later, as they gazed upon the fallen Snorlax, rendered incapable of battle, the entire junior class was enveloped in silence. The high-attack, high-speed Dudu was almost eliminated in an instant, while the sturdy, resilient little Snorlax was treated like a punching bag. Today, it seemed that their faces were irreparably tarnished. The atmosphere on both sides of the court contrasted sharply, embodying a half-flame and half-ocean. The novice class undoubtedly represented the cold and silent faction, although this was merely a friendly match within the school, devoid of intense competition. They were all classmates who frequently crossed paths. Being so utterly outmatched would, whether spoken or unspoken, embed itself like a thorn in their hearts, painfully pricking their pride. The short-haired girl, who was next to enter the arena, felt a sense of trepidation. Her little Fubao had been mercilessly beaten by Dudu and Snorlax, while they in turn faced relentless assaults from the powerful Machoke. The prospect of victory seemed utterly bleak. Hesitating and unsure, she felt the urge to retreat. Just then, a voice broke through her turmoil. It was calm and clear, a stark contrast to the surrounding tension, instilling an inexplicable sense of reassurance within her. Turning to look, she found the source of the voice was Xia Chen, who was frowning as he observed the Machoke in the arena. His profile was strikingly handsome, with features so graceful that one would want to capture that beautiful moment with a camera. The girl's anxiety transformed into a flurry of excitement as she replied softly. It knows pound, charm, angel's kiss, and it has inherited mud bomb. Mud bomb. Xia Chen's interest was piqued, leading him to inquire further. Does your Fubao have the ability Serene Grace? Perhaps? She replied hesitantly. Xia Chen, bemused, thought it strange that she was uncertain about her Pokémon's ability. However, time was of the essence, and he quickly guided her with a few instructions. Do you understand? He asked, observing the girl's flushed face for confirmation. Yes, she nodded enthusiastically, waving goodbye to Xia Chen as she turned to step onto the battlefield. Xia Chen watched her retreating figure, feeling a slight sense of relief. While he genuinely did not care about winning or losing, they were classmates who would be together for a year. It was only right to lend a helping hand. Chapter 43. How could there be such a vexing Pokémon as Fubao? The battle continued. Come forth, Fubao. The girl's spirited voice took the Machoke's trainer by surprise. He had thought that the previous match would have deflated her opponent's spirit. Nevertheless, it mattered little. This Fubao seemed weaker than the previous Dudu, and Machoke should easily secure victory. If the opposing team's strength was at this level, perhaps he could achieve the remarkable feat of defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. Such a record, while not unprecedented, would be exceedingly rare. Would he not then earn the legendary privilege of preferential selection for partners within the school? Fubao used charm. The opponent's command interrupted his daydreaming, prompting him to refocus on the battlefield. Arm strength, evade, and then close in. Although the notion of evasion may sound somewhat trivial, the reality is that, in the face of the languidly drifting fairy-type energy, the trainer of arm strength managed to execute a nimble sidestep with remarkable agility. The trainer's heart swelled with assurance. Given the speed at which the opponent unleashed their moves, victory seemed within reach. While arm strength's velocity was not particularly swift, it was sufficient to outpace the seemingly dazed small Fuku egg, allowing even a cold turtle to approach her effortlessly. Arm strength, unleash a barehanded chop. Even while a considerable distance remained between the two Pokémon, the trainer had already issued the command. This strategy bore both advantages and disadvantages. The benefits were evident, allowing the Pokémon to charge their attack in advance, rather than foolishly advancing to the opponent's proximity before taking action. However, the drawback was significant. Once the Pokémon focused its energy on the attack, it became challenging to respond to any counterattacks from the opponent, especially for novice-level Pokémon. Yet, the trainer of arm strength was undeterred. After all, they were all at the baby level. What could a Fuku egg possibly do to him? At that moment, the short-haired girl seemed to exhale with relief, her lips curving into a slight smile, akin to a fisherman finally reeling in a catch. Small Fuku egg, use Mud Bomb. Mud Bomb. What kind of move was that? It appeared to be a special ground-type technique. With the myriad of Pokémon, abilities, items, and moves in the world, how could a novice trainer possibly remember them all? No matter, it didn't sound particularly threatening, and besides, ground types were not effective against fighting types. The trainer of arm strength thought nonchalantly, shouting, "Arm strength, pay no heed, continue charging forward." The straight trajectory of arm strength rendered him anything but a moving target. At this rate, even a small Fuku egg could manage to miss. Siachin suggested that she might as well consider a future as a medic. Fortunately, the small Fuku egg did not make the blunder of committing an elementary mistake. The ground-type energy coalesced in its tiny hands before being hurled forward. With a splat, a yellowish, fluid-like substance struck arm strength's face, and, rather inconveniently, much of it splattered into his eyes, which he had failed to close in time. Strength. Arm strength exclaimed in surprise, momentarily faltering and causing his steps to become erratic. Even his hands, which had been charged with the energy for the barehanded chop, now seemed somewhat bewildered. The sudden turn of events thawed the atmosphere within the general class, which had been somewhat frosty. Although the power of the mud bomb appeared rather unremarkable, it marked the most formidable counterattack from the general class thus far. We are not mere prey like green caterpillars. Things were looking up. To their astonishment, the usually inconspicuous Gunning had performed exceptionally well. The first two Pokémon had been too clumsy, lacking even basic ranged attack capabilities, while small Fuku egg had displayed remarkable intelligence. It was curious, though. Gunning typically resorted to the slap move without thinking. What had triggered this sudden display of cleverness? Had Siachin perhaps whispered something to her? The classmates in the general class regained their enthusiasm, engaging in hushed discussions once more. Teacher Tang gazed at Xia Chen with admiration. He had witnessed Xia Chen's whispered strategy to Gunning and understood perfectly the reason for Gunning's extraordinary performance. It was evident that Gunning had not incorporated Mud Slap into his regular training, rendering little Fuku Egg's execution of the move quite clumsy and ineffective. However, against a physically inclined opponent like Mac Hop, even marginally reducing its accuracy would be of little consequence, regardless of the damage inflicted. He was uncertain whether little Fuku Egg's ability could double the probability of additional effects from moves, but at this moment, Mud Slap had undoubtedly struck Mac Hop squarely in the eyes. The tactical objective imparted by Siachin had been fulfilled. The trainer of Mac Hop found himself flustered in this predicament. As a novice trainer, he lacked the experience to direct Machop's actions effectively, serving as its eyes. Little Fuku Egg, with its rotund, egg-shaped form, could never outrun Mac Hop. Yet, he failed to recognize this alternative solution and stood there, dumbfounded, as Mac Hop lost its bearings. Little Fuku Egg, use Fairy Wind. What was this move? The majority of spectators were bewildered. It was a rather obscure technique. Its obscurity, however, was not due to its ineffectiveness, but because it belonged to the fairy type, a category that had only emerged last year. Most individuals, let alone this group of novice trainers, were unfamiliar with the moves, much less the Pokémon themselves. Little Fuku Egg gathered a modicum of energy and exhaled a pink breath. The pink energy wave floated gracefully through the air, striking Mac Hop, who was still reeling from the effects of Mud Slap. For a moment, Mac Hop staggered further. The trainer, momentarily taken aback, thought to himself, this doesn't seem to inflict any damage. So what is this move's effect? Does it slow down movement? With this realization, his anxiety eased somewhat. After all, it seemed like a flashy maneuver that had yielded no tangible results thus far. Mac Hop, little Fuku Egg is just a few steps away. Charge in and continue the assault. Yet, a resounding slap echoed, not the sound of Mac Hop striking little Fuku Egg, but rather, Mac Hop delivering a powerful punch to its own face. The trainer stood in stunned silence, exclaiming, "Mac Hop, what are you doing? I told you to attack little Fuku Egg, not yourself, you fool." Lacking battle experience, he was completely oblivious to the fact that Mac Hop had succumbed to confusion. Now, imagine facing an opponent who is blindly flailing and occasionally punching itself in the face. What would you do? Guning did not hesitate to choose the option that any rational person would select to capitalize on the situation. Little Fuku Egg, unleash Mud Slap once more. Smack! The remnants of the previous mud still clung to Machop's face, and in the next instant, another lump of yellow, semi-solid, semi-liquid substance splattered across its visage. The strength of the armored Pokémon resonated with anger, helplessness, and even a hint of despair, echoing throughout the venue. It was enough to evoke sorrow in the hearts of listeners and bring tears to the eyes of onlookers. The trainer of the armored Pokémon was utterly stunned. I engage in boxing battles, and you resort to playing with a mischievous Spritzy? How could such a detestable creature exist? Chapter 44. This unsightly fish, though strong, exhibits excessive caution. Now it was the turn of the fighting-type class to transform their formation into a library. They gazed at the armored Pokémon, who had previously been a force to be reckoned with, now tormented to the brink of despair. Their faces reflected not only shock, but also a chilling sense of sympathy, as if they empathized with the plight of their own Pokémon. It seemed that even their own Pokémon would struggle against such a devious strategy. They couldn't help but glance at the Spritzy, which wore a faint smile, causing them to shiver involuntarily. It was often said that Spritzy were the most angelic of Pokémon, but this one clearly resembled a demon. What made it even more excruciating was the Spritzy's notably low attack power, resulting in a drawn-out battle that showed no signs of concluding. The trainer of the armored Pokémon was on the verge of biting his lips until they bled, ultimately resigned to the reality of defeat. Upon uttering the words of surrender, a dazed expression washed over him. He was the first to lose to a Spritzy. Meanwhile, within the ranks of the general class, a fervent round of applause and cheers erupted, having been stifled for what felt like an eternity. This battle had certainly been exhilarating, although the tactics employed were somewhat unscrupulous. What of it? As the saying goes, 3 types of individuals are most despised in battles: those who utilize underhanded tactics against their opponents, those who deny others the use of such tactics, and those who refuse to teach the art of employing them. The students of the general class were indifferent to the morality of the tactics. One clever lad even scampered over to Xia Chen, seeking advice. Siachin glanced at the little Rattata with its prominent front teeth and inquired, "What moves does your Pokémon know?" The boy hesitated, counting on his fingers. Tackle, Tail Whip, Quick Attack, and Scratching. Siachin nodded silently. "Then you should use Quick Attack to charge in, followed by Scratching." The boy's eyes brightened. "Will that ensure my victory?" Siachin shook his head. "It will at least make your defeat more dramatic." The boy retorted, "What do you mean? Are you looking down on my Rattata? What is wrong with it?" In truth, Siachin bore no disdain for the Rattata. However, employing an audacious Quick Attack with flair could genuinely catch an unprepared opponent off guard. Although battles at this level rarely involved items, managing a Pokémon's stamina could still yield opportunities. Yet, the moves you mentioned would leave even the legendary trainers like Cynthia powerless. Most underhanded tactics require impeccable coordination of moves, and some even necessitate the use of Pokémon items. A Spritzy's success in this regard was certainly a matter of fortunate circumstance. Siachin was currently dealing with several classmates attempting to exploit his tactical prowess for free. On the battlefield, Little Fu Dan was achieving consecutive victories, having already defeated 2 of the opposing generals. It was not until the 3rd match that Little Fu Dan fell at the feet of the fearless boy, succumbing to a lack of energy. A single blow can prevent 100 strikes. Although Little Fu Dan was down, her significance was profound. She managed to achieve a 1 versus 2 victory even when her attributes were severely restrained, providing immense encouragement to her peers. What is the most essential quality on the path of a trainer? Each person may have a different answer, but confidence is undoubtedly a response many would provide. Indeed, in the subsequent arena battles, the students from the general class grew increasingly valiant, demonstrating their unique flair even against evidently stronger opponents. Ultimately, Siachin never even had the opportunity to step onto the field, as the numerically superior general class secured victory in this exchange competition. Neither class exhibited excessive joy or sorrow. For the general class, Winning against a smaller team felt somewhat unjust. The combat class shared similar sentiments. Not only were they nearly halved in numbers, but they also faced an unfair start. To take down over 30 opponents could be considered a commendable achievement, even in defeat. The victory of the general class over the combat class did not create significant ripples, as such exchange competitions occurred bi-monthly. Over the course of a year, virtually any two classes of different attributes would engage in a similar match. However, after school, Eevee displayed a bit of discontent since she had not participated in any matches during today's exchange. At the dining table, Siachin consoled her, saying, "Come now. It's just one day without a battle. Is there really a need to be upset?" Eevee huffed in response. "But I could have easily defeated 10 in such a tournament." Since her rebirth, she had grown increasingly fond of the sensation of overpowering novices using her battle awareness and experience from her previous life. In gaming terms, this was referred to as fishing. Moreover, Eevee's mindset was markedly different from that of seasoned or elite-level Pokémon who deliberately participated in the Baby Cup. She reveled in the feeling of being nearly entry-level, yet invincible among her peers. "If I wish to perform, I shall. If I wish to dominate, I shall. In this pond, I am the deity, Eevee." Thankfully, Eevee was unaware of a certain Pikachu capable of shocking Arceus, yet losing to a level 9 Sprigatito. Otherwise, the two Pokémon would surely have formed an alliance. Though Xia Chen could not comprehend Eevee's grandiose proclamations, another member of the household certainly could. The Chinchou in the aquarium blew a series of bubbles in disdain, as if to say that anyone could boast afterward. "I could claim to single-handedly take down Kyogre too, having come to the human world and acquired a wealth of knowledge." The Chinchou was no longer the naive creature that once failed to recognize the likes of Groudon and Kyogre. "However, when shall I partake in a Pokémon battle?" The Magikarp turned towards the television, where an intense Pokémon battle was being broadcasted, releasing a series of melancholic bubbles. "Alas, they all appear so formidable. I shall first accompany Xia Chen and gradually flourish. System, what is my current beauty score?" "Greetings, esteemed host. Your current beauty score stands at 65 points. The Magikarp was overjoyed. "Does that not mean I am merely 35 points away from evolving into a Milotic?" "You are still 935 points away from evolving into a Milotic. Please strive harder, esteemed host." "Magikarp, why does your system employ two different counting methods? I had assumed that the beauty score and growth rate were both on a percentage scale. What a disappointment." The Magikarp released a string of disheartened bubbles and glanced at its solitary companion through countless lonely nights, the large boulder. After nearly a week, the boulder had developed visible, slight indentations from the water gun. This boulder stood like a pillar of shame, incessantly reminding the Magikarp of its current limitations. "Perhaps when this boulder is pierced by my water gun, creating a fissure large enough for me to enter, I may then be worthy of battling other Pokémon." The Magikarp silently set a goal for itself, unaware that even leaving a mark on the boulder under such conditions was a feat only attainable by novice Pokémon. This seemingly weak Magikarp was, in truth, quite powerful yet excessively cautious. Chapter 45. Competition from the Kalos region. Xia Chen remained oblivious to the peculiar thoughts harbored by his two Pokémon. After dinner, with Eevee perched on his left shoulder and carrying the Magikarp's aquarium in his right hand, he strolled through Silver Department Store, shopping. In recent days, he had noticed a significant increase in their appetites. Previously, a bi-weekly outing to procure berries and ingredients sufficed. Now, he found himself making weekly trips. Correspondingly, both Pokémon had grown considerably. Eevee had expanded from approximately 30 centimeters to nearly half a meter, and the increasing weight in his arms indicated she had gained a fair amount. Although each time he remarked on her added weight, it resulted in a flurry of playful nibbles. The Magikarp had also visibly grown, its weight increasing from 7 kilograms to 12 kilograms over the course of just over half a month. It was easy to imagine the hardships it had endured in the waters of Yunzha Lake. Perhaps due to improved nutrition, Xia Chen sensed that the Magikarp's scales had recently taken on a more lustrous sheen. In summary, everything was progressing steadily according to plan. Xia Chen relished this leisurely pace, gliding along the predetermined path. As the trio, himself, Eevee, and the fish, strolled, Eevee, perched on Xia Chen's shoulder, suddenly exclaimed with excitement, "Eevee!" As if engaged in a duet of mountain songs, a rather cheeky voice echoed from nearby, prompting Xia Chen to recall the unique and mischievous wind speed dog belonging to Jiang Qian's family. Just as the memory surfaced, he spotted an orange-red dog racing toward him, accompanied by Jiang Han's calls to slow down. Xia Chen's gaze sharpened. He immediately discerned the wind speed dog's ulterior motives. Though it feigned a longing demeanor, it was undoubtedly plotting to leap at him and make him a spectacle, seeking revenge for that morning he had ridden it for hours. This dog was truly a vessel of mischief. Timing his movements impeccably, Xia Chen deftly turned just as the wind speed dog was about to pounce, allowing both man and dog to narrowly miss one another. However, the frenzied dog was unable to halt its momentum, and the supermarket's exceptionally smooth floor did not aid its cause. With a tragic yelp, the wind speed dog collided intimately with the nearby shelf. Fortunately, in this world, thanks to the presence of spirits, even the most mundane structures were built with remarkable sturdiness. The shelf swayed, but ultimately remained upright. Unlike the inanimate shelf, the wind speed dog was not so fortunate, yelping in pain from the impact. The silver department store was vast, boasting a sizable dining area within. Xia Chen, along with the serendipitous encounter of Jiang Qian and her son Jiang Han, settled at the water bar to enjoy some drinks and converse. Eevee, it's been a while. You've grown so much. I wish I could grow as quickly, Jiang Han remarked, observing the visibly larger Eevee. Eevee responded with a soft sound, discreetly scratching Xia Chen. Look how articulate they are at such a young age. Well, you keep reminding me I've gained weight. So what if I have? Did I eat your family's berries? Oh, it seems I actually did. So that's settled. Magikarp, you appear to have become more beautiful as well, Siachin commented. The Magikarp released a series of joyful bubbles. Responding, of course, with Xia Chen feeding me those splendid energy cubes daily, I would naturally grow more lovely. After greeting Xia Chen's two Pokémon, Jiang Han turned his gaze to Xia Chen, flashing an innocent smile. Uncle Xia, you've aged a little too. Xia Chen chose to ignore him. This child, despite his high emotional intelligence when interacting with Pokémon, seemed intent on provoking him, leaving Xia Chen to ponder his thoughts. Jiang Qian playfully ruffled her son's hair, admonishing, "How can you speak like that? Have you forgotten the politeness your mother taught you?" Uncle Xia is different, Jiang Han replied, making a silly face. Come on, Eevee. Windspeed dog, let us go play over there. Adjacent to the water bar was a large Pokémon rest area. While the area lacked engaging activities, it presented a delightful playground for the sociable Jiang Han, filled with unfamiliar Pokémon. With the Windspeed dog keeping watch, Jiang Qian felt at ease after offering a few reminders, allowing them to frolic freely. As Jiang Han departed with his two Pokémon, the once lively table was left with only Jiang Qian and Xia Chen, alongside an uncommunicative ugly fish. Xia Chen initiated a conversation, inquiring whether they frequently frequented this place. Noting that it seemed quite distant from their home, Jiang Qian took a sip of her coffee, explaining that they had come to discuss matters in the afternoon and decided to bring them along for a leisurely stroll in the evening. The eruption of the fairy aura in the Carlos region last year had a profound impact on the Pokémon world. Seizing opportunities was imperative in every sphere. Xia Chen, you might also consider exploring the fairy-type path. The top trainers I know hold this attribute in high regard. Siachin chuckled, appreciating the gesture from a billionaire heiress who had no vested interest in him. Suddenly, Jiang Qian glanced at Jiang Han and his Eevee frolicking in the Pokémon rest area, and an idea struck her. She looked around and lowered her voice, saying, by the way, if your Eevee hasn't settled on an evolutionary direction yet, it might be prudent to wait for developments from the Carlos region. There could be new discoveries. Siachin's heart raced, and he tentatively asked, you're not suggesting a new evolutionary form for Eevee, are you? Jiang Qian nodded seriously. It was common knowledge that Eevee's genetic instability allowed for limitless evolutionary possibilities, influenced by evolution stones, emotions, and external environments. The emergence of fairy attributes would undoubtedly attract researchers. Yet among the 18 attributes, not all had evolutionary forms, hence the research was still in its nascent stages. As far as I understand, the prevailing research direction leans toward locating the elusive fairy-type evolution stones. Some researchers also speculate that it may resemble the evolutionary forms of the Lycanroc, day, night, and dusk, attempting to evolve during the transitional twilight periods. Siachin remained silent, realizing that one could not underestimate the intellect of the inhabitants of this world. The research on Eevee's fairy-type evolution was glaringly conspicuous, and it was hardly surprising that the research topics might overlap. The good news was that they were currently on a misguided path. The bad news was that he had no idea how long the right path would take to traverse. Xia Chen could only place his faith in the knowledge gleaned from his previous life's gaming experience. Firstly, the evolutionary conditions in this world were almost indistinguishable from those in the game. It was unreasonable to think that they would fail at the stage of the fairy Eevee. Secondly, compared to research institutions with superior foundations and abundant funding, this information remained his sole advantage. Regaining his focus, Siachin lifted his gaze and replied, thank you. Qinjia, this information is invaluable to me. Jiang Qian waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. This is merely a conjecture at this stage. By the way, what about the fairy stones I gave you last time? As she spoke, she suddenly paused, struck by an astonishing thought. Given that Xia Chen currently only possessed an Eevee and an ugly fish, to whom would these fairy stones be allocated? The answer seemed all too evident. Xia Chen, you must have harbored this notion for quite some time. Haven't you? Chapter 46. Simply being a supporting character in fairy literature. As he walked home, Xia Chen's mind was abuzz with myriad thoughts. He had just refrained from concealing his own explorations into the evolution of fairy-type Eevee from Jiang Qian. After all, many were engaged in similar research, rendering it not particularly confidential. Moreover, considering Jiang Qian's sincerity in sharing so much with him, Xia Chen felt it would be inappropriate to deceive her. To his surprise, Jiang Qian took Xia Chen's seemingly fanciful research seriously, rather than dismissing it as mere childish folly. On the contrary, after their exchange, she expressed a willingness to provide him with material support and promised to inform him should she receive any news from the Carlos region. Xia Chen was genuinely taken aback by Jiang Qian's earnestness. After all, she did not possess omniscient knowledge of Xia Chen's access to information from another world. To make such an outrageous investment, it was hard for Xia Chen to believe that there wasn't some emotional component involved. Perhaps she still cherished the bond formed when he and Eevee bravely rescued Jiang Han. When two benevolent souls interact, kindness often begets kindness. Just as Xia Chen and Eevee saved Jiang Han, Jiang Qian's willingness to invest in Xia Chen echoed this sentiment. Though he could not be entirely certain, Xia Chen was confident that he would not lead Jiang Qian to misfortune. Eevee, we must strive diligently for our evolution. Eevee. Eevee was puzzled by Xia Chen's sudden outburst of sentiment. Perhaps something had transpired while she was momentarily absent? She quietly sensed the increasingly potent fairy-type energy within her. And at this rate, she would likely reach the threshold for evolution in about 2 months. The 10th of each month was Xia Chen's most anticipated day, for it represented the fruits of his labor and the rewards of his efforts. To put it plainly, it was the day when Uncle Zhang deposited money into his account. Dongwang Bank, your bank card has received a transfer of 5,395.74 yuan. Your current balance is 12,574.024 yuan. Gazing at these figures that filled his heart with comfort and security, Xia Chen broke into a bland smile. Just as he reveled in this simple joy, another message from the bank jolted him back to reality. Dongwang Bank, your statement for last month is ready. Income, 1,314.514 yuan. Expenditure, 2,542.563 yuan. The smile on Xia Chen's face faltered. Had he spent so extravagantly last month? Reflecting carefully, he recalled the 2 training devices that cost over 100,000, and the aquarium for the ugly fish, which amounted to several tens of thousands. Adding in his daily expenses and the costs of nurturing Pokémon, it indeed seemed to tally up. Xia Chen's expression immediately soured. It was evident that his salary merely quenched his thirst. If he truly wished to amass wealth, he would need to find a wealthy benefactor to extort, akin to that figure of 1.3 million. Stop. This line of thought is far too perilous. It could very well lead him to an encounter with Miss Junsha. He certainly had no desire to find himself, along with Eevee and the ugly fish, languishing in a cell. Never mind. At least my savings are sufficient for raising an Eevee and a Magikarp without any trouble. Regaining his focus, Xia Chen opened the chat window with Ming Yi and transferred her 10,800 with the note, salary, from the typing indicator at the top. It seemed Ming Yi was also engrossed in her phone. However, after much deleting and retyping, she ultimately sent a single puzzled message about a Snivy. Xia Chen, didn't we agree that I would give you 20% each month? 20% is truly not much. Xia Chen had initially hoped for a 70-30 split. Of course, 70% would be his, which includes not only Ming Yi's role as his photographer and comedic support, but also a portion for Snivy's appearance fee. Yet, despite her numerous refusals, Ming Yi only accepted 20%. If it weren't for the strong backing of Ming Yi and Snivy in the early stages, it would have been impossible for him to succeed as a lone commander without any Pokémon. Now that he has an Eevee and a Magikarp in his roster, it wouldn't be right to burn bridges, would it? Ming Yi, so, does that mean last month you made 40,000? Is it really that much? Ah Chen, how fortunate. Xia Chen shook his head in amusement. It was merely 10,000, yet it had left her utterly thrilled. Xia Chen, silly, it's over 50,000. Ming Yi, in any case, that's incredibly impressive. I shall accept it. You are quite generous, boss. Xia Chen, it's nothing. Just don't forget me once you become the champion of Dongwang. Ming Yi, don't worry. When I become the champion, I will certainly treat you well. Snivy is proud. Siachin smiled knowingly and put away his phone, though it felt somewhat embarrassing to admit when he typed that last message. He genuinely entertained thoughts of clinging to his childhood friend's coattails. He was more confident in Ming-Yi's future than she was herself. He even fancied that. As one of the protagonists of the black and white generation, he might be graced by an invisible protagonist aura. As for why Xia Chen held such superstitions, well, he had already traversed into the Pokémon world. What was there left to doubt? If this world were a Pokémon narrative, he could simply play a supporting role within it. On September 20th, the weather was delightful, with clear skies stretching endlessly. Although the leaves in the battle park had yet to turn yellow, the slightly desolate northern wind heralded the arrival of autumn. The vibrant atmosphere in the battle park today, however, dispelled any hint of chill, as it marked the first day of the highly anticipated Pokémon Cup elimination tournament. Though the Pokémon Cup was referred to as a baby cup, this very aspect made it, in some respects, more popular than many elite trainer competitions. In elite matches, when tactics and excitement are discussed, they pale in comparison to the battles at the gym leader and champion levels. The most crucial point is that trainers at this stage give the vast community of keyboard warriors the illusion that they are not significantly stronger than the average person. As the competition unfolds, the Baby Cup stands out for its accessibility, allowing even the most novice trainers to confidently enter with their beloved cater pies. The audience revels in the delightful atmosphere, making it a truly inclusive event for all. Conversely, elite-level competitions often find themselves trapped in a peculiar limbo, unable to ascend or descend in prestige, thereby stifling the excitement of the event. However, the popularity of these contests brings forth a downside: an overwhelming number of participants. Xia Chen and Ming-Yi found themselves nearly squeezed at the entrance of the arena. In such a scenario, even if Eevee were reluctant, it had no choice but to remain obediently within its Pokeball. Ming-Yi was stationed in the outermost section of the park. The two agreed to regroup at the Pokémon Center following their battles. Xia Chen then maneuvered through the crowd to reach his designated area. He had arrived with a tight schedule, lacking the luxury to watch novice trainers who might not even make it past the preliminary rounds. As he settled into the players' lounge, the screen by the battlefield displayed that the match between competitors number 55 and 56 was currently underway. The timing was impeccable. In roughly 10 minutes, he would be facing off against Eevee. The atmosphere in the players' area was considerably less crowded. Xia Chen released Eevee, which had been cooped up in its Pokeball for over 10 minutes, and took a seat on the bench, simultaneously observing the ongoing match and preparing for his own. The two trainers on the field appeared to be of a similar age to Xia Chen, battling with common Pokemon such as Oddish and Piku. After a brief glance, he lost interest. The phrase "chickens pecking at each other" aptly summarized the dull encounter. Redirecting his gaze to the competitors nearby, Xia Chen was suddenly struck by a familiar figure. The red training uniform, the crimson cap. These details sparked memories within him. Yet, with so many trainers from Zhejiang donning red, it was not uncommon. However, upon noticing the Mosquito King at the youth's feet, Xia Chen fell into contemplation. Was his supporting character coincidentally colliding with the protagonist? Chapter 47 Red. The red training uniform, the crimson cap, and the initial Pokémon being Mosquito King. These crucial pieces of information coalesced into a name that almost slipped from Xia Chen's lips: Qi Hong. The man renowned as a fighter, affectionately dubbed Lord Qi by Pokémon enthusiasts from a previous life. Xia Chen pondered the serendipity of this world, reluctant to approach without certainty. After all, these three attributes were not definitive proof of identity. Furthermore, even if it were indeed Qi Hong, what would he gain by approaching for a photograph? Yet if this truly was Qi Hong, would the likes of Qing Lu, Bai Lan, and Tokiwa Daisuke also make an appearance? Moreover, were there other iterations of Ash, reminiscent of Qi Hong, present in this realm? While Xia Chen was deep in thought, he remained oblivious to Eevee's brightening gaze upon spotting a particular Pokémon, stealthily inching closer. Competitors 61 and 62, please prepare to take the stage. Competitors 63 and 64, get ready for battle. The emotionless electronic voice jolted Xia Chen from his reverie, reminding him that his identification number was 63. Rising from his chair, he prepared to head towards the backstage of the arena, calling out to his companion, "Eevee, we are ready to take the stage." However, he received no response. Xia Chen paused, glancing around, yet he could not find any trace of Eevee. Where has my Eevee gone? How could such a sizable Eevee simply vanish? The distant sound of Eevee echoed back to him, and following the sound, Xia Chen spotted Eevee engaging in conversation with a mosquito Pokémon. Looking up further, he recognized the trainer of the mosquito Pokémon. Wasn't he that the boy resembling Red? How did Eevee end up there? Xia Chen stared in bewilderment as the boy waved at him, and then Eevee scampered back to his side. Xia Chen felt a surge of frustration, but was at a loss for words. Noticing Xia Chen's dazed expression, Eevee tilted its head in confusion. Eevee? The match is about to begin, and you're still standing here? Xia Chen slowly formed a question mark with his expression. You inexplicably went to chat with someone else, and now play the victim? Sighing, he decided to deal with it later and urged, let us go to the preparation area. Strictly speaking, this was Xia Chen and Eevee's first official match. Yet, he had not anticipated that their inaugural battle would be against none other than the renowned Pokémon trainer, Red. Xia Chen gazed across the arena at the smiling boy in the opposing waiting area, feeling a bit overwhelmed. What luck! However, it was not entirely accurate to call him Red. More precisely, it was Red, youth version. As a quintessential protagonist in his formative years, Red had faced numerous defeats at the onset of his journey, only to become increasingly formidable as his adventures progressed. It was fair to say that the early version of Red bore little resemblance to the legendary trainer standing atop Silver Mountain. Thus, Xia Chen felt a sense of excitement rather than dread. If he could defeat Red before he achieved greatness, he could reminisce about it later, donning glasses and sharing tales with others in laughter. Shaking off his thoughts, Xia Chen took a deep breath and lowered his head, saying, Eevee, let us give it our all. For reasons unknown, Eevee was particularly spirited, responding enthusiastically. Eevee. The previous round of battles concluded swiftly, and the mechanical announcement devoid of emotion called Xia Chen and Red to the stage. The two ascended the steps and stood facing each other. Perhaps due to Eevee's earlier foray to greet the other trainer, Red took the initiative to introduce himself first. Hello, I am Red from Pallet Town. And this is my partner, Mosquito Pokémon. Indeed, it was the Red from Pallet Town, but wasn't he Pallet Town located in the Kanto region? What brought him to the Dongwang region for the Baby Cup? Xia Chen mused silently. Yet, considering Red's adventurous spirit, it was not surprising that he would embark on a journey with a Mosquito Pokémon in tow. One wonders what the current state of the Rockets, entwined in a tumultuous love-hate relationship, might be. Lost in thought, Xia Chen replied, I am Xia Chen from Zhejiang City. I apologize for the trouble caused by Eevee just now. Qihong scratched his head. Not at all. This is the first friend that Mosquito King has made in Dongwang, and we should thank your Eevee. The two had little time to converse further as the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the commencement of the battle. Eevee, use round eye. As soon as the referee's signal resounded, Siachin issued his first command, displaying an unprecedented level of seriousness for this match. Siachin sought to gauge the current battling style of Qihong. Eevee's gaze sharpened instantly, its pupils transforming into a mystic shade of pinkish-purple within moments. As one of the techniques Xia Chen had practiced most frequently, Eevee's mastery of round eye had nearly reached the pinnacle of its current capabilities. Before Qihong and Mosquito King could fully comprehend the situation, the effects of round eye took hold of Mosquito King. Haley? Mosquito King's eyes flickered, and it soon sensed that its body was being influenced by a peculiar energy, sapping some of its strength. As a traveler, Qihong had never heard of the round eye technique, let alone its effects, leaving him bewildered. He looked at Mosquito King with concern. Mosquito King, are you all right? Haley, I still have boundless energy. Mosquito King shook its head vigorously, mustering its spirit to respond to its trainer. Qihong clenched his fists and shouted passionately, all right, Mosquito King. Let us charge forward and counter with a series of slaps. Witnessing the unfolding events, Siachin couldn't help but shake his head in bemusement. With round eye lowering physical attack power, charging in with a physical move was hardly the wisest choice. There was no need for further probing. This was clearly a phase reminiscent of Qihong's early days of reckless bravado. Very well, let us embrace the role of the formidable antagonist today. Eevee, use Fake Cry. In the real world, there is no convention of taking turns in moves. Seizing the moment as Mosquito King charged forward, Siachin continued his assault without regard for the rules. In battles like these, where one cannot eliminate status reductions through switching Pokémon, unless one possesses a move like Mist. Wait a moment, didn't Mosquito King inherit Mist as a move? Siachin paused, only to see Qihong's lips curl into a triumphant smile. Mosquito King, use Mist. How outrageous. These young ones truly lack honor. They sought to deceive and ambush me. A novice freshly emerged in Dongwang. Clearly, with the invocation of Mist, the advantage Eevee had established through round eye and Fake Cry crumbled instantaneously. While this might seem trivial, it merely leveled the playing field for both Pokémon. The more pressing concern was that, as Mosquito King unleashed Mist, it did not halt its advance, closing the distance between them. For Eevee, which was at a disadvantage in physical confrontations, this posed a significant threat. Indeed, with just this one move, Mist, Mosquito King's disadvantages were swiftly overturned. Observing the sudden outburst of talent from Qihong, Xia Chen felt no trepidation. Instead, a subtle smile graced his lips. Such a Qihong truly made the battle intriguing. Chapter 48. The cunning of the elves is not my teaching. The Mosquito King displayed remarkable speed. Arguably the swiftest opponent Xia Chen had encountered in his battles. Even the long-legged Dudu paled in comparison. However, when it came to agility and reflexes, Xia Chen firmly believed his Eevee was equally adept. Over the past month, the difficulty levels of the training machines at home had escalated, and Eevee's performance had improved correspondingly. Perhaps in sheer velocity, Eevee could not rival the Mosquito King, but in terms of nimbleness and reaction time, Xia Chen was inclined to trust his companion. As the distance between the Mosquito King and Eevee dwindled, closing in to a mere 2 seconds, the Mosquito King appeared poised to strike. Yet, Xia Chen hesitated to issue a command, awaiting a moment, an opportunity for a dramatic turnaround. To the outside observer, Xia Chen seemed paralyzed, as if struck dumb by confusion. Was it true? He had started off so well, only to be caught off guard by an unexpected cloud of darkness. After all, as a novice trainer, such circumstances were not unusual. Still, that fiery-haired lad was impressively skilled, demonstrating finesse amid his roughness. It was a pity that if only this Eevee's trainer were not so dim-witted, the battle could have been truly spectacular. Whispers of speculation floated from a nearby spectator zone, but Xia Chen remained unperturbed by the disparagement. The commands of a master are like the stars in the sky, visible yet incomprehensible. The duel between Qihong and myself is destined for the annals of history. How could mere mortals grasp its depth? In a fleeting moment of distraction, Xia Chen focused intently on the Mosquito King's movements and suddenly shouted, "Eevee, now yawn." At that instant, when the distance between the Mosquito King and Eevee was nearly negligible, it was also the moment when the Mosquito King's defenses were most relaxed. Eevee sprang into action without hesitation, after a decade of companionship. She was acutely aware of Xia Chen's intentions. Fearlessly, she faced the impending slap of the Mosquito King, her mouth slightly ajar, releasing the energy she had accumulated through the act of yawning. Even the Mosquito King, despite its quick reflexes, could not evade the unexpected yawn that now enveloped it. It could only succumb to the overwhelming wave of drowsiness, as its consciousness gradually drifted toward the abyss. Eevee, turn around. Mosquito King, use hypnosis. The moment Eevee unleashed her yawn, the pace of the battle escalated dramatically. Almost instantaneously, 2 commands echoed in the arena, one following the other, with the quicker of the two being Xia Chen's voice. Having been previously outmaneuvered by the Crimson adversary, he could hardly afford to underestimate the nearly obligatory technique of the Mosquito King, hypnosis. Indeed, the counterclockwise spiral on the Mosquito King's abdomen served as the most natural of hypnotic implements. The Crimson contender not only possessed rapid reflexes, but also demonstrated a remarkably high combat intelligence, capable of devising countermeasures in the blink of an eye. Although the current incarnation of Crimson was still quite youthful, Xia Chen would not belittle him. Thus, he anticipated the almost singular method available to Crimson at this juncture, employing hypnosis to counter the yawn attack. Should it fail, he would merely endure a series of slaps, and the well-conditioned Eevee could certainly withstand it. However, if successful, Xia Chen would gaze upon the Mosquito King, swaying and on the verge of slumber, and smile faintly. He had bet right. It appeared this young challenger was even more formidable than he had imagined. Such patience, such timing, such foresight. Was this truly a novice trainer? The battle was exquisite, a clash of experts, and the execution of hypnosis had caught him off guard. It could only be said that skill surpasses mere magic. Yet, the outcome of this duel was still uncertain. After all, the Mosquito King was a second-stage evolved Pokémon, its physical prowess likely superior to that of Eevee. Provided the Mosquito King awoke swiftly, there remained a glimmer of hope. The onlookers swiftly shifted their allegiances, extolling Xia Chen's recent masterful command, their admiration shifting as quickly as a chameleon. However, as one observer astutely remarked, the Mosquito King's descent into slumber did not guarantee victory for Xia Chen. The real determinant of this battle lay in the potency of Eevee's attacks. The audience ceased their discussions, their focus returning to the battlefield. In the center stood a peacefully slumbering Mosquito King and the scheming Eevee. Eevee, use Swift. Without needing Xia Chen's command, Eevee had already begun to charge this most powerful move, as perceived by Xia Chen. Among the remaining options, whether self-encouragement or foe weeping, once the Mosquito King awakened, a mere shadowy mist could dispel them entirely. With a cry, Eevee, A radiant white light illuminated the battlefield as several swift attacks erupted upon the slumbering Mosquito King. The Mosquito King furrowed its brow in pain, likely dreaming of being struck by meteors from the heavens, leaving it dizzy and disoriented. To make matters worse, the Mosquito King remained in slumber. Crimson's brow furrowed in concern, yet with the Pokémon entranced in sleep, even the most ingenious strategies were futile, for it could not move. Even the future combatant could do naught but call for revival. Mosquito King, awaken! Xia Chen observed the struggling Crimson. Shaking his head with a faint smirk, the recently dozing Mosquito King could hardly be expected to awaken so quickly. Moreover, reality was not a game. Sleep did not adhere to a rigid timeline of 1 to 3 turns. As soon as the swift star was struck, it seemed improbable that, even with the protagonist's halo, one could awaken so swiftly. Astonishingly, it happened. Xia Chen stood in stunned silence, observing the Mosquito King, swaying as it prepared to rise from the ground. You truly awakened in an instant? Splendid. Mosquito King, I knew you could achieve this. With a crimson face radiating confidence, it was time for us to retaliate. Utilizing a flurry of slaps, the Mosquito King sprang up, shaking off the remnants of slumber, roaring in response to its trainer, while also rallying its own spirits. However, the sight of the Eevee before it, with its mouth slightly agape, triggered a familiar sensation in its mind. This feeling caused its eyelids to involuntarily engage in a battle once more. PP power? I just woke up, and you're already knocking me down again? How could such a despicable Pokémon exist? Mosquito King, you cannot fall now. As consciousness began to fade, the trainer's voice echoed in its ears, yet this time, it could no longer respond to the fervent calls of Xia Chen. A moment of silence enveloped the audience, soon erupting into the most fervent discussion since the commencement of the tournament. How could such a vile Pokémon exist? How could such a dirty trainer be allowed? If I were that Mosquito King-esque trainer, I would be infuriated. Honestly, you brought this upon yourself, just like reading a book. Why must you identify with the victim when you could simply align with the protagonist? The same applies to this competition. From the perspective of the Eevee's trainer, would you not find it exhilarating? Goodness, that makes a lot of sense. It does seem rather enjoyable, doesn't it? Nonetheless, I must say, that Eevee's trainer is indeed quite unscrupulous. The audience buzzed with excitement, while Siachin stood on stage, utterly bewildered. What does this have to do with me? I wasn't the one directing the second yawn. Why am I being blamed? Just because the Pokémon engaged in some unsavory tactics. It does not reflect poorly on the trainer. The cunning of the Pokémon is not something I instilled. Eevee, you are tarnishing my reputation. Chapter 49. The 3-year pact with Crimson. If a single yawn cannot vanquish an opponent, then 2 yawns shall suffice. This is not a renowned saying from a trainer, but rather the post-match reflection of the Eevee from this contest. In its previous life, it had employed an incredibly aggressive approach, utilizing meditation coupled with lunar power, or perhaps a colossal roar. With the Fairy Aura ability, it was the nightmare of nearly all Dragon-type Pokémon. For reasons unknown, in this new life, it found itself intrigued by various peculiar strategies. Yet, how could such a gentle and adorable Eevee contemplate dirtying others on a daily basis? One is influenced by their surroundings. It is evident that Xia Chen has profoundly impacted it. Unbeknownst to Xia Chen, the Eevee perched upon his shoulder was busy crafting its own narrative. He was engaged in a battle at the park's Pokémon Center, conversing with Crimson while awaiting Mingyi. The reason for Akahong's presence here is that his Mosquito King was knocked into the infirmary by Eevee and is currently undergoing treatment. Meanwhile, Eevee, having sustained little injury during the match, is perched contentedly on Xia Chen's shoulder, enjoying the heart-shaped energy cubes he prepared. So, you have come to the Dongwang region to collect gym badges and participate in the Dongwang conference? Xia Chen inquired, sipping on his mango juice with curiosity. Indeed, I have heard that the Dongwang region is the largest in area, and I am certain that my adventures here will be exhilarating. Akahong replied with a bright smile, showing no signs of the frustration he had just experienced in battle. It seems that even before embarking on his journey, having encountered such remarkable opponents as you and Eevee in Zhejiang has already enriched my experience immensely. Siachin coughed lightly, attributing the praise primarily to Eevee's exceptional performance. Had it not been for Eevee's swift reaction to cover his yawn, he might have truly been overturned by Akahong's protagonist aura. Akahong shook his head seriously, insisting, "There is no need to be modest. I am not one who despises failure." Siachin shrugged helplessly, refraining from arguing, as he was gradually getting accustomed to this. Why does everyone think I am being modest? Changing the subject, Siachin asked, "Do you currently have only the Mosquito King?" Akahong scratched his head and replied, "I also have a Pikachu, though its mood is not quite cheerful at the moment." What are you laughing about, Siachin? It's not that Pikachu has not recognized me. Seeing Akahong's anxious demeanor, which made him appear guilty, Xia Chen suppressed a laugh. For a trainer, not being acknowledged by a captured Pokémon is indeed a considerable humiliation. He thought it wise to spare this aspiring battler some dignity. Taking the initiative to shift the topic, Xia Chen asked, "So, where do you plan to begin your journey?" Akahong clearly had a well-thought-out plan and answered without hesitation. "I intend to travel along the Yangtze River, heading westward, as it is the route with the most gyms and the richest diversity of Pokémon in the Dongwang region. I will journey with Mosquito King, Pikachu, and future companions, challenging gyms along the way to enhance my strength." The Yunza Gym, standing majestically above the vast Yunza Lake. The Shining Gym perched atop the eastern gate of Nandu, and the unique Liuhuik Gym nestled in the Qingkong Basin of the Mountain City. All are destinations on his ambitious itinerary. 3 years from now, I shall gather all 8 gym badges and participate in the next Dongwang conference. The young man adjusted his cap, his face brimming with determination. Indeed, he embodies the adventurous spirit and unyielding resolve of Akahong. The dangers of the wilderness, the hardships of travel, and the challenges of gym battles seem to him mere stepping stones. What does not kill him only serves to strengthen him. Xia Chen felt a surge of emotion. Wishing him safe travels, Akahong gazed at Xia Chen for a moment, then suddenly smiled, extending his hand in camaraderie. "Xia Chen, would you care to embark on a journey with me? I can sense that we are kindred spirits." "Kindred spirits, you say?" Xia Chen instinctively wanted to refute Qi Hong, thinking, how could one who aspires to be a master of the salted fish dojo be of the same ilk as you? Yet, he could not deny the enchanting imagery that Qi Hong's words had conjured in his mind. Eevee, with its petite paws, gently tugged at Xia Chen's arm, seemingly striving to capture his attention. Xia Chen glanced downward, only to find Eevee earnestly gazing at him. The essence of its gaze conveyed, regardless of your choice, "I shall remain by your side." A soft smile graced Xia Chen's lips as he lifted Eevee into his arms, meeting Qi Hong's inviting gaze. "Perhaps in the future, I shall travel, but not at this moment." Xia Chen remarked with a smile, "I also have my own path to tread. If I were to embark on a journey, my research on the evolution of Fairy Eevee and Milotic would undoubtedly be delayed. Above all, I must first establish a solid financial foundation for my unanchored self." He lightly scratched the sensitive, creamy fur beneath Eevee's neck, stating, "I believe that as long as I am with my beloved Pokémon, even without adventure, each day is sufficiently splendid. However, you shall witness my presence at the Dongwang Conference 3 years hence. By then, I shall have the pleasure of besting you once more." Xia Chen raised an eyebrow in playful challenge. Eevee nodded in agreement, "Beauty. Each encounter shall be met with a challenge. Even Arceus cannot save you from my Eevee's words." Qi Hong chuckled, adjusting his hat that was already straight, declaring, "It is settled then. You shall see a different Qi Hong at that time." With a clap of hands, they sealed their pact with smiles exchanged. "My apologies for my tardiness," Mingy said, cradling her Snivy as she stood by the table, suddenly engulfed by an odd feeling. Was her timing amiss? She cast a curious glance at Xia Chen, wondering how he always managed to befriend trainers he had just battled. Although they shared the same gender, which seemed inconsequential, there was an inexplicable peculiarity about it. Despite being eliminated by Xia Chen during the preliminary rounds of the Bojaman Cup, Qi Hong did not hastily depart from Zhejiang, for in his travel itinerary, the Yunza Gym of Zhejiang was a designated stop. However, given Qi Hong's current capabilities, unless the gym leader were to go exceedingly easy on him, the prospect of acquiring the Yunza badge seemed bleak. While Qi Hong's confidence had once bordered on arrogance, he still possessed a fundamental awareness. He resolved to train in the wilds surrounding Zhejiang for a spell. To borrow terminology from the game, the gym leader's Pokémon levels were far too elevated. Leaving no hope for success, he needed to level up first. Before parting ways, Xia Chen gifted Qi Hong a multifunctional amphibious bicycle recently released by Silver Corporation. "Consider this my companion to accompany you on your travels," Xia Chen said. Deeply touched, Qi Hong reciprocated by gifting Xia Chen the hat he had worn for an indeterminate length of time. Xia Chen pondered for a moment and resolved to cherish the crimson cap rather than don it and inherit the will of those who battle. Oh, how profoundly significant this red hat is to Pokémon enthusiasts. It is certainly not due to any disdain for the accumulated grime within. Chapter 50. Is the baby cup really this intense? The crimson cap, Edu's cloak, Dawu's ring, Shalina's lipstick, Karuna's necklace. Xia Chen meticulously noted these items and marked the crimson cap with a tick before closing his diary. As someone with exceptionally clear life plans, devising a collection strategy seemed only natural. Xia Chen felt that completing the entire Pokémon Pokédex was an unattainable aspiration in his lifetime. Instead, He opted for a more feasible long-term goal. As a rather laid-back gym leader, it was perfectly reasonable to cultivate familiarity with the champions of various regions, wasn't it? Although, these aspirations did seem somewhat fanciful. Returning from his chaotic thoughts, Siachin stifled a yawn and retired to bed. The following day marked the final day of the breakout tournament, with several matches awaiting him and his Eevee. It was already unexpected for a hidden dragon to emerge from this small pond, and in the subsequent matches, his opponents were rather conventional. With relative ease, he and Eevee fought through the ranks, securing one of the 2 spots available for the main event in their district. Meanwhile, Ming Yi and Yulong Tao also progressed smoothly in their respective divisions without any surprises. Reflecting on his journey to advancement, Xia Chen found it quite incredible. Among the tens of thousands of contemporaneous trainers registered to compete in Zhejiang and the surrounding cities, he and Eevee had ascended through the ranks, even eliminating the formidable Crimson contender, becoming one of the 64 new trainers in all of Zhejiang. Have Eevee and I truly become this strong? Perhaps I should dare to aim for the championship? Xia Chen boldly speculated, cautiously seeking validation. He accessed the official website of the Bojimon, Zhejiang Cup, intending to review the information of the trainers and their Pokémon who had similarly advanced. Then he beheld Charizard, Starmie, Exeggutor, Scyther, and so forth. What in the world is this? Is this what you call a baby cup? The last remnants of hope within Xia Chen were swiftly extinguished by the sight of a nearly 2-meter-tall, blue behemoth, entirely enveloped in spiny scales. Competing for the championship? He might as well go wash up and sleep. Xia Chen was not being self-deprecating. However, no matter how gifted his Eevee might be, it had only been trained for less than 2 months. Compared to Pokémon that had already evolved into their final forms, the disparity was insurmountable. However, this is exceedingly intense. A newcomer competition with a 1-year age limit for Pokémon? Why such ferocity? Humph, evolving so early with evolution stones undoubtedly exploits a Pokémon's potential. The tides of fortune shift, and I shall overtake you all on the next curve. Fully embracing the spirit of determination, Xia Chen relinquished his fantasies and resolved to focus on the upcoming Energy Cube seminar next month. Although he expressed this intent, it was inconceivable for Xia Chen to withdraw from the competition altogether. As the old adage from the Dongwang region goes, having arrived and entered the main event, one must strive to showcase their skills and talents with their Eevee, leaving no room for regret. Such sentiments may seem to be the musings of the defeated. Seeking solace in their plight, the school held a significant regard for its students who had advanced to the main event of the Pokémon Cup. For Zhejiang is one of the foremost cities in the Dongwang region, and Guqing High School could not stand alone at the pinnacle. Apart from the annual college entrance examination results, prestigious competitions like the Pokémon Cup served as invaluable promotional avenues for recruitment. In addition to Xia Chen, there were 3 others, Ming Yi and Yulong Tao, who also made it to the main event. Between the preliminary rounds and the main competition, a span of approximately 1 week allowed the 7 students to bask in the privileges afforded by their school. Not only were they granted a leave of absence until the conclusion of the Pokémon Cup, but each student was also assigned a dedicated tutor for one-on-one instruction. They could learn various battle techniques, skill training, and practical exercises from instructors of at least senior-level expertise. Siachin's assigned teacher was a female instructor named Qiu, who specialized in fire-type Pokémon. The reason she was chosen over the general-type instructor, Teacher Tang, was primarily due to the fact that Teacher Qiu also owned an Eevee. Indeed, as a fire-type specialist, her Eevee was humorously referred to as the only king, a fiery Eevee. In contrast, while both Kintoro and Eevee belonged to the normal type, their vastly different physiques did not evoke the image of a harmonious mentor-student relationship. The disparity lay in their skill sets. Teacher Tang's Kintoro followed a route of brute tanking, utilizing moves such as Body Slam, Zen Headbutt, and Giga Impact, which were hardly compatible with Eevee's abilities. Conversely, the Fire Eevee, having once been in the same evolutionary stage as Eevee, found it easy to instruct a half-year-old Eevee. At present, Teacher Qiu and Xia Chen, along with the Fire Eevee and Eevee, formed 2 pairs of mentor and pupil, each conducting lessons separately within the school's training facility. As Eevee observed the Fire Eevee circling around her while scrutinizing her every move, she stifled a yawn, feeling somewhat fatigued. To be candid, she had little desire to engage in this one-on-one tutelage. After all, her future self was destined to possess the prowess of a formidable champion. Did she truly require guidance from another Eevee, even if it was merely at the senior level? Moreover, a Fire Eevee at that. Were it not for her respect for Xia Chen, she would not have considered attending at all. Time passed, and the Fire Eevee finally ceased its circling. nodding in satisfaction at Eevee. Little Eevee, your talent is quite commendable. How about considering evolving into a beautiful fire Eevee like me? Ivy twitched her lips, as it was a long-standing tradition within the Eevee family to urge those who have yet to evolve to embrace their respective evolutionary forms. This was particularly true for Flareon, reputedly accompanied by a band of wild Flareons who relentlessly pursued wild Eevees, brandishing fire stones as instruments of their mischief. It was said that they had a rallying cry, something akin to holy fire, meow 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 meow, which sounded rather reminiscent of a cult. Surely, this Flareon could not be one of them? Ivy cautiously retreated a couple of steps. She had no desire to evolve into a Flareon, plump and unsightly as it was. Boy, I refuse. The Flareon, unfazed, noticed that among the numerous young Eevees, hardly any aspired to become Flareon. In fact, even before his own evolution, he had never entertained such thoughts. He languidly inquired, Bowie? Then what do you wish to evolve into? An ice-type Eevee that resembles a block of ice? A slippery and rather unpleasant water-type Eevee? Or perhaps a moon-type Eevee that looks like coal? Ivy pursed her lips and replied, Bowie, anything but a Flareon that resembles a chubby orange cat. The Flareon, triggered by the mention of chubby, erupted in indignation. His body stiffened, fiery red fur bristling as he let out a piercing cry. Ivy was taken aback. How could such a large Eevee be so easily provoked? Chapter 51. Want to learn? I can teach you. In the end, the Flareon chose not to dwell on the outburst, recognizing his role as a mentor to the young Eevee. Suppressing his anger and calming himself, he asked, Bowie, so, what do you wish to learn from me? Ivy tilted her head in contemplation and replied, Bowie, I wish to learn how to summon rain. The Flareon's previously subdued irritation flared anew. Bowie, you want a Flareon to teach you how to summon rain? Are you seeking trouble? Ivy did not respond, but remained steadfast, channeling the modest reservoir of water-type energy within her. Moments later, a gentle patter of raindrops began to fall, producing a crisp sound as they hit the floor. The Flareon paused, realizing that this was a training facility where natural rain could not possibly occur. Thus, the source of the droplets could only be. He looked up and, indeed, a small cloud hovered above him, releasing a few refreshing raindrops. Though it was merely a light drizzle in a confined space, it was undoubtedly a demonstration of rain summoning. This Eevee could actually manipulate weather-based moves. The Flareon was astounded. It is well known that weather and terrain moves are among the most challenging to master. Ordinary moves merely require the application of energy to affect oneself or a specific target. For instance, moves like Swords Dance enhance one's own physical prowess. In contrast, summoning rain or clear skies necessitates influencing the environment surrounding the diminutive Pokémon. The disparity in abilities is significant, requiring the spirits to attain a certain level of comprehension regarding elemental energies. Generally speaking, even many seasoned spirits struggle to master such techniques. Although it is somewhat embarrassing to admit, the fiery Eevee, as a seasoned spirit, is incapable of summoning clear skies. Suddenly, a pang of bitterness surged within, and it coldly retorted, Bowie, if you can do it, then so be it. There's nothing to flaunt, and I have nothing further to teach you. So be on your way. The Eevee remained silent, gathering its focus and harnessing the scant fire energy within. Gradually, the temperature around it began to rise, and a small fireball radiating warmth and light emerged in the air, replacing the gloomy clouds. In an instant, the drizzle ceased, the skies brightened, and a delicate rainbow even adorned the air. Though the range and impact were minor, it was undeniably a clear day. The fiery Eevee was utterly astonished. If it could only summon rain, it might suggest that its trainer intended to cultivate it in the direction of a water Eevee. While that is indeed impressive, it is hardly extraordinary. Yet, to be capable of both summoning rain and clear skies, the fiery Eevee was taken aback, despite its ordinary strength and potential. It understood that achieving such feats, especially as a mere half-year-old Eevee, indicated extraordinary potential. With a conflicted heart, the fiery Eevee shook its head. What it had just said was out of frustration, but now it realized that this Eevee was beyond its capacity to teach. Bowie, do you wish to learn to summon clear skies? A melodious voice reached the fiery Eevee's ears, akin to a celestial melody. The fiery Eevee slowly lifted its gaze, only to find the Eevee smiling warmly at it. Could she truly be willing to teach me? The fiery Eevee was so moved it nearly wept. What a benevolent child, repaying kindness with kindness. However, before the fiery Eevee could bask in this sentiment for more than 3 seconds, it heard, Bowie, but first, you must say 10 times that I am Fat Eevee. The fiery Eevee thought, this is hardly an angel, it's more like a demon. Moreover, Fat Eevee is merely a caricature. What does it have to do with me, the fiery Eevee? Do you think that by teaching me to summon clear skies, you can humiliate my dignity? I, the fiery Eevee, assure you that such a thing is utterly impossible. Booey, I am Fat Eevee, I am Fat Eevee. Thank you, Teacher Chio, for your guidance. See you tomorrow. Tomorrow, indeed. Teacher Chio watched as the two departed, a gentle smile gracing her lips. What a thoughtful child she is. Suddenly recalling something, she glanced down at her fiery Eevee, inquiring, how is the teaching going on your end? The fiery Eevee was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond to such a simple yet complex question. The question itself was simple, but the intricacies of its own remarkable experiences were profound. After much contemplation, it finally nodded, Booey, today's teaching results were quite remarkable. Indeed, the Eevee taught me to summon clear skies, so saying that the outcome was excellent is not incorrect, is it? The question of who is the teacher and who is the student remains open to discussion. Teacher Chio nodded with satisfaction, expressing hope that they would achieve commendable results in the upcoming competition. Huaibu nodded in agreement, saying, if I were you, I would head to the Pokémon battle betting website right now to place a bet on Eevee winning the Pokémon Cup. As the day of intensive training came to a close, Siachin walked home with Eevee nestled in his arms. How was your day with Teacher Huaibu? Siachin asked with a smile, gently stroking Eevee's head. In this moment, he was inexplicably reminded of the times when his mother picked him up from school, which were the most beautiful moments of his childhood. However, the roles had now reversed, and he had become the one concerned for his own child. Eevee, always sensible, must have gotten along splendidly with Huaibu today, Siachin thought. Eevee eagerly nodded, suddenly leaping from Siachin's embrace and striking a pose as if ready for battle. Are you going to showcase the moves you just learned? Siachin chuckled at the sight of Eevee, reminiscent of a child eager to flaunt newly acquired skills. With a joyful response, Eevee began to gather energy, preparing to execute the technique learned that day. She circled around Siachin, her speed increasing to the point where it seemed as if an afterimage had appeared. No, it was not merely an illusion. It was indeed a doppelganger. Once the shadowy clone emerged, Eevee halted her motion, yet the afterimage remained intact. Two identical figures stood motionless before Siachin. Although Eevee did not move, Siachin immediately discerned the genuine Eevee among the two. He scooped her up and exclaimed, Shadow Clone, how impressive. Eevee tilted her head in confusion. Boo-ee? How did you know which one was real? Her inner thoughts conveyed, I'm doing my best to perform in coordination with you. Siachin laughed, silly. The fake one has no shadow behind it. Understanding dawned on Eevee. Boo-ee. Wow, Siachin, you're so clever. Siachin beamed with pride as he cradled the adorable Eevee and set off once more. Today, she had mastered a new move, and he planned to prepare a feast of her favorite dishes as a reward. As the sun dipped low in the sky around 5 or 6 o'clock, the early autumn clouds presented their most exquisite hues. Wisps of clouds drifted beside the crimson sunset, bathed in golden light. Eevee suddenly felt that even if she were to walk this path home with Siachin for the rest of her life, it would not be such a bad fate. Chapter 52. The observational diary of the ugly fish. Recently, Siachin had felt that the ugly fish was somewhat peculiar. He found it difficult to articulate what exactly was odd about it. If he had to describe it, he would say it had an oddly attractive quality. He was taken aback by this strange thought, questioning how he could find beauty in an ugly fish. Perhaps it was time to consult an eye specialist. It is essential to clarify that Siachin was not a member of the superficiality brigade. He did not hold prejudices against the ugly fish's appearance. In comparison to the outer beauty of Pokémon, he valued their inner qualities far more. Indeed, the appreciation of inner beauty is predicated upon the acceptance of outer appearance. While this may seem pragmatic, the metamorphosis of the unsightly fish into a beautiful creature serves as the foundation for Siachin's bond with it. Conversely, this peculiarity may also elucidate Siachin's fascination. It appears that even before the unsightly fish has fully evolved, there are hints of transformation already emerging. During several feeding sessions, Siachin discreetly observed the unsightly fish within the aquarium. Its previously vacant gaze seemed to possess a newfound vitality, and its thick, unattractive lips bore a hint of sensuality. The surface of its uneven body appeared smoother compared to its initial arrival at the household. In subtle aspects, it seemed the unsightly fish had indeed undergone some changes. However, these observations may merely reflect a personal bias, perhaps arising from a growing fondness over time. Yet, if my instincts are correct, this suggests a significant development, the successful creation of an energy cube that enhances beauty. To confirm this exhilarating hypothesis, Siachin resolved to observe the unsightly fish closely for a period. 0. More faithful than the human eye is the camera, Thus, from this day forth, I shall capture the fish's image each night while it slumbers. Tonight marks the beginning of this nightly ritual. 1. The unsightly fish indeed sleeps by day and remains active by night. After waiting nearly half an hour, it continues to play with the stones, perhaps feeling lonely without companionship. Should I consider introducing a companion, like a king carp? 2. In light of yesterday's misguided endeavors, I have revised my approach. I shall photograph it before each feeding, as it is either asleep or on the verge of slumber at that time. Today marks the first day of this new plan. 3. Upon comparing photographs from the past 2 days, there appears to be little change. However, the duration is too brief for conclusive observations. 4, 5, 6. Today, I captured a particularly subtle detail. The right side of the fish's lower body, near its fin, exhibited a delicate change, as though the damaged area had been mended, becoming more orderly. 7, 8. Another change has occurred. The pockmarked area on the right side of the unsightly fish has notably smoothed out. It is nearly certain that the energy cube capable of enhancing beauty has been developed. This formula must be meticulously recorded. 3 mist lotus fruits, 2 dragon eye fruits, and 2 jade corn fruits. Oh, and remember to reverse for 3 seconds before forming the energy cube. This may very well be the key to successful creation. Closing my journal, I let out a deep sigh of relief. One can scarcely comprehend how significant this discovery is for me. In a sense, the research on the evolution of the unsightly fish holds greater importance than that of the fairy Eevee. Ultimately, what is the purpose behind my research into evolution? Is it not for personal gain? Currently, it seems that the evolution of the fairy Eevee necessitates only a certain level of intimacy, fairy-type moves, and the absorption of sufficient fairy energy. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, this research into the evolution of the fairy Eevee is unlikely to yield significant economic benefits. The evolutionary chain from the unattractive fish to Milotic diverges significantly, as the essential evolutionary item, the beautiful energy cube, is a product of its own ingenious creation. Would you choose the $1 million beautiful scales or the tens of thousands worth of beautiful energy cubes? It is not uncommon for certain affluent trainers to opt for the more expensive option. Yet the majority of trainers who are not as financially blessed would undoubtedly select the latter for its superior cost-effectiveness. If one were to adopt a shrewd strategy, diluting the concentration of the beautiful energy cubes, your unattractive fish would merely require one more exclusive energy cube to achieve evolution. Just one more exclusive energy powder. One more exclusive energy potion, allowing the trainers of the unattractive fish to continually invest. Would this not make one a billionaire? At that point, the likes of the Zafuchi family, the Silver Company, and Team Rocket would pale in comparison. No one understands the art of making money better than I, Xia Chen, the Eevee. Scratched the computer in front of Xia Chen, who was lost in a reverie, and sighed with concern. Could it be that with the imminent start of the Pokémon Cup, Xia Chen was under such pressure that he had lost his sanity? Eevee, do you think when we retire, we should buy an island or a mountain? Siachin suddenly inquired. Eevee thought to himself, it's over. Xia Chen is ensnared in a dream conjured by Cresselia. There is no saving him. Setting aside such impractical fantasies, Siachin began to ponder a more serious question. How many energy cubes must the unattractive fish consume to evolve into Milotic? Reality is not a game. Xia Chen had no way of knowing the current beauty value of the unattractive fish or how many energy cubes were necessary to reach the critical threshold for evolution. Would enhancing the quality of the energy cubes facilitate a quicker evolution for the unattractive fish? These inquiries necessitate continued research through practice and observation. Thus, while substantial breakthroughs have been made in the study of beautiful energy cubes, the journey to the final destination remains arduous and long. However, Siachin finds himself increasingly eager for next month's Energy Cube Symposium. Perhaps there he might discover a breakthrough opportunity. Chapter 53. The painful loss of the online name Master Pigeon. The Ancient Gate Arena is the largest Pokémon battle arena in Zhejiang City. Its history can be traced back over a millennium to an era when Pokémon were still referred to as monsters, yet renovations every century ensure it remains contemporary. Presently, the Ancient Gate Arena resembles the ship of Theseus, although none of its components bear any relation to those at its inception in an abstract sense. This Pokémon battle venue is among the oldest yet most advanced arenas in Zhejiang and even the Dongguan region. In the golden autumn of October, the Ancient Gate Arena welcomes a particularly special Pokémon battle tournament, the Pokémon Cup. Although it is an amateur-level competition, the fervor surrounding the Pokémon Cup is undeniably intense. Whether Pokemon's technological prowess is top-tier remains debatable, yet its marketing and promotional strategies are undoubtedly of the highest caliber. 13 years have passed, and the Pokémon, adorned with a red scarf, has nearly become the emblem of amateur competitions in the Dongwang region. Today marks the commencement of the 13th edition of the Pokémon Cup at the Xi River Station. The ancient Guilin Arena, with a capacity of 50,000, is filled to the brim. The live streaming platform prominently features the Pokémon Cup broadcast on its homepage. With no recent heavyweight competitions, such as those featuring renowned gym leaders or regional showdowns, many spectators have eagerly set their sights on this much-publicized baby cup. Is it not far more entertaining than the drudgery of elite-level contests? At 10:20 in the morning, the first round of the main event of the Pokémon Cup, the 32-strong competition, has been underway for some time. The live chat room for the Pokémon Cup is bustling, with messages flooding the screen. I must say, this competition is rather impressive, one of the few that allows me to confidently assert my opinions on the battles. Indeed, while the skills displayed may be lacking, there is a certain charm in their earnest ineptitude. The keyboard warriors have emerged once again. At 16, do you truly believe you could stand on this battlefield? Thank you for the invitation. At 16, I had already faced the formidable champion Adik at the World Championship. As soon as the chat opened, 1,000 Kentars seemed to soar across the sky. Just moments ago, after witnessing that Nidoking, one must wonder how many chatroom experts could have nurtured such a creature at the age of 16. Can that Nidoking truly be celebrated? Given its physique and moves, it is evident that it was merely a hastily trained Nidoking, evolved from a Nidorino with a moonstone, under the guidance of a short-sighted trainer. Quiet down. The next match is starting. Wow, that guy is incredibly handsome. Indeed, he is nearly as impressive as my own Xi River Daisu. I, Pingshin Cabana, refuse to back down. TSK, the Pokémon is an adorable Eevee. It's highly likely that it's a novice trainer. Yet, one must admit, making it to the main event of the Pokémon Cup with an Eevee suggests some potential. Is that Master Go? Haha. So Master Go's real name is Xia Chen? Who is Master Go? Wow, there are fans here too? No way, it truly is Master Go. I must shout out in the fan group. Does Master Go even have a fan group? He has never mentioned it in his videos. Who said a fan group must have the presence of the master himself? Xia Chen, unaware that he has lost his online persona, is currently taking deep breaths at the sidelines to alleviate his nervousness. It is impossible not to feel anxious, battling for the first time on such a grand stage before so many onlookers. In his previous life, the largest audience he had faced was during a flag-raising ceremony, where he was confessed to in front of the entire school. Transitioning from the battle park to a crowd of 50,000 is undeniably daunting. Yet, he understands that at this moment, the one who is even more nervous is the inexperienced Eevee, and he must set an example before it. Siachin gazes down at his startled Eevee and reassures, Eevee, do not be anxious. Just imagine that everyone around us is merely a cabbage. Ibrahim glanced up at Xia Chen, whose fingers were almost turning blue from tension, and a faint smirk played on his lips. Surely, you are addressing yourself? He stretched languidly, his gaze sharpening with focus. Never mind, allow me, Ibrahim, to guide you, this little novice, through the skies. As the initial whistle blew, the competitors introduced themselves. Guqing High School, Xia Chen, pleased to make your acquaintance. Xia Chen's face flushed. In his nervousness, he had stumbled over his words. With 50,000 spectators present, and countless more watching the live stream, he could only hope that no one had noticed. Maintaining a stoic expression, he resolved, as long as I remain composed. The awkwardness belongs to others. Zhejiang No. 3 High School, Howen, pleased to make your acquaintance. His opponent appeared entirely focused, oblivious to any slip. However, the online comments told a different story. No detail, however minor, could escape the notice of viewers. Haha, hello everyone, my name is Not Nervous. Recording this from Master Pigeon to shine in the meme zone. After quickly correcting himself, he feigned indifference, as if nothing had happened. A classic case of not a soul here, right? Even before the battle commenced, he had already made a grand spectacle. Truly, this was Master Pigeon for you. By the way, who do you all think will win this match? Is that Master Pigeon, the hidden battle master you mentioned? Indeed. Master Pigeon commands a following of 400,000 fans. Such a small competition should be a piece of cake for him. Enough said. I've placed all my bets on Master Pigeon. But remember, Master Pigeon is the master of the culinary realm. He once claimed he took on this role because he couldn't afford to be a trainer. Don't be fooled by the facade. With Ibrahim's endearing nature, one could only imagine how long he would cry after taking a hit. Master Pigeon is betting against you. A villa by the sea awaits. The live stream was filled with laughter and joy, while an air of tension enveloped the battlefield. The judge blew the second whistle, signaling the official start of the match. Gemshell Star, prepare for battle. The trainer, named Ho1, threw forth a Pokeball, revealing a pale purple, starfish-like creature adorned with a red gem at its center. It settled Ibrahim. Ibrahim leapt from Xia Chen's shoulder onto the battlefield, brimming with fighting spirit as he faced his adversary. The gem's Hellstar was a fascinating creature. Despite being an aquatic Pokémon, it could leap freely on land and even exhibited signs of flight in animations. While many Pokémon that appeared incapable of flight seemed to soar in the animated realm, there was one exception. In any case, Siachin never engaged in unprepared battles. Upon discovering that his first-round opponent was the gem's Hellstar, he had already devised his strategy. Ibrahim, let's go? To become a seasoned trainer. The bond or tacit understanding established with one's Pokémon was undoubtedly paramount. Sometimes, a trainer need not issue specific commands. A glance or a subtle cue could convey their intent. Though Xia Chen and Ibrahim had only been together for 2 months, a delicate thread of connection had already begun to weave between them. Ibrahim understood the meaning encapsulated in the name Xia Chen, to engage in battle as per the established plan. The trainer of the gem starfish was unaware of the hidden intentions behind Xia Chen's strategy, yet he, believing himself to hold the advantage, dismissed such fanciful notions. After all, it was merely a small Eevee, fortunate enough to reach the stage of the main competition. Could it possibly surpass my gem starfish? Hoenn scoffed derisively, declaring, "If you manage to win, I shall refrain from discussing what to eat, for there is no way you can triumph. What can your Eevee accomplish? Your Eevee is utterly incapable. Gem Starfish, Unleash Water Cannon." Chapter 54, Fluffy, Low-Stat Rabbit, Melee Mage Eevee. Gem Starfish, Unleash Water Cannon. Hoenn shouted with fervor, seemingly eager to infuse his own power into the Gem Starfish. Siachin was taken aback. Was it truly necessary to resort to such formidable moves as Water Cannon in a Baby Cup battle? Water Cannon, though merely a syllable apart from Water Gun, exhibited power akin to that of a handgun versus a mortar. Nevertheless, this high-powered move was not without its flaws. Its legendary predecessor, the Triple Water Cannon, exemplified that in reality, there is no fixed hit rate for moves. However, due to the varying characteristics of each move, the difficulty levels certainly differ. Water Cannon necessitated the Pokémon to compress air in advance to create a high-pressure environment, enabling the water to be propelled further and with greater force. Of course, this came at the cost of the move's so-called accuracy. Xia Chen furrowed his brow. Eevee, be cautious and evade. Utilize Shadow Clone. Eevee had just mastered the Shadow Clone technique and could currently only create a single clone. If the opponent were a Blastoise, with its dual cannons firing simultaneously, the Shadow Clone would be rendered ineffective. However, Xia Chen held little faith that the Gem Starfish could unleash Water Cannon from all its appendages, even if it could. Controlling the accuracy to hit 2 targets would be an absurdity. If it possessed such prowess, it would be pursuing fame in professional battles rather than competing in the Baby Cup. On the battlefield, Eevee did not falter in its rush toward the Gem Starfish, accelerating as it dashed forward, eventually manifesting into 2 indistinguishable figures. They advanced in perfect synchrony, resembling indistinguishable twin siblings. Soon after, the Gem Starfish completed its charge for Water Cannon. Yet, confronted with 2 identical Eevees, it momentarily faltered, unsure of where to aim. The Gem Starfish's body turned a shade of purple from anxiety. The high-pressure environment created for the charged Water Cannon rendered it extremely uncomfortable, as it desperately sought to release this pent-up pressure through the water flow. If one were to liken this state to a physiological phenomenon, one might, in a crude yet comprehensible manner, describe it as the Gem Starfish feeling as though its prostate were on the verge of explosion. However, faced with an unprecedented situation, Hoenn had no way of discerning which of the 2 Eevees was genuine. To make matters worse, due to his lack of understanding of physics, he was entirely oblivious to the condition of his beloved Starmie at that moment. He hesitated, urging, "Starmie, hold on a moment longer. Wait for the Eevee to reveal a flaw." The gems adorning Starmie were nearly green with anxiety. "I can wait, but you can't. If the hydro pump didn't T-release soon, I would be the one to explode first." With the last vestiges of clarity, it scrutinized the 2 Eevees. Wait, did that one on the left just smirk? There was no doubt about it. That was the one. Starmie swiftly redirected its aim towards the left Eevee. The Eevee, now under the threat of the Water Cannon, momentarily faltered, instilling a sense of certainty in Starmie. No longer hesitating, Starmie unleashed the pent-up pressure it had been accumulating. In an instant, a violent torrent of water erupted forth. Its entire being quivered with delightful exhilaration, savoring the bliss of this explosive release. It felt that this was the most flawless hydro pump it had ever executed. watching the robust, swiftly flowing jet of water advance unwaveringly toward its intended target. Starmie breathed a sigh of relief. This hydro pump should conclude the battle, shouldn't it? Yet, the formidable torrent passed through the illusion and struck the ground behind the Eevee, producing a jarring splash that seemed to mock Starmie mercilessly. Starmie was stunned. Had I just aimed at a mere illusion? No, the illusion wouldn't smile like that. Xia Chen was unaware of the intricacies on the battlefield. He admitted that he had gambled on the Eevee using Shadow Clone. However, his gamble had paid off. Observing Starmie's now withered and weakened form due to the substantial loss of water, Xia Chen recognized that his opportunity had arrived. Eevee, aim for the central gem of Starmie and use Shadow Ball. The red gem at the heart of Starmie was the source of its psychic abilities and the wellspring of its energy. Much like the protagonist of a renowned tokusatsu series. When its energy reserves dwindled, that gem would emit a red glow as a warning to its body. To strike a snake, aim for its vital spot. Similarly, to defeat Starmie, one must target this very location. Eevee had learned the Shadow Ball during a week of intensive training with Flareon. Although its proficiency and the limited ghostly energy within Eevee rendered it less potent than high-speed stars, against a psychic type like Starmie, it remained the optimal choice. Since the battle commenced, Eevee had been steadily advancing towards Starmie, undeterred by the threat of Hydro Pump. Thus, when Siachin issued his command, only a few steps separated Eevee from Starmie. Sometimes, it is not solely the physical moves that necessitate close proximity for execution. The Shadow Ball, a remote attack, undeniably possesses the advantage of reach. However, nothing in this world is devoid of flaws, save for the exceptional. During its flight, energy dissipates, and the trajectory allows the target a moment to react and evade, which constitutes a significant disadvantage of ranged attacks. How can one remedy this shortcoming? The answer lies in becoming a melee mage. A palpable aura of resentment, akin to electric sparks, enveloped the surface of the shadowy energy sphere, swelling ominously before Eevee. The explosive energy contained within surged intensely, poised to deliver a fatal blow to its adversary. The Starmie retreated relentlessly, yet it found itself relentlessly pursued by Eevee. It dared not turn its back and flee, for exposing its vulnerable rear to the opponent was tantamount to surrender. Attempting to counterattack with a charged water pulse, it soon realized that its previous shot had been excessively forceful, leaving it momentarily powerless. The Starmie could only watch helplessly as the ominous presence of the Shadow Ball drew ever closer, culminating in a thunderous explosion upon its most prized jewel. The creature emitted a cry of anguish, acutely aware that the surface of its cherished ruby had begun to flicker with warning signs. With a single Shadow Ball, the Starmie's condition was akin to a candle flickering in the wind. This was hardly surprising. The Starmie even felt a twinge of relief at the realization that its opponent's special attack prowess was not particularly formidable. Had the Shadow Ball been unleashed by a rival of equal strength at such close range, it would likely have had no opportunity to contemplate its fate. Eevee's assault was evidently lacking in intensity, which presented a glimmer of hope for a turnaround. At this proximity, if the Starmie could unleash its water pulse before Eevee launched another Shadow Ball, it would emerge victorious. Dismissing further doubts, the Starmie hastily prepared for a second water pulse. This time, it did not overcharge for maximum force. At such a short distance, it was confident that a successful hit would secure its triumph. Having just released a Shadow Ball, Eevee, being such a diminutive creature, would find it nearly impossible to unleash two identical non-type moves in quick succession. Therefore, the victor of this encounter would undoubtedly be the Starmie. As the Starmie confidently charged its water pulse, a commanding voice from the sidelines suddenly startled it. Eevee aimed directly at the jewel, unleashing a final burst of electric shock. Starmie was taken aback, bewildered. Wasn't this supposed to be a clash of techniques? Why had the rules been disregarded? How could this stout-eyed creature betray the mage's ranks? Just before the electrifying impact struck, this was the Starmie's last coherent thought. Subsequently, its consciousness began to fade. Chapter 55, Question Before Believing. Starmie awakened. Listening to the reluctant roar of his opponent, Xia Chen curled his lip. The crimson could awaken the Mosquito King with its cry simply because it was crimson. Did you possess the protagonist's aura, or were you merely shouting in vain? As the gem starfish slowly collapsed, the head referee hurried over to verify the situation. Upon confirming that the gem starfish had indeed lost its ability to battle rather than merely fallen asleep, he blew the final whistle, signaling the conclusion of the match. Xia Chen and his partner, Eevee, emerged victorious. The result of this underdog triumph sent the commentary section into a frenzy. Wow, they really won. Master Pigeon is amazing. Voice crack. What do you mean Master Pigeon is amazing? It was my Eevee who carried the team. Voice crack. Haha, Master Eevee. That nickname is brilliant. To be fair, this match lacked substance. It was merely a gamble on the Shadow Clone's success, and the opponent was a bit too hasty. Waiting for Eevee to unleash its move would have revealed which one was the real deal, wouldn't it? Indeed, luck played a significant role, and it would be quite challenging for a single Eevee to advance in such a competition. Trust in Master Eevee. Don't trust, question first. Xia Chen was impressive. He had even defeated a gem starfish. After the match concluded, Xia Chen, accompanied by Eevee, made his way back to the players' rest area, where a person named Zwaku initiated a conversation. He was one of the 7 individuals from Ancient City High School who had advanced to the finals, sitting among them. Siachin smiled and replied, luck was on our side. From his perspective, Eevee's victory over the gem starfish was indeed precarious. If hit by that water cannon, Eevee would either perish or be severely injured. More crucially, under the high-pressure impact of the water cannon, Eevee would have been unable to close the distance. Thus, executing a close-range shadow ball followed by a quick attack to eliminate the gem starfish was simply unattainable. Therefore, everything stemmed from that 50-50 chance of dodging the water cannon with the shadow clone. However, had Eevee's luck been slightly excessive throughout these battles? Siachin scratched his head and soon abandoned the thought. Luck was a mysterious force. If fortune smiled upon you, even the most improbable scenarios could manifest. But what of bad luck? How about a triple water cannon? After exchanging greetings with a few others, Siachin took Eevee to the Pokémon healing room at the back. Although Eevee had sustained little injury, it had expended considerable energy and stamina. Furthermore, the healing room was equipped with a television broadcasting the matches, allowing them to cheer for Ming, Yi, and the others. Siachin's match was among the earlier ones, with the other 6 competitors from Ancient City High School scheduled to compete afterward. In the subsequent matches, they gradually took to the stage, resulting in 4 advancing and 2 being eliminated without any internal conflicts. Xia Chen was particularly concerned about Ming, Yi, and Yulong Tao, both of whom were among the 4 advancing. Yulong Tao's victory was relatively smooth, without encountering any fairy or ice-type adversaries. He executed a combination of charge and dark strike to take down his opponent, the Lek Cat. However, Ming Yi's path to advancement was decidedly more dramatic. Not only did she face a fire-type nemesis, but it was also a second-stage evolution of a fire dinosaur. In the opening moments, the vine snake found itself embroiled in a fierce struggle, as the barrage of attacks seemed almost overwhelming. However, as the chosen champion of the realm, how could Ming Yi possibly succumb in the first round? The fire-breathing dinosaur's trainer, boasting an undeniable advantage, prematurely celebrated with champagne in the latter half, oblivious to the impending doom as it unleashed a spectral onslaught. The repercussions of employing debilitative moves against a vine snake, known for its contrary traits, were predictably disastrous. In an instant, the vine snake's speed surged, evading the dinosaur's lethal spark with a deft maneuver. Subsequently, it unleashed a series of enduring techniques, including Constriction, Leech Seed, and Mega Drain, all tailored for prolonged combat, further capitalizing on its speed differential. The vine snake resolutely clung to its last shred of vitality, executing a remarkable turnaround. Meanwhile, the backdrop of the fire dinosaur and its trainer found themselves irreparably affixed to the pillar of shame of the Pokémon Cup. Xia Chen had originally intended to celebrate with Ming Yi over a meal, yet Ming Yi boldly declared that they would postpone the feast until the 6th. When victory was assured, exuding an air of gallant bravado reminiscent of renowned heroes, Xia Chen shrugged, realizing that he, the lone fish who managed to avoid early elimination, would have to dine alone. During the meal, Xia Chen noticed a remarkable surge in his follower count. It had soared from just over 420,000 in the morning to nearly 430,000 by evening. Given that no viral videos had been released recently, the only plausible explanation was the exposure of his identity during today's match. Xia Chen was not particularly surprised, as the Pokémon Cup had gained considerable popularity, and he had anticipated this revelation prior to the event. He felt indifferent about his identity being unveiled, since the unexpected emergence of his persona. He had embarked on a path where his visage was his currency. In contrast to this trivial matter, there was a more pressing concern on his mind. The symposium was set to commence the day after tomorrow, yet he had not been eliminated. Siachin sighed, glancing at the jubilant Eevee beside him, uncertain of how to broach this topic. After some contemplation, he decided to wait another day. Surely, Eevee could not advance any further in the top 16, could she? It was indeed peculiar to ponder whether he was the first contestant in Pokémon Cup history who hoped to be eliminated. The following day, in the official Pokémon Cup livestream, A refined gentleman in a suit and glasses passionately discussed the ongoing battle on screen, while beside him, a dark-haired commentator cradling a Pokémon nodded rhythmically in agreement. On the screen, an Eevee was engaged in a fierce struggle with a tree turtle. The male commentator spoke fervently, noting the delicate dynamics of the match. Although Eevee had been under constant pressure since the outset, it had yet to sustain any critically damaging blows. Conversely, Eevee, with her petite stature and agile movements, had managed to create some complications for the tree turtle. Despite the match nearing 10 minutes without a decisive victor, the ongoing strategy, if continued, would soon spell trouble for Eevee. The female commentator was poised to interject, pondering the unfolding narrative. The male commentator spoke eloquently, stating that everyone knows grass-type Pokémon excel in prolonged battles. Moves such as Leech Seed, Giga Drain, and Solar Beam can truly vex opponents. The durability of Torterra, a grass-type Pokémon, is exceptional. When combined with these tactics, if the opponent's attack power is insufficient, they will find themselves in dire straits. In gaming terms, this means the damage dealt by the opponent pales in comparison to the damage received. Clearly, this Eevee possesses neither moves that counter Torterra nor sufficient attack power to penetrate its defenses. Thus, despite her remarkable agility, her damage output proves inadequate. But wait, Eevee has changed tactics. She halted her evasive maneuvers and turned to unleash a yawn at Torterra. What a clever feint. This unexpected move caught the opponent off guard. Just before succumbing to slumber, Torterra released Leech Seed, but Eevee deftly dodged it. Let us observe what mischief Eevee might engage in while Torterra sleeps. She aims to boost her own power. Player Xia Chen displays great wisdom. He recognizes that Eevee currently lacks offensive capability, and the self-boosting move is the perfect remedy. Torterra remains in slumber, and yet again, Eevee invokes self-boost. Such greed. Xia Chen's ambition knows no bounds. As the second self-boost concludes, Torterra awakens. However, it is now faced with an adversary that has benefited from 2 consecutive boosts. How will it respond? In a deft maneuver, Eevee evaded Leech Seed and retaliated with a swift. Let us gauge the damage inflicted. The pained expression on Torterra's face suggests it is substantial. Eevee has finally amassed the strength to confront Torterra head-on. No longer evading, she closes in and unleashes a Shadow Ball. Although Torterra's Giga Drain connected, it could scarcely absorb any health. Presently, Eevee's damage output is formidable. Giga Drain cannot resolve this predicament, leaving Torterra to hope for a Solar Beam to weather this powerful phase of Eevee's onslaught. However, it appears that Solar Beam is not in play. This suggests that Torterra's prospects are dim. Indeed, Eevee follows up with another swift, and Torterra collapses. Let us extend our congratulations to player Siachin and his Eevee for advancing to the top 16. The commentator's voice resonated with fervor as the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause and cheers. In stark contrast, one face remained somber. It was not Torterra's trainer, who had lost, but rather Siachin, the victor advancing to the next round. This bewildering scene was faithfully captured by the camera, sparking lively discussion in the comments. Wait, did I misinterpret? Is it not Eevee who emerged victorious? Why does Master Pigeon appear as though he has lost, despite winning? In truth, Torterra had succumbed to slumber, and the match was not yet concluded. However, Eevee had already been recalled to her Pokeball, and the effects of the 2 self-boosts had vanished. Leaving Master Pigeon with this expression, I received a notification from Dong Huang's anti-fraud app. Do you still wish to deceive me? My uncle works for the Pokémon Company, and I have the latest official news. Ibrahim has just been discovered to have used a performance-enhancing substance. The urine test yielded not a single drop. Players Siachin and Ibrahim have both been disqualified. Is this for real? Indeed, it's true. I just caught a Groudon, and that is genuine as well. The barrage of comments varied wildly, yet no one could fathom Siachin's true thoughts. Observing the crowd that cheered for him, Siachin smirked slightly. I truly did not intend to advance to the top 16. Ibrahim, having returned from battle, lay in Siachin's embrace, gazing at him with confusion. We won the match. Yet you seem far from joyful. Siachin shook his head, suggesting they discuss it later and make their way to the medical room. This time, Ibrahim's treatment took considerably longer than yesterday's match, as they had engaged in a grueling battle lasting several minutes. For Ibrahim, it was nearly the limit of his physical endurance. While Ibrahim recuperated, Siachin began to contemplate the path ahead for the coming days. He had not anticipated Ibrahim reaching this stage in the Pokémon Cup. However, throughout the progression, Siachin could feel Ibrahim struggling more with each match. Had it not been for a fortunate yawn, victory might have eluded them. Siachin had never considered deliberately underperforming in this match. Aside from grappling with his own conscience, he knew that such a serious competitor as Ibrahim would be deeply disappointed. Thus, he felt a painful urgency to secure victory before contemplating the aftermath. It is a curious truth that humanity is a creature of contradictions. Returning to the matter at hand, the seminar concerning the evolution of the ugly fish was paramount, and Xia Chen could not afford to forsake it. In contrast, it seemed that the baby cup held less significance. If he were to explain the pros and cons to Ibrahim, being as understanding as she was, surely she would comprehend? Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over Xia Chen. He recognized the source of his anxiety, ever since the ugly fish had arrived at his home. The relationship between the two Pokémon had been strained. Following the incident of mutual betrayal, their communication had dwindled. Would choosing to prioritize the ugly fish's care over remaining in Zhejiang for the Pokémon Cup lead Ibrahim to harbor doubts about Xia Chen's affections, fearing he had grown weary of her? Oh no, it felt as though being a trainer had suddenly turned into a battlefield. Ibrahim, the situation is thus. This seminar is crucial for the evolutionary research of the ugly fish, so I hope you can understand that we may need to forfeit the remaining matches. Xia Chen ultimately opted for honesty, believing that, regardless of the circumstances, revealing his sincerity to those he cared for, including his Pokémon, would never be a misstep. Ibrahim paused, seemingly deep in thought, though the moment of contemplation was fleeting. In the next second, she broke into a tender smile, gently stroking Xia Chen's head. If we don't compete, then we don't. It's not a big deal. We'll claim victory in the next competition. The relationship between Eevee and the unsightly fish may not be particularly favorable, yet the latter is undeniably a spirit of Xia Chen, destined to become a vital ally in his pursuit of championship glory and beyond. When it comes to the momentous affair of evolution, she would certainly refrain from throwing a tantrum at such a critical juncture. As for relinquishing the exceedingly precious Pokémon egg among the championship rewards, that is a sacrifice she must accept. However, fear not, for I, the esteemed Eevee, am a reborn entity. There shall be plenty of opportunities to seize in the future. Although Xia Chen lacks proficiency in Pokémon language, it would indeed be foolish for him not to comprehend Eevee's intentions. Nevertheless, that aside, how dare this diminutive Eevee presume to pat the trainer's head? In a swift motion, he retaliated with an unyielding iron hand, returning the gesture. If you touch my head, I shall touch yours in turn. Eevee, you often enjoy patting me, yet you deny me the same privilege. What is this? Xia Chen can touch me, but I cannot touch him. In a fleeting moment, both trainer and Eevee cast aside their worries, engaging in playful antics. Xia Chen, are you certain you wish to forfeit all subsequent competitions? In the background, the staff member assigned to liaise with Xia Chen inquired earnestly. A withdrawal from competition, regardless of location or event, is no trivial matter and must be approached with caution. Xia Chen replied with equal seriousness. Indeed, it is not due to any issues with the competition, but rather a personal scheduling conflict. The staff member pondered for a moment before responding. This matter is beyond my authority and must be escalated to higher management. I hope you can understand. Given the stature of the Pokémon Corporation and the renown of the Pokémon Cup, Xia Chen naturally comprehended the necessity of this protocol. The staff member nodded and turned to communicate with their superior. 2 minutes later, he returned to say, "Our leadership wishes to speak with you in person." Xia Chen scratched his head, surprised by the complexity of withdrawing from a competition, yet he recognized that one must adhere to the procedures established by the event organizers. Without further deliberation, he nodded in agreement. Following the staff member, Xia Chen arrived at the reception area of the ancient gate arena, which also served as the administrative hub during the Pokémon Cup. Behind a desk, a woman with her hair neatly styled and an air of competence was engrossed in her work at the computer. The staff member greeted her. "Boss, I've brought Xia Chen." Xia Chen couldn't help but smirk, wondering if this was some clandestine organization. The woman looked up at Xia Chen, offering a standard welcoming smile. "Understood. I will speak with him now. You may step out." The staff member acknowledged her request and exited, leaving only Xia Chen, the astute woman, and Eevee perched on his shoulder in the room. "Hello, Xia Chen. I am Liguan, the chief overseer of the Jiang station for the Pokémon Cup. You may call me Sisterly." Xia Chen responded amiably. "Hello, Sisterly. I apologize for the inconvenience my personal circumstances have caused you and the event officials." Liguan cast a slightly astonished glance at Xia Chen. It was rare to encounter a young man of his age who spoke so eloquently. Nevertheless, this was undoubtedly a positive trait, significantly enhancing communication efficiency. Having frequently interacted with youth due to her responsibilities for the Pokémon Cup, Liguan had grown numb from countless encounters with naive, self-important adolescents. She had initially assumed that Xia Chen, who wished to withdraw from the competition, would be one of those mediocre individuals with a rather unpleasant demeanor. However, it appeared that her expectations were far too low. His situation was considerably better than anticipated, and coupled with his striking appearance, Li Guan found her initial impression of him quite favorable. With a smile, she inquired, "Might I gain a more detailed understanding of the reasons behind your withdrawal?" Xia Chen had nothing to conceal and replied, "It is as follows. From the 3rd to the 6th, I am required to attend a seminar held in Guangdu, which is of great significance to me. I had originally thought that I would not need to travel such distances for the Pokémon Cup, and thus registered hastily. Consequently, I must withdraw, and I sincerely apologize." Li Guan chuckled softly and shook her head. "There is no need for apologies. With an exceptional trainer such as yourself not participating in our competition, it is we who suffer a loss." Xia Chen marveled inwardly at her adeptness. Indeed, she was a person of society, possessing a remarkable level of eloquence. "You flatter me. The Pokémon Cup is also a vital platform for novice trainers," he replied. Li Guan pondered for a moment, her gaze shifting to the Eevee perched on Xia Chen's shoulder. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "This must be your partner. Truly adorable, and beneath that charming exterior lies a strength that should not be underestimated." Xia Chen and Eevee exchanged glances, puzzled by her complimenting both trainer and Pokémon. As the overall supervisor of the Pokémon Cup, while appreciating Xia Chen, Li Guan's foremost concern remained the interests of the event. What, then, constitutes the greatest benefit for the organizers of a competition? Undoubtedly, it is the excitement surrounding the event. Prior to Xia Chen's arrival, Li Guan had been analyzing the streaming data from the competition. An intriguing observation was that during the past 2 days, regardless of whether it was the number of live viewers or the volume of comments, the peak moments shared a commonality. They coincided with the appearances of Xia Chen and Eevee. Having delved into this field for many years, she quickly discerned part of the reason. First and foremost was the appeal of both trainer and Pokémon. In an era dominated by aesthetics, high attractiveness in any domain serves as a magnet for attention. Furthermore, Eevee's uniqueness played a significant role. Typically, such Pokémon were perceived as lacking combat prowess prior to evolution. Thus, the emergence of an attractive and capable Eevee naturally drew eyes. Additionally, a special factor related to Xia Chen himself was at play. With nearly 500,000 followers and a fanbase of considerable loyalty, it was entirely plausible that 100,000 viewers had come specifically to watch him compete. Thus, with such a potential for drawing attention, could she truly afford to let him slip away? Li Guan scrutinized the young man and his Eevee before a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated her mind. "I have a proposition. Why not let Eevee remain behind to compete while you go to Johto?" The air instantly thickened with tension. This seemingly unconventional, even somewhat mad idea momentarily left both Xia Chen and Eevee speechless. However, as they began to ponder this plan, they found themselves intrigued. Xia Chen attending the seminar, while Eevee competed perfectly resolved the scheduling conflict. The two exchanged glances, recognizing each other's unspoken thoughts. Xia Chen cautiously inquired, "Is this plan legal?" "No. I mean compliant?" Li Guan smiled, her voice firm. "There is no such rule, but I can certainly implement one for you." Upon hearing this, Xia Chen turned to Eevee for confirmation of her willingness, and upon receiving her resolute nod, he no longer hesitated. "Then it is settled." Li Guan smiled in return, expressing her gratitude for their cooperation. As a token of sincerity, regardless of how far Eevee progresses in the competition, the organizers will present you with an evolution stone of your choice. Internally, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Without a trainer directing a formal Pokémon battle, would not this gimmick elevate the competition's excitement? An evolution stone worth thousands exchanged for a significant increase in viewership. What a victory! Meanwhile, Siachin readily agreed. One should never refuse a complimentary evolution stone. More importantly, the situation was perfectly resolved. He could attend the seminar, and Eevee could compete without regrets. A win-win. Eevee secretly rejoiced, sensing that the Pokémon egg was destined to belong to Xia Chen. If Xia Chen was happy, so was she. Truly, they both emerged victorious. Following this mutually beneficial arrangement, Xia Chen happily booked a flight to Johto. The seminar was set to commence tomorrow morning, so he decided to secure an afternoon flight. As for the time he would be away, he would leave his Chinchou in the care of Ming Yi, entrusting Eevee to her supervision. Xia Chen found Ming Yi in the Pokémon healing room at the ancient gate arena. Before he could speak, she excitedly shook his hand, exclaiming, "Ah Chen, did you see my match? Did the vine snake, the ivy snake, perform splendidly?" Xia Chen paused, bewildered. Ivy snake? Had the vine snake evolved? Ming Yi's expression instantly soured. "What? You didn't watch my match?" Xia Chen sincerely apologized. "I'm sorry, Ming Yi. It wasn't intentional. I truly had matters to attend to and was just about to discuss it with you. Knowing Xia Chen would not deceive her, Ming Yi's youthful face brightened. We can talk about your business later. First, you must hear that the vine snake evolved during the battle. Wow, is that so impressive? Xia Chen feigned astonishment, internally critiquing. Isn't it utterly mundane for a protagonist like you to experience such events? Ming Yi smiled contentedly. All right, now you may speak. Xia Chen nodded solemnly. What I am about to say, please do not be afraid. Ming Yi found his behavior inexplicable. I am a trainer. I shall not be afraid. I am withdrawing from the competition. What did you say? Xia Chen replied, exasperated, trying to soothe the young girl. Look, I told you not to be afraid. Ming Yi retorted with annoyance. This is not fear. I am simply astonished. Why would you withdraw from the competition? After contemplating for a moment, Xia Chen decided to explain the situation to Ming Yi. The final plan is for me to leave and allow Eevee to continue battling. That's it. In any case, for the next few days, I will entrust Eevee to your care. She will handle the competition herself. You need not worry. Eevee is a mature Pokémon and can battle on her own. Upon learning the details, Ming Yi nodded earnestly and patted her chest. Rest assured, leave it to me. Xia Chen cleared his throat and turned his gaze towards Eevee, saying, Eevee, you too must listen to Ming Yi when I am not around. And during the competition, do not become anxious or frightened just because I am absent. Above all, maintain a relaxed mindset. Treat each match as if it were the final one. And do not fear loss. As long as there are no regrets, that is sufficient. Xia Chen did not harbor high expectations for Eevee's subsequent journey in the Pokémon Cup. The top 16 matches were already challenging, and the opponents would only grow stronger. Moreover, the deceptive tactics of the yawning opponent had been revealed, ensuring that future adversaries would be prepared. Most importantly, he would not be present as her trainer. Given these cumulative factors, it was likely that Eevee would not pass the next round, which is why Xia Chen sought to provide her with psychological reassurance in advance. Eevee nodded enthusiastically, secretly delighted. Finally, Xia Chen was absent, allowing her to showcase her skills on the battlefield once more. UBI. I promise to bring back the championship. Chapter 58. The great wood snow as the plane soared through the clouds. Xia Chen gazed down at the diminishing landscape below, feeling a twinge of emptiness in his heart. It would be several days before he would reunite with Eevee. Without that lively little companion by his side, he found himself somewhat unaccustomed to the solitude. Stretching, Xia Chen resolved to take a brief nap on the plane. The flight had taken off at 7 in the evening, and it would take over 2 hours to travel from Zhejiang in the Dongguan region to Chongqing City in the Guandu region, a considerable distance. This was, after all, his first venture so far since arriving in this world. The Guandu region was where countless Pokémon dreams began, yet sadly, Eevee was not accompanying him. With her insatiable curiosity, she would surely have relished the adventure. Next time, he must bring this na-ve little creature to experience the world. Oh no, why is my mind so filled with thoughts of Eevee? Sleep, sleep. Dispelling the chaotic thoughts in his mind, Xia Chen embraced the blanket offered by the flight attendant, Shinado, and gradually drifted into slumber. Time passed, and he was awakened by a gentle voice. Ladies and gentlemen, we have safely arrived at our destination. The plane is beginning its descent. Please fasten your seatbelts. Xia Chen stirred from his light sleep. We have arrived in the Guandu region. Chongqing Airport is situated on the outskirts of Chongqing City, adjacent to the renowned Chongpan Forest. The tranquil serenity of Chongpan Forest at night is accompanied by a gentle, cool breeze that fully awakened Xia Chen, who had just stirred from slumber. Upon unlocking his phone, Xia Chen first reassured Ming Yi and Eevee of his safe arrival, before opening a chat window with Xiao Gang. Xia Chen, brother Gang, I have landed. Eevee Xiao Gang, perhaps engrossed in his phone, promptly replied, all right. I'll be waiting for you at the Pikachu convenience store here at the airport. As Xia Chen scanned the surroundings of the Pikachu convenience store, he quickly spotted a yellow neon light shaped like Pikachu in the distance. Grasping his suitcase, he hastened towards it. Welcome, Pikachu. The glass door, sensing the presence of a customer, swung open automatically, accompanied by the store's signature melody. At a long table where patrons could rest and enjoy refreshments, a man with bronze skin and a spiky hairstyle approached Xia Chen with a smile. Haha, you must be my not-so-secretive friend. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Steel Will, but you can call me Xiao Gang. The man's grin was as radiant as the blazing sun on a scorching day. Yet Xia Chen found it somewhat overwhelming. How could someone maintain such composure while revealing their online moniker during a face-to-face meeting? Not particularly socially anxious. Xia Chen felt a bit flustered. Hello, Teacher Gang. I am Siachin. You can call me Siachin. Xiao Gang, a top-tier breeder, instantly perceived Xia Chen's discomfort. What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Xia Chen cleared his throat and concocted a plausible excuse. It's my first time traveling far. I'm just a bit unaccustomed to the climate here. Xiao Gang nodded in understanding. I've been to Jiangnan in the Donghuang region. It is indeed quite different. Let us head to the hotel to rest. The opening ceremony is tomorrow morning, and I'll introduce you then. Chattering away, Xiao Gang led Xia Chen outside. As the saying goes, one relies on parents at home and friends when away. Meeting such a warm-hearted friend on his first trip away from home couldn't be too bad, Xia Chen mused helplessly. The following morning, Xia Chen was not particularly sensitive to unfamiliar beds, yet he always awakened early in strange surroundings. With the sky still dimly lit, he stifled a yawn and stepped into the bathroom to freshen up. Good morning, ugly fish. How did you sleep here last night? He inquired of the ugly fish swimming languidly in the bathtub. The ugly fish released a series of unenthusiastic bubbles in response. Its evaluation was that it found the comfort level here lacking compared to its home aquarium. The bathtub lacked water circulation, rendering it a stagnant pool, and the surrounding tiles were an irritatingly stark white, making it impossible to enjoy the scenery for a moment of relaxation after training. Most importantly, being away from home, the ugly fish dared not practice its water gun skills. It is uncertain whether this place is expensive. What if I accidentally pierce through something and cannot afford the consequences? In any case, upon arriving in this unfamiliar locale, Cho-Cho-Yu feels discomfort in every corner, with the only solace perhaps being the absence of that insufferable Eevee. Yet, despite the relief of Eevee's absence, it feels somewhat peculiar, does it not? Surely it cannot be strange to miss her? How odd that such thoughts would cross my mind. Later, I am to attend a seminar. Cho-Cho-Yu, do you wish to accompany me? A seminar? What might that be? Regardless of its nature, it must be preferable to lingering in this decrepit bathtub. With this thought, Cho-Cho-Yu nodded in agreement. The seminar is conveniently located in the grand lobby of the largest hotel in Evergreen City, where Xia Chen is residing. The World Breeders Association has generously reserved the venue. As it is an academic conference, the setting is not arranged like a cocktail party, but rather laid out in a spacious auditorium style. Xia Chen follows Xiao Gang to the venue. Xiao Gang's charming personality causes nearly everyone he encounters to pause for a brief exchange, leaving Xia Chen to politely greet those he does not know. He hardly spots any familiar faces from his previous life, as characters in games and animations predominantly assume the role of trainers. As he ponders this, a vaguely familiar figure approaches. The individual, with hair graying at the temples and wrinkles adorning his face, reveals his age. However, his upright posture and the robust muscles beneath his white coat render him healthier than many younger individuals. It is none other than the esteemed Professor Oak. Ah, Xiao Gang. It has been quite some time. Why have you not visited the research institute to check on this old man? Xiao Gang, with a mix of amusement and exasperation, replied. Professor Oak, please refrain from calling yourself an old man. If you are an old man, what does that make us? I've been rather busy with gym matters and have not had the chance to stop by. I hope you understand. The illustrious figure before them is none other than the legendary Professor Yukinari Omori, a former champion of Kanto and a renowned scholar in the field of Pokémon studies. Professor Oak is truly a paragon of both intellectual and physical prowess. After exchanging pleasantries, Xiao Gang clapped Xia Chen on the shoulder. This is a friend I have recently made, Xia Chen from the Donghuang region. He is of similar age to your grandson, but possesses profound insights into Pokémon breeding. Xia Chen felt a bit embarrassed by the embellishment and promptly stepped forward to greet the academic luminary. Hello, Professor Oak. It is a pleasure to meet you and all the esteemed seniors here. Professor Oak responded with a warm smile. It seems that the youth these days are all pursuing the path of trainers. Fewer are willing to dedicate themselves to research and breeding. Even Xiao Gang, with his prominent eyebrows and bright eyes, has taken on the role of a gym leader. Young man, you must strive diligently. Xiao Gang appeared somewhat speechless. You are the epitome of multitasking, Professor. Even your Dragonite would give anyone a headache. Observing the light-hearted banter between the two, Xia Chen smiled faintly, appreciating the camaraderie. Even if this journey yields no tangible rewards, merely encountering these two individuals renders the trip worthwhile. On this side of the realm, Xia Chen is preoccupied with a seminar, while over at Donghuang, Ibu remains equally engaged. Almost simultaneously, the quarterfinals of the Bo Jiaman Cup have fervently commenced. Chapter 59, Heisey Speaks. In the live broadcast area of Pokémon battles, the most prominent recommendation bar captivates the attention of myriad netizens. A battle without a trainer's command. The strongest Eevee in history? All is revealed in the Bo Jiaman Cup. The strongest Eevee in history? Such audacious claims from a mere puffed-up statement. I am eager to discover what Eevee dares to assert such a title. Some spectators, adopting a curious mindset, ventured into the live broadcast room of the Bo Jiaman Cup. Naturally, many discerned this as a mere promotional tactic, scoffing before scrolling away. However, akin to casting a net to catch fish, it mattered not if this group did not engage, as long as the initial target was ensnared. At this moment, the ongoing event in the live broadcast room is not the so-called contest featuring the strongest Eevee without a trainer's guidance. This deception incited fury among the viewers lured by the misleading title, leading to a barrage of refund requests in the comments. Thankfully, the devoted fans of Master Yi began to rally, enthusiastically informing others that the next match would feature the famed Eevee, thereby retaining many viewers. Due to the rules of 11, the matches between novice trainers bore no intricate tactics or prolonged standoffs. Soon, the first match of the quarterfinals concluded with Yulong Tao's victory. Yet, few paid heed to this outcome. Under the anticipation of the crowd, the legendary Eevee, purportedly without a trainer's guidance, was finally set to appear. As the audience beheld a charming Eevee gracefully bounding onto the battlefield, the comments section erupted with excitement. Could it be? This time, the title was not misleading. It truly was an Eevee without a trainer. But where is its trainer? This Eevee's trainer, known as Goo, is notorious for his unpredictability, having opted out of this match for a different commitment. Please, no more insults. Master Goo just accompanied me to the Civil Affairs Bureau to obtain our marriage certificate, which is why he relinquished this match. Amusingly, a figure seeking attention has garnered such a following. I am curious to see how an Eevee without a trainer fares against a formidable opponent like the Flying Scyther. Xia Chen and the fans of Eevee are quite animated, yet there are also many impartial spectators, ensuring inevitable conflict. It is even conceivable that the officials might personally intervene to stoke the flames of controversy for the sake of publicity. Nonetheless, in the realm of Pokémon battles, prowess prevails. This contentious subject shall ultimately find resolution within the confines of this very duel. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the highly debated and scrutinized match officially commences. Ibrahim's opponent is a formidable bug-type Pokémon, the Scyther, which can develop significant power shortly after its birth. This particular Scyther boasts extraordinary speed, making it the pinnacle among all Pokémon in this Pokémon Cup. Its ability, Technician, significantly amplifies the damage of weaker moves, an advantage that becomes particularly pronounced in the early stages when everyone's moves lack potency. With its exceptional speed and attack prowess, Scyther, alongside Nidorino, is regarded as a leading contender for the championship. As the match commenced, it was no surprise that Scyther's trainer opted for a swift defensive strategy. The synergy between them was palpable. The moment the trainer spoke, Scyther erupted into action. Its well-developed leg muscles propelled it forward, complemented by the delicate, wing-like appendages that fluttered behind, resembling a green comet streaking across the sky. In the brief instant it took for the audience to blink, Scyther had already positioned itself behind Ibrahim, who remained oblivious, standing still, as if in a trance. The speed of this Scyther was undeniably beyond the capabilities of a novice Pokémon. An amateur trainer begrudgingly acknowledged that his Pikachu's quick attack could not rival this Scyther's prowess, which seemed to be its signature move. It appeared that Ibrahim's trainer had yet to grasp the situation. Without guidance, how could a Pokémon navigate the intricacies of such a fast-paced battle? I concur. If one likens the trainer to the brain, the Pokémon serves as the limbs, tools for execution. Should the Pokémon possess sufficient battle experience, it might rely solely on muscle memory. However, this Eevee, a mix of astonishment, concern, and sardonic remarks erupted in the audience's commentary as they witnessed this breathtaking display. Yet, the battle pressed on. On the battlefield, Scyther raised its arm high, its razor-sharp scythe gleaming under the sunlight, radiating a deadly brilliance. Just as the scythe descended, poised to strike Eevee's fragile form, she finally sprang into action. Her petite body unleashed a surge of power, propelling her forward. She deftly evaded the slash, pivoted, raised her paw, and unleashed a sand attack, executing the series of movements with fluid grace. Although her absolute speed paled in comparison to Scyther's, the intricate maneuvers she performed in those fleeting seconds left the spectators in awe. By the time they processed the turn of events, the dynamics of the battle had shifted. Eevee had escaped Scyther's immediate range, while Scyther found itself blinded by the sand Eevee had cunningly thrown into its eyes. Eevee's stunning counterattack served as a potent tonic for her supporters, invigorating their spirits. The barrage of comments flooded in, praising her prowess. "Master Eevee is incredible," exclaimed the fans. "What of the trainer's absence? What impact does it truly have?" On the battlefield, the clash continued unabated. The temporarily blinded Scyther, splattered with sand, maintained composure. steadfastly awaiting the trainer's next command. However, Eevee showed no mercy. She harnessed her energy, her mouth slightly ajar as she prepared her move. Scyther, take to the skies. But beware of her yawn. The Scyther's trainer reacted with remarkable speed, recalling the moment when Eevee had once turned the tide against a stronger opponent with her yawn. Recognizing that Scyther was momentarily unable to pursue Eevee, he decisively issued commands before her yawn could be unleashed. Observing that Scyther had taken flight without issue, he let out a sigh of relief, a slight smile gracing his lips. Thankfully, his reflexes had proven swift, otherwise he might have encountered difficulties. But wait, wasn't he at a yawn? The boy's smile abruptly faded as Eevee radiated an orange glow across her surface. This was self-motivation. He was being outwitted by an Eevee that lacked a trainer's guidance. A surge of inexplicable anger welled within him. Failing to predict a move was not inherently embarrassing. Even the mightiest champions could falter. Yet he was facing an opponent of equal standing as a trainer, and here he was, truly being toyed with by an Eevee. Recalling Eevee's slightly open mouth only fueled his frustration. This Eevee was more cunning than any human. Chapter 60, Master Eevee, shed your disguise. While Scyther was affected by the sand attack, Eevee thrived under the boost of self-motivation. This interplay of strengths and weaknesses meant that, despite both Pokémon suffering no substantial damage, it was Eevee, without the direction of a trainer, who seized the initiative in the early phase of the battle. This outcome took even the neutral spectators by surprise, let alone Xia Chen and Eevee's fans. Instantly, the comments section erupted with disbelief. However, regardless of the audience's acceptance, the battle ultimately rested on the Pokémon themselves. On the field, freshly invigorated, Eevee seized the moment while Scyther was still recovering from the sand's impact, unleashing a rapid swift attack. Scyther, move at high speed. The Scyther's trainer, now visibly frustrated, understood that the purpose of this swift movement was not for defense. After all, no amount of speed could evade the tracking nature of the swift attack. His true intention was offensive. You think your Eevee can dodge my Scyther's lightning-fast strikes? Let us see you evade this at an increased speed. With a sharp crack, the luminous star-shaped energy projectile struck its target with precision. Even with its sturdy exoskeleton, Scyther emitted a pained cry, yet its indomitable spirit compelled it to endure the pain. The flying mantis flapped its two pairs of slender, delicate wings at a high frequency, producing a sharp, piercing insect sound. In an instant, its form shifted once more, propelled by the energy coursing within, accelerating further. Although the effects of the sandstorm still lingered, discerning Eevee's position was no longer a challenge. With a flash of lightning, to deny Eevee any time to react, the mantis's trainer swiftly uttered these 4 words. A cold smirk crept across his mind. With such rapid movement, how could Eevee possibly evade? A crisp, shrill sound echoed as a streak of green lightning sliced through the sky. If the initial flash had allowed the audience to clearly observe the mantis's movements, the second flash was a true embodiment of speed. From a distant aerial perspective, spectators could only glimpse a blurred green figure racing towards Eevee on the ground. In its high-speed state, the mantis's velocity had nearly doubled. Not even the audience's keen eyes could fully grasp the astonishing spectacle. The event organizers had to widen their view to capture the moment. Yet, even this extraordinary display, surpassing the expectations of the Baby Cup, was deftly evaded by Eevee. The crowd watched in awe as the brown figure tumbled clumsily, narrowly avoiding the mantis, their mouths agape. What a celestial clash this was. Truly, the higher the skill, the greater the challenge. The two Pokémon resembled the same pole of magnets, forever unable to draw near in a physical sense. No matter how absurdly fast the mantis moved, Eevee always found a way to dodge. At that moment, all thoughts unrelated to the match itself became superfluous. The audience set aside their disputes and immersed themselves in the thrilling contest. After rolling dangerously to evade the flash, Eevee turned back with a yawn. Having just failed to strike at Eevee with such velocity and now grounded, the mantis had no means of escape. Even after a full battle, it succumbed to overwhelming drowsiness. Without hesitation, Eevee unleashed another rapid starfall, striking the mantis's unguarded vulnerable head with precision, causing it to tumble down in slumber, filled with resentment. Thus, this highly anticipated match concluded with Eevee's triumph. Master Eevee, my superhero. Master Pigeon, am I a hindrance to your performance here? A mere bystander. This match was a dazzling solo showcase of Eevee's prowess, pre-reading, counter-pre-reading, and astonishing maneuvering. With impeccably controlled moves, this Eevee seemed capable of anything. Master Eevee, please shed your skin. You must be Arceus in disguise, right? I am an elite trainer, and I confess, my command on the field likely pales in comparison to Eevee's own skills. Coincidentally, I, too, hold that opinion. I am Dan the Emperor, and I admit, my Charizard cannot compete with this Eevee. The pre-match controversies have nearly dissipated in the wake of a resounding victory, leaving only lavish praises for Ibrahimovic in the commentaries. In the second-floor office of the Guilin Arena, Li Guan sat behind his computer, grinning from ear to ear as he monitored the match statistics. The peak number of online viewers during the 20 minutes before and after Ibrahimovic's performance had nearly doubled compared to the initial moments of the match. His investment in this event had proven to be exceptionally lucrative. Meanwhile, over 1,000 miles away in the Chongqing city of the Guangdong region, the Energy Block Symposium had transitioned from its opening ceremony to lively sharing and discussions. In the hotel lobby, a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, with slick-back hair, stood on stage articulating his thoughts. As with other academic conferences, the speeches from industry leaders were an indispensable component. However, not everyone was inclined to accept the insights of these so-called experts. Such stale rhetoric, Xiao Gang muttered to himself, shaking his head. Summer Chun, attending his first academic conference, found the presentation somewhat vague, yet he did not share Xiao Gang's strong sentiments. Feeling that he was not gaining much from the scholarly discourse, Summer Chun initiated a conversation with Xiao Gang. What did you mean by that, Senior Xiao Gang? With a sigh, Xiao Gang replied, in recent years, the field of Pokémon breeding has shown increasingly evident signs of stagnation. There has been a lack of new theories introduced, and neither the machinery nor the techniques have seen any significant advancements. This is precisely why Dr. Oki mentioned that to you. My invitation for you to participate was with similar intentions, to inject some vitality into this stagnant pool. Listen closely. They keep reiterating the same topics: the efficacy of fruit, the formulas for energy blocks, the manufacturing techniques, and the ancient scythe helmets. It's all quite tiresome. Summerchin offered a comforting remark. It's understandable. Constant rapid development isn't very realistic. Perhaps, aside from categorizing energy blocks by attributes and flavors, there might be other classification methods? What Summerchin alluded to was, of course, the classification used in the grand competitions: stylish, cute, intelligent, strong, and the beauty he had been researching. Xiao Gang gently shook his head. Your line of thought has been proposed before, but as energy blocks serve as food for Pokémon and an essential source of energy, their functionality is rather singular. After that individual's research yielded no results, no one ventured down that path again. With a slight smile, Summerchin posited a hypothesis. What if the purpose of energy blocks extends beyond merely replenishing energy and instead enhances other aspects? Chapter 61. Thank you, Ibrahimovic. From the beginning to the end, Summerchin harbored no illusions about conducting independent research. For someone like him, who held no significant standing in the academic realm, proposing a new classification theory for energy blocks felt as far-fetched as a fairy tale. The most crucial aspect was that no one would heed his words. Thus, seeking collaboration with a reliable senior who had a certain stature within the community was undoubtedly the more prudent approach. For him, the paramount objective at present is to expedite the evolution of the ugly fish into the beautiful Nas, thereby validating his theory. The proposition of a new classification of energy cubes, along with its practical application, are matters he can collaboratively explore with Xiaojiang and Dr. Oki. As for his previous fanciful notion of amassing wealth through the allure of energy cubes, Xia Chen, upon regaining his clarity of thought, recognized it as mere daydreaming. After all, with just one type of energy cube, an experienced master could easily discern the varieties of fruits from which it is derived. To monopolize such a commodity would imply underestimating the intelligence of the capitalists in this world. Nevertheless, irrespective of this, as the pioneer who first invented this energy cube and has already registered its patent in Dongwang, Siachin is undoubtedly positioned to reap the greatest benefits. If others wish to replicate the formula for profit, they must first pay a protection fee to Siachin. This arrangement suffices for him. Attempting to hoard the entire cake without any backing would only lead to one's own demise. Instead, it is wiser to be a trailblazer, expanding the cake together, allowing Siachin to enjoy both fame and fortune. Siachin has never prioritized academic research for the future. To him, it merely serves as a stepping stone to a carefree existence. If he were to delve into solitary research, he might find himself unable to achieve the retirement life he desires well into his twilight years. Thus, this academic symposium may present an opportune moment for the introduction of this novel energy cube. On the first day of the conference, aside from attending the keynote speeches, Siachin did not engage in any other activities. Being a mere novice with little voice, he found no suitable opportunity to speak up. Additionally, The pertinent materials reside on his computer, which he did not bring along. This is easily remedied. He can have Mingyi assist him in transferring them later that evening. Xia Chen is unperturbed by the thought of Mingyi stumbling upon anything inappropriate. His computer is impeccably clean, unlike some of the anecdotes that suggest otherwise. Following that, I shall retrieve my client's computer history as evidence of his absence. Your Honor, I plead guilty. This is not due to Xia Chen being an innocent young man, but rather a reflection of the times. Who among us does not possess a few fruits on our phones? Speaking of Mingyi, he wonders how well she is caring for the Eevee. Do they have a match today? Xia Chen slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this detail. Likely because he still does not believe Eevee can win. When he makes the call later, how should he console the determined Eevee? Remarkably, since acquiring Eevee, he has yet to witness her shed a tear. He wonders if today might present that opportunity. While dining with Xiaojiang and Dr. Oki, Xia Chen briefly mentioned his theoretical ideas regarding enhancing the appearance of Pokémon through energy cubes. Both acknowledged his unconventional approach, yet offered no further commentary. Xia Chen was not taken aback. After all, he was merely proposing a theory. In this world, there exists an abundance of theorists, yet they are devoid of sufficient data and practical support, rendering their ideas mere castles in the air. Were one to encounter rigid and conventional experts, they might very well dismiss their new classification method of energy blocks, perhaps relegating themselves to the realm of amateur enthusiasts in the field of Pokémon breeding. Once I have organized my observations and studies on the peculiar fish later this evening, I shall seek an opportunity to present my findings, which may indeed prove more persuasive. Returning to the hotel room upstairs, Siachin initiated a video call with Mingyi. After 2 seconds of ringing, the call connected, but the recipient was not Mingyi. Instead, the soft and endearing voice of Eevee emanated from the phone. On the screen, a pair of sparkling eyes occupied 2/3 of the display, startling Siachin. Could Eevee hold the phone a bit farther away? While your cuteness is undeniable, anyone who presses their entire face against the camera is bound to frighten others. Moreover, where did you acquire that squeaky tone? Though Xia Chen had felt a pang of nostalgia for Eevee before the call, upon seeing her, he couldn't help but voice his thoughts. Beauty, Eevee protested, merely wishing to be closer, and reluctantly distanced herself from the phone. Observing Eevee's almost tearful expression, Siachin suddenly felt a twinge of guilt. All right, as long as you're happy, Eevee. Beauty. Eevee instantly brightened, her spirits lifting as she leaned closer to the phone to virtually nuzzle Xia Chen. The rapid change in her demeanor left Xia Chen questioning the authenticity of the Eevee he had just seen. Hey, Eevee, what are you up to? From the other end of the call, Mingyi's voice approached. With a slight jolt, the camera shifted back to her hands. Oh, it's Siachin calling. Were you just busy? Thank you for your hard work. Eevee and I have both leveled up today. Didn't see that coming, did you? Mingyi had likely just finished bathing. Her hair still damp, wrapped in a towel that hung loosely, inadvertently revealing a glimpse of nature's beauty. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Thus, Xia Chen achieved a commendable score of 0.1 seconds in the challenge without looking. Mingyi truly was a good friend, treating him with utmost familiarity. However, he felt it prudent to exercise some restraint in the presence of a 16-year-old girl who trusted him completely. As he pondered how best to subtly suggest to Mingyi to be more mindful, the next moment, Eevee nestled into Mingyi's embrace. Obscuring Xia Chen's view of the alluring scenery, he was trying to pretend not to notice. Xia Chen twitched his lips, relieved that he no longer had to grapple with his dilemma. Thank you, Eevee. Hey, Xia Chen, are you listening to me? Did your connection freeze? Mingyi inquired, perplexed by the lack of response. Xia Chen snapped back to reality. It seems there might be a bit of lag, being in the Kanto region and all. Please bear with me. What were you just saying? Mingyi uttered a sound of belief, and I remarked, both the Ivy Serpent and Eevee have advanced to the top 8. Surprising, isn't it? Moreover, Eevee's performance today was simply exceptional. Xia Chen, astonished, exclaimed, Eevee progressed? Eevee, you are remarkable. I always knew you could do it. Keep up the hard work tomorrow. Eevee merely scoffed, recalling the words spoken before, that every match should be treated as if it were the last, without fear of defeat. Today, I proclaimed, I knew you could do it. The words of a man are often mere deceptions. Chapter 62. It matters not. I shall take action after all. It had only been a day since they parted ways, and there was little left for them to discuss. After conversing for approximately 10 minutes, Siachin requested Mingyi to assist in delivering the document titled Observations on the Ugly Fish to his home. Before she left, Siachin intentionally entrusted her with the key to his residence, anticipating that Eevee might need to return occasionally for training, which was now quite fortuitous. The two homes were not far apart, And within half an hour, Xia Chen received the document sent by Mingyi on his Pokémon. Stretching lazily, he prepared to utilize this invaluable information to begin crafting a report on the beautiful energy cubes. In this stagnant realm of Pokémon cultivation, I, the king of roar whales, shall enter to instigate change, Siachin thought confidently, subsequently immersing himself in his work. On October 4th, the second day of the Energy Cube Symposium coincided with the commencement of the quarterfinals of the Pokémon Cup in Zhejiang. During the symposium, Siachin did not find a suitable opportunity to present his theories. However, he heard from Xiaojiang that there would be a dedicated segment tomorrow for young cultivators to share their insights, giving him the chance to refine his thoughts today. Upon returning that evening, Siachin was delighted to hear another piece of good news. Eevee and the Ivy Serpent had once again advanced in the Pokémon Cup. As of the conclusion of today's matches, only 4 Pokémon remained in the tournament. While it could be argued that the remaining 4 were among the strongest baby-tier Pokémon in Zhejiang, their caliber was undoubtedly high. Siachin observed the video featuring a triumphant Mingyi and Eevee, his expression somewhat peculiar. Could Mingyi's earlier statement about reaching the finals truly materialize? Was his Eevee genuinely that formidable? Even Siachin, who had witnessed Eevee's gradual growth, found himself perplexed, especially considering her struggle during the match against the Forest Tortoise in the top 16. Surely, Eevee could not have encountered only soft opponents in these last 2 matches? Siachin felt a genuine curiosity regarding Eevee's performance in the matches, yet tomorrow was the most crucial day of the symposium, leaving him no time to spare. The day after, if Eevee indeed managed to reach the finals, he would surely carve out time to cheer for her. A night passed without a word. The following morning, the Energy Cube Symposium was already halfway through, and the attitude of most attendees began to appear rather indifferent. On stage, a young cultivator was sharing his insights, while below, a sea of bowed heads filled the audience. Siachin found nothing peculiar about the situation. The speaker's discourse was utterly monotonous and devoid of any engagement. Even as a newcomer, he felt an overwhelming sense of tedium, let alone the seasoned veterans in attendance. Reflecting on his naivety from merely half a month ago, when he had hoped to gain some enlightenment in this space, he now realized how misguided that aspiration had been. However, he was undeterred. If they could not impart knowledge to him, then he would take the initiative to usher in a new era in Pokémon breeding. With a hint of youthful bravado, he awaited the conclusion of the young man's presentation, for he was next to take the stage. As a high school student without even a basic breeding certificate, Siachin was not technically qualified to present, but thanks to the strong recommendations from Professor Oak and Brock, the organizers had graciously extended this opportunity. Of course, one could argue that this was not merely favoritism. As Professor Oak himself expressed, he was quite curious about how Siachin's theoretical propositions could be further developed. Scattered applause stirred Siachin from his thoughts. Next, we welcome Siachin, a breeder from the Dongwang region, to share his insights. His presentation is titled A Discussion and Study on the New Classification of Energy Cube Properties. Let's give him a warm round of applause. The host's announcement rippled through the audience like a stone cast into still waters, eliciting a flurry of murmurs. Were the youth of today truly so audacious as to explore alternative classifications of energy cubes? This seemed somewhat presumptuous. Mr. Nakamura, you are still being rather reserved. Countless esteemed predecessors have stumbled on this path. How could a young breeder dare to engage in such research? It appeared utterly overconfident. Siachin from the Dongwang region? Does anyone recognize him? Whose apprentice could he possibly be? I don't know him. But did you notice that the host did not mention any titles such as intermediate or advanced breeder? Could it be that he has not passed the breeder's examination? A continuous stream of skeptical whispers reached Siachin's ears, while Brock reassuringly patted him on the shoulder. It's all right, don't pay them any mind. They're just a bunch of outdated relics. Focus on your presentation. Siachin smiled in response. It's fine. If they were all praising me, that would be truly alarming. Brock chuckled and shook his head, surprised by the young man's audacity. At least he wouldn't have to worry about stage fright. However, the content of his talk was something even he and Professor Oak had yet to discuss, leaving Brock curious about whether it would be a revelation or a shock. As Siachin casually made his way to the stage, Brock observed him with slight intrigue. Finally, under the host's guidance, the venue fell silent, and Siachin's presentation commenced. Good morning, everyone. I am Siachin from the Dongwang region. As the host mentioned, today's presentation will introduce a new classification method regarding the properties of energy cubes. As for the specifics, allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment. I will begin with an observation diary of a Pokémon. Siachin's oratory skills are rather mediocre, to say nothing of the brainwashing, motivational speeches akin to those in The Wolf of Wall Street. He falls short even compared to the applauded Xiaogo. However, in the realm of academic presentations, the substance of the content holds paramount importance, and in this regard, Xia Chen performed quite admirably, with a concise and compelling introduction that captured the attention of the majority in the audience. Xia Chen let out a quiet sigh of relief and continued to turn the pages, as a rather unappealing fish appeared prominently on the large screen. This was an unattractive fish I had kept for over a month, with its vacant gaze, thick lips, and pockmarked surface, to be frank, among ugly fish. It could be deemed one of the most unsightly. Siachin shrugged and switched to the next slide, where two photographs of the same fish were displayed. Given the identical backdrop, it appeared to be a comparative image of the same fish at different stages. Siachin then remarked, "These are recent photographs of the fish I captured a few days ago. Can anyone discern any differences? Its appearance seems to have undergone some changes." The audience responded with uncertain murmurs. Perhaps it is merely a matter of angle or lighting. The differences are too subtle to detect. Others suggested alternative possibilities. Xia Chen smiled faintly and transitioned to the next slide, which presented a clearer set of images showcasing the most noticeable changes in the fish's fin details. Now, do these images elucidate any issues? This is the new classification method for energy cubes that I wish to propose. Gazing at the somewhat astonished crowd below, Xia Chen articulated deliberately, based on the enhancement of the physical characteristics of the Pokémon, rather than their attribute energy. Having a manuscript can be quite vexing. It felt fresh when I wrote it. Chapter 63. No more pretense. I am a genius breeder. Can beauty, handsomeness, cuteness, intelligence, and strength truly be enhanced through energy cubes? Previously, no one in the realm of Pokémon breeding pondered this question, as everyone understood the efficacy of energy cubes lay in their very name, to replenish and enhance energy for Pokémon. The changes in physical characteristics were merely attributed to the natural progression of Pokémon growth, with no one connecting them to energy cubes. It is akin to humans breathing air and drinking water daily, yet no one associates that with height increase. Today, Siachin formally proposed this hypothesis. Different types of energy cubes made from various fruits possess distinct effects on enhancing the physical characteristics of Pokémon. This could be considered a revolutionary classification method. Should this theory hold true, it would drastically alter the landscape of the breeding industry. Siachin deemed it the second revolution of energy cubes. Yet, any revolution could never be the work of a single individual. Siachin was acutely aware of his limited capabilities and appetite. A single person could not consume such a vast cake. His pursuit of research is driven by a desire to relish life, rather than to be ensnared by the confines of academia. To monopolize the benefits of such endeavors, one would be utterly misguided. Moreover, it is an impossibility to achieve such a solitary gain. Of paramount importance is the fact that he possesses more than just this singular advantage. The beauty energy cube is not an unbeatable trump card, for twos hardly qualify as noteworthy. Thus, he has chosen today to gather the majority of the world's finest cultivators, embarking on this revolutionary journey. I even posit that certain alterations in the physical traits of specific Pokémon are intricately linked to evolution. Take the ugly fish, for instance. The essence of its beautiful scales serves to enhance its aesthetic appeal. Might this, through the energy cube, be attainable as well? This was the concluding segment of Xia Chen's speech, which may have been too far-fetched, leaving the audience in stunned silence, devoid of even perfunctory applause. It was not until Professor Oak and Brock initiated the clapping that a sparse round of applause echoed through the venue. Xia Chen frowned slightly, noting that the reception was far from the fervor he had envisioned. The host, managing the proceedings, announced the interactive segment, inviting anyone wishing to engage with Mr. Siachin about his recently proposed theories. A lively atmosphere ensued, with over 100 attendees raising their hands. From his vantage point on stage, Siachin observed a rather spectacular scene. The host, taken aback by such enthusiasm, noted that the engagement level surpassed that of Professor Oak's presentation the previous day. In this context, selecting a participant was evidently significant. After a moment of contemplation, the host granted the first opportunity to the highest-ranking individual present, the current president of the World Cultivators Association, Marlowe, hailing from the Galar region. Marlowe, an elderly man with a stern visage and nearly white hair, appeared to be in good spirits. Upon rising, he first commended Xia Chen, remarking on the intriguing nature of his hypothesis and acknowledging him as a bold young challenger of authority. Xia Chen felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Such introductory phrases rarely precede favorable commentary. Predictably, Marlowe pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Aside from the initial comparative observation of the ugly fish, your propositions lack empirical support. I wish to know if you possess any further evidence." Xia Chen understood Marlowe's implication. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. In other words, without practical application, how could one expect others to embrace his theories? Xia Chen was prepared for this query, responding with a smile. Greetings, President Marlowe. I comprehend your perspective. Currently, I have only 2 Pokémon, and I have been diligently documenting their growth comparisons. This will be a long-term endeavor. Marlowe nodded, acknowledging, your reasoning is sound. Cultivation is a meticulous and extended process. Thus, any theory requires at least one complete cycle for validation. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. So do not rush to conclusions too hastily. The president's words, while reasonable, left Xia Chen with no choice but to graciously acquiesce, expressing gratitude for the guidance. The host then selected the second participant, an individual of considerable experience and standing within the cultivation community, who, likewise, was of advanced age, a frail old man. His tone of questioning lacked the gentleness displayed by Marlowe. I am curious as to how you ascertain that the Cho-Cho fish can evolve into the meanest through your so-called beautiful energy cubes? What evidence do you possess? Are you relying solely on those nearly indistinguishable photographs? Xia Chen furrowed his brow, addressing the elder, stating that we are currently in the hypothesis stage. If my research yields results, it should be published in Cultivator rather than debated here with you. The thin old man chuckled, saying he would await Xia Chen's paper. He then took a seat, showing no inclination to engage in further debate. Xia Chen, disinterested in the stubbornness of this antiquated thinker who exhibited no acceptance of new ideas, chose to remain silent. Though the subsequent inquiries varied in tone and nuance, the essence remained unchanged. They all conveyed a similar sentiment. The young man's ideas are commendable. But how does he substantiate his conjectures? While the Cho-Cho fish has indeed undergone transformation, is there necessarily a correlation with the beauty you propose? Even if there is a connection, can you guarantee it will evolve into meanness? Xia Chen felt a sense of helplessness. Is the research culture in the realm of Pokémon cultivation so rigid? Is the spirit of science not one of bold hypotheses followed by cautious verification? Why is it here that only caution prevails without the boldness? Those truly passionate about Pokémon cultivation, upon encountering a novel path, only seem to entertain skepticism? Where is the promised spirit of inquiry and discussion? Despite receiving no affirmation from anyone, Xia Chen felt no anger. Instead, he was overwhelmed by disappointment in the entire Pokémon cultivation community. He perceived himself as an incongruous high-dimensional being amidst these so-called elites of the field. While they understood his words, they could not view or comprehend the matter from the same perspective. No wonder Xiao Gang remarked that the current Pokémon cultivation community resembled a stagnant pool. With so many adherents to tradition, how could it possibly thrive? The King of Roar could not stir the waters. Perhaps only by evolving into Gayuka and presenting tangible results could he hope to alter the status quo. Listening to the chatter below, where individuals simultaneously praised their own ideas while dismissing them as lofty aspirations, Xia Chen felt an increasing calm within. He had initially sought to engage with them as an ordinary individual, yet what he received in return was alienation. No longer concealing his true self, he resolved to unveil his identity as a genius cultivator. When I develop a new classification of energy cubes, will you seek a share of the spoils? At the very least, you should be prepared to pay a toll. With a stoic expression, Xia Chen returned to his seat under the varied gazes of the assembly, only to discover that Professor Ohm was standing nearby, seemingly awaiting him. With a hearty laugh, he inquired, "Are you hungry? Shall we grab something to eat?" The morning agenda was not yet complete, and those around frowned, turning to see who so audaciously dared to disregard the established protocol. Upon recognizing it was Professor Ohm, they silently resumed their previous activities, relieved. Dr. Okamuru continued, expressing his admiration for what had just been said and expressing a desire for a deeper conversation. Xia Chen, having completely lost interest in the seminar, was unbound by the constraints of the system and, without hesitation, rose to accompany Dr. Okamuru outside. Xiao Gang hesitated momentarily before following suit. The three of them, feeling out of sync with the tranquil atmosphere of the conference hall, ventured away from it. Pushing open the decaying door, Siachin felt as though the air itself had become invigorating. As they walked towards the dining hall, they engaged in discussions about the topic Siachin had just presented. In contrast to the mindless inquiries that had been posed earlier, the questions from Dr. Okamura and Xiao Gang demonstrated a far greater level of insight. Siachin endeavored to elucidate the knowledge he had acquired from his previous life, merging it with the understanding of this world. While he could not guarantee absolute accuracy, the general direction of his insights was likely sound. The trio became increasingly engrossed in their conversation, and after finishing their meal, they decided to forego the afternoon seminar in favor of a more intimate discussion in their room. Dr. Okamura and Xiao Gang gained a wealth of knowledge from Xia Chen regarding the energy blocks that enhance Pokemon's physical characteristics. In turn, Xia Chen absorbed their rich and unique techniques for crafting energy blocks. For instance, he unintentionally discovered the technique of reverse rotation for creating beautiful energy blocks, a method that enhances the delicacy of the blocks. The degree of delicacy is also a crucial factor in determining the quality of energy blocks. Thus, could it be posited that delicacy is directly proportional to the aesthetic enhancement of energy blocks? Siachin shared this conjecture with Dr. Okamura and Xiao Gang, who acknowledged the possibility. As their enthusiasm grew, they even ventured outside to purchase an energy block machine and a substantial quantity of fruit, enthusiastically experimenting in their hotel room. Meanwhile, the Pokémon, Cho-Cho-Yu, experienced both pain and joy as it consumed the myriad energy blocks. The pain stemmed from its small physique attempting to process so many blocks, while the joy arose from the notifications echoing in its mind. Ding. Your beauty has increased by 3 points. Ding. Your beauty has increased by 4 points. Ding. Your beauty has increased by 1 point. The numbers varied. And Cho-Cho-Yu provided feedback to Siachin in response to the system's announcements. From day to night and back to day, with only a few hours of sleep in between, the three finally reached a preliminary conclusion. The smoothness and delicacy were key determinants of the quality of beautiful energy blocks. Just as Xia Chen immersed himself in the relentless study of beautiful energy blocks in the Guandu region, the final battle of the Pokémon Cup was unfolding in the Dongguan region, specifically in Zhejiang City. During the days of Xia Chen's absence, the Pokémon Cup at the Zhejiang station had almost become a phenomenon in the Dongguan region, particularly during the matches featuring only Eevee. Even the organizers of the Pokémon Cup did not anticipate that the eye-catching title they devised to attract attention would come back to haunt them. The most formidable Eevee, devoid of a trainer's guidance, has nearly become synonymous with Xia Chen's Eevee. Should Xia Chen take a moment to check his account, he would discover that his follower count has skyrocketed to a staggering 600,000. While this figure itself may not be alarming, what is truly astonishing is that just a few days prior, it had barely surpassed 400,000. However, it is evident that this rapid surge in popularity has little to do with Xia Chen himself, who has not updated his videos for several days. In summary, his rise to fame and fortune can be attributed entirely to Eevee. At 9:50 a.m. on October 6th, with only 10 minutes remaining until the final match of the Pokémon Cup, Eevee stood transfixed, gazing at the battlefield. What's on your mind, Eevee? Are you thinking about Xia Chen? Inquired Ming-Yi, Eevee's temporary guardian, with concern. Eevee nodded, secretly amused that Ming-Yi was oblivious to Pokémon language, and thought, who cares about that big oaf? I'm contemplating how to tackle this match. That Nidoqueen 1T be easy to handle. The Servine at Ming-Yi's feet cast a disdainful glance her way, hissing, you better be cautious of her poisonous tail. I was caught off guard by it myself. Or else I would be the one battling today. Eevee chuckled and patted Servine's head, reassuring, don't worry, I'll avenge you this time. Who are you calling sister? You're younger than I am, yet you always act so mature. Servine was about to retort, but held back, realizing that Eevee was on the verge of a match. A pair of slit pupils fixated intently on Eevee, silently vowing, humph, once you finish your match, I'll teach you a lesson. Times have changed, I've evolved, and I won't be outmatched by you. You'll soon learn not to underestimate a young girl. Unaware of Servine's scheming thoughts, Eevee was mentally rehearsing the combat scenario against Nidoqueen. The poisonous tail ability suggested that her physical attacks might be somewhat lacking, and there was even the possibility that she had hidden moves like Mud Bomb or Ice Beam. Fortunately, items were not permitted in this round of the competition. Otherwise, if she had brought along a life orb, she truly could not afford any mistakes. While there is a slight margin for error at this stage, the battle remains quite challenging. Objectively speaking, the disparity in offensive power between her and that Nidoqueen is still significant. However, if it comes to that move, here we go. It's time for my favorite master Eevee to teach you how to battle. The takeout has been ordered. I'm just waiting for the feast. My buddies are quite anxious. Ever since my dog started watching Eevee's matches with me, he has lost his appetite and has been in a gloomy mood. But when he sees Master Eevee's match, he becomes extraordinarily excited. I suspect he has fallen for someone online. Wake your dog up. That's called unrequited love, not online romance. He doesn't even have the right to lick. By the way, what kind of dog do you have, a Rockruff or a Herdier? A cunning Yamask. The match had yet to commence, yet the comments section of the live stream was already inundated with fervent fans of Eevee. Over the course of recent days, she had emerged as the darling of the current Pokémon Cup. If the championship were determined by votes, Even granting Nidoqueen 10 additional Vine Snakes would not suffice. Alas, there exists no such notion as a voted champion. In Pokémon battles, prowess reigns supreme. Eevee's opponent, Nidoqueen, had been widely anticipated as a formidable contender since the onset of the competition. It was undeniable that having a fully evolved Pokémon participating in the Baby Cup presented a significant disparity. Nevertheless, the breeding facility's birth certificate confirmed that she had indeed reached the threshold of 11 months, a strikingly precise age. The audience could only gaze in awe at Nidoqueen, who towered over Eevee like a colossal beast, murmuring in disbelief. At such a young age, at precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the esteemed referee of the human arena stood in the arena, with Eevee and Nidoqueen's trainer, a rather arrogant young lad with tousled blonde hair, positioned on opposite sides, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the match. "Hey, little Eevee, you're so tiny. Just don't let my Nidoqueen squash you like a pancake." The young lad chuckled, delivering his taunts with glee. Even in the Pokémon World Championship, pre-match banter among competitors was permissible, let alone in such a setting. However, it was indeed rare to witness a trainer provoking their Pokémon. Initially, Eevee had no intention of engaging with this peculiar individual, but upon reflection, she realized that his aim was to incite her anger, thereby impairing her focus. Why not turn his strategy against him? Meanwhile, the blonde lad continued to prattle on. "With looks like that, a single punch would surely make you cry for ages. Ha ha ha." Eevee bared her teeth, her expression a mix of irritation and determination. It seemed that the moment the referee signaled the start, she would charge forth with unwavering resolve. When it came to theatrics, Eevee considered herself a true professional. Chapter 65. Am I overreacting? I'm just acting. Wow, what a despicable individual. How dare he bully Master Eevee like that? Indeed, with both Pokémon's strength and tactical prowess in his favor, resorting to such underhanded tactics is utterly shameless. Yet, one could argue otherwise. This was part of the competition. Since Eevee chose to enter the arena alone, she must be prepared for such provocations. The real question was whether she could maintain her composure. Oh dear. Judging by Master Eevee's expression, it seems she might be losing her cool. The pre-match skirmish sparked considerable controversy in the comments, yet it did not breach any regulations. If one were to scrutinize the situation, there was nothing to fault. Thus, the referee remained silent, and as the time elapsed, he blew the whistle to signal the beginning of the match. True to form, as soon as the match commenced, Eevee dashed forward with uncharacteristic haste, abandoning her previous calm demeanor. The blonde lad smirked inwardly, convinced that this mere Eevee could not possibly match human intellect. "Prepare to face the consequences of your recklessness," he shouted. "Nidoqueen, unleash your brute strength and finish her off." The Nidoking, poised in a defensive stance, slightly lowered her head, preparing to unleash her formidable strength, followed by a thunderous roar filled with authority. Although Nidoking was not particularly tall, indeed, she did not even surpass her trainer's height. She exuded an overwhelming presence against the diminutive Eevee, standing at less than half a meter. Her muscles tensed, seemingly channeling every ounce of power into this singular strike. This raw power was a gamble, a high-risk maneuver that could diminish her physical attack and defense capabilities afterward. Yet, the potential for great reward lingered. A move regarded as a signature technique of the fighting type could very well deliver a knockout blow to the ordinary Eevee, perhaps marking the first one-hit knockout in the history of the Pokémon Cup Finals. As Eevee charged towards Nidoking without any sign of slowing down, the audience collectively held their breath in suspense. Could it be that the match, barely underway, was already nearing its conclusion? Gazing at the ever-approaching Nidoking, Eevee felt her heart race like never before, not out of fear, but from exhilaration. It had been a long time since she experienced such a fervent determination. Previous opponents, whether it be the formidable Scyther or the tenacious Charmander, had failed to evoke this adrenaline surge within her. Eevee was acutely aware that a direct hit from Nidoking's sheer force would spell the end of her battle. Yet, it was precisely this thrill of flirting with danger that sharpened her focus to an unprecedented clarity. The glistening fangs, sharp as daggers, the sturdy scales encasing her body, and the array of toxic spikes lined along her sides. All of Nidoking's features seemed to slow down in Eevee's perception. "Your strength is undeniable, but I have discerned your weakness." A flash of determination ignited within Eevee's eyes as she subtly adjusted her footing, and just a few steps away from Nidoking, her speed surged once more. The sudden shift caught Nidoking off guard. How dare she accelerate instead of decelerate? Feeling belittled, Nidoking advanced, ready to deliver a powerful blow. Yet, she remained oblivious to the fact that Eevee's abrupt change in pace was precisely intended to create this opportunity. As the fist, glowing with white energy, approached with alarming proximity. Eevee altered her rhythm yet again. In the incredulous gazes of Nidoking and the audience, her speed escalated to an astonishing new level. At this moment, Nidoking had no time to react, helplessly watching as Eevee slipped past her massive fists. That minuscule distance seemed insurmountable. A deafening roar echoed throughout the arena, leaving the audience in disbelief that such a sound could emanate from what was, after all, a seemingly trivial baby cup match. The rapid sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye, and scarcely anyone could ascertain whether Nidoking's raw power had indeed struck Eevee. A gentle haze of dust enveloped the scene, revealing the rocky arena to all present. Nidoqueen pounded her fists into the ground, her sharp claws leaving faint fissures on the unyielding stone surface. The audience collectively gasped, awestruck by the sheer force of her assault. Truly terrifying. But that was not the crux of the matter. The real question was, had Eevee evaded the attack? If so, where could she be? A glance around the arena revealed nothing but rocks and Nidoqueen herself. The spectators were perplexed, and even Nidoqueen searched for the elusive Eevee. Finally, a keen-eyed viewer spotted Eevee's petite form nestled beneath Nidoqueen's tail. How had she maneuvered there? It seemed she had executed a perfect slide. Master Eevee had slipped past with remarkable agility. Now, it was her turn to strike back. It felt as though Master Eevee had orchestrated this from the very beginning. A high-caliber hunter often presents themselves in the guise of their prey. The audience, blessed with a godlike perspective, could see everything clearly, while Nidoqueen remained oblivious to the unfolding drama. It wasn't until a spectator shouted, "Nidoqueen, Eevee is under your tail," that she realized the truth. But by then, it was too late. If one were to identify Nidoqueen's most vulnerable spots, they would likely be the few openings in her ironclad scales, namely, her eyes, mouth, ears, and other unmentionable areas, which happened to be alarmingly close to Eevee. With a sharp cry, Eevee launched an attack, and Nidoqueen felt an unprecedented pain after enduring the battle for so long. It was a heart-wrenching agony, a smile-turning torment. Nidoqueen let out a furious roar, not only to express her physical suffering, but to vent her deep-seated rage. Eevee had truly provoked her ire. "Nidoqueen, use Poison Tail." The trainer's command resonated just in time. Nidoqueen channeled her most potent poison energy into her tail. In an instant, her once light blue tail transformed into a chilling deep purple. Despite the excruciating pain, Nidoqueen's formidable physique allowed her to execute the move. Her thick purple tail swept like a lance, forcing Eevee to leap in a desperate attempt to evade the wrathful poison tail. "Nidoqueen, strike upward." It must be noted that trainers who make it to the finals possessed genuine skill. When Nidoqueen could not see what lay behind her, the spectator served as her eyes. The sweeping poison tail rose, executing a grand arc. Ultimately, Eevee could not fly and was caught by the powerful tail, sent flying 4 to 5 meters away. Nidoqueen. With her vengeance fulfilled, Nidoqueen let out another furious roar before turning to approach Eevee's location. As I observed the struggling figure of Eevee rising to its feet, Nidoking's fists once again gathered the energy of combat. This time, I wonder how you shall evade my brute force. Chapter 66. In that moment, she transformed into light in the Kanto region, in the city of Evergreen. Within a hotel room, Siachin bid farewell to Professor Okido and his companion, Takashi, stretching languidly. Finally, I have grasped the essence of the varying qualities of the beautiful energy cubes, and I have even made the acquaintance of Professor Okido. This seminar was not in vain. In the aquarium, the homely fish, listening to Xia Chen's musings, released a stream of liberated bubbles, thinking to itself, at last, "It is over. After indulging in excess over the past few days, I feel as though I shan't desire any more energy cubes this month." Ding. Congratulations, host. Your beauty score has reached 200 points, bringing you one step closer to evolving into Milotic. Oh well, for the sake of evolution into Milotic, let us disregard that previous statement. Sleep, sleep, and once rested, I shall return to Dongwang. I apologize for putting you through this, my dear homely fish. After patting the aquarium and bidding farewell to the homely fish, Xia Chen reclined onto the bed. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as though I had forgotten something. "Homely fish, does it pertain to you?" Startled from a state of lethargy, Xia Chen sprang upright, frowning as he addressed the homely fish. The homely fish shook its head. It was devoid of desires, solely wishing to evolve into Milotic. What could possibly concern it? Xia Chen stood bewildered for 2 seconds before suddenly realizing, oh no, the match featuring Eevee. Yesterday, Xia Chen had been too preoccupied to watch the video, and Mingy had specifically sent him a message reminding him to remember to watch Eevee's final match today. In the midst of his busy haze, Xia Chen nearly forgot. Pulling out his phone, He noticed it was just before 10 past 10. A sigh of relief escaped him, as the match must have only just begun, leaving him ample time. Alas, Master Eevee has given his all, yet the disparity in power remains insurmountable. One more encounter with Nidoking, and it would be over. Master Eevee's fluid movements, exquisite predictions, and remarkable maneuvers were indeed a feast for the eyes. However, Nidoking's tail swipe was simply unstoppable. Nidoking mused, "Fortunately, my skills surpass yours." It is fortunate that Nidoking's physical attack had diminished somewhat after the last display of brute force. Otherwise, Eevee would be in an even worse predicament. It seems that the next display of brute force will likely conclude the match. Alas, my friends, let us rally in honor of our valiant defeat. As Xia Chen entered the live stream, his heart raced at the sight of the relentless barrage of comments flooding the screen. It appeared that Eevee was at a disadvantage. The densely packed comments obscured the match's visuals, prompting Xia Chen to swiftly disable them. Yet in the following moment, the scene displayed on the screen gripped Xia Chen's heart with anxiety. Covered in dust, Eevee trembled as it struggled to rise from the ground, while not far off. Nidoking approached slowly, fists charged with white energy, its momentum steadily building. Above Eevee's head, it seemed as though a great danger loomed. Xia Chen furrowed his brow deeply, contemplating how he would command from the sidelines if he were present. Running would be futile. Given Eevee's current condition, it would merely waste precious energy. After Nidoqueen slowly approached, all she had to do was wait for Espeon to succumb to its gradual demise. Thus, the only option was to engage. In this moment, only the shadow clone technique could bewilder Nidoqueen, momentarily stalling the situation while seeking an opportunity to exploit her opponent's weaknesses. As if sharing a silent understanding, Espeon indeed unleashed the shadow clone. Instantly, two indistinguishable Espeons danced around Nidoqueen, rendering her unable to strike. The trainer, with timely insight, urged Nidoqueen, proclaiming that the Espeon with a shadow was the genuine one. The shadow clone technique, though relatively common, could be unraveled by any seasoned trainer. Yet, as the saying goes, the higher the skill, the greater the challenge. This technique bore inherent flaws, akin to how every programmer possesses their unique methods for rectification. Espeon had her distinctive enhancement, using solidified energy to imbue the illusions. Although this consumed more energy, the resulting clones were far more convincing, at least not easily detectable by even the most novice of trainers. Nidoqueen, hearing her trainer's commands, focused intently on the two Espeons, feeling a surge of confusion. Both possessed shadows. How was she to discern? She raised her iron fist, yet remained uncertain of which Espeon to strike. "What are you waiting for? Attack!" The trainer's urging voice only heightened her frustration. Always pushing, always urging. If you think you can do better, step up. Yet, as she felt the energy in her fist begin to wane, Nidoqueen realized she could no longer delay. She decided to randomly select a target. Even if her guess was wrong, it mattered not. She was well aware of Espeon's attack strength. She could endure at least 3 swift strikes, while she needed only 1 punch. Nido, with a fierce roar, Nidoqueen's iron fist crashed down upon the farther illusion. However, the resounding impact against the rock shattered the illusion, proving that Nidoqueen had guessed incorrectly. But so what? Nidoqueen immediately tightened her tail, signaling that she remained unfazed. Safeguards were in place. Now, she had no vulnerabilities to exploit. The energy within her surged again, and Nidoqueen felt herself entering a prime state. In mere moments, she had accumulated enough energy to unleash her brute strength once more. She smirked at the Espeon at her feet. This time, she would undoubtedly crush you. Sensing the energy within her teetering on the brink of eruption, Espeon understood that the moment was nearly ripe. From the instant she had executed the shadow clone, she had not wasted a single moment. Realizing the vast disparity in strength between herself and Nidoqueen, Espeon recognized that her chances of victory were slim, barring that one special move. Revenge. A move that stands out even among the myriad of Pokémon techniques. It relies not on any of the 18 elemental energies, but on the most profound emotional energy. In the context of the move compendium, it is described as a full-force assault directed at opponents for the sake of the trainer. This implies that the deeper the bond between a Pokémon and its trainer, the greater the power that can be unleashed. How profound is the bond between Eevee and Summer? As Eevee reflects on the myriad moments spent with Summer, both in this life and perhaps previous ones, she recalls their journey together, years of daily warmth and companionship, intertwined with both wondrous and perilous adventures, as well as every battle filled with joy or despair. Many details have faded from her memory. Yet in every significant or mundane moment of her Pokémon life, that warm and reliable figure has been by her side, without exception. What does a trainer signify to a Pokémon? Eevee does not know. However, she understands that summer is everything to her. At this moment, the intertwining of emotion and energy reaches a sublime peak. Gazing at the formidable Nidoking before her, Eevee bravely charges forward. Amidst the audience's mixed expressions of concern and astonishment, she leaps into the air, enveloped by an inexplicable yet overwhelming surge of energy. In that instant, Eevee appears to transform into light. Chapter 67. I adore your jealous expression. What kind of move is this? The audience is bewildered. Due to its unpredictable power, the move Revenge is not considered a standard technique. In reality, even the same Pokémon can unleash varying powers at different times. The intricacies of emotions are difficult to articulate. For instance, if a trainer scolds their Pokémon in the morning, the Pokémon might feel anger, subsequently diminishing the power of revenge. Furthermore, even if the bond between a trainer and Pokémon is deep and stable, the power they can produce may not surpass that of high-power moves from various types. Why seek distant solutions when closer ones are available? Various factors have led to the audience's unfamiliarity with this move. Yet the competition still features expert commentators well-versed in Pokémon and their techniques. After a brief pause, the male commentator exclaims in disbelief, "Revenge." At this critical juncture, the move chosen by Eevee is the one most likely to create a miracle. The struggle against a formidable foe and the fervent desire for victory morph into an expression of love and trust toward her trainer. Let us observe what her trainer is doing at this moment. Oh, apologies, Eevee's trainer is not present. This minor mishap does not interrupt the commentator's fervent shout. After a brief pause, he swiftly recovers. Perhaps it is this very separation from her trainer that allows Eevee to unleash an even more abundant surge of emotional energy. Goodness, this is the most intense display of revenge I have ever witnessed. From Eevee's small frame bursts forth a tremendous energy, and in her direct confrontation with Nidoking, she surprisingly gains the upper hand. This is a Nidoking that has already reached an amateur level of brute strength. Gazing at the transformed Eevee, now a radiant beacon on the battlefield, Xia Chen's eyes shimmered with a complex interplay of emotions, astonishment, admiration, and hope. He was certain he had never taught Eevee the move Revenge. In this world, there existed no notion of automatic learning through leveling up. Moreover, even if such a concept did, the only Pokémon capable of acquiring revenge through that means was the long-eared rabbit. Thus, could it be that Eevee, driven by its feelings for him, had suddenly comprehended this move amidst the tumult of battle? This seemed to be the sole plausible explanation. Yet, a new question arose. What profound affection, what fervent love, could ignite such extraordinary power within Eevee? Xia Chen mused that if he possessed any sort of external enhancement, the description of his bond with Eevee would likely read, "She loves you more than she loves herself." Hearts can resonate with one another. Despite the miles that lay between him and Eevee, at that moment, he was overwhelmed by the sheer, ardent love emanating from her, leaving his mind in a state of emptiness. After a year in this world, he finally grasped the beauty of the connection between humans and Pokémon. The outcome of the competition had become inconsequential. Xia Chen turned off the live stream and began arranging his return flight. All he desired was to rush back to Zhejiang as swiftly as possible and embrace Eevee tightly. Nothing else mattered. Ming Yi Xia Chen. Eevee won. Ming Yi. I mean, you were watching the match, right? Ming Yi. If you didn't see Eevee's performance just now, I'll never speak to you again. Ming Yi has retracted a message. Ming Yi. If you missed Eevee's performance, I won't acknowledge you for the rest of the month. Ming Yi's messages bombarded Xia Chen's phone as he arranged for the next available flight, and he found himself astonished. They truly won. A deeper sense of emotion washed over him. It seemed that the power of revenge exceeded his expectations. A smile crept onto Xia Chen's lips as he pondered and replied, "I saw it. I just booked the next flight. I should be back around 2 in the afternoon." Ming Yi, I told Eevee. By the way, what do you want as your champion reward? The organizers are asking. Champion reward? Xia Chen racked his brain, trying to recall this unfamiliar concept. He had never truly considered the possibility of winning alongside Eevee, as his rational mind had never entertained such thoughts. Oh well, it hardly mattered. Eevee was the true hero here. Let her choose. Xia Chen, anything is fine. Let Eevee decide. Ming Yi seemed taken aback by his nonchalant response, sending a series of ellipses before abruptly going offline. Xia Chen put away his phone, stifled a yawn, and fought off the encroaching fatigue as he gathered his few belongings. Come on, clownfish, let us head home. With an hour remaining until the flight's departure and feeling somewhat idle, Xia Chen decided to watch the recorded finals of the Pokémon Cup. Although the match concluded merely an hour ago, Ibrahimovic's brilliant performance and the underdog triumph have ignited fervor among fans. The official video of the finals released by Pokémon has already amassed nearly 1 million views. Xia Chen revisited the video, not merely to relive the emotional moment. After such a brief interval, there was little to reminisce about. Instead, he was eager to gauge public sentiment regarding his contributions. Indeed, while he acknowledged that Ibrahimovic had significantly propelled him to victory, Siachin believed he had played an indispensable role. Without him, could such a remarkable Pokémon as Ibrahimovic have been nurtured? Furthermore, even if Ibrahimovic deserved 99% of the credit for his overwhelming victory over Nidoqueen, did he not deserve at least 1% of acknowledgement as the trainer? With confidence, he clicked on the comments section, anticipating remarks such as, Master Go, how did you cultivate such an exceptional Pokémon like Ibrahimovic? Or Master Go, please release a video on building bonds with Pokémon. However, upon opening the comments, Siachin was momentarily taken aback. Let's band together to steal Master E. 1100 garnered 15 likes. Siachin was at a loss for words. He could understand a modicum of jealousy from netizens. Next comment. I simply cannot fathom how you, Master Go, were fortunate enough to encounter such a splendid Pokémon like Ibrahimovic. Siachin, you ought to be ashamed. With 18 likes, Siachin's anger flared. Jealousy was one thing, but was it necessary to insult him? But perhaps during the match, his username had already been tarnished. Nonetheless, such remarks were utterly excessive. How could he be questioned in such a manner? Even more outrageous was the number of likes these comments received. Stop looking. My Ibrahimovic claims the video is fake, a mere fabrication. Let's not spread rumors. Praise Ibrahimovic directly without all this circumlocution. As he scrolled further, nearly every popular comment either criticized him or exalted Ibrahimovic. It was a veritable echo chamber of praise for Ibrahimovic and disdain for Siachin. By the end, he felt numb from the barrage of negativity. Perhaps it was time to adjust his mindset and adopt a different perspective. For instance, I would love to see your expressions of jealousy directed at me. With this thought, he found a measure of comfort. Chapter 68. Ibrahimovic received a mystery egg in the ancient city of Xi. At the Guman Arena Pokémon Center, although the Pokémon Cup had concluded splendidly, life continued unabated. The two Pokémon that reached the finals, Nidoqueen, had already recuperated and departed, while the victorious Ibrahimovic remained on a hospital bed, recuperating. There was no cause for concern. Ibrahimovic had merely expended excessive energy during the battle and required some rest. It was hard to imagine that with his current state and capabilities, he could unleash such formidable power. Outside the hospital room, Nurse Joy briefed the newly arrived Xia Chen on Ibrahimovic's condition. Siachin finally exhaled in relief. Little did he know how anxious he felt upon hearing Ming Yi instruct him to head directly to the Pokémon Center as soon as he disembarked from the plane. After reminding Nurse Joy of the essential care and dietary considerations for the Eevee over the next few days, she departed with the happening. Siachin gently pushed open the hospital room door to find Eevee peacefully slumbering on the bed, while Ming Yi and the Snivy sat nearby, keeping watch. Upon noticing Xia Chen's entrance, Ming Yi raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to be silent. Siachin thought to himself, one might mistakenly believe that you are her trainer, while I am merely a guest. Silently chuckling, he moderated his movements and settled beside the hospital bed. Eevee appeared to be in a deep sleep, its body gently rising and falling with each steady breath, presenting no cause for concern. As Siachin leaned closer, Eevee's moist nose twitched slightly, seemingly drawn to a familiar and comforting scent, and a smile graced Eevee's slumbering visage. Siachin couldn't help but smile subtly in return. Marveling at the dog's keen sense of smell, Ming Yi approached Siachin and lightly patted his shoulder, gesturing towards the balcony outside. Understanding her cue, he followed her out. How was your journey to Kanto? Did everything go smoothly? Siachin scratched his head, replying, it went all right, I suppose. Although I didn't achieve part of my original objectives, I have gathered insights regarding the evolution of the Magikarp. I also met a very significant senior. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. Ming Yi responded with a thoughtful "oh," acknowledging his assessment. That is good to hear. Just be sure that you didn't miss Eevee's spectacular performance while attending to matters there. Rest assured, I managed to have my cake and eat it too. I witnessed the entire event before swiftly returning. Ming Yi nodded, then changed the subject with a conspiratorial tone. Can you guess what prize Eevee ultimately chose? Siachin initially thought to retort, how would I know? But then reconsidered. Ordinary Pokémon items would hardly elicit such a mischievous smile from Ming Yi. So it must be something beyond the ordinary. Reflecting on the championship rewards, what could be considered truly extravagant? Most were valuable and practical Pokémon items or breeding supplies. But there was one reward that stood out as particularly unique. Siachin ventured, could it be a Pokémon egg? As soon as he voiced this, he found himself chuckling. Although Eevee was not the stereotypical possessive Pokémon depicted in romantic tales, it certainly wasn't T1 to be easily generous. The last time he asked her about capturing a Magikarp, she hesitated for quite some time before reluctantly giving her consent. Furthermore, he had clearly stated at home that he had no intention of capturing any new Pokémon recently, leaving Eevee with no valid reason to choose that particular egg. Yet, these were merely his conjectures. Observing Mingyi's expression, which seemed to say, "How did you guess that?" Siachin raised an eyebrow. So, Eevee truly chose the Pokémon egg? Gazing at the egg, adorned with a blue pattern on a white background, resting in the nutrient solution, Siachin fell into contemplation. Did the competition organizers specify what kind of Pokémon egg it is? Every individual harbors personal preferences towards Pokémon. And if this egg hatches into a creature of one's liking, it would indeed be a fortuitous event, allowing the early cultivation of a third Pokémon. Although this signifies the arrival of another financial burden at home, should it emerge as a Sandshrew, a Bagon, or a Numel, Pokémon that failed to pique personal interest, Siachin could, before its emergence, entrust it to a more suitable trainer for development. In the realm of Pokémon games, aside from certain unremarkable individuals from the ocean, all Pokémon eggs share a common appearance. Yet, in this world, Pokémon eggs bear a resemblance to those in the animated series, with distinctive patterns allowing for identification. Eggs of Pokémon like Togepi and Electabuzz, with their striking features, are particularly easy to recognize. Conversely, the commonplace blue and white patterned eggs may elude even the most seasoned experts in hatching. However, if the egg originates from a breeding facility, one can certainly infer its lineage from its parents. Yet, Mingyi shook her head. This egg did not come from a breeding house. It was among a batch captured from Pokémon hunters recently, and this particular egg was one of their ill-gotten gains. The League, unable to handle the matter appropriately, organized a charity sale, and the Pokémon Company acquired several as rewards for the Pokémon Cup. A sense of dread washed over Xia Chen. This had turned into a blind box scenario. Being a person with a meticulously planned life trajectory, he loathed uncertainty, especially regarding the choice of his third Pokémon, a decision that could profoundly impact his future. Reluctantly, he pondered and speculated. Was it likely that this blue and white egg belonged to a flying, water, or ice-type Pokémon? These types seemed devoid of personal aversions, or so he thought. However, the grotesque toad-like Pokémon, Toxicroak, was not to his taste. Yet, if it were a Swampert, that would be acceptable. As Siachin scrutinized the egg that now belonged to him, he was suddenly startled by the weak call of his Eevee. Eevee? Ah, has Eevee awakened? Siachin turned to see that Eevee had indeed come to, staring blankly at the ceiling. He hurried to the bedside. You're awake, Eevee. The surgery was a success. You're a boy now. Eevee snapped back to reality and shot Siachin a disapproving glance at his self-proclaimed humor. Wait until you're old. I'll show you how to remove your oxygen mask. Just kidding. I watched your last match, and you were fantastic, Eevee-chan. If it were a Tsundere-type Pokémon, it would surely turn away bashfully, insisting that it didn't perform well for his sake. However, Eevee had long surpassed that immature phase and sighed with a profound weariness. I, Eevee, have truly sacrificed so much for this family. With effort, Eevee propped itself up and gestured towards the Pokémon egg. Eevee, so, do you like the reward I chose? Siachin looked at her quizzically. How did you come to think of choosing a Pokémon egg? Eevee was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts on the matter, though she was aware that Siachin would undoubtedly adore this particular sprite. The irony lay in the fact that Siachin was blissfully unaware of her knowledge. More crucially, she found herself at a loss to explain how she came by this information. What should she do? In a state of desperation, she resorted to adopting a pitiful demeanor. Lamenting her solitude, little Eevee felt lonely without a companion. Chapter 69. What lies within the Pokémon egg? Greetings. Your Pokémon egg is expected to hatch in approximately 1 week. If possible, it is advisable to visit the Pokémon Center for a checkup every 2 days. Wishing you and your Pokémon good health. With Nurse Joy's sweet voice echoing in his ears, Siachin ultimately resolved to keep the egg. Having entrusted Eevee with the power to choose rewards, he felt it only fitting to embrace the consequences that followed. After all, in a world teeming with Pokémon, the ones he cherished would undoubtedly far outnumber those he felt indifferent towards. Eevee had always been fortunate, and this time, her luck with the blind box was likely to be no different. As evening approached, Eevee had nearly fully recovered. After tidying up, they took the Pokémon egg and finally made their way home. To celebrate Eevee's triumph, Siachin dedicated several hours to preparing an extravagant feast, filling an entire table with delectable dishes. Regardless of the circumstances, this marked the first championship that he and Eevee had achieved together. Although it bore a slight resemblance to a combined score of 83 points with Kobe, a victory is still a victory. In the realm of Pokémon battles, the victor reigns supreme. Without any psychological burden, Xia Chen enthusiastically documented the celebration of their victory in the Pokémon Cup, aptly named I and Eevee. Alongside himself, Eevee, Cho Yu, and Ming Yi, who had acted as Eevee's temporary guardian during the latter part of the competition, would also make an appearance. In the Pokémon Cup, Xia Chen had unexpectedly reached the semifinals, while the equally popular Ming Yi revealed her role as his photographer. Thus, the two decided that since their identities were already exposed, they might as well show their faces, saving themselves from unnecessary complications and enjoying a moment of visual appeal. Seizing the momentum of the Pokémon Cup, they aimed to reach the milestone of 1 million followers. Since this celebration was in honor of Eevee's victory, Xia Chen prepared a feast tailored to Eevee's favorite flavors. A table brimming with culinary delights, such as yellow croaker and broth, oil-braised prawns, boiled beef, and sweet and sour tenderloin, was a feast for the senses, making Eevee's eyes gleam with excitement. It had been a full 5 days since she last savored Xia Chen's cooking. Little Eevee couldn't help but wonder how she had endured those 5 days. She envied the little Snorlax, wishing she possessed such a massive appetite, capable of devouring every dish laid before her. Although she was eager to dive into the meal, Eevee patiently awaited Xia Chen, who was bringing out the final dish from the kitchen. This was a gesture of respect and courtesy towards the chef and head of the household. The moment the final pot of soup was served, the celebration banquet commenced. The long-awaited Eevee was prepared to indulge, yet Xia Chen placed a plate of vegetables before her. "Eevee, Ms. Joy mentioned that you should maintain a light diet these days. Let us savor this stir-fried vegetable dish," she said. Eevee slowly raised an eyebrow in confusion. "Is this what a celebration banquet entails? Watching you all feast while I munch on greens?" Her spirits dampened, yet the importance of her health loomed large, leaving her no choice but to comply. With a reluctant sigh, she gazed at the unappetizing greens and forced herself to eat. What is so appealing about meat? If one truly desires a healthy diet, it must be my vegetables. Oh, how delightful they are. Beside her, Ming Yi captured Eevee's expressive reactions and could no longer restrain herself. "Eevee, Xia Chen has deceived you. Ms. Joy stated that you have fully recovered and can eat whatever you desire." Eevee froze momentarily, then shot an indignant glare at the barely contained laughter of Trainer Lu. "Xia Chen, when you grow old, I will surely pull out your oxygen tube." After the harmonious banquet, tranquility returned to Xia Chen's home. The ugly fish resumed its slumber in its beloved aquarium, while Eevee lounged on the sofa, watching the evening news. Xia Chen retreated to his room to edit a video that had been neglected for nearly a week. Everything seemed to unfold as usual, save for the blue and white spirit egg, quietly suspended in its nutrient solution, rhythmically pulsating as if breathing. The following day, with the conclusion of the Pokémon Cup, Xia Chen lost the privilege of skipping classes to prepare for competitions. After more than a week, he stood once again at the school gates. Though the temperature hovered around 20 degrees, Xia Chen trembled with frustration, cold sweat trickling down his brow. This was not due to returning to school, but rather the long red banner hanging at the entrance. A heartfelt congratulations to our student Xia Chen and his Pokémon Eevee for triumphing in the Pokémon Cup. He sighed, pressing his forehead, aware that while he had indeed brought pride to the school, such ostentation was unnecessary. One might think he had claimed victory in a world championship. However, as someone whose fortitude rivaled the sturdy shield of a Bastiodon, Xia Chen's embarrassment was fleeting. He greeted familiar classmates with ease and entered the campus without trepidation. Yet the banner seemed only the beginning. Upon entering the school, he realized that nearly everyone he encountered paused to greet him and Eevee, discussing yesterday's match. He couldn't help but wonder if they had all skipped class to watch the competition. This phenomenon only began to wane once the class bell rang. In conclusion, after an exhausting day, if the classmates around had the scorching rays of their homeland, Xia Chen would likely be reduced to mere ashes. Recently, Xia Chen has returned to a remarkably routine life. He diligently works on crafting higher quality energy cubes, stealthily captures photographs of the ugly fish, creates videos to earn a living, acts as a dedicated chef for little Eevee and the ugly fish, and cares for the egg of the soon-to-be hatched Pokémon. Life is indeed a wondrous phenomenon. Though the egg cannot move or speak, the mere rhythm of its breath causes Xia Chen's heart to race. As the hatching date approaches, Xia Chen experiences a shift in his emotions towards this egg, whose contents remain a mystery. A parent does not disdain the appearance of their child. After all, this is the first life he has nurtured with his own hands. Xia Chen has quietly resolved that regardless of what emerges, he will treat it with the same affection he bestows upon Eevee and the ugly fish, even if it turns out to be a skunky Pokémon. Today's health check has concluded, and the little creature inside is healthy and lively. The egg no longer requires immersion in nutrient solution, and it is expected to hatch in the next day or two. Miss Joy's voice, as always, is gentle. Siachin carefully accepted the egg, expressed his gratitude, and made his way home. To avoid jostling the egg, he opted to walk instead of riding his bicycle. Cradling the egg, a blissful smile unconsciously spread across his face. Just 1 or 2 more days until it hatches. How slow it feels. He eagerly anticipates the appearance of this adorable little being, as if sensing Xia Chen's heartbeat. The egg subtly quivered before settling back into stillness. Chapter 70. How did you know I have an unusual Lurantis? Eevee, could you lower the volume of the television a bit? We wouldn't want to disturb our new companion. And you, ugly fish, could you reduce the sound of your bubbles? What if you frighten it? Eevee and the ugly fish exchanged glances, and a rare mutual understanding sparkled in their eyes. Our trainer must truly be quite enchanted. Today is Sunday, and it has been 2 days since Miss Joy mentioned the expected hatching date, leaving only 1 or 2 days remaining. During this time, Xia Chen has scarcely done anything but sit idly in front of the egg with a camera, occasionally breaking into silly giggles. He has neglected all other responsibilities. Morning runs, crafting energy cubes, producing videos, even meals have been hastily prepared. Eevee and the ugly fish have subsisted on takeout for 2 consecutive days, and it has all been energy cube takeout. He has been reluctant to even make an effort to order a variety of dishes. However, the passage of time inevitably brings change. Today marks the final day of the expected hatching. Since Miss Joy confirmed the little creature is healthy, it must be time for it to emerge, right? Frankly, aside from Xia Chen, the ugly fish is also eagerly awaiting the hatching, as it is a rare occasion to have a member even smaller than itself in need of care. As for Eevee, she eagerly anticipated the expression on Xia Chen's face when the creature emerged from the egg. Surely, it would be an extraordinary sight, wouldn't it? A soft, crisp sound broke the daze that had settled over Xia Chen, drawing his attention back to the moment. This was the sound he had longed for, echoing countless times in his mind over the past few days. Yet, without a doubt, it had only been a figment of his imagination. Once again, Xia Chen gazed with hopeful anticipation at the Pokémon egg on the table, but it remained motionless. Was it yet another illusion? He sighed in disappointment. But before he could drift into reverie once more, the egg began to shake violently. Is it coming? Xia Chen's spirits soared, his heart racing to his throat. It was a blend of the thrill akin to unboxing a mystery gift and the eagerness for a new companion. Eevee, with her heightened senses, had nestled at Xia Chen's feet, refraining from clambering onto the table. The newly hatched Pokémon would naturally bond most closely with the first person it encountered. This was a significant moment reserved for Xia Chen and the little one, and she certainly did not wish to overshadow it. As the egg continued to tremble, a crack finally appeared in its shell. Like the first clap of thunder before a spring rain, the shell began to splinter, and a dazzling, ethereal white light erupted, isolating the contents of the egg from the outside world. Within that radiant glow, a delicate voice emerged, causing Xia Chen's breath to catch. Ralts. The voice belonged to Ralts. If Tifa represented Jerusalem of District 3, then in the hearts of Pokémon enthusiasts, the true Jerusalem would undoubtedly be the elegant and aloof short-haired lady, Gardevoir, clad in her resplendent white gown. Even in this world, Ralts and Gardevoir remained immensely popular Pokémon. Eggs of Ralts from breeding facilities are often pre-ordered at high prices long before they hatch. As for their potential, it scarcely matters. Simply acquiring a Ralts is a monumental achievement. What more could one desire? The reasons behind Ralts' immense popularity are not difficult to discern. With its rare and formidable psychic attributes, it possesses beauty that shines at every stage, an elegant and enchanting exterior, and a warm, gentle disposition towards its trainers. This Pokémon is almost universally suitable. When it comes to battles, both Gardevoir and Galade, its evolved forms, exhibit tremendous potential and strength. Viewed from any angle, this egg, acquired from the baby cup, could be deemed nothing short of exceptional. As for the treatment it would receive, Siachin objectively reserved that for the late-blooming quasi-divine Pokémon. However, when the white light dissipated and Ralts truly materialized before Siachin, he silently revised his previous assessment. Atop its petite, pure white form, Ralts' hair was astonishingly blue. What is this? Bring me all of it. In a previous life, Siachin had posted a scoring thread on a Pokémon forum, inviting users to rate his shiny Pokémon. The post garnered significant attention, receiving thousands of likes and tens of thousands of replies. Among the myriad of comments, there were only two highly praised shiny Pokémon, shiny Gardevoir and shiny Metagross. This indicates the immense popularity of these two variants. Today, however, Xia Chen found himself the proud owner of a shiny Ralts, and a flicker of concern crept into his heart. Could this be a trade-off for his lifespan? Surely not. That would be absurd. A baby cup, valued at 300,000, yielding a shiny Ralts of uncertain worth? This must be the essence of magical realism. Oh well, if I must sacrifice some of my lifespan, so be it. I accept the shiny Ralts. But wait, if it's a shiny Ralts without a hidden ability, then I can accept it wholeheartedly, right? Ralts? The sound of Ralts' voice jolted Xia Chen from his exuberant reverie. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, he realized he had yet to greet Ralts. He offered a genuine and warm smile. Ralts, I am delighted to be the first person you see upon opening your eyes in this world. From now on, we shall be family. Ralts. Ralts tilted its head in confusion, seemingly unsure of the meaning of family. Yet, this was of little consequence. As the most empathetic Pokémon capable of discerning human emotions, Ralts keenly sensed Xia Chen's overwhelming feelings of excitement and joy. Is it because it knows me that it is happy? Ralts. Naturally drawn to the positive energy radiating from Xia Chen, Ralts moved a little closer to him. Family means we will live together from now on, Ralts. Xia Chen explained with a smile. He extended his index finger slowly towards Ralts, cautious not to startle her, his movements gentle and deliberate. Perhaps it was because Xia Chen was the first person Ralts saw upon awakening, or perhaps it was the continuous flow of positive emotions emanating from him that captivated her. Or maybe it was a combination of both. Ralts did not shy away from Xia Chen's approach. Instead, after a brief moment of hesitation, she moved closer. Their fingers, one delicate and white, the other warm and inviting, drew nearer with each passing second. Time seemed to suspend in that moment, yet it also felt as if it were racing forward. At last, Xia Chen and Ralts met. Beneath Ralts' gem-like blue hair, a gentle smile graced her features. Xia Chen returned the smile. Ralts, I look forward to our journey together. That day, Xia Chen updated his video with an intriguing question. How did you know I had a shiny Ralts? Chapter 71. Let us bow 10 times to Master E. How utterly boring. When will Master Pigeon update his video? In the Pokémon group known as Pigeon Cage, a member affectionately referred to as Sister Michin, who is my wife, expressed her sentiments. He is among the most active participants in this group, showcasing an impressive online presence that ensures he is always the first to share any new video released by Xia Chen. Consequently, the group owner has bestowed upon him the title of Messenger Bird. The exact origins of this group remain shrouded in mystery. However, it is undeniable that this individual, who goes by the moniker I Will Forever Love Master E, is quite formidable. Each time Xia Chen uploads a new video, she generously distributes red envelopes within the group, often with substantial amounts. Recently, following Eevee's triumph in the Pokémon Cup, she even issued a 5-figure red envelope. Even when divided among the 1,000 members of this large group, each person could still seize a decent share. Although the majority of members are trainers, the act of snatching these red envelopes serves merely as a source of amusement. Nevertheless, the presence of these red envelopes has rendered this otherwise non-existent fan group of Xia Chen remarkably vibrant. It is now Sunday evening at 8 o'clock, marking the end of the weekend, a final celebration for office workers and students alike. The chat within the group is abuzz with excitement. Astonishingly, despite each person engaging in their own conversations, they manage to do so without disrupting one another. However, the emergence of a video link disrupts this delicate equilibrium. Sister Michin, my wife, posted, video site. How did you know I have a shiny Ralts? Suddenly, an eerie silence enveloped the group, followed by a flurry of question marks flooding the screen. Even the usually reticent group owner, along with a man known as Iron Will, could not resist joining the fray. Shiny Ralts, do you even know what you're talking about? After this wave of inquiries, the group once again lapsed into silence. Without a doubt, nearly all the active members rushed to view Xia Chen's latest release, a Versailles-themed video. This installment was not short. It spanned nearly half an hour, chronicling the journey from retrieving the Ralts egg to the day before its hatching, with Xia Chen's daily care routines for the egg occupying the majority of the footage. While these routines may seem mundane, they were anything but boring. Xia Chen's nurturing techniques evolved from awkwardness to proficiency, his initial anxiety regarding the blind box egg transforming into tranquility, culminating in a maternal affection by the end. The dramatic shift was particularly impactful once the audience learned that the hatchling was, in fact, a shiny Ralts. In the final 5 minutes of the video, when the petite and adorable Ralts with its blue hair emerged from the egg, The climax of the entire video was reached. At this moment, the barrage of comments peaked terrifyingly. Squee, shiny Ralts. This can't be real, right? Tell me the blue hair is dyed. This video seems to have employed intelligent synthesis technology. Please identify risks cautiously. Oh my gosh, a $30,000 blind box egg hatched a shiny Ralts. Xia Chen, you truly deserve to be damned. Give it to me. The competition was announced by Master E, orchestrated by him, and even the rewards were selected by him, creating a seamless experience from start to finish. Master Pigeon, it would be prudent to include Master E in the family tree. Include him in the family tree? Surely. It wouldn't be excessive to pay homage to Master E with 10 bows each morning. Moreover, let us not forget, Master E shall forever be our eternal deity. I wish for a unique colored iron dumbbell. I wish for a round land shark. Your desires are rather extravagant. I would be content with merely wishing for a unique colored little fire dragon. As the moment unfolded between Xia Chen and Ralu Razi, the half-hour video reached its conclusion. Within half an hour of the video's release, the once lively pigeon coop returned to its usual buzz. Clearly, the pigeons had returned home after watching the video. Sister Mi Lin is my wife. What a wretched creature. I wish to berate Master Pigeon 1,000 times over. And that wouldn't even suffice. Shanato's skirt offers a cool breeze. Isn't your wife Sister Mi Lin? Why the excitement? I am the one who should be crying. Woe is me. I shall forever adore Ralu Razi. Password red envelopes. I shall always cherish Ralu Razi. I shall forever adore Ralu Razi. I shall forever adore Master E. Targeting the Sinnoh League champion. What a grand gesture from the group leader today, receiving over 100. Thank you, affluent lady. Your generosity is remarkable. Targeting the Sinnoh League champion. Your nickname changes so swiftly. Has Master E ceased to be your beloved? I shall forever adore Ralu Razi. Password red envelopes. I shall forever adore Master E. Targeting the Sinnoh League champion. As expected of you. Off you go, off to train. Striving to learn to smile. Ralu Razi is indeed adorable, but it still falls slightly short of Morabeko. Purple chubby one, what are you saying? The only one cuter than Ralu Razi is Gungoe. Soon, the group was embroiled in an eternal debate over which Pokémon was the cutest. Meanwhile, the video titled How Did You Know I Have a Unique Colored Ralu Razi was experiencing a terrifying surge in viewership, gaining immense popularity. After posting that video, Xia Chen turned his attention solely to his newly born Ralu Razi. Although Pokémon possess superior physical prowess compared to humans, the fragility of newborns necessitates extra caution. This morning, I indulged in freshly ordered Moo Moo milk, lavishly warming Ralu Razi with a silk scarf. After a bustling afternoon, Ralu Razi finally finished her first meal and gently drifted to sleep in Xia Chen's embrace. Having cared for a newborn Pokémon for the first time, Xia Chen let out a sigh of relief, leaning back on the sofa while clumsily maneuvering his phone with one hand. First, he messaged his homeroom teacher, Mr. Yang. Xia Chen, teacher, I would like to request a week off. Yang Guanghui, what's the matter? Your attendance this semester has already been quite low, and you just took a week off. What is the reason this time? Xia Chen was apprehensive about disturbing Lalo Leisai, who had just fallen asleep in his arms. So he opted to type less and express himself succinctly. Xia Chen, maternity leave. Yang Guanghui, huh? You're taking maternity leave? Is your body structure even capable of that? Yang Guanghui, or are you accompanying someone? Could it be? Yang Guanghui, does her father know about this? Xia Chen was utterly bewildered. This conversation seemed to be going awry. He had only just typed the words maternity leave when he began to elaborate. But the speed of one hand was indeed quite inadequate. By the time he completed his explanation, Yang was already congratulating himself on becoming a father. I just hatched a shiny Lala Leisai today, and I need to stay home this week to take care of her. Once this message was sent, silence ensued, followed by a series of retracted messages. Yang Guanghui, understood, I've approved it. Today, upon reviewing the character card, I felt something was amiss, only to realize that the male protagonist had forgotten to add it. Chapter 72. Welcome to the Pokémon Simulation Simulator. Every time a new companion joins, visiting Silver Department Store has nearly become a tradition for Xia Chen's family. The arrival of Lalo Leisai was somewhat different. It was Xia Chen's first visit to the new Pokémon area. The newly hatched Lalo Leisai was quite small, measuring only a few dozen centimeters, and could effortlessly perch on Xia Chen's hand. However, she mimicked Eevee and chose to sit on Xia Chen's right shoulder, leaving the left side still occupied by Eevee. Fortunately, the average physique in this world was akin to that of the inhabitants of Super True New Town, or else Xia Chen feared he would inevitably develop uneven shoulders. As he gazed at the dazzling array of products in the newborn Pokémon merchandise section, Xia Chen was momentarily overwhelmed by the choices. There is a saying in my past life that women and children are the easiest to earn money from. Siachin believed that in this world, one must also include Pokémon. When these three factors combined, it was akin to an insatiable beast consuming wealth. Nutritional supplements, Pokémon skincare products, early education devices. He acquired a variety of these items, uncertain of their utility. Though he was financially constrained, he was certainly not stingy when it came to Pokémon supplies. He had spent nearly 100,000 when capturing Eevee and Magikarp. Alolan deserved no less prestige, after all. Sir, this shiny Alolan of yours is truly adorable, a sales assistant remarked as she approached Xia Chen, who was perusing the aisles. Xia Chen immediately heightened his guard, wondering why his Eevee and Magikarp weren't considered adorable. Was I not charming in my own right? Yet another woman attempting to swindle me out of my money. Although Xia Chen understood the situation clearly, he politely responded, "Thank you for the compliment." The innocent Alolan, unaware of the insidious nature of human intentions, also graciously replied, "Thank you for the compliment. Our company has recently developed a remarkable device perfectly suited for newly born psychic-type sprites. It is widely acknowledged that the cerebral potential of psychic sprites is vast, and this device gently stimulates their abilities. Is the map of Yin Country really this brief?" The salesperson continued to chatter incessantly, leaving Xia Chen speechless as he accepted the psychic stimulation device she offered. It resembled a hanging Bluetooth headset, but rather than being worn on the ear, it is affixed to the sprite's head in the form of electrode pads. The innovations from Silver Corporation are indeed reliable, and upon discovering that the price fell within his budget, Xia Chen readily added it to his shopping cart. He did not expect much utility from it. It was merely a small toy for his daughter. After purchasing the items for Ralts, Xia Chen supplemented his cart with additional necessities for other sprites. Since his total expenditure exceeded 100,000, Silver Department Store graciously arranged for the delivery of all his purchases to his home. The joy of shopping was fleeting, soon replaced by the stark reality of the diminishing balance in his account. As he gazed at the dwindling figures, Xia Chen let out a soft sigh. He had initially believed that the funds in his account would suffice for Eevee and Magikarp until the college entrance examinations, yet now, with the addition of Ralts, it seemed otherwise. One could only say that once the path of a trainer is chosen, one is forever on the journey of earning money. He hoped that Magikarp or Eevee would gather their strength and evolve sooner rather than later. The newly born Ralts was akin to a pristine sheet of white paper, possessing no comprehension of the world around her. However, unlike Eevee, who was filled with a keen curiosity, Ralts had scarcely strayed more than a meter from Xia Chen's side during the past 24 hours since her birth. Even as Xia Chen resumed his daily routine of cooking, crafting energy cubes, and editing videos, Ralts remained close by. Being accompanied by an adorable Ralts was indeed a source of happiness, yet at times, overwhelming joy could become a burden. Feeling a surge within himself, Xia Chen realized he needed to release some of that energy. He cleared his throat twice and gestured toward Eevee, who was watching television on the sofa. "Ralts, why don't you go play with your sister Eevee for a bit?" Ralts turned her head to glance at Eevee, but did not approach. She felt an odd sense of emotion emanating from Eevee that she could not quite grasp. It was clear to her that it was not the same kind of affection that Xia Chen expressed. In contrast to Eevee, Ralts had a greater fondness for Magikarp. Yet Magikarp remained confined to its aquarium, leaving her unable to engage with it. Regardless, she had no desire to be alone with Eevee. Noticing Ralts' reluctance to move, Xia Chen felt somewhat helpless. He couldn't simply leave Ralts unattended. Perhaps he could find something to capture Ralts' attention? After a moment of contemplation, he naturally thought of the newly acquired psychic stimulation device. Indeed, it had just been purchased and now proved to be useful. Ralts looked at the object in Xia Chen's hand, tilting her head in confusion. Although Xia Chen was present when she purchased this item, the salesperson's lengthy exposition was incomprehensible to Alolan, leaving her unaware of its specific purpose. Xia Chen, feeling an urgent physiological need, had no time for extensive explanations. So he simply conveyed, "This is something I specially prepared for you. Wear it, and it will be as if I am by your side, accompanying you through growth. What do you think, Alolan? Would you like to give it a try?" Naively, Alolan believed Xia Chen's persuasion, despite her blue hair obscuring her eyes. The smile gracing her lips revealed her joy. Growing alongside Xia Chen was her greatest delight. Then let our journey commence. The awakening of supernatural abilities could indeed be considered a journey, right? Xia Chen, slightly apprehensive, affixed 2 electrode pads to Alolan's head. After pressing the switch, he hurriedly retreated to the restroom, fearing an impending crisis. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Alolan, with the electrode pads attached, was about to embark on a wondrous mental journey. Life simulator binding successful. Anomaly detected. System is automatically adjusting and restarting. What is this place? Lalulesai found herself engulfed in a void, the mechanical voice in her mind rendering her momentarily disoriented. Yet, trusting in Xia Chen, she managed to retain her composure. What he gave me will surely not harm me. Restart successful. Welcome to the Spirit Life Simulator. First simulation initiated. Please select the world of arrival. Available worlds. Unbelievable Maze Locked Worlds. Future World, Ancient World, Ultimate Space, Verdant Region, Crown Snowfield. What is this Spirit Life Simulator? Lalulesai pondered, her confusion deepening. She recalled Xia Chen's earlier words. Wearing it is akin to having me by your side as you grow. Thus, this device allows traversal through various worlds, enabling Xia Chen to accompany her in her growth. Enlightened, Lalulesai considered her options, but realized there seemed to be no choices available. Well, I shall select this one. Unbelievable Maze. Loading Simulation World. Loading complete. Dear host, I wish you a pleasant journey. Chapter 73. The Yellow-Blue Exploration Team. Depart. You awaken on a sandy beach, where something seems to be calling your name. A familiar voice echoed in her mind as Lalulesai regained consciousness, only to find her body unresponsive, still unable to move. The good news was that before her now lay not a void, but a vibrant scene composed of colorful blocks. Before her stretched an endless ocean and a golden beach. On the shore stood a small, white creature that bore a resemblance to her own kind, accompanied by an unfamiliar yellow creature. Is this the simulated world? The astute Lalulesai gradually comes to comprehend everything. Thus, the yellow sprite represents the appearance of this simulated world, Siachin? The system offered no response to Lalulesai, merely advancing the progression of the world. This Pikachu claims to be your partner, and together you have formed a team called the Yellow-Blue Exploration Squad, aspiring to seek the most precious treasures and become the greatest explorers. You are about to register at the Pudding Guild when your token is snatched away by a Zubat and a Weezing on the way. At this moment, you decide. Option 1. Abandon the retrieval of the token, consequently forfeiting your eligibility to join the guild. Option 2. Enter the cave with Pikachu to reclaim the token, albeit risking defeat by the creatures within. If option 1 is chosen, would the world cease to progress? Without a moment's hesitation, Lalulesai opted for option 2. I commend this choice. Your cleverness has prevented the simulation from concluding at such a trivial juncture. You and Pikachu venture into the cave in search of the Zubat and Weezing. Lalulesai felt somewhat bewildered. Was this voice truly praising her? Naively, Lalulesai remained oblivious to the term sarcasm and continued to follow the course of the world. Upon entering the cave, Lalulesai discovered that both she and Siachin's sprites were frozen in place. What is happening? Gazing at the square cave map, a sudden epiphany struck her. Was it my turn to act? To move forward? This is how the game is played. You truly are a remarkable individual, my friend. Is this genuinely a compliment? Even as innocent as Lalulesai was, she sensed an undercurrent of sarcasm in those words. Yet, lacking evidence to confront this simulator, she decided to let it be and proceeded to maneuver her and Siachin's sprites deeper into the cave. In the first level, no unforeseen incidents occurred, and the exploration team successfully located the entrance to the next level. In the second level, the team encountered a Sunflora, and when Lalulesai came face to face with it, misfortune struck once more. Darkness enveloped her vision, and upon reopening her eyes, she found herself capable of regaining control over her body. More critically, as if returning to the real world, she was surrounded by rugged cave rocks with a Sunflora right before her. Before she could revel in this realization, she noticed the Sunflora bounding towards her, seemingly intent on colliding. Instinctively, Lalulesai's innate battle instincts informed her that the Sunflora was about to attack. However, having never experienced combat, she was at a loss regarding how to respond to the Sunflora's onslaught. After all, she had only just hatched from her egg a day prior. Reflexively, Lalulesai closed her eyes, bracing herself to endure the enemy's strike. Yet, accompanied by a resolute Pika, the anticipated pain did not befall her. Lalulesai opened her eyes, only to find Xia Chen springing forth, positioning himself in front of her, bravely absorbing the impact of the assault. In his valiant attempt to shield her, Siachin succumbed. Lalulesai stared blankly at the still figure of the yellow-skinned rodent before her, an indescribable emotion surging within her heart. Innocent as a blank slate, Lalulesai was unaware of the nature of this feeling. Yet, the agonizing ache in her heart and the blurred vision before her silently conveyed her turmoil. Suddenly, the latent superpower within her surged forth, unleashing a chaotic burst of energy from her petite frame, akin to a flurry of sharp, invisible needles striking the sun coral ahead. Moments later, The sun coral could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed. Simultaneously, Lalolesai lost control over her body once more, and the scene reverted to a world composed of blocks. Observing her own image alongside the motionless yellow-skinned rodent on the ground, Lalolesai realized she was in the so-called simulation world. This meant that the Xia Chen before her was not the real one, and he had not truly perished. While this thought brought her a measure of relief, the fall of the virtual Xia Chen still left her feeling disheartened. What was the point of continuing the adventure? A world without Xia Chen was not the world she yearned for. You are saddened and enraged by the downfall of your companion, unconsciously unleashing your inner energy to attack the enemy, leading to the collapse of the sun coral, and you find your spirits dampened by your companion's fate. Yet, the youthful you remain oblivious to the fact that the simulation world can be restarted, simply requiring you to call out loudly, "Revive, my companion." What strange words are these? For some reason, Lalolesai felt an unsettling discomfort at this statement. Yet, evidently, if she wished to restart the world, she had no choice but to follow the narration echoing in her mind. "Revive, my companion." For the first time in her life, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. The simulation of this world has concluded, and the system evaluation is as follows. Please choose your simulation reward. Option 1. Energy Level 1, a reward only a fool would choose. Option 2. Mastery of the Psychic Ability, a choice for the short-sighted. Option 3. Fragment of the Telepathy Ability, 13. Wow. A golden legend. Yet, this remains a gambler's choice, as you may never encounter this reward again in the future. Oh, it turns out there are rewards for each simulation. I wonder if this score is good or bad. But what should I choose as my reward? Why does everything in the description sound so peculiar? Does telepathy mean I can converse with Siachin through thought? In other words, I could share my feelings with him through this ability? Is this not the very power I desire most? Ignoring the fact that this was merely a fragment of information, Lalolesai resolutely declared, "I choose the fragment of the telepathy ability. I delight in this choice. You are on the verge of achieving a trifecta." Lalolesai has gradually grown accustomed to the simulator's peculiarities, and she eagerly exclaimed, "Let us embark on another journey. Let us simulate the world anew." Moderation in simulation nourishes the mind, while excessive indulgence harms the body. It is essential to allocate time judiciously and relish a healthy life. The countdown for the next simulation begins. 239, 59, 59. Chapter 74. Thus life re-enters its course. Lalolesai, how was the recent experience? Are you satisfied with the instrument? As Siachin gently removed the electrodes from Lalolesai, he cast a somewhat guilty glance at her, who appeared slightly dazed. Reflecting on having deceived such an innocent and endearing creature, a twinge of remorse lingered in his heart. However, given the gravity of the situation at that moment, he felt compelled to make amends through companionship. As Siachin contemplated how to soothe her, Lalolesai's reaction left him astonished. She stood up, nodding cheerfully, exclaiming, "Lalo, I thoroughly enjoyed the recent journey," she silently added in her heart. "Though I felt a tinge of sadness when the Pikachu you transformed into succumbed to the onslaught on my behalf." Lalolesai raised her hands, and Siachin, understanding her gesture, smiled and lifted her petite form into his arms. As she enveloped herself in his warm embrace, a gentle smile graced her lips. "Even in the simulated world, I wish to shield you from harm. Siachin, I shall strive to grow stronger and protect you well." Meanwhile, Siachin, holding Lalolesai, felt a sense of bewilderment. Observing her state, it was evident she had undergone something profound. The only entity she had interacted with was the psychic activation device. Thus, it seemed that the instrument was the catalyst for her experience. Curiosity piqued, he wondered what Lalolesai had encountered during her exploration. Yet, he was not a Pokémon himself. Even if he donned the device for first-hand experience, it would likely yield no benefit. Nevertheless, he resolved to cherish Lalolesai's joy above all. Truly, the Silver Company has outdone itself, designing an apparatus for newly hatched psychic Pokémon with such thoughtfulness. A commendation is in order. Perhaps due to the bond formed from nurturing Lalolesai from her inception, Siachin and she have harmonized splendidly. As for the relationships with the two senior Pokémon at home, the interaction between Cho-Cho-Yu and Lalolesai has been sparse. Yet their rapport appears to be amicable. Initially, after a period of inexplicable distance, the bond between Eevee and Lalolesai has also gradually improved. Whenever Siachin ventured out for groceries, Eevee would take on the role of a protective older sister, assuming the responsibility of looking after Lalolesai. Siachin speculated that Eevee might have felt a pang of jealousy at first, perceiving his excessive attention towards Lalolesai as neglect. However, for reasons unknown, she later ceased to resist Lalolesai, perhaps due to her own psychological adjustment. Indeed, Siachin's guess was accurate. Yet the emotional journey of Eevee was far more intricate than he had anticipated. From the very beginning, Eevee was aware that the creature hatching from the egg would be the shiny Ralts, a Pokémon that Xia Chen deeply cherished. Although such a comparison may seem somewhat inappropriate, Eevee often felt that her actions mirrored a rather self-serving inclination, akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. This sensation initially unsettled her, causing a disarray in her mindset. However, as Ralts required less care over time, and Xia Chen began to distribute his attention more equitably among the three Pokémon, Eevee gradually relinquished her earlier reservations. After all, who could resist the charm of a pure and adorable Ralts? Thus, she slowly let go of her preconceived notions. For Ralts, after a week of acclimatization, she began to grasp the fundamental rules of this world where humans and Pokémon coexist. Consequently, she ceased to cling excessively to Xia Chen, gradually learning to embrace independence. In summary, after a period of initial chaos following Ralts' birth, harmony returned to Xia Chen's household, at least on the surface. With the maternity leave from Teacher Yang nearing its conclusion, the prospect of returning to an ordinary student life beckoned, a welcome change indeed. As anticipated, every so-called holiday proved to be a form of torment, yet the rewards were gratifying. Ralts had successfully navigated her critical early stage, and from here on, her nurturing would align with that of Eevee and the others. In terms of Ralts' development, suitable nurturing tools for Psychic-type Pokémon had already been reserved with Sister Qian. It is worth noting that the esteemed Psychic-type Pokémon necessitated considerably more expensive training equipment. Nevertheless, with Ralts being newly hatched, there was no rush to commence training. The hope was for her to enjoy a delightful childhood. The development of the beautiful energy cube seemed to have hit a bottleneck, the reasons for which remained unclear, whether due to machinery or technique, but the refinement and palatability could not be further enhanced. Yet, compared to the initial version of the beautiful energy cube, the effectiveness had improved tenfold, if not 9. The ongoing observations documented in the Ugly Fish diary corroborated this, revealing a stark contrast between the newly captured fish and its current state. Oh, Ugly Fish, may you evolve in secret and astonish everyone. On Eevee's end, the fairy stone had absorbed its second gem, and the health report indicated that the concentration of fairy-type energy within Eevee was nearing that of a typical Pokémon of the same type. Yet no signs of evolution were apparent. The silver lining was that research in the Kalos region had also stagnated. Perhaps it was acceptable to be mediocre as long as my competitors were equally lacking. As for our family's financial endeavors, that video featuring Ralts had gone viral, amassing over 10 million views in just 6 days. Thanks to this video, my follower count had surpassed 1 million. Indeed, gold shines wherever it may be found. However, now they referred to me as the irksome district master, even calling me Xia Dog, which felt rather excessive. Nevertheless, considering that the money sent by Uncle this month had nearly doubled, I decided to let the insults slide. Thanks to Telarulus, the number of fans has nearly doubled, and the views on previous videos have significantly increased. Reflecting on it, the initial surge was driven by Eevee, followed by Lurulus. And now the pressure has shifted to the rather unappealing fish. Closing the diary, Xia Chen stretched leisurely. Glancing at the cuckoo-shaped clock on the wall, he noted that the hour hand was nearing 11 o'clock. Eevee and Lurulus, it is time for bed. School awaits us tomorrow. On the bed, Eevee lay atop Lurulus, her large tail swishing back and forth, seemingly engaging in some playful antics with her younger sister. Xia Chen, exasperated, grasped the scruff of Eevee's neck. Is this how you teach Lurulus basic battle skills? Eevee flailed her tiny paws in the air, lacking any foothold, unable to escape Xia Chen's grasp. Bui. To learn to battle, one must first learn to endure. Although Xia Chen could not comprehend Eevee's words, the confident tone indicated she was likely espousing some misguided rationale. Just as he was about to advocate for Lurulus, the little victim herself raised her face and nodded in agreement. Lurulus had already realized that the simulated world was not merely a space for her amusement. She needed to prepare diligently for the next simulation. For no other reason than to converse with Xia Chen, she was determined to master telepathy. Eevee turned in surprise to glance at Lurulus. Though her previous statement was somewhat harsh, it was heartfelt. To her astonishment, Lurulus recognized her sentiment. Indeed, she was a worthy candidate, destined to climb that peak alongside Xia Chen without holding him back. Chapter 75, Pokémon Battle Royale. The two sisters, one willing to fight and the other willing to endure, left Xia Chen with little to say. Nonetheless, no matter how much they practiced, it was now time for slumber. After helping the two little ones wash up, Xia Chen suddenly recalled something. Aren't you two going to sleep in your own rooms? Though Xia Chen's home was old, It was spacious enough for himself and his future 6 main Pokémon. Thus, both Eevee and Lurelus had their own rooms, albeit they had scarcely ever used them. Bui. La. Eevee and Lurelus looked up in unison, gazing at Xia Chen with confusion. Their own rooms? Such a thing existed? Xia Chen sighed, placing a hand on his forehead. You two are already quite grown. La. Lurelus glanced down at her small, slender form, puzzled. Xia Chen cleared his throat. All right, even if you're not very large now, you will eventually grow. Lurelus, just think. When you evolve into a Shinado, would it still be appropriate for you to sleep with me? La. Lurelus tilted her head in confusion. What is wrong with evolving into a Shinado? Xia Chen, feeling rather irritable, scratched his head and decided to forego further discussion, proclaiming that once you evolve into a Cerulean, you shall sleep alone. Lurelus, with a gentle nod, wore a faint smile upon her lips. After my evolution, I shall indeed become a Cerulean. What does Lurelus' promise have to do with my transformation? In the dead of night, as was customary, a barely perceptible, muffled sound emanated from the bottom of the aquarium. However, if Siachin were to crouch beside it each evening and listen closely, he would discern that the sounds from within the aquarium were growing ever more pronounced, much like the once ugly fish gradually becoming resplendent in its appearance. The noise persisted for approximately 15 minutes before gradually subsiding. The once ugly fish seemed to enter a period of tranquil repose, languidly resting upon the green stone, tirelessly absorbing what appeared to be an inexhaustible source of energy. Yet, in reality, the origins of this energy, the mysterious droplets and the white jade pearls, had diminished to nearly 1/3 of their original size. System, if I engage in this singular form of exercise daily, will I truly become stronger? The once ugly fish pondered, feeling the surge of energy coursing through its body. Once, in a realm filled with peculiar individuals, there existed a bald man who could vanquish even the mightiest of foes with but a single punch. If that failed, he would simply deliver another blow. The system refrained from directly addressing the fish's inquiry, opting instead to narrate a tale. The once ugly fish understood. So you mean to say that when I encounter an adversary, a single water cannon will suffice? While your deductive reasoning is indeed remarkable among your peers, should you rely solely on the water cannon during battles, your trainer may not be overly pleased with you. What I intend to convey is that such a formidable superhuman has a rather simplistic regimen. 100 push-ups, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and a 10-kilometer run, nothing more. Slightly chagrined by the system's subtle jibes, the once ugly fish released a series of discontented bubbles. Perhaps wishing to bolster the fish's confidence, the system cheerfully announced, Dear host, your beauty level has reached 500. Please continue with your efforts. Oh, 500? Has it truly come so swiftly? Wasn't he at just 200 half a month ago? The once ugly fish exhaled a stream of delighted bubbles. To maintain his morale, the fish had refrained from inquiring about the beauty level. And now he was met with such a delightful surprise. It is worth noting that the beauty level rising from 0 to 200 had taken nearly a month. The fish had assumed it would take at least half a year to achieve evolution. Now, if this calculation holds, does that mean I could evolve in just a month? Wait, you mentioned this is not merely a mathematical problem. Just as the fish voiced its query, it quickly negated its own thought, not wishing to provoke further sarcasm from the system. Clever host, your calculations are indeed quite precise. If you continue to absorb energy blocks of the same quality at this pace, you will have amassed sufficient beauty level for evolution in less than a month, perhaps even sooner. The unsightly fish expelled a series of bubbles, each reflecting a tumult of emotions. Although the system had anticipated its own predictions and offered a scathing self-reflection, the silver lining was that in no more than a month, it would undergo evolution. This news invigorated the unsightly fish, banishing its fatigue in an instant. Even the once tiresome large blue stone appeared charming in its newfound light. With a determined flip, the fish declared, I can continue to strive through the night. The following morning, after a brief maternity leave, Xia Chen had to return to school. This time, his team included an additional Pokémon, Ralts. Notably, while most of his classmates were nurturing only their initial Pokémon, the seemingly impoverished Xia Chen had surprisingly raised 3, a remarkable feat indeed. Ralts also preferred not to remain confined within her Pokéball. This preference harkened back to a certain Eevee, which had scarcely ever entered the luxurious ball Xia Chen had procured for her. Consequently, the basket carrying the Eevee and a shiny Ralts transformed into a spectacle that could outshine even the most extravagant sports cars. Riding in style to school, Siachin arrived at the familiar yet foreign campus. It felt foreign, as his attendance this semester had barely exceeded half. With over half a month since the start of the Pokémon Cup preliminaries and a week since Ralts had hatched, his classroom hours were indeed limited. However, the vocation of a Pokémon trainer seldom finds its knowledge within textbooks. A significant portion of the educational curriculum is spent in the great outdoors. Upon returning, Xia Chen heard teacher Yang announce that the students of the Pokémon battle class would embark on an autumn excursion. Late October, with its crisp air, marked the tail end of autumn and represented the last opportunity of the year for such outings. Of course, for aspiring trainers, what was termed an autumn outing was, in essence, a field training exercise. It is well known that Pokémon within urban conglomerates represent merely a fraction of this world. All great trainers have honed their skills amidst the wilds, teeming with formidable Pokémon. The battlefield for trainers extends beyond the fair and regulated arenas to forests, mountains, and all conceivable sites of conflict. This particular training location was one Xia Chen was familiar with, Linga Mountain. This site had proven to be a veritable treasure trove for him. It was here that he captured the unsightly fish and earned his first substantial fortune. One could only wonder what surprises awaited him this time. Previous autumn outings had often been critiqued for their lack of novelty, prompting the school to introduce something intriguing this year. Has anyone played PUBG? Teacher Yang beamed from the podium. The students, at the tender age of 16 or 17, were undoubtedly more skilled in gaming than in other pursuits. The moment the familiar phrase resonated, a wave of excitement erupted among them. Of course, it's a parachuting simulator. In this modern age, it is surprising that we are still engaged in traditional games like chicken dinner. Teacher Yang, allow me to introduce you to Naraka, Blade Point. I am exceptionally skilled. Why did Teacher Yang mention this? Could it be that our upcoming autumn outing will adopt such a format? If it is indeed in this manner, I might as well go and kiss the principal's shiny bald head. There's no need to be so extreme, my friend. Observing the increasingly animated discussions among the students, Teacher Yang tapped the desk and commanded silence. Would you like to know the format of the autumn outing? This tactic proved effective, as the classroom fell silent. All eyes eagerly fixed on Teacher Yang. He nodded and stated, you guessed correctly. This year's autumn outing will take the form of a battle royale. The specific rules have yet to be determined by the school, but I will inform you all in due course. Now, everyone, prepare well for the journey home. As soon as Teacher Yang's words echoed in the classroom, it transformed into an airport bustling with the sounds of takeoff. A Pokémon battle royale? This sounds exceedingly intriguing. By the end of October, the weather had gradually cooled. Yet the breeze from the lake could not dampen the excitement of the young boys and girls aboard the bus traveling along the lakeside road. The interior of the bus buzzed with animated discussions among the students. Why doesn't the school rent a plane for us to experience real parachuting? Parachuting? Do you want me to run a toxic gas for you? Having a flying-type Pokémon escort us would be fantastic. Today, we must secure that chicken dinner. Come on. There are nearly 200 participants in this event. The odds of winning are far lower than in the game. However, the rewards for winning seem quite generous. The latest 5th-generation compulsory training device from Silver Company will be awarded to each member of the victorious team. That must be worth hundreds of thousands. Don't even think about winning the championship. The rewards for the top 10 are already quite substantial. The principal is being exceptionally generous this time. Moreover, trainers who rank high on the kill leaderboard will also receive ample rewards. This autumn outing is truly fascinating. By the way, which team are you in? Xiaowenxiu, Mi and Chu Xiaoling. Why do you ask? Aren't you all ground-type Pokémon? What will you do if you encounter a flying type? Besides, wasn't it said that teams can consist of 5 members? Oh no, I completely forgot that all 4 of us belong to the ground-type class and have a good relationship. What now? We can't change it. How foolish. Just find a team with plenty of electric-type Pokémon and form an alliance. The school won't interfere with that. Alright. The electric types probably wouldn't want to see us either. But wouldn't that be inappropriate? Stop being so narrow-minded. The world isn't just about fighting. It's about relationships and social dynamics. Besides, if you pick up an item that boosts electric-type moves, and they pick up one that enhances ground-type moves, isn't that just resource recycling? In the back of the bus, Siachin sat with his Eevee, eyes closed, resting. Last night was yet another day of hard work to support his family. Fortunately, his physical condition was robust. Otherwise, he would struggle to endure today as high-intensity activities. Beside her, the eyes of Ralts, nestled beneath its short hair, gleamed as it gazed out the window, admiring the autumnal beauty of Lake Yunza. The little creature had yet to venture outside since its birth, although it had experienced the ocean and caves twice within the simulator. The pixelated scenery paled in comparison to the splendor of true nature. Ah-chun, do you think our trio will be at a disadvantage? Ming-Yi inquired, seated by the aisle and listening to the discussions of her classmates. In their team for this activity, besides herself and Xia Chen, their final companion was Yulong Tao. Judging solely by their paper strength, The champions and top contenders of the Pokémon Cup certainly boasted impressive credentials. However, in this unpredictable format, where one could encounter numerous adversaries, 3 individuals and 3 Pokémon might struggle to endure in prolonged battles, causing Ming-Yi to feel a twinge of anxiety. There's no need to worry. We can collect ample healing items and energy cubes in the early stages and play it safe. If all else fails, we have Magikarp and Ralts, Xia Chen reassured. Ralts? The little Pokémon seemed to respond to Xia Chen's call, turning its head in confusion. Ming-Yi, observing the Ralts, which was still smaller than Xia Chen's arm, contemplated for a moment before remaining silent. She did not wish to dampen the confidence of the recently born creature. From the back, Yulong Tao also shared his perspective. It's fine, aren't either airdrops? We'll find a way. The Eevee and Xia Chen's arms yawned lazily. It's of no concern, I will step in when needed. An hour later, at the entrance of Linga Mountain scenic area, the principal was emphasizing the most crucial rules of the autumn outing. First, no attacking other trainers. Second, the flying rotom assigned to each team is vital. It will display your location and the boundaries of the elimination zone, as well as monitor any violations. Third, this is merely a recreational competition. I wish everyone enjoyment and fun. Subsequently, nearly 100 aerial Pokémon provided by the scenic area and the school took flight, carrying the first batch of students into the dense forest. Siachin's team was among the first to depart, opting to land beside a stream that traversed the entirety of Linga Mountain. One of the competition's rules forbade the use of Pokémon that had scored. Once a Pokémon scored, it could not be used again. To bolster their combat capability and allow Magikarp the opportunity to shine, Xia Chen decided to remain in the vicinity of the stream until the circle shrank. Although Magikarp had yet to battle since its capture, having it hide in the stream to scout the enemy was crucial. The school had implemented the rule against scoring to encourage confrontations, and even ambushes on Pokémon were permitted. In such circumstances, intelligence became paramount. Regrettably, none of the 3 possessed a flying Pokémon, leaving Magikarp to assume the role of scout. What is the most vital aspect of playing Battle Royale games? When skill levels are equal, it is undoubtedly resources. In a scenario where others are equipped with level 3 helmets and armor, wielding fully outfitted firearms, charging in with merely a frying pan would undoubtedly lead to defeat. Although Pokémon battles are not akin to gunfights, the items within these battles hold significant importance. Consequently, to enhance the competition's enjoyment, the school has replaced the game's various weapons and supplies with Pokémon items. When it comes to resource gathering, one cannot overlook the individual blessed with nearly maxed out luck. The foliage atop Linga Mountain predominantly consists of evergreen trees, creating a lush and vibrant scene even in the depths of autumn, devoid of any desolation associated with the season. The dense would serve as the perfect concealment for hidden Pokémon items. However, no matter how deeply they are hidden, they ultimately cannot escape the sharp gaze of a certain little Eevee. With a graceful leap from the tree, Eevee descends, adorned with a spiky helmet resembling a Pokémon item that reflects damage akin to the game's protective gear during close encounters. Who wants this spiky helmet? Siachin calmly begins to allocate resources, glancing at the Pokémon item collected by Eevee. Yulong Tao regards Eevee with a somewhat peculiar expression. I'll pass. Ye has already donned the power headband that Eevee just retrieved, and I have a focus band set aside for emergencies. Ming-Yi also declined Siachin's kind offer, noting that her vine snake is equipped with a tactical vest and a momentum headband. In just over an hour since their descent, under Eevee's almost miraculous sense for Pokémon items, several Pokémon have been nearly fully equipped. Even the mascot, Ralts, sports a fashionable scarf around its neck. Their gathered supplies include Moo Moo milk, energy cubes, berry juice, antidotes, and healing potions, encompassing nearly every essential resource. Initially, Ming-Yi believed they had landed in a resource-rich area, but after encountering the first squad and discovering only a few meager bottles of berry juice upon looting their opponents, she realized that it wasn't the location that was fortunate, but rather Eevee's exceptional search skills that were astonishingly effective. This opening truly marks an unprecedentedly splendid beginning. Chapter 77. You'll regret it. Despite the auspicious start facilitated by a certain little Eevee, Siachin's team must not be complacent. For this is a Pokémon Battle Royale, not merely a scavenging contest. Pokémon items remain external resources. Survival until the end is the sole path to victory. Linga Mountain is vast enough that even 200 individuals wandering for a day might not cross paths. In such circumstances, the contraction of the safe zone becomes the essential element that propels the Battle Royale forward. As Siachin and his companions search along the creek for as many supplies as possible, their team's designated flying rotom begins to announce. In 5 minutes, The first safe zone contraction will commence. Please check the latest safe zone map and enter the safe zone promptly. Yulong Tao raised his hand to check the time on his locator bracelet. It was precisely 10 o'clock, 2 hours past the commencement of the competition at 8. This was likely no coincidence. It seemed that the interval for each circle contraction was consistently 2 hours. Mingy nodded in agreement. Recalling the rules which stated that there would be a total of 4 contractions today, implying that the final contraction would occur at 4 in the afternoon. To reduce the vast expanse of Linga Mountain to a mere area where only a few teams could determine the victor, the magnitude of the contractions would undoubtedly be considerable. While the two speculated, Xia Chen had already sprinted to the screen displaying the first contraction map of the flying rotom. The good news was that the stream they occupied remained within the safety zone. The bad news was that the safety area was located in the northeast corner of Linga Mountain, while they were positioned in the southwest. Although Xia Chen verbally lamented the unfavorable news, he felt little concern internally. For teams of average strength, landing in the final circle was indeed the most advantageous scenario, allowing for ambush tactics. However, for his own team, as long as they were not faced with situations of 1 against 2 or 3, they would encounter minimal issues in the early stages. In fact, he eagerly anticipated more encounters and confrontations. The school offered a reward for the kill leader, a spoon previously wielded by a gym leader of a prestigious institution, which greatly aided in the understanding of psychic abilities for psychic-type Pokémon. This rare item, difficult to acquire in the marketplace, was something Siachin yearned for, particularly for his Ralts, who was at the nascent stage of developing psychic powers. To vie for the title of kill leader, Siachin had discussed with his teammates the possibility of exchanging cash for the right to claim defeats. Mingy and Yulong Tao graciously declined, as both hailed from affluent backgrounds, with Yulong Tao being particularly distinguished. Siachin, not one to be overly sentimental, accepted their kindness. A person brimming with unwavering confidence in their future would never fret about failing to repay their friend's goodwill. After a brief discussion regarding their route, the group gathered their belongings and set off toward the safety zone. The agile Eevee leaped through the trees, while the vine snake, blending seamlessly with the environment, slithered through the underbrush to forge a path. Alongside them, the lurking Magikarp in the stream contributed to a modest yet effective reconnaissance collaboration across land, sea, and sky. Meanwhile, Yaya and Ralts followed closely behind Xia Chen, serving as bait to lure any lurking Pokémon into ambush. The weather over Yunza Lake was splendid that day. As midday approached, the sun hung high in the sky, and the rays penetrating the forest grew increasingly intense. Siachin's team had progressed safely for nearly half an hour, drawing ever closer to the safety zone. Although the anticipated skirmish had yet to materialize, Xia Chen remained unperturbed, the outer circle's sparse density inherently limited encounters. It would not be until the third round of contractions in the afternoon that the competition could truly be said to commence. Life often unfolds in such a manner that the more one yearns for something to transpire, the less likely it is to occur. Conversely, when one does not anticipate it, it arrives unbidden. The irregular sound of splashing water echoed from the stream, causing a chill to run through Xia Chen, who discreetly surveyed his surroundings. This was the signal he had previously discussed with the ugly fish. A series of splashes indicated the presence of adversaries. Above him, the deliberate rustling of branches underfoot reached his ears, unmistakably a signal from Eevee. Clearly, a group of old silver coins lay in ambush, poised to launch a surprise attack on an unsuspecting passerby. Regrettably for them, they had chosen to lurk near Xia Chen's highly vigilant squad. Gently tugging at the sleeves of Ming Yi and Yulong Tao, both instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. To avoid alarming the enemy, the trio continued along their predetermined path. Lalu Laisai perched on Xia Chen's shoulder, rendering her an unlikely target. Should the adversaries choose to attack the trainer, they would face immediate disqualification, ensuring her safety. Thus, the only potential victim of the impending ambush was the unsuspecting Yaya, who walked at the front of the formation. Upon receiving intelligence of the impending attack, Xia Chen discerned several peculiarities in the environment around him. On the right side, the ground bore signs of recently disturbed soil, likely indicating that a Pokémon had tunneled through, possibly laying in wait for his team. In the thicket to the left front, a patch of green, starkly contrasting with the surrounding foliage, appeared suspicious, highly indicative of a grass-type Pokémon lying in ambush. Fear often stems from the unknown. Yet when all of an opponent's maneuvers are laid bare, should they dare to strike, they shall find no return. Siachin was confident that Eevee would have perceived what he himself had noticed. The bait and the fishing rod were prepared. Now, all that remained was to patiently await the catch. The forest was eerily silent, and Xia Chen and his companions appeared blissfully unaware as they continued their jovial conversation. Meanwhile, Yaya, positioned at the forefront, remained vigilant, observing the subtle movements of the grass and wind, yet remained oblivious to the encroaching dangers silently rising from below. As Yaya stepped upon the slightly soft earth, a flicker of doubt compelled him to glance down, finally realizing that something was amiss. Yet by then, it was far too late. The vibrations emanating from beneath his feet grew increasingly pronounced, and Yaya understood that a Pokémon was launching an underground assault. His remarkable reflexes prompted him to roll away in evasion, but the speed of the subterranean Pokémon was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, an oval-shaped, brownish figure burst forth from the ground, aiming directly for Yaya's vulnerable flank. The assailant was none other than the subterranean dweller capable of traversing vast distances underground, the Diglett. Though the impact of Diglett's attack was not particularly damaging, its humiliation was undeniable. Infuriated by the penetration of such a sensitive area, Yaya turned to retaliate against the Diglett, only to be ensnared by two deep green vine whips that suddenly emerged from the underbrush, binding him tightly and rendering him unable to respond. Yaya finally comprehended that the approaching sprites were not singular in number. They executed a swift and seamless series of maneuvers, reminiscent of seasoned offenders. Helplessly immobilized, Yaya found himself utterly at a loss, further exacerbated by the sight of a brown, bald creature with a crimson nose that had not attacked him, but instead burrowed back into the earth. Clearly, this was no mere mole fleeing, but rather it was preparing to employ the same tactic once more, aiming for Yaya's vulnerable abdomen. Where were his companions? A plea for assistance echoed in his mind. As if responding to his silent cry, several luminescent, star-shaped energy orbs cascaded from the sky, coinciding with the arrival of a rotund, brown figure. With a resounding boom, the heroic Eevee had made its entrance. In gaming terminology, the high-speed stars, equipped with tracking capabilities, constituted a directional skill rather than a non-directional one. Thus, this celestial projectile undoubtedly had a target in sight. The mole, in its pseudo-invincible state of burrowing, could not possibly be Eevee's primary target. Hence, the high-speed star's objective was undoubtedly that unknown grass-type sprite lurking in the underbrush, ensnaring Yaya with its vines. A thunderous explosion erupted amid the dense foliage, akin to a city gate ablaze, scattering countless emerald leaves into the air. Following this, a pained cry resonated forth. A small frog, crowned with a green bulb, tumbled out from the thicket, its face contorted, the dark green patterns upon it blending into a grotesque mass. Another member of the criminal gang had made its appearance, the classic grass-type starter, Bulbasaur. The state of Bulbasaur was evidently dire, struck by the high-speed star. It was nearly rendered incapable of battle. In recent days, the energy within Eevee had burgeoned significantly, augmenting her offensive prowess considerably. Yet, this explosive power of the high-speed star was not solely attributable to her enhancement. More crucially, prior to the battle, Eevee had stealthily utilized a self-boosting technique while idling in the trees. While employing ability-enhancing moves before a battle is typically deemed illegal, the rules are more lenient in wilderness skirmishes. Bulbasaur, overwhelmed by pain, could hardly attend to Yaya, and as the vines loosened, Yaya forcibly freed himself, reclaiming his liberty. Yaya, evade the burrowing and strike Bulbasaur with a surprise attack. Eevee's intervention signified the failure of the opponent's ambush. With renewed fervor, Yulong Tao commanded Yaya to sound the horn of counterattack, targeting none other than the Bulbasaur, now akin to a flickering candle in the wind, rendered vulnerable by Eevee's onslaught. Eevee, hold on, let us wait a moment longer. Though the battle had commenced, Xia Chen was in no rush to deploy Eevee onto the front lines, for there were still several other sprites yet to make their appearance. In a competition where 5 participants could form a team, only 2 Pokémon have so far been revealed. Xia Chen does not believe that the opponent's lineup is limited to just these. The Diglett and Bulbasaur merely serve as vanguards. One must ponder from where the main forces and commander will emerge. Eevee, attuned to Xia Chen's thoughts, understands this well. Observing Yaya successfully dispatch the Bulbasaur, Eevee deftly leaps back onto the tree to assume a covert position. With the enemy concealed while he remains in plain sight, it is prudent for him to also take cover. The moment any disturbance arises, Eevee possesses unwavering confidence in his ability to detect the enemy's movements first. Meanwhile, noticing that Eevee and Yaya are adeptly navigating the situation, the Servine wisely opts to remain hidden in the grass. The fewer units exposed to the adversary, the greater the information advantage they can exploit later on. Furthermore, if the opponents are unfamiliar with Xia Chen's team, they might mistakenly assume that the 3 Pokémon they have encountered are all there is to it. Thus, after the Bulbasaur falls, the battlefield is left with only Yaya and Diglett engaged in a duel. Yaya, having reached the top 8 in the prestigious Pokémon Cup while in its first evolution form, is naturally dominating the unknown Diglett now that the interference from Bulbasaur's vines is gone. Were it not for the Diglett's remarkable speed in burrowing, paired with Yaya's inability to use Earthquake, this battle would likely have concluded already. Despite its advantage in tunneling, Diglett's strength is not particularly formidable. It cannot even dig a hole deep enough. Consequently, this Pokémon is forced to remain on the surface, rendering it conspicuously visible under Yaya's watchful eye. The Diglett's attempts to emerge and strike are futile. Instead, it finds itself in an awkward position, repeatedly subjected to Yaya's relentless assaults. The scene resembles a game of whack-a-mole, where it is evident to any astute observer that if Diglett does not flee soon, it will inevitably succumb to Yaya's sharp claws. At that moment, a piercing cry resounds from the sky as a Fiero glides down from the treetops. Its beak sparkles under the sunlight like a razor-sharp dagger, aiming directly at Yaya below. With the appearance of the third Pokémon, even though Eevee remains concealed, the opponent can no longer remain passive. Eevee. Upon witnessing Fiero's assault, Siachin immediately calls out to Eevee. Yaya is now caught in a pincer attack. Any misstep could lead to disaster. With the first round of the shrinking circle still underway, Siachin is intent on preserving a key team member. Simultaneously, as Siachin calls out to Eevee, a familiar energy ball is swiftly launched from the gaps in the leaves, racing towards the oncoming Fiero. While Eevee's speed of attack cannot compare to that of its past self at the level of a champion, the battle experience acquired from those times has been flawlessly inherited. Long before Xia Chen had discovered the fierce sparrow, she had already firmly pinpointed its location. Subsequently, a merciless barrage of high-speed stars was unleashed. While Yaya was engaged in a game of whack-a-mole, the Eevee, concealed among the branches, was not idle either. With yet another surge of self-motivation, Eevee's special attack had reached an astonishing 13,000 points, a mere fraction of its potential. Nevertheless, the dual layers of self-encouragement were sufficient to inflict near-fatal damage upon the fierce sparrow. An explosion, louder than the initial barrage of high-speed stars, reverberated through the air, followed by a pitiful cry from the fierce sparrow. A white mist enveloped the skies as the creature plummeted from the air, rendered incapable of further combat. The opponent's second Pokémon was swiftly dispatched by Eevee in a single strike, seemingly brimming with absolute confidence in the devastation wrought by its high-speed stars. Eevee displayed no inclination to finish off its foe, exuding a steadiness that was almost unnerving. The mole, entangled in a dance with Yaya, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. Was such a formidable ally truly vanquished so easily? While it lingered in shock, another flurry of high-speed stars descended upon its round, glistening head. A third trophy was claimed by Eevee. This is maddening. I'm done playing. From a distance, several figures emerged from the underbrush, both men and women, their sole unifying trait being the camouflage outfits fashioned from twigs and leaves. Nearby, an inconspicuous stone and a tiny blade of grass swayed gently in the breeze, revealing themselves to be their last two Pokémon, Geodude and Oddish. Siachin couldn't help but smirk at the whimsical imagination and patience of this motley crew. Their campaign had begun poorly. They had hoped to achieve great feats with their flawless strategy, only to encounter such an unexpected adversary. The leader of the group, a boy with leaves adorning his face, scratched his head in bemusement. Your hiding tactics could have lasted longer in the rankings. Why emerge to surrender? Ming-Yi couldn't restrain her curiosity. The captain of the old coin team shrugged, gesturing towards the three dazed Pokémon on the ground. Well, with over half our Pokémon down, it's hardly entertaining for two people to continue. Better to head home for a good night's sleep. Xia Chen smiled slightly at this optimistic outlook. It seemed this group had genuinely come to relish the experience of Pokémon battling. We'll take our leave now. May fortune smile upon you. No, I mean, may you have great success tonight. Chapter 79. I mock the Eevee's lack of strategy and Xia Chen's folly. The encounter with the old coin team marked the final battle of the morning. Having successfully entered the safety zone after the first contraction of the circle, Xia Chen's team enjoyed their lunch by the riverside. The meal could not be lavish. This event permitted nothing but Pokémon. So Xia Chen was certainly not going to replicate the picnic from the previous Pear Festival. In other words, they had to forage for whatever they could find on the ground. Fortunately, thanks to the presence of Eevee, even in such conditions, the three of them, along with their 5 Pokémon, managed to share a somewhat decent lunch. Lunch concluded, and it coincided perfectly with the second contraction of the safe zone. This time, Xia Chen and his companions found themselves fortunate, situated precisely at the edge of the safety area, a position both delicate and advantageous. It is well known that in battle royale games, one of the most distressing situations arises when a team finds themselves ambushed on a crucial path while attempting to enter the zone. However, their current location, bordered by a flowing stream, could be deemed a commendable spot for fortifying their position. As Xia Chen surveyed the map, a bold idea began to take shape in his mind. What do you think about replicating the strategy employed by that previous team? The afternoon sun, the most oppressive part of the day, cast its heat even during this onset of winter, making the members of Gao Muyang's squad feel quite fatigued. Xia Chen was well acquainted with this team, as they were classmates from their ordinary program, including Gu Ning and her little companion, who had previously sought his guidance. As the saying goes, no midday rest, afternoon collapse. The morning's arduous journey had rendered their drowsiness more pronounced. Even Dudu, leading the way with his long strides, exhibited signs of weariness, tasked not only with remaining vigilant against potential threats, but also with clearing away branches and underbrush. After a morning of such exertion, even the nimble Dudu found it challenging to persist. Dudu, just hang on a little longer, the safety zone is just ahead. The youthful Gao Muyang saw no harm in offering encouragement to the weary pathfinder. Old Gao, at times like this, one mustn't utter such things. What if a horde of sprites emerges from the bushes? A superstitious teammate muttered, eliciting playful banter from the others. Yet, the laughter echoing through the woods suggested that they were merely jesting, their hearts untroubled by any genuine fear of impending misfortune. The surroundings were tranquil. What could possibly disrupt the serenity? Suddenly, the rustling of leaves startled the relaxed squad members. Could it be that the words spoken had truly summoned a threat? In the tense atmosphere, a plump, greedy squirrel emerged from the thicket, gazing curiously at the frozen team members and their sprites, perhaps deeming its quest for food more pressing. It paid no heed to the seemingly daft group, scuttling up a tree. Haha, I told you so. We must believe in science. Gao Muyang light-heartedly shattered the tension in the air. The atmosphere became even more amicable and relaxed than before the squirrel's appearance. Yet, without warning, a sudden whoosh pierced the air. Before anyone could react, two vibrant green vines ensnared Dudu's legs. With a powerful tug, the vines effortlessly tripped him, causing the tall figure to stumble. A small gray shape darted past, and with fangs imbued with malevolent energy, it struck Dudu like a cleaver, leaving a trail of chaos in its wake. The latter found no opportunity for resistance, only able to emit futile cries, like engaging in a relay of techniques. Mere moments after Yaya's stealthy strike aimed at a vital point, several star-shaped projectiles imbued with explosive energy accurately struck Dudu. And then there was nothing more to follow. Team Gao Muyang watched in horror as Dudu was mercilessly battered by three Pokémon, collapsing before their eyes. Even as Dudu fell, a smile lingered on Gao Muyang's face, one that had not yet faded. What is this? Are we playing a horror game? Observing the grinning Yaya and the tranquil thickets surrounding them, the remaining 5 members and 4 Pokémon shuddered. Should they flee or fight? This did not seem a particularly difficult decision. In school, there was only one Yaya, and as classmates of Xia Chen, they were well acquainted with the signature move, Hyper Beam, of the Eevee. Thus, it was not hard to deduce the identity of the ambushing team, the triumvirate of the Pokémon Cup. This somewhat juvenile moniker had spread widely throughout the school after the conclusion of the Pokémon Cup. If it were a direct confrontation of 5 against 3, they might still have a chance, bolstered by the numerical superiority of their Pokémon. However, with the enemy hidden and their own forces diminished by the loss of Dudu, what was there left to fight for? You all retreat. As the captain of the team, Gao Muyang decisively commanded a strategic withdrawal. As for himself, with Dudu down, he could only remain behind to accompany him. The school had no rules in place for reviving fallen teammates. The defeat of a Pokémon also meant the trainer's elimination. The remaining 4 members understood this and swiftly turned to flee without hesitation. In team games, the gravest error is to linger when one should escape. Though it seemed somewhat unethical to glance back at their fallen ally while running, in this instance, it was the only viable option. The safe zone behind them was steadily shrinking, and retracing their steps would surely lead to doom. Gu Ning, clutching a small Fook egg, emerged as the calmest among the group, briefly surveying the safe zone map displayed on the flying rotom. She resolutely led her remaining teammates along a lengthy detour towards safety. She understood that the team's foremost priorities were to evade the pursuit of the triumvirate and to swiftly reach the safety zone. After what felt like an eternity of running, the sound of Yaya's footsteps seemed to fade into the distance, prompting them to finally halt. Had they escaped? One member of the team gasped in relief. Surrounding them was a landscape filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers, while a few curious wild rodent Pokémon watched this unexpected gathering. Although these creatures had witnessed many visitors in this scenic area, it was the first time they had seen a group come here to engage in a game of running. Truly, a peculiar bunch. Well, they likely haven't pursued us, as lurking in the shadows seems to yield greater rewards, Gu Ning deduced. Gu Ning's analysis holds considerable merit. Indeed, they had no reason to pursue. The remaining three, after scanning their surroundings and confirming there were no anomalies, settled down with a sense of relief. Uncertain if it was to uplift his comrades or to alleviate the slightly tense atmosphere, one of them half-jokingly remarked, it seems the three titans of the Pokémon Cup are not so formidable after all. However, his jest did little to ease the tension. Instead, it intensified it. The others looked at him in disbelief. Had the recent painful lesson not been sufficient? Would he be satisfied only if he mocked the reckless actions of Ibrahim and the lack of wisdom from Xia Chen? The boy, feeling the weight of their gazes, managed a sheepish grin, attempting to lighten the mood. It's merely a jest. We'll soon reach the safe zone. Let us take a detour. Yet, before he could finish, a rustling from above caught their attention. A familiar, fluffy figure descended from the trees, its large eyes sparkling as it smiled at them. Chapter 8. The Alliance of Those Oppressed by Xia Chen. On this day, a legend about the Dark Lords spread among all teams. They roamed the edges of the safe zone like phantoms, harvesting the souls of passers-by and sprites. Astoundingly, they would deliberately allow one or two members of a squad to escape, ensuring the rumor circulated widely. Some teams, merely aiming to survive and maintain their rankings, were quick to steer clear, yet many young adventurers believed that 5 against 3 was a distinct advantage. One could imagine, after pillaging an untold number of teams, that the Dark Lord's backpack was overflowing with riches. Thus, countless valiant souls embarked on the perilous quest to slay the dragon. However, after a series of brave warriors met their demise at the dragoness jaws, they realized they were not the dragon, but rather akin to the Gord brothers rushing to rescue their grandfather, almost like a procession of offerings. The formidable presence of the Dark Lord finally compelled the remaining teams to relinquish their fantasies and engage in rational contemplation. Following a cordial negotiation, everyone unanimously resolved to eliminate that repugnant squad of Dark Lords before competing amongst themselves. By now, it was already 4 in the afternoon, marking the commencement of the final circle's contraction. The boundaries of the decisive circle were finally revealed. It was an expanse nearly devoid of cover, aside from a stream and a few towering trees. With resolute determination, the 3 remaining teams of this grand battle royale set forth toward the final arena. Exhausting, Siachin Chen exclaimed, wiping the sweat from his brow after tossing a can of fruit-flavored milk to Ibrahim, reflecting on the ordeal. Ibrahim, with a look of disdain, replied, "It was our sprites doing all the fighting. We haven't complained of fatigue, yet you're the first to gasp for breath." Beside him, the ivy snake nodded in agreement, deftly using its extending vines to open a box of energy cubes, replenishing the energy spent in the recently concluded battle. She and Eevee are the primary damage dealers today. After 7 or 8 battles against at least 20 or 30 Pokémon, even this battle enthusiast finds it somewhat overwhelming. Fortunately, the intermittent breaks between each match, whether long or short, along with various supplies scavenged, have allowed them to maintain a remarkably good condition. However, Yaya has had a rough time in the division of roles. He is the frontline fighter most susceptible to damage and occasionally has to serve as bait, resulting in him sustaining considerable harm. Were it not for a quick Dragonite delivery drop he managed to scavenge, he likely would not have endured this long. Yet now, with supplies running low, Yaya is uncertain whether he can withstand the final circle. Although there are still 2 Pokémon in the team, Ralts and Magikarp, Siachin has not called upon them to engage. Ralts has only recently hatched and has yet to undergo formal battle training, while Magikarp, confined to the water, cannot contribute significantly in this ground-based combat. 5 minutes later, the 4th safety zone contraction begins. Please find the latest safety zone map and enter its boundaries promptly. The flying Rotom announces for the 4th and final time. The trio exchanged glances, instinctively rushing to the screen to observe the final location of the decisive circle. The terrain is open, suggesting that stealth tactics may no longer be viable. "We can't surprise them like before," Yulong Tao commented, his tone tinged with a hint of regret. "Since we're in the final circle, the school surely prefers a straightforward confrontation. Shall we charge in?" Mingyi inquired, directing the question towards Xia Chen, the commander of their small team, who possesses the authority to make strategic decisions. Xia Chen stroked his chin, contemplating the matter. As of now, Eevee has tallied 23 kills, and barring any unforeseen events, should firmly secure the title of kill leader. Obtaining that precious gym-level spoon for Gardevoir seems assured. However, Siachin's ambitions have now turned towards the champion's reward, a 5th-generation mandatory training device from Silver Company, valued at 70 to 80,000. He noted that the school's announcement specified 1 Pokémon per person, rather than 1 per individual, leaving him uncertain about the implications. Yet, for someone like him, who has 3 Pokémon, it would be remiss not to secure a victory for the sake of Ralts and Magikarp, who have come along merely to observe. However, given the heightened hostility towards their team, it is plausible that the remaining teams may focus their ire upon them. What a predicament, Xia Chen mused, grappling with how to navigate this challenge when his attention was drawn to a stream within the final circle on the map. A sudden flash of inspiration ignited a radiant smile upon his face. I have a bold idea. Half an hour later, within the final circle, a spirited Pokémon battle unfolds in a modest clearing amongst several trees. The term elf battle seems somewhat inaccurate, for the current scene depicts a multitude of elves encircling Eevee in a fierce assault. 7 or 8 elves are launching unrelenting attacks from the skies, the ground, and even beneath, disregarding any notions of fair play. Just as Eevee narrowly evades a gust created by a Pidgey soaring above, it catches sight of a barrage of sparks emanating from a nearby Vulpix. With a desperate roll, it manages to evade the flames, yet cannot escape the onslaught of a water gun unleashed by a Psyduck from another direction. The elves that have reached the finals are certainly not to be underestimated. Even with Eevee's agility, evading the myriad of attacks is an unattainable feat. The very fact that it has persevered until now has left all those who came to besiege Xia Chen's team utterly astonished. Alas, the current Master Eevee is not Master Yi and cannot achieve the remarkable feat of defeating 10 foes alone. Outside the battlefield, a young boy stands with his arms crossed, a broad grin plastered across his face. Enough, Ah Chun, it's all our anti-Xia Alliance's elves out there. Those beside him echo his sentiments, urging surrender. Indeed, even Yaya and the Vine Snake have fallen. Who could possibly turn the tide? Aralts, perhaps? Behind them, a dozen trainers, the masters of the elves surrounding Eevee, watch with glee as the formidable foe teeters on the brink of defeat. In stark contrast, the expressions of Xia Chen and his 2 companions are grave. The Vine Snake and Yaya have succumbed to exhaustion and been returned to their Pokeballs, leaving only Ralts, who hides anxiously in Xia Chen's pocket, gazing worriedly at Eevee, who is on the verge of collapse. Ralts yearns to assist Eevee but is too weak, and Xia Chen adamantly refuses to let her face needless harm. All right, enough of this. Come back, Eevee. Xia Chen sighs, opting to abandon the struggle. Opposite him, the leader of the anti-Xia Alliance, Zhuaku, beams with delight. Are you serious? If you return Eevee to its Pokeball, we shall believe you. According to the rules, once an elf is returned to its Pokeball, it cannot re-enter the fray, or else face immediate disqualification. Siachin rolls his eyes. What kind of anti-Xia Alliance is this? With a dozen elves assaulting us, what else can we do? He retrieves a Pokeball and recalls the nearly exhausted Eevee. They are satisfied? Siachin shrugs, placing all his elixirs and supplies on the ground before sitting down beside a large tree. Zhuaku is momentarily taken aback. You're not leaving? Mingy, seated next to Siachin, crosses her arms. Aren't you curious who will emerge victorious? The rules do not prohibit this, do they? Zhuaku finds himself momentarily speechless. Wait, you still have a Ralts. A clever individual realizes. Where is she hiding? You must recall her to her Pokeball as well. Siachin is taken aback. Are you truly afraid of a mere half-month-old elf? The boy who proposed this demand reddens slightly, but maintains his defiance. What if she turns out like your Eevee? Siachin had no choice but to retrieve another Pokeball, gently presenting the Ralts hidden within his ample pocket before returning it to its sphere. Are you satisfied now? The spectators pondered, realizing that all 4 Pokémon of Siachin's squad were now contained within their balls, rendering their elimination indistinguishable from actual defeat. As they gazed upon the remnants of Siachin's team on the battlefield, certain individuals began to entertain ulterior motives. Chimchar, seize that priority claw. Pidgey, grab the power band. Instantly, the natural arena formed in the open space became a tempest of action once more. Outside the battlefield, the anti-champion alliance collapsed in an instant. Siachin, Ming-Yi, and Yulong Tao watched the chaotic scene with amusement, as if they were mere spectators enjoying a lively performance. No one noticed a small gray fish cautiously peeking out from the stream. Chapter 81. You call this half-meter contraption a water gun? Pidgey executed a dazzling flash, its speed astonishing as it collided directly with the struggling Mach-Hop, who was entangled with Vulpix. Empowered by the power band, Pidgey's attack was formidable. Unfortunately, it was not utilizing the move Quick Attack, or else Mach-Hop would have surely been unable to withstand the blow. Nevertheless, it was still in a precarious situation. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Chimchar, Sandshrew, and Psyduck were embroiled in chaos. Chimchar, being doubly disadvantaged by the ground and water types, found itself in dire straits. Though it donned a sturdy helmet, it seemed insufficient against the onslaught. Wait, what is Psyduck doing? With a chance to defeat Chimchar, it instead chose to space out. Truly, Psyduck lives up to its reputation. Can you please be quiet, Siachin? Left Ku finally snapped, glaring at Xia Chen, who was fervently narrating the battle beside him. Xia Chen responded with an innocent expression, inquiring of Rotom, "Is it against the rules to speak?" "Not against the rules, but it makes you an easy target," Rotom replied. Xia Chen shrugged nonchalantly, asserting that the first rule was that any attack on a trainer's team would lead to immediate disqualification. Left Ku thought, "Forget that guy?" Observing the battlefield, a flicker of excitement stirred within her. Before they had surrounded Eevee, she had explicitly instructed her team to hold back, even during the theft of Pokémon items, ensuring they remained unassuming. This was all in preparation for the inevitable internal conflict following the defeat of the main adversary. Now, with only 2 Pokémon left from the other 2 teams, her squad boasted 3. It seemed that she would be the one laughing last today. The force training device is mine. Xia Chen, Left Ku, and their team appeared poised for victory, with the expectation of retaining 2 Pokémon afterward. "Is that ugly fish capable?" Mingyi whispered, leaning close to Xia Chen. As the tumult of battle progressed, the situation on the field gradually clarified. The other 2 teams each had only 1 Pokémon remaining, while Left Ku's team astonishingly still had 3. Although the weakened teams would undoubtedly join forces to resist Left Ku, the disparity in strength was evident. At most, they could only hope to take down 1. In other words, the final battle could very well see the unsightly fish facing off against 2 sprites, each still possessing a significant amount of energy. These 2 sprites are indeed capable of competing at the level required for the Pokémon Cup's main event. This concern weighs heavily on Mingyi, as she is entirely unaware of the true strength of Xia Chen's unsightly fish. In truth, Xia Chen's understanding of the fish's prowess is scarcely more profound than hers. He shook his head in response, expressing uncertainty. "I don't know. However, when that wretched anti-summer league was formed, this became our most viable strategy for victory. Since its capture, he had yet to engage the unsightly fish in battle, nor had he witnessed it utilize any techniques. Yet, this does not imply that Xia Chen is indifferent to the unsightly fish. He diligently conducts regular observations and examinations, both of its exterior and the energy within. However, prior to its evolution, Xia Chen was at a loss for training methods and could only focus on nurturing its physique with the finest resources, planning to commence training post-evolution into Milotic. Thus, all he currently knows is that the energy within the unsightly fish is exceedingly abundant, and nothing more. What the instruments cannot discern is that the energy within the unsightly fish is not solely of the water type, but also possesses draconic attributes. The concentration and purity of these energies are astonishing to an unbelievable degree. Yet, such undetectable elements leave Xia Chen in the dark. For now, he can only hope that the 3 teams on the field will mutually exhaust one another. Zhuoku's Bibarel truly showcases remarkable strength under its command. The remaining 2 teams find themselves increasingly overwhelmed. In less than 2 minutes, their last 2 sprites, the Chimchar and the Maghop, finally succumbed. In Zhuoku's team, however, the Bibarel, Sandshrew, and Vulpix remarkably survived until the end. While not a complete victory, such an advantage is indeed commendable. Cheers and jubilations resonated through the forest under the setting sun, as Zhuoku even celebrated with his 2 teammates in joyous triumph. 3, 2, 1, we are the champions. The last 3 surviving sprites relaxed from their heightened tension, embracing one another in mirthful camaraderie. Just as harmony enveloped the scene, an incongruous voice suddenly pierced the air. "Unsightly fish, water gun." Not only the 3 members of Zhuoku's team, but everyone else was left in stunned silence. What unsightly fish? What water gun? They turned in bewilderment towards the source of the voice, which belonged to Xia Chen, who had been spectating beneath a large tree by the stream for quite some time. Then, they beheld a moment they would never forget. The sun dipped low in the west, a brilliant orange orb hovering above the horizon, casting a gentle radiance that illuminated the narrow stream. On the water's surface, an unremarkable unsightly fish leapt from the depths, momentarily suspended in the center of the setting sun. From Zhuoku's vantage point, the fish's form bore an almost ethereal quality reminiscent of a child of the sun. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. In the next instant, a slender stream of water erupted from the mouth of the awkward fish. This water gun was not particularly thick, given the fish's small mouth. A larger spray would defy the laws of nature. At first glance, Zhuoku couldn't help but scoff internally, thinking, is this what you call a water gun? Yet, the true prowess of the awkward fish was far beyond such an unimpressive display. As the small stream of water burst forth, it unleashed an immense energy, akin to the spray that erupts from a tiny hole in a slender pipe. The water, compressed with countless pure aquatic energies within the fish's body, surged forth the moment it escaped the high-pressure environment, akin to the liberated sun Wukong, who had been suppressed under the Five-Finger Mountain for 5 centuries. Dashing wildly through the realm of freedom, the stream expanded and magnified as it flew in a straight trajectory. If one were to liken it to the caliber of a bullet, this water gun transformed from a diminutive sprayer to a water blaster, then to a water cannon. By the time it was less than a meter away from its 3 targets, it could even be dubbed a water howitzer. Zhuoku stared agape at the spectacle before him, astonished at this water gun, which had grown to nearly half a meter in diameter. You dare to call this a water gun? The massive torrent from the water gun instantly enveloped the 3 spirits, leaving them no chance to react before they fell to the ground, utterly incapacitated. The awkward fish had executed a remarkable triple kill with a single shot. Although 2 of the spirits were already at a disadvantage due to their susceptibility to water, and they had recently endured 2 fierce battles without recovering, the magnitude of this damage seemed excessive. Zhuoku stiffly turned to gaze across the stream, where the awkward fish, having fallen sideways due to the recoil from its water cannon, was laboriously attempting to bounce back up. Internally, Zhuoku was in a frenzy, questioning how such a formidable creature could exist. At nearly the same moment, Xia Chen glanced over, sharing an unspoken sentiment of disbelief. My awkward fish is this strong. Meanwhile, the prostrate awkward fish stared at the 3 spirits it had knocked out with its water gun, murmuring to itself, am I really this powerful? Chapter 82. My spirits are all problematic. Principal, please listen to my defense. No, let me explain. I did not command my spirits to intentionally attack the trainer. They were simply too close and got caught in the crossfire. In the principal's office, Xia Chen spoke fervently, nearly stumbling over his words. 3 forced training devices, worth over 200,000, were at stake. Anyone would feel the urgency. The principal, sporting a strongman hairstyle, chuckled as he observed Xia Chen, savoring a sip of tea. Take it easy. Didn't I mention yesterday that I would review the footage with the teachers? Young students tend to be a bit hasty. Xia Chen, with a sense of resignation, nodded slightly. Could the spoon used by Hudi for the reward of the Kill King be issued first? Without a doubt. The formidable Eevee, having scored nearly 30 points, was the undisputed Kill King of this competition. Surely, the reward was guaranteed, wasn't it? The principal cleared his throat and replied, well, if your Chaochiu's water gun is deemed a violation, then all other rewards will be revoked as well. After all, injuring a trainer is the most taboo act in a competition. Observing the principal's jovial demeanor, Xia Chen, with a stoic expression, responded, I see. Then I might as well transfer to Zhejiang No. 3 Middle School. I've heard their resources are quite impressive. The principal was taken aback. You would transfer over this? Are you jesting with me? Siachin shrugged. You were the one who started the jest. The principal chuckled helplessly and shook his head, retrieving a long box from his drawer, the contents of which were all too evident. Only then did a smile spread across Siachin's face. Did he think to play the game of giving a stick first and then a date? Did he truly regard me as a mere 16-year-old? Their conversation resumed its previous course. Realizing that Xia Chen was not as easily manipulated as he had anticipated, the principal spoke candidly. After a night of reviewing the footage and the accounts from 4 rotoms, it seems your Chaochiu does not exhibit any intent to attack the trainers. And those 3 were positioned at a considerable distance, sustaining minimal harm. Thus, the victors of this Battle Royale event are indeed the 3 of you. Xia Chen expressed his gratitude politely. Thank you, principal. The principal nodded, a look of satisfaction gracing his features. Xia Chen, indeed. The school hasn't produced a candidate for the battle department of Shangjing University in several years, but this year, you all hold great promise. Understood, principal. I will strive to excel, Xia Chen responded earnestly. The battle department of Shangjing University is the revered institution for trainers in the Dongwang region, with many well-known gym leaders having graduated from there. Although traveling trainers have dominated the Dongwang Championship and most regional championships for years, Xia Chen's aspiration was never to become a champion. Rather, the battle department of Shangjing University was indeed a commendable destination for him. The principal nodded approvingly. Indeed. Every year, Shangjing University holds an early admission competition at the end of the year, and you still have some time to prepare. Do your utmost to evolve your Eevee or Chaochiu during this period, and the school will do its best to support you. Siachin was taken aback. The school can provide beautiful scales? Are they truly that determined to cultivate a promising student for Shanjing? After all, this was an item worth nearly 10 million in Pokémon gear. As for the application for Eevee's evolution stone, there is hope. For the beautiful scales, how about a voucher worth 500 yuan towards one? The principal awkwardly scratched his head. Siachin replied, not bad. That's a tad more sincere than a 5 yuan discount voucher for a Lamborghini. Enough, you may return. Due to the custom nature of the forced training apparatus, it will take a couple of days to arrive. I will inform you as soon as the specific date for the recruitment competition is announced. For now, just continue with your regular training. The principal broke the awkward silence, waving his hand to signal that Xia Chen could leave. All right, goodbye, principal. With a satisfactory response, Xia Chen joyfully exited the principal's office, cradling a long rectangular box. The spoon of a gym-level alakazam, which could barely be considered a training tool, was not available for sale at the Pokémon department store and thus was difficult to appraise. However, for a psychic-type Pokémon in the initial stages, claiming it to be worth around 1 to 200,000 would not be an exaggeration. Coupled with the 3 forced training devices valued at over 200,000. This trip to Linga Mountain could be rounded up to a profit of nearly 100 million. Speaking of the forced training device, it is an item that exists in the game. Its effect is that the Pokémon carrying it has its speed halved during battles, while the base points earned post-battle are doubled. In reality, Xia Chen was unclear about the underlying principles of this device, as it was a commercial secret of the Silver Company, yet its effects were quite similar to those in the game. Training or battling with it would significantly enhance physical strength and energy, though the side effect was that the Pokémon would also experience greater fatigue than usual. With the gym-level Alakazam spoon and the forced training device secured, the Pokémon Battle Royale event concluded splendidly. However, beyond the finality of a period, there lingered a question mark regarding the formidable strength of the Magikarp. To be fair, yesterday's water gun had startled even Siachin himself. His decision to command it was merely a whim, having observed the Magikarp occasionally showcasing water gun in its aquarium against the boulder. If the situation were to be likened to a game, it was akin to his side being entirely wiped out while the opponent prepared for a decisive strike. Siachin merely wished to test whether a single water gun could secure a significant advantage. To his astonishment, that water gun not only failed to target a dragon, but wiped out the entire opposing team. Xia Chen vaguely recalled a singular thought racing through his mind at that moment. Either there was an issue with his vision, a flaw in this world, or a peculiar anomaly with the Magikarp. After the match, in a moment of calm contemplation, he deemed the last option to be the most plausible. But what precisely was the anomaly with the Magikarp? Xia Chen could not fathom it, especially since it was right under his nose every day. How could it suddenly present such a shocking revelation? For the first time, Xia Chen fervently wished for a power akin to Tokiwa's might, one that would enable him to communicate with Pokémon. Even the power of overcoming would suffice. He would accept even fabricated excuses from the Magikarp to satiate his curiosity. As this Magikarp was driving him to the brink of obsession, Ibrahim's extraordinary combat skills and the enigmatic gratitude of Xia Chen are still shrouded in mystery. Now, however, there appears a peculiar creature akin to Armstrong's spinning jet cannon, the unsightly fish. It suddenly dawned on Xia Chen that the sprites in his home seemed rather peculiar. He could only surmise that these two sprites must have encountered some extraordinary events prior to meeting him. Fortunately, his beloved Ralts was born and raised right under his watchful gaze. Surely, this adorable little one would not conjure any new tricks to bewilder him, would she? Chapter 83, Ralts Candy. Hey, my favorite commander has returned. Are we ready for another simulated world? Upon hearing the familiar voice echo in her mind, Ralts exhaled in relief. Since the conclusion of their last simulation, she had attempted to use the psychic ability enhancer, but was unable to enter the Pokémon simulation once again. She even began to doubt if that day's experience was merely a dream, as there was nothing besides her memories to attest to its reality. Nevertheless, after 10 days, the voice finally resurfaced, although its tone remained slightly irksome as always. Shall we continue our journey through the world? Yes, let's proceed. Ralts calmly reassured herself not to become frustrated. As you wish. We shall commence our journey through the astonishing labyrinth. What strategy will you choose this time, my friend? The scene transitioned from the void to the radiant golden beach where their story began. Observing Xia Chen, who had fallen 10 days prior, reappear before her, Ralts chuckled softly. This time, it was my turn to protect you. With the experience of her first simulation behind her, Ralts adeptly navigated into the cave where the gas ball and Zubat resided. As before, a sun coral blocked the entrance to the second level of the cave. Ralts boldly stepped forward to challenge it. Over the past 10 days, she had made ample preparations and learned various fundamental combat techniques from Eevee. She had also intuitively mastered telekinesis. To say she learned it without guidance would be misleading. Her mentor in telekinesis was none other than the version of herself that had emerged from the simulation following Pikachu's collapse. In any case, the current Ralts was no longer the same as she had been 10 days prior. Within the simulation world, she and Pikachu swiftly dispatched the Sun Coral, which was not particularly formidable for her now, and proceeded into the cave's second level. From here, a new and unfamiliar world awaited Ralts. However, in comparison to the first level, it merely presented another Sun Coral. This would not impede her progress, yet it did inflict some minor wounds on both her and Pikachu. With the obstacle cleared, Ralts was about to advance to the next level when she noticed in the corner of the map a verdant, vibrant orb of light brimming with vitality. Lalura's possesses an instinct, a sense that perhaps there exists a means to restore both her and Xia Chen's vitality. You may give it a try, though I cannot assure you whether it is genuine nourishment or a deceptive poison. Having grown somewhat familiar with the system's peculiar manner of speaking, Lalura's approached without hesitation. Indeed, she felt a surge of life energy invigorating her somewhat weary body. An exquisite choice. Lalura's was left speechless. How could such commendable words from the system lose their essence? Oh ho, you have made significant progress. Your energy level has risen by 1 tier. Congratulations on acquiring the move, Hypnosis. Upon defeating a fossilized helmet on the 3rd level, Lalura's suddenly encountered this new revelation. An elevation in energy level? In essence, you have grown stronger. Now, press on with your battles. With a sense of skepticism, Lalura's ventured into the next cavern, where it was no surprise that she faced another solar coral. This time, with but a mere thought, the solar coral fell in defeat. Experiencing the exhilarating rush of energy coursing through her, Lalura's was filled with joy. This must be what Xia Chen referred to as growth, right? With her attack power enhanced. What of the hypnosis that the system claimed she had now mastered? Lalura's swiftly turned her attention to another fossilized helmet. Initially apprehensive about her ability to invoke the technique, she focused her thoughts, and her psychic ability was unleashed in a unique wave of energy, striking the solar coral with precision. It felt as though she had trained with countless Pokémon. Yet, this was merely her inaugural use of hypnosis in her journey as a Pokémon. She meticulously recalled the sensation of channeling the energy for hypnosis in her mind. The astute Lalura's had already discerned a significant utility of this simulator. Although the strength within the simulated realm does not align with that of the real world, the techniques she had personally executed within this simulated world could potentially be replicated in reality, provided her comprehension was sufficient. This method of learning proved to be far more efficient than training with other Pokémon. After lulling the fossilized helmet into a deep slumber until dawn broke, feeling confident in her mastery of hypnosis, Lalura's finally proceeded with Pikachu into the next level. Here, they encountered the 2 nefarious beings who had stolen the token, the Zubat and the Weezing. The battle was imminent. However, Zubat and Weezing exhibited a strength far surpassing that of the solar coral and fossilized helmet from the previous levels. Within less than a minute, Lalura's found herself collapsing before the 2 Pokémon. Every defeat fortifies your mental resilience. This world simulation has concluded. The system evaluation is as follows. Please select your simulation reward. Option 1. Energy level 2 WoW. A full tier upgrade from the previous reward. Option 2. Master the move Hypnosis. Surely, you aren't considering this choice? No, you can't be. Right. A new addition has emerged in the realm of Laloo candy. Could you enlighten me on the benefits of Laloo candy? Laloo inquired curiously. As the name suggests, consuming this delightful treat can slightly enhance your overall abilities. I shall choose this one, Laloo decided without much hesitation. Although it is not the coveted fragment of telepathic ability, this option seems quite appealing. If I were in your position, I would also select this. Moderation in brain simulation fosters mental acuity, while excessive indulgence may lead to adverse effects. It is essential to manage time wisely and savor a healthy lifestyle. The countdown for the next simulation commences. 2:39, 59, 59. Wait a moment. The reward has yet to be dispensed. Before Laloo could voice her thoughts, she found herself awakening once more. Removing the electrodes affixed to her head, she suddenly sensed something in her hand. Upon opening her palm, she discovered 3 blue triangular candies. Undoubtedly, these were the Laloo candies referenced by the system. In her mind, these were rewards from the Pokémon simulator given by Xia Chen, posing no harm. Consequently, Laloo consumed them without hesitation. The candies were exceedingly sweet, imbued with a hint of the cherished flavor of lychee. Within mere moments of ingestion, a warm current emanated from a single point, radiating throughout her entire being. Lassie attempted to harness the energy within her, and indeed, the speed at which her powers operated had improved slightly. Though the enhancement was modest, the effects of the candies had yet to reach their zenith. The 3 candies coursing through her body acted like miniature suns, illuminating every cell within her. Lassie was utterly exhilarated, eagerly anticipating the next simulation. In the span of 10 days, her strength would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. If she were to triumph over the gas ball and the bat, what rewards might await her? Chapter 84. I am aware that each of you possesses unique talents. However, how does one practice hypnosis? Lassie pondered this pressing question. Previously, she had utilized the doll purchased by Xia Chen to practice her telekinesis. Yet, employing hypnosis on an inanimate doll seemed futile for effective training. Perhaps I could hypnotize Xia Chen. A bold notion crossed her mind. But would that be inappropriate? Would Xia Chen retaliate upon awakening to find me attempting to hypnotize him? Lassie felt a twinge of apprehension. Perhaps it would be wiser to hypnotize Eevee or Magikarp. Yet, therein lay another dilemma. Magikarp spends the majority of its day in slumber. How could she ascertain whether it was her hypnosis that lulled it to sleep? As for Lassie, she pondered seriously about the current state of their relationship. If she were to hypnotize Eevee upon awakening, he would certainly unleash a fierce dance of his formidable tail, wouldn't he? After much contemplation, it seemed more appropriate to hypnotize Xia Chen instead. With a mix of trepidation and determination, Lassie decided to give it a try. After all, hypnosis posed no harm to the body, and it was also for the sake of her training. Feeling somewhat guilty, she picked up the superpower spoon Xia Chen had given her the day before and quietly approached him while he was working at the computer. "What's up, Lassie?" Xia Chen asked, amusement dancing in his eyes as he observed her clutching a spoon nearly her height. "How is the spoon treating you? Is it convenient?" he inquired with a smile, utterly oblivious to the impending danger. Lassie, feeling sheepish, nodded her head and noticed the faint dark circles appearing under Xia Chen's tired eyes. He had just exhausted himself the previous day at Linga Mountain and was already busy again today without a proper rest. Xia Chen truly worked hard for their home. Heart aching for her trainer, who was clearly fatigued yet still forcing himself to work, Lassie no longer hesitated and raised the spoon. "Let me use the righteous power of hypnosis to help you rest well." With a thought, the superpower energy in her mind synchronized beautifully with the spoon in her hand. The hypnosis she had only simulated in her mind was now effortlessly manifested through the spoon. An invisible wave of psychic energy instantly enveloped the unsuspecting Xia Chen. As he felt the sudden wave of drowsiness, his eyelids began to droop. He looked at Lassie in astonishment. "Is this hypnosis? Wait, I haven't finished editing my video." "No, that is not the point." Surprisingly, the last thought that crossed Xia Chen's mind before slumber was not why Lassie was hypnotizing him, but rather how she had suddenly learned the art of hypnosis right under his nose. "None of my Pokémon are normal, it seems." Gathered in the living room beside the aquarium, Xia Chen sat at the dining table, his expression serious as he surveyed the 3 Pokémon before him. Eevee, who understood Xia Chen better than he understood himself, recognized the gravity of the situation and refrained from being mischievous, sitting obediently in a standard feline pose. Lassie, who had only recently aired, clung to Xia Chen's pant leg in an attempt to escape scrutiny. However, Xia Chen, unusually unresponsive, was instead addressed by Eevee in a tone reminiscent of an elder. Be serious. We need to discuss something important." Reluctantly, Lassie stood back, her small hands fidgeting with her skirt. Upon seeing her pitiful demeanor, Xia Chen's heart softened. "All right, I'm not here just to criticize you." Lalura's mood instantly brightened. "Xia Chen is the best." Xia Chen shook his head in resignation, realizing that after spending so much time with Eevee, Lalura's had become quite the little actress. He turned his gaze towards the aquarium. "Where's the ugly fish? Still sleeping?" Eevee, embodying the will of the household leader, briskly approached the aquarium and tapped on the glass. Before long, the ugly fish emerged from its usual spot, gazing at the serious Xia Chen and the 2 companions, releasing a series of perplexed bubbles. Eevee clarified the situation. "Boy, meeting time." "A meeting?" The ugly fish, no longer the naive creature that had just emerged from Yunzhou Lake, quickly swam to the glass and stood at attention. Xia Chen nodded in satisfaction. "I hereby declare the first family meeting officially open. First, we need to establish a rule. You must not use any moves against your trainer." "Which is me. Not even hypnosis, which causes no harm." Eevee glanced at Lalura's, who was nervously clutching her little skirt, eyes wide with astonishment. Hypnotizing Xia Chen? Was that something even Eevee had never attempted? As the primary subject of the warning, Lalura's obediently nodded, acknowledging her mistake, promising not to do it again next time. The ugly fish, however, expelled a series of indifferent bubbles, puzzled as to why one would even consider hypnotizing their trainer. With no objections from anyone, this was swiftly passed. Moving on to the next agenda item, concerning everyone's specialties. Xia Chen carefully chose his words, ultimately producing just that term, specialties. The three Pokémon exchanged knowing glances. Feigning ignorance, Eevee's acting skills kicked in first, gazing at her two junior companions with a look of feigned confusion. Boy, Siachin is talking about you too. The exaggerated water gun and the hypnosis technique you learned from who knows where. Lalura's retorted defiantly, Lalo. It's obviously you, I assenti it. What novice Pokémon possesses your level of battle experience? The ugly fish silently released another series of bubbles, questioning why there was even a need for such disputes. Everyone was equally inept. Siachin quickly intervened to halt the bickering among the three Pokémon. I understand that each of you possesses unique skills. Rest assured, I won't delve into your pasts. I simply ask that you do not conceal anything from me regarding the future. Boy, Lalo, Gulyalu. The three Pokémon nodded, each harboring their own thoughts. Eevee internally scoffed, contemplating how to communicate this to him. Would he believe her if she mentioned that she had been reborn? As for the future, there would be plenty of benefits in following the insightful Eevee. Lalura's felt somewhat conflicted, thinking, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but I've only been to that simulated world twice, and I still don't understand it well. Wait, that's not right. Wasn't he this Pokémon simulation device given to me by Xia Chen? Why is he asking me about it? He just mentioned knowing that everyone possesses unique skills, so he must be aware of the device's existence. Thus, he was unaware of the specific world and rewards of the simulator, which should indeed be the case. The thoughts of the ugly fish were not dissimilar to those of Ralts. He merely assumed that Xia Chen was oblivious to the growth path he had chosen. Gazing at the three obediently nodding Pokémon before him, Xia Chen smiled with satisfaction. With such frankness, surely no more unexpectedly frightening occurrences would arise in the future. Chapter 85, Simulation Rewards, Meditative Enhancements. November 5th, cloudy since the conclusion of the last family meeting, everyone has indeed settled down considerably. A few days ago, while comparing photographs of the ugly fish, I noticed a detail beyond just the fish's appearance. There was also a notable change in the large stone at the bottom of the aquarium. It was quite evident that an unnatural indentation had appeared on the stone, and over time, this indentation had grown deeper. Perhaps the ugly fish's astonishing water gun that day could partially explain this. It was entirely due to the ugly fish's own efforts. Perhaps he is one of those naturally talented individuals who strive diligently. Speaking of the ugly fish's observation journal, ever since the beauty energy cube could no longer achieve further breakthroughs, the changes in the ugly fish have been almost visible to the naked eye each day. I have a premonition that it will not be long before the ugly fish evolves. I truly hope that day arrives soon. Ralts' growth has also been progressing smoothly. In terms of psychic abilities, we have obtained a spoon from Abra, and for the fairy type, we purchased a highly pure fairy gem from Sister Qian, achieving a dual benefit. The long-awaited force training device has also arrived. However, Ralts is still too small to wear it, so I let Eevee and the ugly fish, the two seasoned veterans, give it a try first. After about a week of use, the effects have been quite noticeable. However, in reality, wearing the force training device makes one more fatigued, necessitating additional time for rest. Thus, the intensity of daily training remains relatively constant. In summary, the path of a trainer resembles a game from a certain manufacturer. Spending money does not necessarily accelerate your growth rate, but if you do not invest, your progress will certainly stagnate. Of course, exceptions exist, but unfortunately, I am not one of them. Xia Chen closed his diary, which was almost resembling a weekly journal, and yawned. After that Pokémon Battle Royale, life had returned to a calm routine, with several Pokémon growing steadily. Outside the window, Eevee was diligently training on the training device in the yard. In the aquarium, the ugly fish was also consistently practicing its soul-mastered move, which might be more aptly termed water cannon. In the room, Ralts sat on the bed, wearing the psychic activation device purchased at the time of her birth, seemingly entering a deep meditative state. Xia Chen smiled faintly. Everything was progressing peacefully along its predetermined course, and he relished this feeling. What he did not know was that beneath this tranquil surface, Ralts was embarking on a wondrous adventure within her mind. You valiantly defeated the gas Pokémon and Zubat, obtaining the guild's credential, but ultimately succumbed to poisoning, unable to escape the cave. Do not worry, life is inevitably filled with disappointments. The world simulation has concluded, and the system prompts you to select your rewards. Option 1. Energy Level 3, someday. This option will undoubtedly prove to be exceptionally cost-effective. Option 2. Mastery of Move Ability Swap. To be frank, this move can sometimes yield remarkable results. However, as a little Ralts, you can only learn it through inheritance. Perhaps you should consider the next option. Option 3. Meditation Training Efficiency 25. Fortune smiles upon you. If I were in your position, I would undoubtedly choose this. Ralts gazed at the dimmed screen, sighing in disappointment. Had she truly failed to surpass the first stage? Gradually grasping the realities of the world, Ralts began to comprehend that this simulated realm resembled a game, with a clear ultimate objective and distinct levels. This initial stage was designed for her to acclimate to this world, with Zubat and Coughing serving as its challenges. Oh well, next time, I will surely succeed. With renewed determination, Ralts contemplated the rewards offered by this simulation. Firstly, she swiftly dismissed the first option. Enhancing energy levels was utterly unappealing. Having gained some insight into energy levels during her previous simulation, she understood them to be a quantification of strength. As she was in a phase of rapid development in the real world, selecting this would be a sheer waste. Next was the Move Ability Swap, a move she had not inherited. The only abilities she had inherited were Synchronize, Field Swap, and Misty Terrain. While Ability Swap seemed promising, it paled in comparison to the allure of the third reward. As Ralts shifted her gaze to the third option, she found herself holding her breath. Meditation Training Efficiency 25. What an extraordinary concept. Meditation is the most crucial means by which Psychic-type Pokémon enhance their abilities. Its significance is beyond question. Thus, this option would grant her lifelong benefits. Realizing this, Ralts unhesitatingly chose the third reward. This is precisely what you seek. Moderate simulation enhances the mind. Excessive indulgence is detrimental to health. Allocate your time wisely and embrace a healthy lifestyle. Count down to the next simulation. 239, 59, 59 Phew. This outcome is quite satisfactory. Ralts removed the electrodes and excitedly clenched her small fists. With this enhancement, overtaking Eevee on the curves is no longer a mere dream. Although the relationship between the two sisters had improved significantly, an underlying rivalry still persisted. Of course, it was primarily Ralts competing with Eevee, who had never truly regarded Ralts as a rival. Setting aside her wandering thoughts, Ralts focused on her body and mind, preparing to enter a meditative state. She was eager to test the effects of the reward she had just acquired. Clearing her mind and achieving clarity of thought, Ralts successfully entered a meditative state. The extraordinary energy within surged forth like a flowing river, and it was evident that its velocity had significantly increased. A wave of joy washed over Lariola's as she prepared to enter a state of deep meditation when the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the corridor. Both Xia Chen and Lariola's were present in the room, and since the chubby fish could not leave its aquarium, it must be that fellow. Bubby, Xia Chen, come downstairs quickly. The rare excitement in Eevee's voice startled Lariola's, who was eager to continue her meditation. What could possibly incite such fervor in the usually composed Eevee? Naturally, Xia Chen was drawn in by Eevee's urgency, hastily setting aside his tasks to follow. What is it, Eevee? What has happened? Eevee, aware that Xia Chen could not comprehend her words, pointed towards the stairs. Something has occurred downstairs? Xia Chen inquired as he swiftly descended. Eevee and Lariola's followed closely behind. In the living room on the first floor, a chubby fish, whose appearance had diverged significantly from its ordinary kin, swam anxiously at the bottom of the aquarium, faintly emanating a pure white glow. System, am I about to evolve? The chubby fish had grown accustomed to consulting the system when faced with uncertainty. To him, it represented Xia Chen, serving almost as a spokesperson for his trainer. I truly appreciate your inquiry, dear host. This provides me with the opportunity to explain. Indeed, your beauty value has reached 1,000 points, and you are poised to evolve at any moment. Although he had anticipated this response from the system, hearing the voice within his mind allowed him to exhale slowly. Finally, that day has arrived. Chapter 86. The Light of Evolution. The Transformation of the Chubby Fish. Xia Chen had never witnessed a Pokémon's evolution firsthand. Aside from videos, there were few opportunities to observe such transformations. Thus, when he first beheld the radiant white light emanating from the chubby fish, he was momentarily taken aback. However, having seen the evolution light in videos, Siachin quickly grasped the significance of the scene before him. The chubby fish was about to evolve. After 2.5 months of research and nurturing, the moment of fruition had finally arrived. Of course, this marked a pivotal moment in the study of the chubby fish's evolution. More significantly, it represented Xia Chen's first Pokémon to achieve evolution in this world. In his previous life, as a devoted Pokémon enthusiast, Xia Chen had devoted countless hours to various generations of games. He had hatched innumerable Pokémon, and the number of Ditto that had perished in his care was beyond measure. Evolution was the very essence of Pokémon. Naturally, the Pokémon that had evolved under his guidance could form a small mountain in total. Yet, none of those experiences could compare to the joy and exhilaration this moment brought Xia Chen. Surely, the chubby fish had awaited this day for far too long, hadn't it? Although Xia Chen does not fully comprehend his past, the experience of his acquaintance with the ugly fish reveals that he has not enjoyed his time in Yunza Lake. How could an ordinary, lonely, ugly fish, with no opportunity to evolve into a Milotic, find happiness? It is no wonder he hesitated before Siachin captured him and exerted such effort afterward. Today, however, he has finally reached the day of transformation. Siachin pressed his 10 fingers against the glass of the aquarium, seemingly attempting to convey his strength within. Within the dimly lit aquarium, the white specks of light emanating from the ugly fish continuously spread and coalesced, swiftly forming a radiant veil that enveloped its small body. Eevee and Ralts were equally captivated by the spectacle of the fish's evolution, leaning over the edge of the aquarium to observe. Eevee, having accompanied Siachin for many years, had witnessed numerous evolutions, yet for Ralts, this was her first close encounter with such a phenomenon, especially with a companion she spent every day with. Her deep blue hair framed her curious, wide eyes, resembling those of a fascinated kitten. Although no one could see this charming scene, her slightly parted lips betrayed her astonishment. Is this what evolution looks like? As one of the Pokémon with the most significant physical transformation during evolution, the ugly fish's metamorphosis was far from ordinary. The pure white light of evolution was dazzling, enveloping the entirety of the ugly fish's form. From outside the aquarium, Xia Chen could barely discern its outline. Surrounded by the radiant light, the ugly fish's shape began to expand and elongate. Its once flat body transformed into a graceful, serpentine figure, appearing as if it were being molded into a more elegant form. Moments later, the blinding light faded, revealing a Milotic, a creature whose mere silhouette could enchant countless beings. Now present within the aquarium, Ralts, Eevee, wow. The three mesmerized beings expressed their astonishment in varying tones, yet their sentiments remained the same. Milotic's body was primarily composed of pristine, creamy white, with a slightly coiled tail adorned with shimmering scales in hues of azure and rose. At the tail's apex lay 4 large blue scales, each embellished with an oval pattern in the same soft pink. The striking contrast of colors, rather than appearing jarring, exuded an innate beauty. Milotic's elongated head featured a prominent crest, and a pair of rose-colored long eyebrows extended gracefully from the eyelids, resembling exquisite satin ribbons. Beneath those brows, a pair of gem-like eyes gazed deeply at Xia Chen, seemingly conveying a multitude of unspoken words. With a resounding, melodious cry, Milotic gracefully undulated in the aquarium, then leapt high above the water's surface, pausing before Xia Chen, who remained entranced by the extraordinary spectacle. Until the splashes of water from the aquarium struck Xia Chen's face, he was jolted back to reality. The shape of the Milotic was elongated, measuring an impressive 4 to 5 meters, yet when coiled, it resembled Xia Chen's own height. Naturally, it leaned its head closer to him, closing its eyes. Xia Chen understood its intentions and placed his hand upon its head, feeling the fervent emotions beneath its icy skin. Reflecting upon their first encounter, when it had timidly hesitated to approach, he couldn't help but murmur, "See, Xiaohan was right. You are the most beautiful spirit in this world. Because you are here, Xia Chen, the one who rescued me from the abyss is you. Moreover, evolving into Milotic is merely the first step in the growth plan you devised for me. In the future, we have a much longer journey ahead." Yet, following this fairy tale-like moment, reality struck hard. Xia Chen laboriously cleared the puddles that had spilled onto the floor from the aquarium. His home, already quite old, had wooden flooring in the living room, which was prone to dampness, requiring immediate attention. None of the 3 spirits could assist. Eevee and Ralts were still young, and Milotic could only spray water, not absorb it. After a considerable amount of time, he finally managed to tidy up. Once the cleaning was complete, he was engulfed in busyness once more. The research on the evolution of the Eevee, along with the associated beauty energy cube study, had reached its final, yet most crucial phase. He was editing the comprehensive video of Eevee's evolution and coordinating with Professor Oak and Brock, who were far away in the Kanto region, to prepare empirical evidence on how the beauty energy cube could facilitate Eevee's evolution. It could be said that although Eevee had successfully evolved into Milotic, the real spectacle in another realm had yet to unfold. The three spirits recognized the significance of this matter and refrained from interrupting Xia Chen. Ralts, like a curious child, lingered beside Milotic, seemingly inquiring about something. Eevee, sensing an unusual pressure, retreated to its room to absorb the energy of the fairy gem. After all, with Phoeba having evolved, how could it allow Milotic to bask in glory alone? Meanwhile, Milotic was simultaneously addressing Ralts's incessant questions about evolution while listening to the voice of the system echoing in its mind. Congratulations, host, on successfully evolving into Milotic, Serpent Dragon stage. You have taken another step towards evolving into a Yulong. Congratulations, host, on receiving the evolution gift pack, 1 Dragon Scale, Palkia, 1 Oceanic Essence, Groudon, and a Move gift pack. Your current growth level is 5. Please continue your efforts. Palkia, Groudon. Milotic was astonished by the mention of these 2 legendary Pokémon. It was no longer the Na'vi Phoeba from Lake Yunza. It had heard of the legendary space deity and the embodiment of the ocean. To its surprise, the system had bestowed such remarkable treasures. What, pray tell, is this skill package? Mutuo mused curiously within. Open the skill package. The skill package has been unlocked. Dance of Butterflies, the leap of the fish over the dragon's gate, symbolizing transformation, unlocked at length 5. Water gun, as a dragon, ISNT it expected to possess the ability to spray water, unlocked at length 10. Meteor shower, as a dragon. Wouldn't it be reasonable to master the constellation of dragons? Unlocked at length 15. The dance of butterflies, meteor shower, and water gun, these formidable techniques, which he had no means to learn previously, could now be acquired through the system. Although there are unlocking restrictions, Mutuo couldn't help but exclaim, truly, this system bestowed by Xia Chen is remarkable. As for the dragon scales and ocean fragrance, the mysterious water droplet and the white jade pearl had yet to be fully absorbed, so these 2 treasures would be set aside for the time being. Mutuo understood the wisdom of not overextending oneself. Meanwhile, Mutuo was diligently engaging with the system, while Xia Chen was sharing the exciting news of this evolution of the ugly fish with Professor Oak and Brock. Chapter 87. An ugly fish that evolves without beautiful scales? What? The ugly fish has evolved. On the other end of the video call, basking in the sunlight in his backyard, Professor Oak was taken aback by Xia Chen's revelation. Unsurprisingly, he was astonished. He held a positive impression of Xia Chen, the promising newcomer in the realm of Pokémon breeding, who not only proposed theories, but also sought to validate them through practice. However, it had only been a few days since he returned from Kanto, perhaps not even a month. To use such a perfect example to substantiate his theory seemed somewhat surreal. After a moment of contemplation, Professor Oak made his decision. Very well, Brock and I shall come to Dongwang tomorrow. The call abruptly ended, leaving Xia Chen in a state of bewilderment. Professor Oak was indeed decisive, traversing regions at a moment's notice, likely driven by his passion for Pokémon research. Had he been like the individuals at the conference, the initial reaction to such news would likely have been skepticism. Yet, before Professor Oak's arrival, there were matters Xia Chen needed to attend to, such as requesting leave. To be honest, the school was becoming increasingly unhelpful to Xia Chen. In their senior year, the focus was primarily on practical battles, and within the school, few Pokémon could rival an Eevee. Although Mutuo had just evolved and its strength remained uncertain, based on the power of the water gun from that day, it was undeniably formidable. He thought this and conveyed the same to the principal. At first, the principal did not grasp the situation, engaging in a serious discussion with Xia Chen about the importance of self-study, before suddenly exclaiming, "Did you just say your ugly fish evolved into a Mutuo?" Xia Chen was startled by the sudden increase in volume and retorted, "Didn't I already tell you that? Why are you shouting so loudly? But where did you acquire the beautiful scales?" A few days ago, he had discussed this matter with Xia Chen. After all, it concerned the exquisite scales valued at nearly 10 million. How could a 16-year-old boy, whose parents had both mysteriously vanished and left no inheritance, casually produce such a treasure? Allow me to keep you in suspense for a moment. This is also the reason for my recent absence. If all goes as expected, you shall soon see me in the news. Xia Chen's response only deepened his curiosity. How would he appear in the news? Perhaps he had taken out a loan to purchase the exquisite scales, only to rob a bank to repay it? With his limited imagination, this seemed the most plausible scenario for Xia Chen's appearance in the media. Although, admittedly, this hypothesis was utterly ridiculous, a farce of the highest order. After much contemplation, the principal could not decipher the situation and was about to request a hint from Xia Chen when he realized the call had already been disconnected, leaving him to abandon his inquiries in frustration. Meanwhile, Xia Chen hung up the phone and began editing a video of the ugly fish's evolution. Since returning from that chaotic event, He had set up several cameras around the ugly fish's aquarium, driven by an intense intuition that the fish was on the verge of evolving. He feared missing the moment or sleeping through the transformation. Continuous monitoring would effectively mitigate this concern. Moreover, the footage would serve as the most direct evidence of the ugly fish evolving into Minas without relying on the exquisite scales. Of course, aside from being scientific material, this video also constituted valuable content for his channel. It would be utterly inconceivable not to produce several videos on such a captivating topic as the ugly fish's evolution into Minas. After months of experience in content creation, Xia Chen had honed his editing skills and, within 2 hours, successfully completed a video lasting just under 10 minutes. He scheduled it for release at 7 o'clock that evening. Taking advantage of the weekend when viewership peaks, Xia Chen was confident that this would be his second video to surpass 10 million views. Following the one featuring the self-hatched Lariolus, this was not merely a straightforward evolution video. It heralded the dawn of a new era in the realm of Pokémon. However, the discussion of whether this era would indeed be new could be postponed for later. Gazing at the Minas curled up in the aquarium, looking rather cramped, Xia Chen stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed the space was somewhat inadequate. While 30 cubic meters may sound substantial, the 442-liter aquarium before him was, in reality, rather limited, especially for a Minas that could stretch up to 5 meters. Moreover, Pokémon do not cease to grow even after completing their final evolutionary stage. Clearly, arranging a new abode for Minas had become an urgent necessity. Although there were vacant rooms in his home and Minas could survive outside water, it was still a water-dwelling creature, and ideally, it should reside in an aquatic environment. Xia Chen longed to acquire a manor with an artificial lake, or at the very least, a villa with a luxurious swimming pool, but his financial means were, alas, insufficient. After much contemplation, he resolved to clear out a room on the second floor and commission a larger aquarium. Although its size still fell short of allowing the Milotic to swim freely, at least it would provide a comfortable space for it to rest. Once he accumulates sufficient wealth in the future, he plans to acquire a grand estate complete with an artificial lake, achieving his goal in one fell swoop. At 7 o'clock in the evening, in a bustling chat room known as Pigeon Nest, weekend nights are always vibrant, and within a group chat of nearly 1,000 active participants, one could miss a mere 3 minutes of conversation and find the message count skyrocketing to 99. As a fan group of Xia Chen, the discussions encompass various topics, from the latest trending Pokémon battles to recreating dishes demonstrated by Xia Chen in his videos, not to mention sharing Risku images. However, all these discussions turned into a flurry of question marks once the link was sent by the enchanting Sister Miku, who holds the messenger bird title. The image linked was aesthetically stunning. Against a serene blue aquarium background, Siachin gently touched the head of the Milotic that had approached him, creating a harmonious and natural scene. The audience was aware that Xia Chen owned an ugly fish, as it had appeared in several videos and even contributed to a memorable moment of rivalry with an Eevee. One could say they had watched it grow alongside them. Yet today, Xia Chen astonishingly claimed that his ugly fish had evolved. While this was not entirely inconceivable, it felt rather sudden and somewhat peculiar. With this complex mix of emotions, they eagerly clicked on the video. The evolution of the ugly fish was not lengthy, lasting under 10 minutes. Significantly shorter than the previous hatching video featuring Ralts. The main focus was on the before and after transformation of the ugly fish into a Milotic, allowing viewers to appreciate the latter's exquisite beauty. The video commenced without excessive embellishments, diving straight into the subject matter. Within the tranquil blue aquarium, the body of the ugly fish emitted faint white specks of light, a sight familiar to any trainer who had undergone a certain period of training. This was the precursor to evolution. However, this evolution felt somewhat strange, prompting a sense of curiosity among the viewers. Just as they began to ponder, a comment in the chat revealed the source of their perplexity. Strange, why haven't I seen the evolution item, the beautiful scales, for the ugly fish?